みんなこんばんみということで、ちょっと2日間でお休みをさせていただきましたが、今日から3日間は、フェーズ3とグランドファイナルをね、見ていきますよ。スカさんこんばんみらっしゃい。サギタリオさんこんばんみらっしゃい。ナタさんこんばんみらっしゃい。アポロさんこんばんみらっしゃい。ペイミンこんばんみらっしゃい。みんないらっしゃい。いやー、もうこのね、2日間でも昼夜逆転は治りませんでしたね。ちかさんこんばんみらっしゃい。クリミンこんばんみらっしゃい。ちゃんと寝れてる。めっちゃ寝てるよ。昼間に。だって、今日は寝たのが8時ぐらいかな。8時から、まあ、1回2時ぐらいに起きて、で、その後、また寝て、6時やろで、8時に寝て、10時ちょっと過ぎぐらいに起きてる。結構、ちょこちょこ寝てるんだけど、寝てるとは思っております。昼夜大逆転。これ何？これは、シージです。ルマさん、これはシージです。やばいの、2日間シージやってないから、タゲ取りもやってないっていうことよ。2日間シージ何もしてません。マジでやばい。これ新シーズンどころかじゃない。これメジャーが終わったら、まずいですよ。メジャーが終わったら私何もできない気がする。ナミナイスサブスクありがとう !Thank you! 23ヶ月ありがとう今日は参加型なしだよ。タゲ取りしかやらないよ。23時から公式配信が確か始まって、で、多分今回さ、もう有観客になるからオープニングがあるはずなんだ。いや、オープニングどんなんかな？ちょっと楽しみだよね。もうハロウィンは終わったのよ、ドラキュラさん。なんかあった？なんか昼夜逆転だからね。なんか、ドラキュラ要素あったかなと思って。イサクさんこんばんいらっしゃい。今日はぴったりに見たいからね。多分海外配信を見ていけば大丈夫だと思うんだよ。日本配信はなんかナレーションしたいでもしかしたらオープニング入らんからちょっと英語配信を見てって感じになるかもしれん。全然わかんなかった。全然分かってなかった。気づけませんでした。よいしょ。今日は新しいお菓子デッキを組んできたので、対戦よろしくお願いします。たださ、1個さ、しくったことあって飲み物買い忘れてんの。最悪。飲み物買ってないです、私。だから定期的に麦茶取りに行ったりすることになりそう。ほんとショックなんだけど。覚えてたんだよ、買い物売ってる時。この次のレーンで麦茶、だってお茶買おうって思ってたの。あるじゃん。仕切られてるでしょ。子さんと言われるように頑張ります。今みんな子さんだよ。本当にだって、ツイッチだってまだ3年しかないからね。3年経ったか？まだ3年経ってないよね、多分。2年ちょっとだから。で、多分次のインビテーショナルの時で、あれじゃない ?3 年かな？多分。そんな感じじゃない？ありがたいよね。バスクラさん、こんばんいらっしゃい。やっと火花の衣装着れたんだ。本当はずっと着たかったんだけどさ、うちわ、スカーズのうちわを出せるのかね、衣装しかなくて。やっとだと思って。ジュンキシークさん、こんばんいらっしゃい。ほんと、買い物忘れるに多いです。悔しいよ。覚えたのに、その1個手前のレーンまではレルミ覚えててん。私はまだ10ヶ月。これから伸びていくんだから。そんな期間は気にしないでいいのよ。 これから長くなる一方なんですからね。そうなのよ。ありこちゃん、こんばんみらっしゃい。今日はそう、駄菓子デッキはね、あれなんだよ。じゅんじゅんが駄菓子屋さんみたいな、なんかお菓子がいっぱいお菓子しか売ってないところあるじゃん、たまに。ああいうとこに連れてってくれたから、イオンとかにさ、入ってるじゃん、たまにお菓子専門、駄菓子売り場みたいなやつ。あれ連れてってもらったからもう完璧ってわけ。うんうん、そう、駄菓子屋さん。そう、町岡みたいな、そうそうそう。あ、ガブリエルさん、ハロー !Let's go SSC!SSC の試合まで起きていられる自信がありませんの。確か最終試合10時半とかでしょ。やれんのかルミン。やれる気がしないよ。やれる？私はその時間まで起きていられますか？多分3試合目までかな、ルミンは今日のミッション。まあ、グランドファイナルは絶対に全部見るけど、まあ、明日の試合数もどれぐらいなんだろうな。あ、チケット当たった？あ、みんなどうだった？そういえば。あ、じゃあ、リーコちゃんに会えるね。みんな、チケット当たりましたか？結構外れてる方見たんだよね。どうだった？いけた？なんか、多分キャンセルは絶対出ると思うから、大丈夫だと思うんだけど、一般でもし外れちゃった。一般はあると思うんだよな。いや、どれぐらいキャンセルが出るかな。昼夜逆転ね。そう。どっかで踏ん張って起きてないといけないか、逆に早くどっか寝るか。まあ逆に早く寝る方がルミン的にはね、多分そっちの方がいいと思う。クリーミーも当たった？やったじゃん。他のみんなどうだった？結構いいと思うな。なかなか当たらないから。ドンピちゃんとアルニ交換会する約束してきた。いいねー。いやー、もうほんとメジャー終わったらいよいよ A パックカップだもんな。ヤギさんこんばんいらっしゃい。よし、じゃあルミン。あ、ベイビーも当たった！みんな当たってる。いいね、よかったー。じゃああれですね、ルミンの T シャツをちゃんと買ってもらえるということですね。それだけが一番心配だからみんなよろしくね。T シャツ買ってください。T シャツを買ってください。お願いします。不況用、保存用、着用用2枚ぐらい。あ、ヤギさん無事チケット当たった。ナイスー。ルイちゃんに色紙渡したい。ちょっと DM しますね。じゃあ、あんまりじゃあ当日マジで忙しいからマジでね、ほんと時間を縫っていくしかないんだけども、やっぱそうシージや人気ゲーってわけ。キャンセル？うえ、講演会？シージ行こうよ。朝から夜までなの？これ見て、はい、今日のデッキです。これ開けていい？これプーさんのマシュマロ。これめっちゃ小さくなっちゃった。プーさんのマシュマロ。ほら、Thank you for following。悲しいね、それはマジでね。めちゃめちゃ悲しい。じゃあ新宿なら行けるじゃん。合間縫って。ね。だって会場入れない。多分選手とかにも会えないんじゃないかな。どうなんだろう。でれん。うわー、30個しか入ってない。前は60個も入ってたのに。これが。じゃあ、こういう袋じゃなかったんだよね。前はなんか、ビニール袋みたいなのいっぱい入ってたんだけど。見てー！でれん。チョコマシュマロと、いちごマシュマロ。ティーちゃんのやつがいちごかな？ティーちゃんのやつがチョコか。チョコマシュマロと、いちごマシュマロ。なんかちっちゃくなってる。はっ大きさもちっちゃくなってる。なんか、もっと大きかったのに。これがあれか。こうが、高くなってるってこと？サゲさんこんばんいらっしゃい。 美味しそうでしょ。声かけていただければ名刺とアルニちゃんのステッカーをお渡ししますってみんな。飲みに声かけに行くわ。あんまりね、アリンコちゃんのお顔がわからないからあれだけど、目立っていたらすぐいける。わかんなかったら DM しますね。とルイのデレン、これルミの通信ですね。焼肉三太郎、焼肉三太郎、これも箱買いします。見に行くなら合間縫っていこうと思うんだけど、今回出る側だけど、なんでその日やねんな。お昼休憩とかないの？これカラムーチョでしょ。あとこれポテトチーズ。あとこれ見て、絶対これ美味しいの。見て、ミルクキャラメルのあまおう味。こんな絶対美味しいやんな。とこちらです。これでしょ。なんか前なんかさ、ラムネの話した時、ちっちゃいこのラムネの話してたじゃん。これだよね、多分中身。オリオン。これ美味しい。スパークリングラテさん、こんばんみらっしゃい。これうまいっす。これうまいっす。ミルクキャラメルの甘い重い期間限定だったから絶対美味しいじゃん。あとみんな多分これおばあちゃん家とかでよく見たことがあるゼリー。これめっちゃ好きなんだよ。ゼリーのこれなんか10円20円ぐらいで売ってるやつなんだけど、これ箱で売っててさ、箱で今まで見たことなかった。これ買ってきて、子供たちもごっそり持ってかれました。どうもルミン、こんばんいらっしゃい。ということでルミンのデッキでした。デッキでございました。もうほぼお菓子食べ尽くしても何にもないんでね、何もないです。もう私にはもうこれしか生き残っていません。今までのお菓子たちはもう全て食べ尽くしました。手元カメラにお菓子ってことはコメントがください。案件を、むしろ案件をください。案件が欲しい。No pudding, yes。 プディングはね、冷蔵だからね。そう冷蔵なんですよ、プディングは。生ものなんで、生もの。あ、ドロップスまだドロップスね、もうちょっとだと思う。あと1分ぐらい来るかな。試合始まってからかな。あ、案件生贄召喚が必要なレベルいや、これ全部ルミンの召喚のために使うものですからね。皆さん、ルミンのためですよ、これは。うまでも。もうこれ横手伸ばしたらもうすぐ、あれよ、マシュマロが取れるってわけ。焼肉三太郎はもうお腹空いた時は必需品。ドロップスアクティブになるのやめ、アクティブって書くのやめようかな。わからへんもんな。多分細かい人はここのドロップスのやつオンも書き換えてるんやろな。オフの時とオンになったら多分書き換えてる説あるあると思います。あると思います。さあ今日はミラー配信楽しみだな。1試合目どこだっけ。ルーさんの案件じゃないですのツッコミを聞くと実家に帰った実家帰ったってむしろそれで実家のような安心感を得てないで。あ、でも実家済みの人はどうしたらいい実家済みの人はどうしたらいいんだ。最初の試合目、そうファルコンズとバーダスプロ、2試合目フェーズとソニックス、3試合目 BDS とシークレットで、4試合目が W7M と SSG だね。3試合目まではまあ見れるかなと思いますけど、まあそれ以降ちょっとわかんないので、どうなるのか、どうなるのやら。いや楽しみだね。もう勝利要素私全然してなくてさ、もうダメだ。もうやる気をなくした。1試合目はファルコンズ勝つ要素、2試合目はフェーズ、3試合目 シークレットか。どうしよう。いやー、シークレットに勝ってほしい気持ちもあるんだけどなー。っていうか、なんでリキッドいないんだよ、ここにさ。リキッドがいないんだけど、私が見てない間に敗退していた。悲しい。なんでリキッドがいないんですけど。あきらさん、こんばんみ。いやいよ、本戦だよ。楽しみ。有観客マジ楽しみだよ。まだ始まってない？いつぞや。ワクワクしてんねん、こっちは。ルイン動画編集頑張っておりました。本当に。たくさん頑張っておりましたので。もうできたよ。動画編集はもう完璧ってわけ。もう2日もあれば一瞬よ。あ、FPS で落ちた。アキラさんがうせやん。そんなのほんとね、なんかね、いつも言ってる人たちがね、今回ね、落選してるのをね、すごい見てるんだよね。この人落ちたのみたいな、結構ね、見てて思ってた。いや、まだ秋田さん諦めてはいけない。いや、まだあるっしょ。キャンセル出て、あるっしょ。アキラさんの応援歌を聞かないと、ダメでしょ。いや、ほんと悲しいなぁ。なんかビアードパパ、なんか公式のツイート出てたね、新しいやつね。恐ろしいことになるかもしれねえぞ。どこだったっけな。なんかこれだ。画像じゃないんだ。これですね。新シーズン情報は、ベラン。どういうことですか？ 11 月の18日午前4時解禁ですので、皆さん。午前4時解禁となっております。新シーズン情報。いや、これはもう見なきゃいけないでしょう。障子なの。初めて聞いたよ。プラスチックじゃない、なんだけど、サランラップは聞いたことあるけど、障子は初めて聞いたんだけど。頭を守ってたプラペが今度は頭以外を守ってるっぽいの。ねえ。ほんとだよね。どんな感じになるのか楽しみにしててください。いやー、でもすごい、これめっちゃかっこよくない？このリアルな感じ。リツイートしてないことがバレている。やばい。リツイートしてないぞ。この配信者リツイートしてないってなってる。ミッドシーズンのロードマップも、新シーズン以外のやつも出てるんだ。でもそれ知らないかもな。忙しすぎて見えてへん。あれ、公式配信始まらんぞ。この公式リツイートしてないです。やばい。見ないで。そういう時もあるんだ。結構リツイートしてる気はしてんだけど。やばい。ブラビの AR の MK17 好きだったからリワークコムを使えるみたいな。今の10がそれなの？知らない。全然知らなかった。ディスコードに図解を貼ってみた。いいと思うよ。いや、あんまりこういうの見ない派なんでよろしくお願いします。わからないんでね。大丈夫だとは思うけど。シェリーさん、こんばんいらっしゃい。チケット当たった？ T シャツの方ぜひ買ってください。よろしくお願いします。T シャツを買ってください。アメリカのオペレーターの大幅な調整って聞いたからフレと予想し合って、そう、ルミンも最初キャッスルだと思ったんだよね、マジで。なんかキャッスルさ、ドローンコみたいなさ、ドローン滑らないみたいなさ、やつなんか昔、こうやったらキャッスルはいいみたいな感じ書いてあったじゃん。そういう風になるのかなって思ったからびっくりよね。 CXLDJ さん、ナイスサブスクライブ、センキュー。安いやつ。全然いいやん。エメラルドだよ。だって、エメラルドでもいい、全然いいと思うよ。なんか席が前か、あと特典があるとかだよね、多分ね。ダイヤモンド席に座りたかった。ペイミンはエメラルドになっちゃった？エメラルド席になっちゃった？そっちの抽選が当たったのか。いやー、でもな、すごい応募数だから当たっただけすごいよな。限定デザインデスクマットは誰かの手に渡ってくるのですね。どうなんでしょう。誰の手に渡るのでしょう。ほら、ありがとう。Thank you following。あれ？始まらない？今日は、あれかな、オフラインっていうか、有観客だからちょっと、あれかな。ちょっと遅い？始まってないよね。ルーちゃん限定グッズが欲しかった。なんか、グッズ売り場、なんか無料に入れる場所もあるらしいから、そこがグッズ売り場なのなら、買えるよね。何千人が、いや、わかんない。倍以上って言ってたよ。なんか公式さんのツイートで見たけど。4人中1人は知っています。何か。知り合いが言ってる？生徒の受験があるから、ね、言ってたね。いやー、みんな来てほしかったー。来年とかもね、あるかもしれないですからね。有給ぶち込んでいきます。ナイス。追加でオンライン販売してくれないかな。確かにね。そういうのあったらいいよね。確かに。いけなかった人用の。でもやっぱさ、あれだよね。あそこでしか買えないのレア感あるよな。当たるやろうと思ったら見事に落選して盾作ってた手がスッと止まりました。いや、アキラさん来ないとダメだよ。ダメ。アキラさんに会うの楽しみにしてるんだから、ちょっと追加をあることを祈ってます。祈ってます。やだ。アキラさんが来ないなんて。誰も、あれだよ、声を出さないかもしれないよ。応援団長。アキラさん来るならあれなの？またモンタやるの？デイボスじゃない。今回モンタもモンタで来るの？生徒の受験は他の人に任せている。なかなか。なんかサイトには複数の席に応募しても1つしか当たらないみたいに書いてあるので、ダイヤとエメの2つ当たって。何それ？そんなことあるの？ダイヤとエメの2つ当たって下絵設定の関係でダイヤは座る。もったいなすぎる。そんな風になるのよくわかん。じゃあ結構キャンセル出てる人も多いんじゃないかな。スカイクリさんこんばんみらっしゃい。他の人にアキラさんが落ちるってことはマジで公平な抽選やなって思われて。確かにね。確かに公平だわな。そうね。もう、アキラさんがってなったら確かにそうなるわ。なんかよりすぐんでないよね、絶対ね。任せたかったけどできんかった。いや、まあ。今年だけじゃないことを祈ってね。一応毎年オフライン今んとこあるじゃん。来年も10周年だし、わからないよ。あるかもしれないよ。ね？信じよう。信じるしか私たちにはできないんだ。全然公式配信来んやんね。もう一回タゲ撮りするか。ルサに会える。会場行ってもルミに会えるとは限りませんからね、皆さん。ルミは人に紛れていますからね。こそっとしているんでね。ね、ペイミンなかわいそうだよね。小山さんがキャンセル分出るかもしれません。だからワンチャンそれに、ワンワンね、これにかけてほしい。いや、本当に、頑張って、頑張ってとしか言えない。ダイヤだけ支払いが自動にならなかった。エメキャンセルでダイヤにできるか。でもそんなことあるんだね。インフの席優先してほしいよね。 支払いの関係でそういうのならいい席の方が、もしペイミンと同じ人がいるのならばあれだよね、多分いい席空いてくる可能性がでかいってことだよね。いやでもね、ちょっとかわいそうだな。せっかく当たっていい席が当たったのに座れない。おそらくついていってるであろうジュンさんを見たかったジュンジュンとはね、多分ずっと別行動にはなると思うんですね。ルミン別にやらなきゃいけないことがあって、ほぼ別行動、ほぼルミンは一人行動となっていますね。残念ながら見つけられる別行動ですそう、放置プレイです。あの人はあの人で楽しんでいただいてね、ジュンジュンはね。ルミンもルミンで楽しむんで。いや、いけなかったみんなのために動画作ろうかなってまた思ってて、10分ぐらいの。で、動画撮りに行くから、いや、どんな感じなんだろうな、会場。そう。一緒には行くけど、ほぼ別行動だと思っている。ルミも挨拶とかいっぱいしたいしな。知ってる人たちに。ウィングレッシャー、おはみいらっしゃい。まだ来てないですか？まだ来ていない。まだ来ていない。まだ配信はついていない。つけ忘れてオープニングやっちゃったりとかしないよね。イベント本番までの旅ログ的なの。旅ログなー。旅ログ。じゃあ、ほんとにルミ食べ物とかの写真を撮らないんだわ。旅ログどうやってやるんだろう？むずそう。さ、イメージ的にルミはさ、レオタンの動画が好きなんだけど、あんな風には絶対撮れないもんな。あ、コスモちゃん、ハールミー。12月1日楽しみだね、マジで。いやー、今ちょうどね、チケットが当たった人と当たってない人の話を聞いていたんや。せっかく初めてのオフライン参戦の全力で楽しみに行きます。素晴らしい。素晴らしいでございます。いや、ほんと、楽しんでほしいね。いい大会になるといいな。毎年思うけど。でも毎年ね、なんかすごい、なんか入った時のなんか、ザワハワって感じがね、めっちゃいい。ね、レオタの出張アメリカめっちゃ良かったよね。YouTube のは11時15分。あれ遅くなってる。じゃあ今だ。来い。ハワイローチャー、イエスいっぱい寝たよ。めっちゃ寝ました、私は。飛びログのナレーション、ジュンさんにやらせる。キャラ10万。なんでや。なんで順次じゃ払うねん。0時から？嘘？試合11時半からなのに？マジ？こんな公式情報出てた？ねこちゃん！やさすみん！ギリシャソじゃない？ギリシャ語？ギリシャソギリシャ語。始まった？来いよ。あ、来た。ジャパニーズは始まったね。10分だ。あれ？よいしょ。はい。国際配信です。日本語じゃなくて海外公式を見たいんやな。でもさ、12時半に試合開始でさ、あれ ?45 分だった？半じゃないのか？ 11 時半だよね、試合開始。ちょっと遅れてんのかな。I'm I'm glad you got a lot of rest. I was worried the interviews might have bored you. 退屈してた？大丈夫よ。私はいつでも元気よ。6時ぐらいの日程はね、だから半に試合がスタートなんだよね。11時半。シャキチャキチャキチャキチャキチャー。ほら、ありがとう。あと Thank you for following。 ありがとう。なみこっちはどこだ？いや、ないな。あれ、海外配信ないのか？海外配信が見たいね。オープニングが見たいから。日本でもやってくれるかな？やってくれるならいいんだけど、なんかね、いつも話して途中からなんか見てる気がする。オープニング求む。音どう？もっとでかくする？これぐらいかな？よし。手は消します。手さようなら。バイバーイ。ね、絶対見たいよね。なんか毎回コスプレイヤーさんみたいな方がいらっしゃるけど、どうなんだろう。今回もいっぱいいるから。どんなコスプレイヤーさんが。それこそさ、デイボスいたんだよね。コスプレしてるって人。デイボス多分いる気がする。お手手ない。こっちのお手手はあるんでね。腕まくりしてると思ってみてほしい。あと新しいスコーポスとかさ、でもさ、あれだよね。ロボット側コスプレする人とか出てきてもおかしくないよ。2人で1つみたいな。3人で1つでもいいね。ロボット、この真ん中の人。本物のスコーポスみたいな。3人で1つよ。いや、スコーポスのコスプレすごいだろうね。なかなかむずそう。でもロボット好きにはたまらんのじゃないか。読みたいな。なかなか見れないと思う。いつか作ってほしい。ちゃんと双子で中身見えないけど双子でやってほしい。双子でやってほしい。あ、海外の通知来た？どれあれ？海のやつ来てないな。もう一回リロードするか。棒とかでマネキンつなげる。あ、本体行ってそっからニョキって入るみたいな。特別はなくてルミンさんコスプレの人。なかなかルミンの衣装セクシーだぜ。あった。あ、こっちも10分だね。なんなら日本の方が早く開けそう。だってルミンの多分この普通の衣装なんかもっとエッチやで。あ、なんか滝出ちゃってる。よいしょ。このルミンほら、こんなコスプレイヤーさん、おいエッチすぎるやないかい。これだよ、これでスカジャンですらほら結構、あ、でもこれは健全ですか？これは健全かな。かわいい。これはいけるか。ちょっと足がね、このベルトのところちょっと意識していただきたい。ベルトのところをちょっと意識してやってほしいですね。もしやっていただけるなら。絶対にベルトは必需品でお願いしたい。すぎるよね。ロコラックさん、こんばんみらっしゃい。あ、CM 挟んでる。アイジさん、こんばんみらっしゃい。なれ。 両面少な形態ってどういうことだ乗り移ってるってことだ。しきさんこんばんみらっしゃい。両面少な形態ってなんなんや初耳だねん。あ、バブバブバブバブバブバブバブバブバブバブミンバブバブバブ。ルーちゃんコスプレしたらルーちゃんに声をかけてもらえるかもしれないの。あ、そうだね。あ、撮ってもいいですかって多分行くわ。絶対に行く。絶対写真撮りに行くわ。私をおびき寄せるためにはあれ、海外の方が早くなった。海外見ますわみんなしてくれんのどこだ。あれ、どこ行っちゃった。どこだ。あった。あ、これ海外。あ、同じ音楽だ。音楽一緒になった。ジュンジュンさんとセットでコスプレしたらさらに確かに激アツすぎる。まあ、でもエコーで、まあ、エコーの服であれだよ、髪の毛をね白と緑にしたらいい。あ、どうもるみナイスサブスクライブセンキュー3ヶ月これからもよろしく。またとちってこのアカウントでなんでや、なんで間違えたんやどうしてまったんやまたお預けやん。しんぺちゃんこんばんみらっしゃい。いやー、でももうあと3日しかないと思うと早いな。じゅんじゅんも確かにコスプレイヤーさんに釣られていくんじゃない俺のコスプレだってなったらみんな寄ってくでしょ。その自分のコスプレしてくれてる人なんてもうってなるでしょ。今日のグミは今日買ってない。今日はグミじゃない。今日のデッキはマシュマロの箱2つとかば焼き三太郎とポテトチップ2袋、あとキャラメル食べよう。キャラメル、あまおキャラメルは絶対にうまい。これはもう見た目から確信している。こんなん絶対うまいで。なんか書いてある。かわいい。賄賂にならないって言ってるでしょ。体力使ってんねんこっちは。1秒起きるごとに1カロリー使ってるから大丈夫。女の子にそういうこと言うのってよくないと思うんですけど。ワッフル買ってきたもう私コンビニにあって駄菓子屋さん行っちゃったからもうウハウハで美味しい。食べた？まだこれからうまい。これはみんな全人類食べてほしい。これはうまいぞ。これはうまい。みんなも見かけたら食べてくれ。あまおうキャラメル、これうまい。これうまい。うまいうまいうまいうまい。うまっ。リズキュンこんばんみらっしゃい。今日ルミもさ飲み物買い忘れてさ、今日何回下に行かなきゃいけないんだっていう心境すごい嫌だマジで悲しい。これめっちゃうまいわ。美味しい。食べたけど個包装に穴が開いてるから外袋開けたら全部早く食べろって穴開いてるの？個包装なのにうせやん。罠や。太らせるための罠やねキャラメルうまい。いちごキャラメル福岡空港で売ってるからお土産。全国区だよこれ多分。でもなんかお土産でも見た気がするな。栃木とか 栃木とかでイチゴ流行りじゃない、なんていうの、有名だからあるかも。小さい冷蔵庫必要だな。確かに部屋にあったら明日取りに行かなくてもいいけど、でもさ、部屋に冷蔵庫あったらさ、あれよ、絶対に水、その使い終わった麦茶あるじゃん、下まで持っていかないでそこにずっと眠ってるよ。絶対一生ね眠ってると思う、マジで。それぐらいルミンはズボラなので絶対にやらないことは確定しているんだってね。133かける3カロリーかける6個最高だぜ。やばい。いやでも、カロリーなんか気にしたらちょっとねダメだよ。カロリーは気にしない。あ、福岡はあまおう。へえ、いちごの種類あんまルミ知らなかったわ。いちごイコール栃木のイメージだったな。もう来年までずっと永久に保存されるよ。冷蔵庫ってちっこい方が電気代食らう。へえ、そうなんだ。知らなかった。なんでだろう。でもだからちっこい冷蔵庫はさ、音がうるせえんだって。音がさ、ジュンジュンの部屋にはあるんだよ。カチコチになってしまった冷蔵庫。カロリーが多いってことは美味しいってこと。そうだね。カロリーが多ければ多いほど美味しいってわけだから。カロリーは美味しさの数値。そういうことよ。カロリーが少ない食べ物なんて美味しくないんだ。暴論すぎる。ホワイトデリシュソコラ。なんだそれ、絶対うまい。あ、知ってるぞ。菓子パンのやつやな。普通にスーパーとかに売ってるやつか。カロリーなんて気にするな。それ若ち子。これは焼肉さん太郎は一体カロリーいくつなんだ。焼肉さん太郎10カロリーしかない。マジ ?10 カロリーしかない。10個食べても100カロリーだよ。だいたいね、12時か、11時半か12時ぐらいにスタート。いや、11時半にスタートすると思うけどな、予想では。公式が突き出したらつくかな。見てたらつくかなって思っております。さあ、来るぞー。 10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。ハッピーニューイヤー。あ、CM だ。じゃあ今回は待ち時間で風景見れるかもよ。陽キャの CM。陽キャの CM やな。確かにもうみんなパーティーしてるもんな。新年明けおめみんな。もうなんか多分3回ぐらい明けおめしてるからね。このメジャー期間中に3年ぐらい時飛ばしてるわ。この音楽ね、 YouTube だとね、あれなんだよ、バンされんね。バンっていうか収益剥奪されんね。この音楽を使いましたね。おせち買ってくるの忘れた。みんなお正月何食べる？おせち頼む？うちジュンジュンのママのジュンママのお家に行くからさ、基本家ではおせちとか食べないんだよな。でもあれはやる。年越しそばとお餅はやるわ。お餅 配信者絶対ぶちのめす人だってそうTwitch は大丈夫なんだけど YouTube ダメなの毎回メジャー中ね、メジャーという道はね音楽に悩まされる。ああすごい、フローレスいる。すごい。これ誰？これなんだ、ゾフィア？いやすごい。おせちと甘栗いいな。甘栗いいな。デイボスすごい。これ D のかな。完成度高すぎ。来シーズンのオペ調整の内容きた。まだ新シーズンの内容はできってない。かっこいい。めっちゃかっこいい。スコーポスだ。めっちゃかっこいい。うわ、ゾクゾクしてきた。なんて書いたんだろうね。ゾクゾクする。いやー、これがオフラインで見れるなんて最高かよ。かっこいい。うちかっこいい急な、せっかくかっこいいところ見てるうんち笑わせないでる。世界一熱いゲームです。マイブーム。これはさっきのなんでそんな下ネタばっかり。
8 teams ready to do whatever it takes to get their hands on this trophy and become the final major champions of 2024.
いや、いいよね。これ見ると本当、うわ、すごいトロフィー。スコープスじゃん。やばー。イエーイ。なんだ、チキンラーメンみたいなやついたぞ。やば、トロフィー。トロフィーえぐいな。そう、ロボットのトロフィー。お、音楽かっこよ。いやー、めっちゃでいいからね、欲しいね、マジで。何イケメン、この真ん中のイケメンは誰？
This is big for you. Your first major event on a main stage, and you've traveled a long way to be here.
アントロフィートランスフォームして小型の人間で強すぎる。誰？フォックス A さん知ってるわ。フォックス A 知ってるわ。アサム兄さんこんばんみ。知ってた。こんなイケメンだから名前だけ知ってたわ。こんなイケメンなの？
How are you feeling? Who do you think's taking this one?
I couldn't tell you who's taking it, but what I can say is it's you guys all here that make this a special moment for everybody all alike. So, I mean, you guys got to give yourself a round of applause for being here super early as well, because it took me everything to get here super early in the morning.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to look this good as well.
皆さんここに来たことをご褒美をあげるべきだと思います。朝早くから来てるからみたいな。これをよく見せるためには労力がかかります。合ってるかわかんないけど。あ、あやのさんこんばんみらっしゃい。
I knew that was going to get a good reaction. I knew that was going to get a good reaction. Guys, go and take your place at the desk. Can't wait to hear all of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions as we run through this weekend.
何言ってるか。
But first, let's show you exactly how we got to this pivotal moment.
ゆうまぐろさんこんばんみらっしゃい。始まりました。いやー、でも多分グランドファイナルのオープニングがもっと違うのかな。どうなんだろうな。 英語学習の成果が出てると思ったら、そう字幕だってみんなには見えないんだよ。これみんなに見せたいんだけどさ、見せれないんだよな。なんか入らない。そんなあんな英語わかるわけないよ。成果出すぎてる。あんなリアルタイムに翻訳できたからやばい。いや、行ってー。ほんま行ったいいな、リカちゃんとレオタンともうかくー。ほんまだいいのかな。そうで、このために行ってるんだもんね。いいなー。マジで羨ましい。ルミンも海外行きたい。でもルミン海外行ったことないんだよね。パスポートだから持ってないの。
Welcome to the desk for the Montreal Major. I'm joined by two very esteemed gentlemen. I know Montreal has a special place in both of your hearts, but maybe two different reasons. But I want to say combined between the three of us, we have 3 titles here. How good's that?
Right.
I think that, you know, that's best case scenario, but I'm kind of curious. What are the 3 titles that we're all sharing?
Who's got the 3?
We're together, okay? We're in this together, we're here, and we're doing this work together. So I am included regardless of whether you like it or not. Homegrown boy, excited to be back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy to always come back, see family, and the events in
あ、そうな
Montreal
んだ。
always nice, just because
作ったこ
the
とないから
community,
さ。
it's like the home ground for Siege. So everyone just
マジで
always
何にも
makes it
わ
a
かんない。
point to come to Montreal to see Siege.
How does it feel to be
二段ぐらい
back
しかわからな
again
い。
at yet another
英語
LAN
の
event?
翻訳も可
I mean,
能
it
し、
feels
も
great.
う
I
ま
mean,
い。
coming from
我らの
Minnesota to Montreal,
めっちゃ可愛
realistically,
い。
it's just
最高。
Minnesota, but in
最
French,
高っ
that's
て
the
わ
best way
け。
to put it.
翻
The
訳
weather's
は
the
ちょっ
same. I
と違
love
う。
it here. The
翻訳
atmosphere
はちょっ
always
と
in
違
Montreal.
い
It's
ま
just
す
it's
ね。
the place to
私
be,
の力ではあり
especially
ま
for
せん
Siege.
ね。
It certainly is. Now, of course, we've had to get here through means of 2
業者に
different
頼めば
phases
パスポ
so
ート
far.
作
It
ってく
started
れ
all
る。
the way
へ
back
ー。
on
自分で
November
作る
7th.
の
It's been a very interesting
こんな
week
め
and
ん
a
どいんだ。
half at this point. I think at the
その業者に
moment,
頼
it
むぐ
feels
ら
like
い。
the teams that we have representing
あ、
the
ビザね。
Montreal Major feel right. It feels
偽造だけどね、
fishy.
じゃない
But
よ
we。need to talk about what these games will actually
やばいっ
start to
て。
look like. How
嘘
this
だ、それ
bracket
絶対
starts
嘘
to break down because
怖い、
quarterfinals
騙される
today,
とこだっ
but
た
very quickly this
怖い
dissipates.
騙してくる
crown a
リ
champion
スナー
in
が
no
騙
time.
してくるんだ
I
け
mean,
ど
the biggest one that sticks out to
怖
me
す
the
ぎ
most
る
here is obviously Falcons. They can make
超
history
怖い
if they
じゃん
win this game, this first matchup against VP,
明日は
and
2
put
試合か
themselves in that semifinal. But when you're looking
で
at
グ
all
ラン
8
ド
of
フ
these
ァイナル
teams,
が
there isn't
B5 ね
one deciding team to me that I can say is going to completely win the
怖
entire
い
thing.
怖い
No, not at all. And that's why I think Falcons is such an underdog story because in phase 1, it
You
was an
got
upset.
it.
And now I think, in my personal opinion, Falcons is the game to
怖いっ
watch.
て
But SSG,
パスポート
W7M, I
セ
feel
ン
like
ター
that
まで行くの
rivalry
が
that
なんか
Ash
すごい
has with
さ
all the Brazilian
なん
teams
か
is
混んで
always
る時期
something
と
that's
かあ
just
るらしい
it's
ね
such a
す
treat
ごい
to
長
watch.
蛇の
So
列で
I'm really
今
excited
日
for
の
that
パ
game.
スポート
Kind of
作
a
る
treat to listen
ビ
to
ザ
as
取
well,
るの
isn't
かわ
it?
かんない
There's
け
something
ど
very special about
なん
that,
か
guys' voice.
制
Let's go
限
ahead
が
and
か
have
か
a
る
look at
み
the
たいなの
games
が
that
ニュー
we've
スで
got
見たんだよ
specifically for today. We kickstart the matches with
映画を
Falcon
見
and
てると
Virtus
偽造
Pro.
パスポートを頼
Again,
むシーン
being
があ
an
る
APAC guy, the closest thing I have to an underdog is Falcon, so I'm leaning into
怖
that
い
one.
よ
But Lax, just very quickly, looking
騙
at
さ
these
れやすい
matches,
の
we got a
業
lot of
者に
games to
頼
get
む
through
んだ
today.
な
What
って思っ
maps?
ちゃう
Which
じゃん
one are you looking
調
at
べ
to
ちゃう
be the highlight of the day?
For as a grand scheme, all of them are really good. The one that I'm looking forward to the absolute most, I would have to say the FaZe versus
今
Sox.
元
The
気は
last time
10
these
時
two
なんだ
met
ね
was actually at the SI 2024. They met in the upper bracket where FaZe did beat them 2-0. But the interesting story is this is a completely different Sonics.
なん
This is
だ
a more
地面師地面
strategic,
師じゃない
methodical
人
team
弁師
that
と
can
地面師
match
は
up
違
and
う
pair well against FaZe. So that match specifically, and for those reasons alone, is what I'm looking to see.
偽造
and
パ
what
スポート
happens.
と
Now, of
IT
course,
あと
we
車
have
も
had
食
a
べ
week
る
and a half of
絶
action
対なんか
already,
するや
6
ん
play days. We're now into the playoffs. Let's have a look back and just talk about it, right? I know that Lax, from a
13
perspective
時
of,
間
I
の時差
guess,
なんだ
phase 1 and phase 2, there are a lot of learnings. There's a lot to take away. Do you have something in particular?
怖い
So this
怖
is
い
what I want to say. I don't want to just
公的武
focus so
将
much on
偽
phase
造
1
する
and
人たち
phase
の
2 as a
なん
whole,
で知っ
because
て
we have to look at the
みん
grand
な
scheme from
怖
every
い
major as of recently and up until this point. It is
怖
hard
い
to
よ
tell what team is going to be the one coming out on top. You can look at every region now and see it is all competitive across the board. Sure, some teams go out a little sooner, but every game is so close. Whereas before, years prior, there were some regions that you
や
would
べえ
just
マ
look
ッ
at
チ
and be
マ
like,
も
okay,
止まら
they're going to
な
lose,
い
they're going to be out. And now every team is competing at the
どこより
absolute
イチ
highest
ゴの
level.
マシュマ
Right,
ロ
and
の
we
方が美味しい
expected
だ
Manchester to be an upset game, obviously with Beast Coast winning that tournament. But now,
ここまで非常
all
に
of the
興味
teams
深
that
い1週
have
間半でした
so far showed up, even the top 1 seed from every single region, has been able to face a little adversity. They've had to go through a difficult road to get here. And now, I mean, the two teams that got the 3-0 through phase 2 was two Brazilian teams. So maybe we'll see that Brazilian, Brazilian reign come back into fruition.
That dominance. It's only left for one event. Who knows? It may be back yet again. But it is time for us to start talking about our very first matchup here. This is the opener to the Montreal Major. It doesn't get much bigger than this for both of these two teams. They've got an incredible opportunity as they go head-to-head.
いやー、こう照らされてる感じがトロフィーかっこいいもん。
This has a lot of storylines, Fox. This has polarizing opinions, polarizing play styles.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have really cemented themselves throughout the history of how they want to play. Virtus Pro has always been a consistent team throughout their history of being a team. Back into Empire, Falcons, they have a little bit newer of a showing and some new players on the team too to be able to make it to the main stage, but they have been very interesting, very enjoyable to watch, so aggressive, and it's the complete polar opposite to Virtus Pro.
Well, exactly, like you were just saying, polar opposites. You look at Virtus Pro, historically, they have been just a very slow, methodical pace team where if you don't take advantage of that, you let them set up, you will lose. Then you look on that other side of that, and you look at Falcons, nothing but sheer aggression coming out of that team. So it's going to be interesting to see who can quickly adapt to one another and adjust their playstyle to compensate for what they're going to be going.
If you're learning into a playstyle here, which one are you going for on stage?
いや、どこかな
If you're feeding off the crowd, you definitely want to have that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, I think the aggressive playstyle, especially in the current meta of Siege, you don't want to get stalled out. The attacks are very important to make sure that you're picking up pace, so aggressive playstyle is favored.
不死鳥はフェニックス。ファルコンはこんなにハヤテ。
This team, they've had an interesting run so far. How do you feel?
So the interesting thing is, when you're looking at VP, the thing that we just recently said, historically they have been a slower paced team, more methodical, but what we actually have recently seen in the BDS, they're transitioning to be a epic clip here going into round 8, where VP, they see the opening. This is Pasha's first time playing Glitchy that we're seeing it, and he's getting this control. He takes Epoch, he gets this vigil pick, he then takes Fountain, and what he is doing here, he is applying pressure across the map here to get this top floor secure, to force all of BDS out of their power position. They do a great job with this execute, and they follow it. They end up closing out this round in a 4v1. Now you transition into round 9. They want to go for a fast take here. You don't typically see this from VP once again. They do a great job with the smokes, with the glass. The blitz goes in here. Pasha once again taking the map control here, taking these space. He does do a little hiccup here where he could have possibly played this a little better, but he got his job done. They get the bomb down. That's the important thing. But this is what worries me, because when you think of the strategic team, they're changing their pacing. They don't have a general understanding of how they want to approach this, and this round slowly starts to fall apart.
Yeah, and then you can see Virtus Pro just peeks out a little too aggressive, and it just goes to show that they're not too comfortable with this fast-paced playstyle. But it's nice to see them slowly transitioning into it. They are very dominant when it comes to the shields, which is good. It is a great start. But once you're able to get that opening and get into the site, you can't give up the free picks. And that's where a team like Falcons could take advantage of it. So Virtus Pro has to make sure that they're keeping that consistency, that structure, after they get that aggressive little burst into the site.
It's not easy to do that as well against a team like Falcons. They're very unpredictable. Lobby's been unbelievable, but we'll talk about them in a second. When it comes to matches in particular, there's always something that we need to talk about, which is the maps. I know that you've got something for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, so it's tough for me, especially going into this matchup, because Virtus Pro, when you look at their map pool, it's not very strong showing. And realistically, when you look at the map pool, it's not strong. I'm going to completely wipe their map against Chiefs, where they went 7-2 on Bank, and then went 7-0 on Bank and 7-2 on Club. Because realistically, that map pool should have never went that way. I think Chiefs definitely trolled in that fair, but when you look at their maps that they played throughout, they've only played Cafe, they've only played Border, so their map pool is not strong going into this. So when you're looking at Falcons, they have an 8 out of 9 map pool, where if you are not VP only has 3 out of 9. That is insane so far. And you have to be a risk taker when you're making it this far. So I'm hoping when we get to the map phase that we do see a little something different coming out.
Why are you just wiping off the Chiefs?
シティハンターの別のチケットワイルドみたいな。
They did get wiped out.
曲名あ、今の曲の意味がてんてんてんってやつ。これゲットワイルドって言うんだ。XYZ 伝言版に書くのは知ってる。何を言ってるか全然わかんない。XYZ ポケモンしか出てこないよ。
Has it done so?
シモンさん、あーよー、いらっしゃい。
I believe that they're the underdogs that snowballed their way into being one of the fan favorites, one of the crowd favorites. Obviously, if you look at their phase 1 showing, first game against Alpha Team, wasn't too much to take away from it. It was a very close game, especially against Alpha Team. No one expected them to even get a map, and that was Falcons that gave them their first. But since that point on, I mean, they've been unstoppable. The edge to the Falcons' attacks is how aggressive they are. They are one of the best attacking teams when it comes to understanding what the other team is defending and hitting it head on. The issue that's stopping them, they go through it. They don't go around it. That's something that you don't see many teams have to deal with, and Falcons have been dealing with that immensely well.
Every good desk needs some visuals. I know you've got something for me.
I do. I'm going to have a clip that they did that against Dark Zero. They were actually able to completely identify where Dark Zero's issues were. This is a round where they lose 2 people immediately, and instead of just slowing down and just trying to get picks back, instantly they just walk into back archives and go for a fast OSA plan, and that's what leads them to be able to win the round because they just focus on the objective. Even being down a 5 to 3-man deficit, they don't worry about it. And the fact that Dark Zero was able to let them twice jump over the balcony to save their lives and be able to play time was just a blunder from Dark Zero, but it was nothing short of a miracle from Falcons to be able to understand and recognize the hole in the play. And Dark Zero was caught off guard with how fast Falcons adapted to losing 2 people. They didn't sit there, they didn't dwell on the fact that they lost the opening picks trying to deal with the issue. They immediately counteracted, and that's what got them that round win.
Now, every great team has a strong personality, but sometimes it has individual players that stand out.
I mean, I don't think you can talk about Falcons without mentioning Robbie. I mean, he's obviously been the best player of the event so far by a huge margin. He's currently plus 52 in the KD department. He's the #1 KD player at the tournament, the #1 rating player at the tournament, and he also was tied for the most amount of clutches at the tournament. So far, what can he do? I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a situation that he has put in that he is not successfully bringing his team an advantage. And he's been so immensely just a great player because he's come out of nowhere to be able to take from Falcons, a team that was that 2nd seed in MENA, to now claiming that 1st seed and showing up at the main stage.
Well, like you said, coming out of nowhere, and this is his first debut, and he is leading the charge for the entire event. I mean, that goes to show there is no pressure on his kid's shoulders. The sky is endless for him, and to see what he can do against VP now, it's going to be very interesting.
And at this point, I think what's more important than just a quarterfinal is an incredible trophy. See it behind us there, under the beautiful glistening light. That looks absolutely tremendous. We've been really fortunate to speak to Ubisoft about what they think of this masterpiece.
いや、触りたい。
Here with Nelson from Ubisoft to discuss this incredible piece of art. Now, I want to get your first impressions. What was the idea surrounding
ついたよ、掲示板に書かなくても見たらわかるのでは。
So Scopus
何書く
is
の
a
何書くのよ
like to, you know,
何書くのじゃ
the new
みんな
operator
何書いて
as a
たの
trophy
昔
every
の
time.
人は
It's been a long time now that we do like busts. And
今から野に行ける人アート1位み
because
た
it's
いな
composed of 3 different characters, and it was very, very challenging, you know, to decide which character we will use and why and how. So we decided to use the 2 robots and to mix them as one piece.
殺し屋で爆笑
Now,
する
it's huge. It's over 10 kilos.
すごす
I
ぎ
want to get your kind of idea
何
of
かしの理由で移動や
process, 'cause surely something like this will take a
あ
while.
Yes,
誰
it
々
takes a
と
long, it takes
ど
a
こ
long
にさ
time
行
to
ってますとか
create.
ね
And
はいはいはい
so we worked with an agency that is called Junliu and
ファン
Gael.
キーすぎるその
And it's a French agency, and they
ア
are
ート1
amazing.
いや
They're
す
very,
ご
very
い
talented.
光沢
We
感
do
めっ
many
ち
trophies
ゃ
and we work with them
色いい色
for a few events
う
now.
わめっちゃ色いいじゃん
And on top of that, they are amazing people, and it's a very long process.
ミラー
We
配
had
信リスナー
several
から
iterations,
昔のことを
you
教え
know,
る
several ideas coming in,
海の
and
知識が増える
this is
配
the one
信
that, you know, succeed, let's say.
And what's the significance behind
すごい
having an
な
operator interwoven into the trophy for
こんなも
such
の
a
が
big
作
event?
れるんだって
So
感
for
じ
us,
だよ
it's very
ね
important, you know, to link the esports and our
すごい
game, and having the operators is the link between the game and what we have on stage, and it's the, you know, it's the trophy, so it's the ultimate goal for the teams.
うわー
Awesome.
この
Thank you very
色
much for joining
質
us,
感というか
and
色
back to
感
the
が
desk.
すごい好き
Thank you very much,
う
mate.
わ
What
ー
an
めっ
incredible
ちゃい
interview.
い
He's
じ
got some class,
ゃん
doesn't he,
う
that
わ
guy?
光り方えぐ
I think he did a great
I
job.
wouldn't say talented. He's probably talentless at this point.
うわ
But it is time for us to
えぐ
really
キラ
hone
キ
in
ラ
on this matchup.
わ
Falcons,
立ち
VP.
見なんかさ
We've
後ろ
already
水
talked
族
about
館
the
みたいにな
map
ってな
videos,
か
but
っ
let's
た
start to break
後
this
ろの
one
なんか
down a little
丸
bit.
い青く
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is really going to be where this is going to
確
be
か
the
に
turning point for me
3D
is
プリン
what
タ
these maps
ー
are going to
使っ
look
てるの
like.
かと
So
思ったけど
Chalet
なん
coming
か削ってた
out
ね
Falcons. Yeah, that honestly doesn't
確か
surprise
に
me.
ス
They
レッジハン
definitely
マーは
have
イン
already
ビテーショ
seen
ナルで代
what
々
they
ね
can,
受
what
け継
BP
がれ
is
てい
able
くから
to do. So
ね
it's no surprise to me that they want to bring them here. It's the second map for me
光の
because
当て
again,
具合もいいし
BP the map pool is
ね
not strong for
ス
them.
カンが
Yeah,
さ
Cafe,
あのプラスチッ
again,
クみたい
not
な
very
さ
surprised here.
やつだったじゃん
BP need to
最
win
初
this in a
削
2-1.
ってたの
I
あれから
can't
これが
see
できる
whatever
のっ
this
て思
third
って
map is going to be. They need to solidify this game.
うん軽いんじゃない
I just cannot see
も
them
う
going
いやでも
full
なんだか
distance.
ん
They
だ
are a very aggressive
いっぱい
map
入れ
like
てる
border.
から
Granted, we did see
多
them
少は
change that pacing,
重量
and
感
it
ない
was
と
the 7-8 that they
ダ
did
メなんじ
lose
ゃ
to
ない
BDS. But when we're talking about Falcons, like Fox touched
伝え
up,
て見てる
they
友
are
達が
quick
真顔で
to
家にあるの
adapt
と
and
一緒だって
adjust their
自然に
playstyle
言い過ぎ
at
て
They
る
are, but you were mentioning that
どういう
VP
こと
has to be risk takers when it comes to the main stage. And I do think we have seen elements of that.
ど
Them
ういう
trying
こ
to
と
go faster, go to aggressive style
何がある
maps.
の
So it makes a lot of sense for them to leave up something that may
その
have been
友
hidden
達
in their
が
arsenal, which
ち
is
ょ
a
っと気にな
chalet.
る
But
わ
obviously, when we talk about the attacks, fast attacks, Chalet is a map that thrives on it. And so far, the maps do look like they are in Falcon's favor. Even if the cafe goes towards
いいね
Virtus
この
Pro,
完成が入
having
ってる
that
感
first
じい
and
いよ
third
ね
map favor your side
友
obviously
達
puts
が
you in a way
もし
better
かして
position for a full best of 3 series.
制
If
作
I'm
者だっ
VP
た
here, Rob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Falcons make the mistake and get overzealous, get way too cocky and confident, and shut that down. And once I get that
コポス
collapse
が
on that opening pick, whatever that looks
と
like,
んでもな
that
い
is
じゃ
when
ん
I'm going to
めっ
put
ち
my
ゃす
foot
ご
on
い
the
じゃ
gas.
ん
But if they cannot do that and Falcons just keep running away with every single round, especially in the opening pick department,
何
specifically
があるん
coming
だ
down to Robbie,
見に行
again,
きたいわ
this is not going to look good for VP.
How
突
realistic
撃
is it
サ
for
ボ
them to
テ
be
ィンさん
able
の
to
友
do
達の
that?
家
Because
で
we've seen time and time again from Falcons, they have been notorious
コ
this
スボス
event
作っ
for
たのオサ
breaking
だ
the
から
mold.
まさか友達そういうことオサなの
Well, and when teams set up a wall against
そういうことっ
Falcons,
て
they
わ
go
け
straight
ね
through it. They bring the shields, they bring the aggressivity,
オサだった
and they
か
just go
友達は
directly through the source.
羨
Now,
ま
I
し
agree
い
with you.
な
I don't think Virtus Pro is able to get it if they go too
何体
aggressive
か作っ
through
て
to
る
the
こと
full
じゃん
maps on border. I just don't think their border can match up to can match up to how Falcons is
やば
playing.
す
But when
ぎ
it
る
comes to Chalet,
羨まし
I
すぎ
we
る
do
んだ
need
け
to
ど
see VP pretty much win a 2-0.
You
or
like
else
the
it just
trophy
won't
room?
work out
Yes!
because
めっちゃ
there's
いい
way too
よ
much adaptability when it
めっ
comes to
ち
that
ゃ
map
い
to be
い
able to
最
float
強だ
around
よ
and find
最
those
高
opening picks. And
ベ
if
ス
you
ト
can
トロ
just
フィー
go
だね
fast, get into the site and take it from Virtus Pro, their rotation so far have been
私も
very
作る
slow.
わ
They have been very
作れ
lackluster.
そうなんだよな
Oh, sorry, no, I was gonna say, the nice thing that VP does have is they have
本当なん
experience,
かこういうの
endless
作る
amounts
人
of
多いもん
experience
な
with
CG
aggressive
部隊には
teams,
なみん
non-aggressive
な
teams.
自
So
分で
it's
作
just
っ
a
たり
matter
誰
of
かに作っ
finding
て
their
もらったりす
pacing
る
and
もん
how they want to go against this.
All right, well, we don't have to spend any more time on the desk.
まあ
Thank
じゃ
you
な
for
いとこん
joining
なと
us.
こ入
But
れない
this
か
is a matchup, a quarterfinal you do not want to miss.
入場とか見れるのああ
So I
景
don't
色見
think
れるのかと思
VP are
っ
the
た
hardest team. We know how they play.
ベリーかっこ
They
いいよ
were
ね
mainstream opening
マジ
for
で
the
かっこ
whole
いい
stage. So we played every map. We know each other very well.
美しいも
Very
入
good
るね
strategy to use against them would be
Beautiful.
like playing off time because they're a very, very slow team. They are very aggressive and they are good at finding gaps of the opponents on the attack. They are like a new team still, and I think maybe the only weakness can be
あ、猫
that
ちゃんお
they
や
are
すみ
new
な
to the
さ
stage.
いまた
We feel very
朝ね
confident. Some people see us
起
like,
きてたらみんな
okay, they reached top 8. That's the
あ
best
き
they
み
can do
か
or
ざ
something
み
like this.
も
But
う
we have
昼
the
夜逆
mentality
転
of
もいいところ
winning the
よ
whole thing, and we're
もう
gonna
昼
say,
夜逆転
Hey,
しすぎちゃっ
Falcons, let's
て
step to the
逆
match
に
and make
あ
a
の
good show.
正常の生
Hey,
活に
VP,
戻り
be
つつあるん
faster
だよ
and I'll see you there.
エレミンの優勝予想はファルコンズかフェイズだね
The journey to finding out which of our final
ファルコン
teams
ズもある
will
かな
raise
と
this
思ってんだよ
trophy
ね
on Sunday
あの勢い
evening
になる
begins
でもフェ
right
ー
now.
ズと
So
戦っ
many
たら
hours of
フェーズが
seasons
負けたらある
before
と思うんだけ
Montreal
ど
to
フェ
lead
ーズ
to
には
this
勝てない
point.
と思うの
It
ファル
is
コン
time
ズ
for
は
our first quarterfinal. Their confidence levels are sky high, and they are the first team to land on the main stage. It's Falcons!
入場だミカちゃんいるかミカちゃんを探せあでも結構さ感情低いんだねねファルコンズ暑いよね今回お昼に起きるてる起きてるかな起きてないかないいぞ入場
The second ever
ミ
MENA
カちゃんを探
team
せ観
to
客
make
の中
it
にいる
to
は
a
ずだ
major main
ほらあ
stage.
違うわラ イトで緑くなってんだね。むしろなんか水族館みたいに穴が開いてるのかと思ったけど、いいね。なんかさ、下がってる会場いいね。あ、なんかさ、日本の会場は平面の会場が多いけどさ、海外の会場ってなんかこう下がってるところ多いよな。あ、なんか鶏いる。リアルな鶏いる。 会場内でルミンを探せするルミンを探せ。
They've not seen a major main stage in quite some time, but they are now back with a vengeance.
最強の矛、ポルポンズ、最強の盾、バータスプロ。
Just briefly for a quick chat before we get
バ
in.
ータスプロの試合をね、今回ルミあんまり見てないんだよね。あ、カモンって言ってる。
All right, as Joystick makes his way up here. The first quarterfinal to kick things off. I've just mentioned there that you're the second MENA team to make a main stage. If you make it into the semi-final past VP, that is some true history to be made. Are you feeling a little bit of pressure here?
どういう
I don't think we have pressure on us. We have nothing to
あ、
lose.
お茶ありがとう Thank
Joystick,
you ビクビクしちゃったよ
we did see you at SI, third place finish, but it has been quite some time since you've been on a major main stage. Good to be back.
Yeah, of course we are good. Like we want to be there. We go through it.
あ、ルミンさん、あ、そういうこと。ルミンとミカちゃんチャームがね。
So confident again. So we are ready.
なんかしてくれないかな、チャームたち。いやでも多分ね、選手のね、アカウントじゃないからね、多分ストリーマーチャーム出てこんのよね。チーフス相手で銀行7-0。あのチーフズにマジか。ストリーマーパー14の2、やば。
I did see you on the way out here on the bus, listening to all your music with your team. The vibes are high, and you think that you can go all the way.
We can.
ここで敗れるのか、ここで勝てるのか。
Everything to do it, so we believe in ourselves.
Any last words for your opponent?
から
Good luck.
負けたら終わり
Guys,
だ
go
も
and
ん
take
ね。
your seats and get set up for the first map here. Let's get a handshake. Absolutely, we love to see it. The crowd goes
Who are you
wild.
looking
All right,
for
let's get
this
into
game,
this first
Romy?
one. With our
Welcome.
casters, it's Gus and Xenox.
元気ブラザーズ、お疲れ様。
We are here in Montreal. Quarterfinals begin.
あ、
Main
上
stage
ほら水族館みたいにな
now
ってるし、
for
ほら。
for Falcons.
罠
They've
開
been
いて
here
んのか
before,
と
not
思
so
っ
much
た。
Falcons, but GK
Wow.
back in Atlanta. Can this Falcons roster though do one better?
スウェインさんは
Time will tell. The map veto looking
あれ
very
です
good
か
there for Falcons. I very
バー
much
タス
agree
プロ
with the desk. VP will struggle in 3 in this one. And VP, a
待ってね、
team
予
looking
想
for
しなきゃ。
redemption
もう
after
始まるよ
2024
ね。
has gone a little bit astray, but an opportunity to make a bit of a comeback here in Montreal.
It needs to be said,
Falcons,
contrast in playstyles
FC.
here, and that's going to make this an enticing matchup. You've got VP, they're a bit slower, they'll play the clock down, but Falcons, they will be fast, and they've got some good maps as well.
Yeah,
はい、
absolutely.
どっち
So
が
operator
勝
bands
つ
are going to
で
be
しょ
key
う
in
か。
this one. What tools do VP try and take off the board? We know Falcons, as I mentioned, are going to be ultra
めっちゃお
aggressive
しゃれ
in
な
this
会
matchup.
場
Again,
説
links
もあ
back
る
to the map veto. If it does go to border, Falcons should thrive in that
いい
environment.
な、この
I think
さ、
for me
上が
right
っ
now,
て
the
るこ
fairy
の
tale
観
run of
客いい
Falcons
な
is
って思
something
うんだよ
that you
ね。
just have to hold on to and just grab it
で
and
も
ride
椅
it
子
because
あれ
it's
だ
been
ね
an。
背
amazing
もたれ
journey.
ない。
Phase 1 into
背もたれ
phase
ある
2,
か
now
さす
all
が
the
に。
way to main stage. The first time we've seen this particular roster make it this far. Can they get to semi-finals?
Tough question. As you mentioned, it would be very historic for the MENA
近未
region,
来の
and it
シ
would
ー
be
ズン、
awesome
水
to
中に
see
ハイド
a
するオ
team
ペ
from a
水
quote-unquote
中入れ
minor
ないの
region
に
with only one slot at the
水
major
中
make
マッ
top
プ出てく
4.
る
It would be
そこでしか
phenomenal.
輝け
And
ない
based on the way in which they played so far through phase 1 and phase 2
I
thus
think
far, I think they
Lumingham
are
will win
deserving
this
of
game や
top
めなさい
What about Virtus Pro,
ルミン
though?
ゲー
Of
ムなん
course,
て
we think
存
back to
在してい
Atlanta,
ないんだ
Manchester not making them,
別の
but then
世界
SI
線
what
から
a
来たわ
dream
ね
run for them. Well, they did make it, but they didn't make it
で
this
今
far.
さ、
They made that
クワ
stage
クワ
though,
クワの
for
さ
Six Invitational. They made
アヒ
top
ルちゃん
4
置い
at
てあっ
Six
たじゃん
Invitational. But
なんか
elsewhere
最
they
近
fall
バイ
short.
クと
Now
か
they get
自
another
転車にね
opportunity to try
アヒルを
and
つけてる
rematch
人が
that
多くなったの
historicness to
あれ
be a
なんで
top
流行
4
ってん
team
の
to be
か
a
な
titan
うち
out
の
of
子
the
供たちも
European
欲しいって言
region.
って買ってあげ
Can they
て
get the
さ
job done though
自
against
転
the
車につけてんだけどめっ
fast
ちゃ流
hitting
行ってない
Falcons?
誰が
Again,
流行
that
らしてんのあ
contrast
れ
in playstyle, will it affect people?
Yeah, there's definitely been some
Ahiru-chan.
doubts cast over Virtus
みんな
Pro
つけてる
at
んだ
this
よ
particular event, most notably again the maybe lack of depth in terms of map pool, and it could prove costly in this potential series. They did, of course, in round 4 of the Swiss bracket fall to Team BDS as well,
みん
failing
な
to find a map
みん
in
な
that
ポイン
potential
トを
series and
失うこ
taking
とに
down
なるぞ
Chiefs in a confident fashion. So I think
あ
they
の
come
頭
into
そう
this
そうそう
matchup
そう
with
そう
a
そう
little bit
タケ
of
コプターついて
momentum,
るや
but
つ
I'm sure they've been
あめっ
looking
ちゃ
back
流行
at
っ
those
てない
Falcons spots
みん
and
な
being
つ
like,
けてんね
ooh,
んあ
this
れ
could be a tough game.
Yeah, poor Chiefs actually. They were the team that these two both beat to
なんで
actually
あれ
get
みんな
into
つけてるんや
phase
ろって
3,
思
of
う
course. For Falcons and Virtus Pro, I think when you kind of look at this matchup, it feels like they're almost like old new in terms of the styles. I know we keep kind of talking about it throughout the course of this matchup, but Falcons breathe that new age Siege into their playstyle, whereas for VP, hold on to a long lost legacy of playing down the clock, 20 seconds, not moving out, not overpeaking, and what works, will this new age Siege counter it?
Again, it's clash of the playstyles for this particular game, so we'll see if it is effective. There is the world in which VP can actually bait Falcons in with that aggression and punish them, but it can be tough.
What about Robbie? Best player at the moment throughout the tournament. He's got 130 EPS, outstanding for Falcons. Plus 53 KD, plus 13 on the entry, high survival rate, and a 74% cost. He has been so far the tournament MVP. Is there expectations on his shoulders to perform here?
Absolutely. When you look back at international events, typically the team that wins will have that X factor, that big player on
そういうところに売ってて、たまたまそこにマスクを買いに行った時にあって欲しいって言って、アリンコちゃんもつけてる？ダイソーで買った？雑貨屋さんっていうかなの洋服持ってるつける勇気がなくて家に飾ってなんか傘につける人もいるらしいよね。でもね、すぐヘリコプター撮れてたんだよね。タケコプター一瞬で撮れてた。
I think has made them so formidable for phase 1 through phase 2. When you come to these majors, there are some teams that are somewhat a little bit reliant on maybe one or two players, and while Robbie has been outstanding, they aren't reliant on just him. The rest of them certainly can pull their weight, but that is the strength of Virtus Pro, is that all 5 players share the workload.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Falcons, for example, right, they've had Dov perform very well at this event, 72% cost in that more supportive role, hard reach attack. And then the likes of Lucy on defense. He's going to have to fire up and allow those key fraggers to pop off for Falcons.
Social predictions right now going the way of Virtus Pro. Falcons somewhat the underdog. Montreal, who are you going for? It's a Virtus Pro.
なんだこれ。イエーイ。
About Team Falcons and the fairy tale.
イエーイ。
I don't know. I think it maybe matches the social predictions a little bit, Guz.
Yeah,
オブラート。
looking
なん
like
だこれ。
my
ヘリ
heart
ポート。
is very much going for
な
Team
んだこれ。
Falcons in this one, and in fact my brain as well to an extent. I think the video looks great for them.
あ
They're gonna have to really fight from
全
outside
然
of the
読めな
corner
か
here.
っ
They've been backed into a
た。
corner
丸
to fight out.
伏せ
It
し
is
すぎて。
quarter-final time at the Montreal Major as we get underway with Falcons and Virtus Pro.
お、来るぞ。それでは行きたいと思います。ファルコンズ vs バータスプロです。Good luck! Have fun! Go go!
Well, it's chilly in the arena and it's chilly in Chalet. How fitting as we go into the opening.
Amazon で買った100均に売ってるのを見てショックでした。今ルミはショックを受けました。今売ってることを知って知らなかった。そう、トロビンベリービッグだよ。ベリービッグだし、ベリークール。
So the bounty off the board then from VP.
まだおーい。
Very prominent
ちょっと
on
言
the
ってる
shield at
人
this
いるわ。
event, and whilst I think shield play overall has not been quite as strong as we probably expected, it is
ちょっ
still
とだけ言
powerful,
ってる。
and I won't see any further play here. The Blitzlow does remain with the Maverick to follow, so one hard breach off the board.
ちょ、日本でこれやりたいよね、バックアップ。
defensive ban, and that will likely be followed up probably by the Azami, unless the VP want to throw something different into the mix. They are keeping things off on defense, and the name of the game for them is going to be withstanding the pressure and the aggression from Falcons.
みんなとやってる。裏とやってる。
So Falcons will be
観
attacking
客の
first
人
here
と。
on Chalet. They're the third best
日本
team
配信
remaining
の
at the
さ、
major in terms of attacking
音入っ
win
て
rate.
た？
And
日
they've
本
also
配
played a
信の
grand
音
total of
で、
114
もし
rounds.
観客の
That's
声
a
が
little
入っ
bit
てる
more
な
than
ら
those that made it straight
日
into
本配
phase 2.
信に
Of
いる
course,
け
coming all
ど
the way from phase 1,
入っ
they've
てないな
had
ら
their
こっち見よ
fair
うかな。
share of siege getting to this particular point of the tournament. As we head into Chalet, it
やべ、
does kind
マ
of
シ
feel
ュマロ
like
止まらない。
Falcons
絶対
can
これ
win
後
this
半
map.
おえおえしてる
For
わ。
the
マシ
deciding
ュマロの
map
食
is
べ過
just
ぎ
there
で。
waiting for them. It's
気持
arguably
ち
going to
悪
be
い。
their best performing map. We've seen how
ちょ
devastating
っ
they
と
can be on
吉
these
高
more
由里子
open
感
maps.
するの。
Get the swing game going,
吉
get
高
the
由里子
fast
さんっ
pace
て女
going,
優の
and
人？
VP might not know what's hit
声？
them, but to get there, of
お
course,
ー、
they
映
in the
画。
second map.
ど
We've
ういう
got
こ
most
と？
decided map at tournament in
そん
Cafe.
な、わかんない。吉高
Yeah,
由
it's
里
really
子さん
going
は
to
よ
be
くわかん
about
ない。
setting the tone, and again, important to mention that for
ちょっとマシュマロ
Falcons,
ズ
this
ミ
is
ンが取り上げな
somewhat
きゃいけないか
unusual
もしれない。
territory, main stage, a bit of pressure, bit cold in the
わあ、めっ
arena
ちゃ
as
寒い
well,
の
so
か
they're looking to
な？
adjust to those conditions
掛け布団
as well.
かけてる
And
よ。
looking to just set the tempo for this particular matchup. I don't think the
今
operator
回の
bans
メディア
that
で
came
攻
through
撃
to
取得率の方が
reiterate
高い
the
もん
Monty,
3層と
Mav, and Azami is really going to shake that up
逆
all
に
too
3層
much.
って
I'm
攻
sure
撃
both
の
teams
出力
probably
率
went
の
in
方
with
が高い
the
んだ
pretty
ね
general idea that that was the kind of composition we'd see taken off.
ねブ
Well,
ラン
final
ケッ
fist
トね
bumps and a short little delay, but getting into the first
Kawaii.
round we will be for Chalet. Quarterfinal best of 3. It's a long day today. We've got a
Blitz
whole
is
bunch of games
online.
in the Montreal Major. It's
本
great
当
to
だよ
see
モンタはい
everyone
ないけど
coming
ブ
in
リッ
this
ツはいる
Friday
の
morning as we begin on Snow Wine, Chalet, Virtus Pro, and Falcons kick it off.
イエーイ
Let's jump into things then, and it is the clash on the
この
board
歓
from
声を聞くだけ
VP
でルミ
for
は
this
テン
opening
ションが上がり
round.
ます
So we'll see what kind of an impact that may have inside of the server for this opening engagement. Of course, the clash very powerful when it comes to stalling out time, and again, that's going to be the name of the game for VP in this first half. They're also combining that with Tubarao and the Kaid, so hard breach as well will be quite the challenge with the Maverick banned out.
Yeah, it certainly will be for Falcons. Now expect them to try and hit this hard and fast. They've got the blitz in place. You
こ
can
の間
clearly
セ
see
ット
they
A
can
パックアッ
play
プ
off
落
of that
選
at
し
any
た
moment.
悲
They
し
don't
みが
necessarily need to
落
rush into
選じゃ
building
ない
straight
人だっ
away.
て
But when they do
当た
have
ってるけどいけないよ
strategy in mind as to how they want to hit it, when they want to hit it, they do it as a team. They do not mess around. So VP will need to be wary of that, ready of that. And I'm also curious to see how VP are going to set up defensively. Will they look to engage these entry positions? Look to be aggressive, try and stop Falcons before they
揺れる
get
んだ
even
ね
into the
そういえ
building.
ば
Or look to maybe go
観
back
戦
and
の
play
や
side.
つ
Now,
は
when it is Snow Wine, though, you do want to go up above.
マシュマロをヌテラにつけるのハマりすぎルミヌテラ食べたことないんだけどさヌテラは何味のチョコレートなの
Mentioned the potential roam here from VP, and there are several players offside at the moment. It is just the Tubarao and the Clash as expected on that basement floor, and a triple roam
入って
employed.
る入ってる
Well, Hashom's just missed time
Ah,
as they make their way
Saki.
down library
Ima
stairs. He could
itan da yo
follow
ne.
up,
Ah,
and they
oreru
will not
no?
be necessarily aware that he slipped into this position. Clash down
Maji?
below as well. VP looking to maybe give up this first floor position
い
outside
や
of Dan.
本
at the
当
one
ハ
over
ルコン
towards
ズのこ
Trophy.
の
And he's
なんてい
going
うの
upstairs as well, looking to
イ
at
ケ
least
イケ
be the solo lurker for
怖いよね
VP
上
to
がってる上がって
offer
る
a point of difference here on the defense.
あチョコクリームなん
How long
だ
can Dan hold on?
もう
There,
なんか
minute 44,
知ってる
still
んだ
on the
よ
clock over towards
ウルトラは
Solana.
なん
Not
か知
really
ってるん
under
だけどど
an
んな
immense
味か
amount
は
of
食べたこ
pressure
と
at the
ないの
moment. Falcons posturing over
いろ
towards
んなも
library
のにつけ
stairs.
て
The
る
blitz
ね
likely to be the spearhead for this
Ah,
attack.
ah.
Well, I
Ah,
mean, the pacing for
見た
Falcons is already quite slower than what we've seen from them throughout the tournament. It's a minute and a half remaining. They haven't really gone
何か
to
をずっ
engage
と見
down
てい
below
ます
whatsoever. I
何
think they're
か
a
を
little
ずっ
bit
と見
worried
ている
about this
上に
roam
いる
from
んだよ
VP,
ね
but it is only one or two
下から
players.
下から
Gillette will actually make
Ah!
this contact. Here comes the blitz though. Guards will get the opening kill of the matchup.
何
Pressure
をず
goes
っと見てたん
down.
だろうね
And
ど
advantage
こを
for
ずっと見
Falcons
てたんだろう
temporarily.
Well, you can ban one shield, but you can't ban them both. And good drone work from Falcons to facilitate
そ
that
んな
push
ずっと
isn't
ドローン見てたこ
the
とある
advantage. Shepard then on the clash looking to respond himself.
しかも
Bit of
遊
counter
撃で
pressure again over towards this library stairs position. Joystick able to respond
Ah.
for one. That's Robbie on the
下から
ground. One of the key players for Falcons.
That's the top player of the tournament so far in the bin. Full white. Jalad still again low on health, so hard to push forward in through that bridge. 45 seconds coming on up on the timer. Dove up above, looking to try and clear out this player down below. Can't find the answer though. Falcons are getting stalled out.
お
Joystick
お
will fall.
あジョイスティ
And
ック
with
だ
that
あ
certainly
ブ
an
リッツが
opening again for Falcons in terms of
頑張れ
man
リージョンっていう
advantage
気持
always
ちはある
equals it back up and you've still got this clutch to deal with, Guz.
The retake attempt up above here from VP looking good and always able to lock down sight. Guards on 29 HP down main. We'll be looking to try and get this diffuser on the ground. Hasham to cover.
He's going to plant inside of the smoke over towards default position. Shepard
Ah!
making his way over. Always will actually just shoot through the smoke. Stop the plant from going down. Leaves just Hasham alone in a 1v3.
Yeah,
The
that
Clash of
could
Nuisance
actually
electrifying him to death here in the final stages of this opening round. Virtus Pro's defense looks to be able to hold strong as they kickstart with a round win
や
in
は
the
り立てよ
quarterfinals.
今シーズンは立てよ
So a clean opening round then
Best
from
one
VP on defense.
looking at CCTV too much
Bit of a roam
あ
in
CCTV 見て
And
た
while
んだ
Falcons did have a decent read on that, we saw the
CCTV え
blitz
3
get
層の
some value in
CCTV は
clearing
ど
it.
こ
VP able to reclaim that ground over towards Dining, made things difficult. Hasham not in the best of positions to try and cover the plant. And outside the
監
blitz
視カ
getting
メ
an
ラ
isolated one, they didn't get value
CCTV は
in the
監
later.
視
I mean,
カ
the
メラ
pacing is the biggest contrast to what we've seen for Falcons throughout the tournament. When you can get to about that minute and a half mark,
フラッ
they
シュじゃない
haven't really
縦
done a whole
が
lot of
嫌いなの
clearing and pushing and being
Flash
aggressive and
が嫌い
wanting
な
to
わけ
swing
じゃない
angles and getting the face of VP. Well, you know something's off. VP not
BZ
giving them an inch, and you
です
can imagine that's pretty natural. That's their playstyle. Virtus Pro don't make mistakes all that often. They won't overpeak. They can sometimes look to concede position rather than losing player lives. lives as we Head over towards kitchen here, and a top floor hold coming up for Virtus Pro. This, though, could be a site in which Falcons could get a little bit more aggressive in looking to clear out that top floor.
でも硬そうだね。キャッスル、トゥバ、カイド、フェンリル、結構こもって守りそうな感じだね。見てほら、ファルコンズのイケイケオペレーター。セットからじゃない、センズあるしね。なんかもうゴリゴリセットいきそうなオペレーターばっかり。
It was just on the edge of about 2 minutes into the round, so...
Look at the lineup though, guys. Grim, Capitao. I mean, the
パスタ
blitz
食い
is
終わったのデザートのアンパンいいね。アンパンなんか一時期栗アンパンみたいなやつにハマってたけどずっと食べてないな。
VP will be more than happy to try and sit back, play those defensive angles, hold the long lines of sight. But maybe Falcons look to find a way to negate that with the operator lineup they're bringing in this round.
Yeah, on paper this is a strong lineup into no Warden for
みんなで行き
defense.
そうじゃな
That
い。
being said,
上
there
と
is
下
triple
同時で行くの
nitro,
かな。
and it does mean that positioning then from VP is going to be absolutely key in helping deal with this utility.
The sense is great here as well. There's a little
こ
drone
のやつ
hole
を
into
今
the
日新しく
trophy.
ね
You can
入
throw
荷
that
し
through
ま
with
し
the
たから。
ROU, clear up the shield
これ
screens,
は
and then
3
you
日
can
間
start
の
to
た
get
め
really
に
good
大
position
量
over
大
a
量に
key
勝てまし
area
た。
of a
あ
round
やばい
such as this. Thought maybe we'd get an opening shot. Not yet from Hashon. Now he will take the shots. Not necessarily landing though.
行か
This
ない
is
ね。
what
もっ
Falcons
と早
want
く
though.
行
They
くのか
want
な
these
と思った
early
けど、
engagements. This is when they're at their best.
ちょっ
Yeah,
と
Falcons
遅
at the
めのセ
moment
ットなの
focusing their efforts up above. This double window Rapal very strong and cutting off the cross on this top
Oh,
floor.
it's that-
Meanwhile,
Oh,
guards
Guard's gonna go. Oh, he didn't commit.
うわ
So far, all the trade is imminent from Robbie. Looking for more.
激アツすぎる。今のブレッツの今のは激アツすぎるだろ。
up to the occasion as well. And this is the game plan that Falcons want.
position known. Joystick low on HP, needs to find at
巻いてる巻い
least
てる。あ、後ろ見
one.
てない？
Swings the corner, finds it. That's Robbie.
あ、フェンリル
So
食らってる
low on
わ。
health for Joystick, but so cool,
Blitz
calm and collected to just
だって眩しいしてたのに殴ってたよ。
lots of time still remaining in
ワン
this
チャン
round.
やっぱ
Jalad is over
諦めない
towards
こ
the
とは
solar
大事だよ
side of the
ね。
map, so information at least
う
on
わ
what it is, but again the low HP for Joystick.
うわ
Good. Dog gets the kill
これは盛り上がるよ。
against Dan and Falcons on the board.
And that's the chaotic brand of Siege that we are expecting more of
盛り上がる。
in this best of 3. There's a bit of a dodgy start with the blitz. I got a little bit concerned there for Falcons, but able to recover.
いや
Robbie getting
ー
himself
耐え
inside
た
of
ん
the
だけど
server as
ね、
well
サ
with
ン
a
ルー
good
ムね
round. And the clear on that top floor, really clean from Falcons. VP identified that as a big win con. They were pretty eager to hold the top floor. As we look through the replays of this particular round, Joystick as well putting up a good fight and a decent swing, but was low on HP.
カバーがね、多いからやっぱりプロは。
And a good round from Falcons.
一回だけさ、日本の配信の声聞いていいかい？
突よし。
あ、入ってるな。
最後はもう寄らざるを得ないところでした。
どうする？でもちょこちょこ変えるのやだよね。
Clear sight late in the round, and that's not what Falcons want. Second round
そ
though,
う、諦めたら試合はそこで終了ってわけだから、もう絶対見えない、あ、もう絶望死んだって思っても、ナイフを振ったりするのが大事なんですよ。ナイフを振ったり銃をぶっ放したり大事ってわけね。こっちで見ようかな。英語の方ね。間の多分なんかいろんな楽しいことをしてるはずなんだよね。海外配信の方が。カメラ映るのはこっちだと思うんだよね。ミカちゃん探したいじゃん。ピカピカでこっち見えなくなってそのうちに突進してくるやつにどないせいと。ワンチャンを信じて撃つと殴る。それしかない。
So we'll see what Falcons elect to go for. Perhaps a little bit more direct. Do they go for the
マ
map
ガ
clear
ジ
office
ンマック
across?
ス
There
で
are
も負ける
options
で
available
な。私全然
with
負
this
けるよ。
composition. VP, that's critical that they don't give away any picks for free or it will weaken the cross.
Hashon trying to be a bit
い
cheeky
る
over
んじゃ
towards
ない？だから
Mudroom
みんな
and
見
see
て
if
る
he
と
can get
思う
one
よ。
early through the
アカウン
hallway.
トかも。
Making their way back to Barstock though will be
男の
shattered.
人を探すのは大変だけど、ミカちゃんを探した方が分かりやすい気がするん
You've
だよ
got that
な。
Nitrocell Barstock position. You can throw it over towards half wall.
どうなんだろう。
Was a player
日本
temporarily.
の人
Robbie had one peeking.
は 男の人が多いイメージだけど、海外の人は女の人も多いのかな。いなくてもヘッドラインにエイム合わせる練習が、いやでもね、銃よりね、ナイフの方がワンチャンあると思う。今みたいにさ、こう弾いてる間、撃てないってなってる間に、で、ちょっと若干見えてくるじゃん、目が。で、そこで銃よ。
Dan yet to find a kill so far, but on the ward in this round plays a critical
電
role.
車より指切りしながら下がるようにしてる。
The onslaught that's about to come from Falcons. Good work with the Rotero and Robbie. Able to
私はワンチャン殴るのが強いと思ってる。ブリッツ。忍者だ。おー、強っ。あー、マジか。
For the very quick response,
起こせるね。
起こせる起こせる。
見えてんのに起こすの？すごいな。下から撃たれる可能性ないのか。ガチ恋距離でヘッションが、そうそうそう。ガチ恋距離って言わないで。
of games and the blitz to push
ガチ恋距離ちょっと
needs to try and isolate these blitz, but able to do so again. The blitz providing really good value for Falcons.
ブリッツのガチ恋距離安すぎ
The
る。
ability for Robbie to go back and get the
泣い
pick
ち
up
ゃ
of
う。
the blitz though probably solidified it at that moment in a 2v1 with the shield up. It was always going to be
やだよ。
difficult. 2-1 lead
絶対に
Falcons
嫌
2
だな。
rounds in a row and
嫌なガチ
VP.
恋距離。
Oh, just some nervous moments here on their defense at times when the gunfight
C4
starts
が
to ring
ね、
out around the map.
軽い
That's
位
when
置
it
が
feels
しょ
like
うがない。
Falcons are in control.
Yeah, very much easier said than done to break that crossover towards Mez, but good work with utility. They isolated ones. Dan, they're not really in the best positions to try and reclaim some control back in the round.
やだ
This push forward again, Robbie
ー。追われたい派だけど、
aggressive as expected.
追いかけるより追われたいけど。
Early on, we saw this nice little attempt from Dan, but a good trade. And then off the back of the res, again, guards able to get some good work done on side itself.
圧迫してくるガチ恋距離。
Falcons here early days, only the opening half of the best of three.
もう
Stay
入り
line
込ん
we
で
head
く
to
る。
for the fourth round.
中に
VP were successful last time on this particular
くっついてく
objective.
る。くっついてくる。もう同化してるかもしれない、ブリッツと。
Success. They do bring the clash
まあ
once
今
again
シ
on
ーズ
Shepherd,
ン
but
だ
I
け
think
だから
the
ね、
clash
もう
so
縦
far
目
has
の
really
時代は
been
きっ
all
と終わりを告げるはず
incredibly
よ
useful. To be fair, in the opening round, it did stay alive and it was a
よ
nuisance
くないでしょ
for Falcons.
縦対策はとにかく打つかヘッドライン予測して打つかルミンさんがサブスクしてあそうですねそういうことになりますねやっぱり 全ての対策をすることが大事だと思いますねもう乗るようになっちゃったじゃん
Knowing full well that VP might not want to play into that full roam game, then you want to really put the pressure in from above.
Yeah, we'll say currently two
ルミンを
defenders
サブスクすれば
are
ブ
on
リッツ
second
カプカン
floor.
アレルギーダメじゃん
So indicative that VP will lean into
そうだね BB がとんでもなくなってたよなあの絵面
aggressively. I mean, this position from Dan very forward in library.
うおー入ってるやっぱこの入りよねファルコンの強さは
The roam game not working
シ
for
ードを
Verve
持って近づいてくるって陽キャなのか奥手なのかよくわかんない 押し付けてくるから陽キャなのだよ
VP somewhat moving away from what has made
ブ
them
リッツの位置
so
が透けて見えるような気がし
successful
ま
playing
す
side, playing close
あルミン
angles,
ちゃんもつけると
forcing
ブリ
that
ッツの
clock to
香り
tick
がし
down,
ますね
always trying to
これ
pick
は
up library stairs.
ブリッツの
When you're
香
down
り
two
ってなる
players, you feel like you have to do something.
So much time now on the clock
だ
for
からさ
Falcons.
相手が糧で来るから結局こっちも盾を使ってこなきゃいけないわけよねクラッ
Shepard
シュ
trying
とい
his
う
best to stall time out over towards library stairs. Track stingers to prevent him now from pushing back up the staircase, and so he'll be
つ
locked
け
into
て見えるのダ
position.
メよかほ
Meanwhile,
ってく
always
るの
back on side, goes
か
to
ほりがあるの
storage. The roam has failed for VP
ブリッツ
in
の
this
かほりを
round.
ね嗅ぎ分けられるようになりますね
This is almost like a normal attack, even in a 5v5.
うわーいいとこ見てる
Been ripped to shreds, and right now the defense too for VP in a similar manner. Needing
う
to
わ
fight
ー後ろ抜い
back. Even with the
た
clash,
勝負
Falcons just shoot
や
right
ばいあもう
throwing it. Shepherd.
あるか
Okay.
あ設置入るよね
Makes a little stand in a 1v2 now remaining, but he's also only on 2 HP. Confirms the kill, but the plant has gone down successfully for Falcons, and while Shepherd has well done a nice little individual effort, surely he can't win the round from here.
スハスハじゃない
Temporarily in the hallway.
違いますスハスハしません
Can Shepard pull off a miracle? The cross established.
He has to put the shield away at this point and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yellow ping information. Can he find a quick pick?
おー、当たってる。
Not gonna be enough.
2
Needs
だ
to spray that
2
time
や
running
ね
out as
う
well.
わー、さすがにね
Hold on for Falcons.
さすがにねいやー、でもワンチャンありそうだったもん。ちょっとヒヤッとしたよ。
The experienced Virtus Pro.
And they're playing a brand of Siege that is going to work best against VP. It worked really well phase 1, phase 2. They're playing with confidence. They're clearing these roams largely uncontested and then putting a ton of pressure on the remaining defenders from VP, who aren't really then even being given an opportunity to go for playmaking opportunities to maybe recover rounds. So they find themselves in a tricky spot. The Falcons during this tactical timeout, I'm sure they're discussing it, of just recomposing, doing more of the same.
めっちゃ寒そう。
あ、なんか
自分で色塗ってる説あるぞ今なんかすごい祈る理解あった。
4 rounds in, 3 opening kills so far for Falcons as well. So they're controlling the early portion of the round. They're doing a decent job in the middle portion, and well, clearly 3 rounds to 1. They are executing at the end. So Virtus Pro kind of losing in all categories at the moment. It is, of course, attacker side of Chalet. We expect Falcons to do well in this half, undoubtedly.
やるとペチャってなる。ペチャってなったらペチャってなるわな。なんか砂入ってるやつや。
You go for that roam game up above, but against Falcons, that roam game is always going to be very difficult to execute properly. And outside of a shiny little moment from Shepard, it really was a one-sided round for Falcons as they get better and better as the half progresses. 2 more rounds to go in this opening half. Can Falcons go all the way and take it a 5-1 lead, then heading into their defense, which
お
set
かし
them
か
up
っ
very
たもん
nicely.
今のは明らかにルミンでも分かるぐらい俺
To
お
offer
か
a
し
little
か
bit
っ
of
た
context for Chalet at this event thus far, the attacking
やばい
win
ウキ
rate
ミ
does
ンが
stand at
ウキミンがウホホの前を
54.2%,
し
so
てし
it's
まうようにな
4-2
ってきた
benchmark in favor of the attack. Falcons very much on track for that
やば
at
い
the moment.
語彙力
VP,
が死んでる
not much resistance in the last few rounds. We'll see what they can offer here.
タイムアウト取ってまあでも攻撃取得率が3層高いっていうならファルコンズは攻撃でまあまあまあまあでもボータースプロは防衛の方は自信あるからタイムアウト取ったってことだよね
0-4, looking to get himself in this match.
If you are going to roam around against Falcons, you very much have to be switched on. At any point, they can make an entry.
食べてるから説
Either into games, into mudroom, and that's why he's got those Grismont mines placed ready for those entries. Drone has spotted the feet of Pasha. They know that he is loitering around library stairs. But of course, with the Ella and those Grismont mines, he can at least delay their entries a little bit. Try and slow down this aggression of Falcons.
防衛に自信があるなら3-3で行きたいから取ったんだな
Robbie 4 and 3. But again, as we kind of said, pre-match, it's not just the Robbie show.
あれでコースっていうね
Said Robbie, the MVP of the tournament, makes his
あれで
mark
コー
in
ス
the
のが
opening
すごく
portion
な
of
い
this round. He's got red ping information as well to
だ
play
よ
on. That's a kill. No way.
タイムアウト後のこれはやだよねあーうわー
That's all right. All for the
タイムアウ
cameras.
ト後のささっきまでやってたことと違うじゃん困るよな
6 and 3.
これ本当今のメタよ
Rated
ね
player at the tournament, and
さっきと同
VP's
じことやっ
defense
て
is
こない
getting
いきなり
shredded. Shepard with a chance to maybe shoot one back through the hatch, but misses the shot. Always.
お
It's
ー
the Claymore that shuts him down. 4-1 for Falcons.
やばいね表情が
That is a very concerning round for VP off the back of the tactical timeout.
ファ
That's
ルコ
one
ンズっ
thing.
て言ってる
But in the face of that
ファル
composition,
コン
it's
ズって言って
another.
る
We did not see primary hard breach at all from Falcons, and the secondaries from the Ying were not used
なん
at
かすごい
any point in
画
time
面上に
during
す
that
ごい何
round.
これ
They were
何
able
これ
to
何これ
just
何これ
smash their way through the top floor clear,
何
made
が
it look really
何
easy.
今の
The vertical control was
これ
not
だ
even
あ
needed
全
at
画
the
面
end
セレブレー
either.
ションだ
So any win con there for defense was basically gone in the first 45
なんなん
seconds
だ
of the action phase.
なんなんだと思っ
Incredibly
たら
concerning for VP. Especially if the analyst
Champion
desk is
Mark
right, Jake.
がほ
They're
よほよして
expecting
た
if this goes to a third map, Falcons should be able to get it across the line.
もうダメだってそれクレームあって分かる人いない
Well, the second rated player for Virtus Pro is
ほよ
Pasha.
ほよほよほよほよ
105 EPS,
ほやほ
plus 8 on
やほ
the
やほ
KD.
や
He's
ほやって
actually
なった
plus 0 on entry, which is not bad necessarily. There's a lot of players that are negative at times, but right now he is 0 and
こんな
5.
ところでは
Losing a big chunk of
何
VP's
ってなるよ
firepower if Pasha's not firing. He can't get involved at the moment. Whereas on the flip side, when you look at Falcons, like everyone is performing to the expectations in this opening half. 1 round to go before we flip sides. Falcons, can they go 5-1 up? All things considered, if this goes 4-2, then VP might just be able to scrape by despite being rather dominated with a decent half on defense Chalet.
Yeah, if the numbers are anything to go by, a 4-2 very much salvageable for VP, but Falcons are playing with that energy and that intent that we saw through phase 1 and phase 2. They haven't frozen up at all here on main stage, which is a very promising sign for them.
It is a little chilly in here, so
それこそプロテインのドリンクなのかな。なんかめっちゃ美味しそうなやつあったん。チョコクッキーのプロテインのドリンクなのかな。めっちゃ美味しそうだったよ。毎回これスポンサーさんだからさ。めっちゃうまそうなんだよ毎回クッキー食べたくなるもん。ハルコンと BO3 を1回もやらずにメジャーいけるから隠せる点で有利だけど。そうなんだ。1回もやらないでいいんだ。
Red ping information as well that they can play off over towards library stairs along with the mezzanine is where VP are of course contesting.
A very similar setup to what we saw last time around with dual shield, Warden in play, Jaeger as well, so projectiles might not be the big Falcons in clearing out these positions, guns up.
Well, last time Robbie got one from this very position. Carelessness on the defense from VP. Have they learned lessons?
They didn't bring the floors this time around, so we'll see if that has a negative impact on Falcons and their ability to clear this utility.
投げ物対策も家がしなきゃいけないってなると、やっぱこういうチーム対策オペレーターいっぱい欲しいよね。これも欲しいし、あれも欲しいしみたいなやついっぱいいるだろうね。そうね、情報は本当大事だと思う。マジで大事だと思う。おー、やっと人数より取ったのでは。こうされそうだけどね。
For the fact that they've been dominated for so long in this half, could find a very required second round. As Robbie gets brought back up, it's still just 4-5, but there's only 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Falcons not with a ton of utility now. They'll need to try and brute force their way through.
うわー、マットまあしょうがないな。あれはもう横見るしかない。あれを倒してマット引っかかるぐらいしかできない。うわー、いや今のマットはもう相手のことやれたらラッキーマットなんだよね。相手を倒してマット引っかかるのが一番最適解だと思うわ。
Yeah, that round, one of the
もう横下見れないもん。
where the utility largely left standing for defense, and then Falcons finding themselves in several unfavorable fights. VP then able to confirm the round, and in doing so, reach pretty much the benchmark.
あ、バックとフロストだ。
With the half.
バックのさ、確かにコスプレイヤーさんってそんな見たことないかもしれない。
And if they can bring that kind of energy onto defense,
ハイライトのいらアウトでブレイジのやつね。あの位置屋根上から壊せなかったっけ。壊せる？壊せるの？壊したことないの。ピアノのラペ。ピアノ側だったらいけないよね。やったことない。もう時代が変わったからマットかかるのも全然あり得る話になったの。昔からでもね、プロって結構しょうがない時もあるし、まあ、なんだかんだ引っかかるプロもいいよね。うまい人ほど、かかるということで。体オペは迷彩服の用意が大変そう。なかなかない色なのかな。ちょっと白っぽい迷彩の色だもんね。
We'll see how VP look to deal with that.
Well, if you want some of the statistics as well here, Guz, Falcons, second highest team defensively, only behind FaZe Clan. As good as they are offensively, they can and do play well on the defense. So something to consider, and certainly not going to be a walk in the park for VP to find these attacks.
あれってなんで伝説になったかってあれでしょ？分かってたのに引っかかったからじゃないの？違うの？なんで伝説になったの？報告してだけど引っかかったからみたいなだと思ってたんだけど。
Yeah, it's a quad stack on the top floor with Dov playing sentry over towards those trophy stairs.
バーベリー落とし戸開けてそのまま落ちる人もいます。前ての可能性もあるし、おっちょこちょいの可能性もある。あ、壊せなさそう。あ、そう思うと、あそこの守りやっぱフロストで、フロスト守り強いじゃない、建物持ってるしね。あ、ドローンで見た、やっぱり。だからルミもそんなイメージやったんよな。あ、一発入ったよ。やばい。あ、やばい。あー、生きてる。ちょっときつかったね。今一番いけない1個の、でもトゥバラもね溜まってたのにね、一発で全部壊れちゃったのかな。あの一発のポンポンで大惨事よ。大惨事ポンポン。たった1個のポンポンによりポンですよ。パンパンパンパンパンじゃないもん。
Falcons not doing it either. They're just sitting playing sight,
ワ
playing
ン
the
チャンマッ
vert.
プ
There's
つらかった気も。
no
あ、
one
そう
west
な
main,
ん
no
だ。
one basement flanking.
ルミもちゃんと見たこ
They
とが
do
ない
get
か
the
ら
revive
さ。
onto Hashom. Deathmark comes out. Position will be known onto Dov, being relayed over to the Deimos, but that gets
今見えてなかったんだ。
30 seconds left in the round for VP, and suddenly they've been stalled out.
Well, they need to disrupt this vertical hold up above. These lines of sight down towards the objective.
うわ
Could be enough. That being said, fights going the
ー、
way
うま
of
い。
VP.
あ
And a 2 versus 4.
Down to guards and Dov. The two brothers, 15
Whoa!
seconds. Great shot, headshot, drop down, Deathmark.
あ、2人はきつい
10 seconds just has to deny the plant from going down. Dan is live.
な。よー、コウモが変わった瞬間に、やっぱそもそも攻撃マップなんだね。すごー。
Super clean attack.
シャムコこんばんみらっしゃい。
Kick-started off the back of the fuse. That clear into offers very disruptive for Falcons.
攻撃な
VP
の
though
ね。
identifying that they needed
今の
control
バーダスプロは
again
良かった
up above.
ね。
And they won those fights out.
BP。Let's go
There was one
BP。
last ditch attempt from Falcons to recover the round, but
ランキュー
one of the
逆
best
転
positions
し
to
てる
do
んじゃなく
so.
てさせ
Yeah,
たる
really
んだよ。
liking what we saw there from
させ
VP
てんねん。
in their opening attack.
無理やり。
And it just puts a little bit more pressure now back on Falcons.
Yeah, it does a little bit.
させ
Doesn't it?
て
That's
ます。
kind of what we were saying going
こ
into
れを
the
見る
second
ために。
half is that for Virtus Pro now, they get to go on the attack. They get to have the fun of attacking Chalet. And while Falcons certainly
プ
did
ロ
a
から
decent
言ったら
job to
攻
get
撃
that
めっちゃ
time
いるま
down,
ま。
considering the circumstances,
なん
losing a
か
couple of players
どの
early
マ
on.
ップも
Ashen
領
did
事
get
館と
revived.
か
They
銀
did
行
have good vert control.
あれか
Ultimately,
領
though,
事館
the
攻
pressure
撃
from
マップだと
VP
思った
was enough.
あの
They
ナイ
got
トヘイ
into
ブ
side. They
ン
were able to start trying to stick that plant down. Really good signs for Virtus Pro, I
で
think,
も
in
さや
that
っぱ
round. The map control
な
that
ん
they
てい
were
うんだ
able to
ろう
get as
チーム
well.
によっても
Moving
やっぱ
around the
攻
map, I
撃
didn't
が
feel like
強い
Falcons
チ
did
ー
a
ム
good
と
enough
さ
job
防
there.
衛が
Like,
チー
where
ム
are the
強いチー
flanks?
ムあるか
No
ら
one roaming basement or west
一
main
概
trying
に
to
は
push
言え
in,
ないけ
keep the
ど
corridor control.
基
Nothing
本
towards
は
the
防
library
衛が
side.
強
I
いよ
feel
ね
like Falcons as a team are at their best when they're moving around the map and they're trying to play that swing battle nice and fast,
武器
get the
パワー
gunfights
か
going.
So it is bar then for round number 8, and we'll see what kind of playstyle Falcons elect to employ for this particular round.
早
On
く
the
オフ
attack
ライ
and
ン
the
したい
striker in play, so utility dump going to be arguably a big win con. Hasham though does find the first hit in the 8th round, and oddly enough it is the striker off the board. Able to rotate away. So not the best of starts this time around for VP. We'll see how they fight from a disadvantage. Early drone work currently over towards the trophy side of the map. Joystick on the buck.
この人たちは攻撃強いから攻撃絶対取ろうねっていう話してる人たちは多分その辺で
Meanwhile though,
うわ見えてた
gets punished. Pasha on that solar repel gets a free kill.
Yeah, I think this is
今の
better
は
for
振り切っ
Falcons,
た
even if
ね
it is just 4v4. You've lost your lad. You want these fights, but falling back is the Malusi of
高
Robbie.
層ビルは
Somewhat getting tamed a little bit in terms of his survival rate, but he does still have 7 frags to his name. Pasha now from 0
あで
and
も
5.
言うて 53.6 なんだ
And he's starting to get involved in Virtus Pros. This
そんな変わら
match
ん
is
ねまあ
really
ハー
tightening
フ
up.
ハーフか
Pasha the swing. The Malusi was left side. It could have been an easy kill onto Robbie, but misses the shots altogether. But alas, they do take position towards Piano. Good map control again for Virtus Pro.
ねそう思うと高校とかでもそんな変わらんのよね
There was that small window of opportunity though for VP to gain an advantage, and it goes astray. We'll see if that proves costly as we slowly progress towards the final minute 15 of the round. Shield still standing, top library stairs, and a mirror window facing through mezzanine. to the double window. Dolby gonna try and hold down
金兵
that
の
line,
皆さん
but
こんばん
conscious
いらっ
of the swing
しゃい。
Ash
今日は
tried to
メ
respond
ジャー
from
の
partial lands, and so
フェ
Dodge's
ーズ
position
3
now
の
compromised
D1
a
を
little
見て
bit,
お
but
り
the
ます。
Goyo utility as well,
Good stall out.
offering good stall.
And even with that mirror window that
Stop.
has been broken,
Stop.
it's still a difficult position to push into. So aggressive
顔出
right
さない
now, though.
顔出さない
Push coming in.
いやいいカバーだな
Just went for it and so did
ああやって
Thought they could maybe
ああやっ
overwhelm the
て
position.
場所だけ釣って
And it's a
うわーそれはうまいわ
firepower looks like
顔出したらあっちのテラス
huge
の方
fifth round acquired
5
for
枚
the
前
Meta
のと
team.
ころから多分車線通されてやられちゃうから
Extend their lead here in the second
う
half.
わ今のうまいわ
Really good stall out
あん
there
な打っ
from
ちゃうや
Falcons
な
from those positions with the shield still standing and the mirror window for the most part, feeding
あそこまで
information
おび
that
き寄
cross
せるって
top
いう
floor difficult to break down.
偉すぎ
VP trying to
これ
brute
は
force
偉
it
すぎ
in the end, unsuccessful. So good comms from Falcons, great patience in just baiting that attack in, proved very effective, and a good response. Round 9 then, basement. We will
あ
go
の
for
駆
this
け
one.
引きはなかなかよ
A lot of stall out utility once again on the board for Falcons. Spoiler
う
alert.
わ
But
ー
they get back
見えてる
They got a nice kill there. Unfortunately,
ちょっ
they
と
missed
見
the
えてる
second opportunity later
髪の毛
on.
髪の毛
And
ぐらい
did
多分見え
punish
てたわ
VP a little bit, perhaps. But the hold from Falcons was just too strong.
あすごいすごい
I think that's the round, the catalyst to really feel like for Falcons, hey, we're really getting this done. 5-3, a couple rounds to go. We one map up in a quarterfinal.
言ってた
Making
聞き取れ
main
て
stage
な
is
か
a
っ
dream
た
come true for these players from Meta.
な
To
ん
then
か
go to a
聞き流
semi-final
して
would
し
be
まってい
something
るのね英語
extraordinary.
は
They've started
打
really
つと
well
こ
here,
に
and
今
maybe
日
a
吊る
small
された
peek
くで
from
きるのね
guards.
ほんとすごいよ
Unsuccessful
ね
though, the blitz
いやあんな
leading
打っちゃう
forward
っ
and
て
Shepard
打ってあやられ
will
た
of
わ
course
ってなる未
guard
来し
for
か見え
his
てないわ
teammates against. Guards, 5-3.
さあ来ましたよ
VP
バー
can
タ
now
ス
make
プロの
entry
ブリッ
on
ツ
the
が
trophy. We're once again being met though, this time by
右置いて
Robbie.
そうだけどな
Not even top fragging anymore with
あ、
Dom
下入っ
on to
たね。
9 kills. Really again highlighting that for Falcons. It's not just
わ一人もうすり抜けてんだよ
Well,
な
he's only got a 50% cost in this match so far, so he has been a little bit inconsistent, but Falcons not being overly reliant on him in this match, which is a positive sign.
上からもカバー
Falcons
して
not
る、ね
wanting to give away much in the way of map control for free so far, contesting pretty much every entry point
どっちも
on
乗
the
り越えなんだ
exterior
ね
so
あれあれ
far.
が
In fact,
方
Shepard's still outside, potentially looking to posture for a back hit, but again, Robbie up above and J Lad has repositioned. So again, they're just not giving anything for free, which is the perfect way to play against VP, because it will drain time.
何今のなんかストローでジュース飲んでる最後の飲み切るぐらいの
I
ジュ
wonder
ー
if
ス
for
で
VP, do they
なん
look
ていう
to try
の
and bring the aggression down a little bit, maybe over
みたいな
aggressive
音
in
し
the
たんだ
last
けど
round and
何
push over towards mezzanine.
少ない
They can play
少
that
ない
slowdown
ス
if
ト
they
ロ
want.
ー
Still
少ない
one
飲み
line
物
scan
を
available
ストロー
with
で
the
吸った時の
E1D. Adrenal surge is still
ごめんちょっ
all
と
fully banked up.
ちょっと語彙が
He can still go
語彙
for
が
a
良くない
really
いや
good
今日
fast
語彙
push
良
late
くない
taking the
よ
round. It's
ライ
not
オ
so
ン
it's
か
about just playing
ゴ
calculated,
ゴ
clear
ゴ
out the
ゴゴ
room.
ゴ
It's
ゴって
Gillette, though.
左
Has
の
not been cleared. Never
ヘッ
mind.
ド
He
セット
has.
で切ったらわかるかな
Very sharp shot from Joystick as he gets the opening kill for Virtus Pro here on
いや
their
マジで
attack.
ズゴゴゴゴゴゴって
Gives them that player
やって
advantage.
た
Now they can certainly think about throwing bodies aside, but a peek. At this point, you don't need to peek. Fall back, play side. Falcons don't give them any more. That
聞
would
こえ
have
た
taken
けど
away some
多
life
分
from Robbie
ライ
towards
オン
Far West Main.
今ほら今ライオンだライオンだ
Still with the advantage. 4
Go, go,
versus
go, go,
3,
go.
and Falcons now just thinking about looking to delay.
マイ
Fire
クで
play
幼
stairs
稚園
up
児や
in
って
play,
た
and the Vulcan canister popped.
あるある
Only now in the final minute of
マ
the
ック
round,
シェイクは大
VP
人もやる
converge
スターバー
into
と
the
マック
map
シェイクは大
itself.
人もやります
Two Zoto canisters available for guards, but it looks like there's information
キ
in
ー入って
play
る
as
か
well
ら
on side
ドローン入ってる
for
のね
Virtus Pro. Vertical with
で
the
ライオ
shotgun,
ンで
unable
動
to
か
get
され
there.
て
Dom
大
looking
変
to
や
fight back aggressively to bring it back into a 3 versus 3. 30
ライオン
seconds
が
on the
溺れ
clock,
て
and Falcons doing a pretty good job in withstanding
ジ
this
ュース
pressure.
のカップ
No
の
knife
中にいる
yourselves. 2 Zoto canisters. Guards could look to just throw that on the
Ah!
floor to stop them from being able to
Iru
run in
zo.
quickly. There's not a lot of time
気づけ
remaining.
るの
Dom
か
contact
移動
towards
した
storage. One adrenal surge
開いてないん
remaining
だ
from
あ
Dan
こっち開い
on
た
the
のかと思っ
Vika.
た
Hash on though, huge
あ
kill
そっ
onto
ちか
always, and with
8
little
か
time remaining in the round, it's all evened up as the blitz makes
時間がない
True blue
時間がないぞ
Get in
バータ
towards
スプ
side
ロ
10, in towards Stowe. Now
設
looking
置入って
to
る
step the plan as they find the kill onto Dov.
Yeah!
Of course, a personal
取った。
finds a huge kill. The plant is
い
successful.
やー、今のはうまいな。ようば飛び切ったね。あのハッチ開いてないところから。
Back and forth we go here on Chalet.
もう酸素深い。
into the 10th
森
round with
に
the
迷子
scoreboard
になって
looking
る
at
ライオンみたいな。
5 to 4. Falcons. Oh, that lead shrinks a
熱
little
い
bit more.
戦いです
One
わ。
round differential.
うわ
That's a really fun battle to watch in the final minute. VP doing the right thing on paper and trying to get an advantage through vert.
ー。いや、しくった。このいちごミルクのキャラメルもっと買えばよかった。箱で
Unfortunately, though,
欲し
they
い。
did succumb to that pressure in the end after
箱買いしたい。
Sean was able to find that one. Eventually, they got something from vert
いや、
and then
設
the
置を
blitz
止めに行かないでこっち行っちゃったことだよね、でも。設置やってたら勝ってたのにね。
as well. And some half smiles from VP, which is good by their standard.
Well, one of the big change-ups, really, if you kind of look at the first 5
めっ
rounds,
ちゃ
4 to
う
1
まい。
in opening kills
この
for
キャラメル
Falcons.
本当
Since then, 4 to
本当う
1
まい。
now, though, for Virtus Pro. So they've really been able to turn that metric around. They're starting to get the opening kills. VP are starting to do better in the early portion of the round. In the first half, it was really all 3 metrics being won by Falcons. VP is starting to get some semblance of control there, and even the late round executions now improving here in the second half. Lo and behold, of course, they're on attack. We get that, but Falcons don't need many more rounds. So for VP, they're still got to be very clean and execute very nicely on these attacks to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Falcons so close to that match point margin. Can they get
そう
there?
結
10th
局
round,
飲み
5
ながら
to
の見
4.
るキャラが
As
一
Virtus Pro
番
make
うまい
their
んだよ
way
ね
towards the building once again.
生キャラメルの海あんまり好きじゃないんだよな
So we'll see the fuse employed once more. We saw that ultra effective
もう
over
あれは
the
ちょっと溶
Virtus
けす
office
ぎちゃって
clearing
ちょっと
out
噛み応えが欲し
the
い
bandit juggle attempt from Hasham, and so I suspect we'll see something similar here in the 10th round. Elsewhere on the opposing side of the map as well, Solver locked down, Robbie as well, close by in office as well. Those yokais will provide some good information if they are to be played aggressively up above. And goes without saying that the utility on site late is also a big win con. J-Lad though finds the first, and Pasha, who has had a bit of a rough day at the office so far, 4-7.
ハ
On
ッ
that
チ
Thatcher
ャー
falls.
さんが落ちちゃって
Yeah,
ん
I
の
mean, it was
か
0 and 5, then brought it back to 4-6, so he's starting to find the improvement, but he does
突き
fall
上げ
early
で
in
きる
this
キャラク
round.
ターも
Lose the Thatcher. Don't think it's
突き
going to
下
matter
げ
too
突き
much.
下げはできるけど突き上げできるキャラクターがいないん
But
だよ
down a
ね
player now for VP. Can they find success in a round in which they do not have the early advantage?
Falcons
Not
should
since
win
the
this.
second round.
They
Has
are
a team
2-3 in
got the opening
table.
kill, but then gone on to lose the round. So it's been since round 3 to
ル
round
ミンも
9.
ね
If
ファ
you
ル
get the
コンズが
opening
この
pick,
試合は勝
you
つと
win
思う
the
な
round.
ら
It's an intriguing metric to follow, but not one that is always accurate.
なんなら
Maybe
フ
a
ァル
chance
コ
for
ンズは
VP
決勝
to
戦まで行
offset
くと思
that
ってる
trend. Joystick over towards the solar side, looking to open up the window
フ
here.
ェイ
But
スだ
up
った
close
ら
is
負ける
Dolphin
と思っ
Trophy
てる
stairs. Two nitro cells
やっぱり
available.
勢いのある
Still
い
for
なし
Falcons
方が
still
分か
on
っ
the
てるのはやっ
defense
ぱ
and
ブラ
up
ジル
now
勢
a
なんだよ
player.
ね
They don't have to do as much. They don't have to force as much here. Wait for VP to push into them.
おおよういったね
Finds a nice kill. The second over the right
キ
side.
ャラメル冷蔵庫に突っ込んで硬いとネチを同時に楽しみたいいいなやっぱ部屋に冷蔵庫欲しいな
Top library stairs and Dan will fall to Jalad. This round falling apart for Virtus
ト
Pro.
ップ
with
3
only
and
Shepard
only
remains.
those two phase
In a 1 versus 4. Hasham certainly could
フ
get
ェー
pulled
ズそうだ
back
ね
up,
フ
but
ェ
I
ーズに
imagine
負け
he
てる
will
もん
very
ね
soon. Even the shots through the
対策
scoreboard
できるかって言ったら
The Kawan high
あの
launcher
負け
pings
方は
on
で
the
きない
canister
と
of
思
the
うんだよ
bees, not doing
な
enough. And it's about to be 6 to 4 for Falcons, you would imagine. They are about to have
だから
two
最終
match point
フェーズがどっ
opportunities
かで
here.
負けたらファルコンズが優勝すると思ってる
Shepard just trying as hard as he can, but Falcons had this one locked up. 2 map points.
マッチポ
It's a
イント
pretty good position to be in if you are Falcons now, close to taking this opening map.
Really good read there from Falcons in the prior round, and
いや
whilst
この
Robbie
観
has been
客
very
がい
exciting
る
to
中
watch
で
at this
戦う
event
の
thus
絶
far,
対緊
Dolph
張す
not
る
too
よ
far
な
behind. He read into
もう
that
だって
rotate
お
over
家や
the
ん
solar on
か
the
わ
Nepal,
いい
and
ブ
in
ラ
the
ンケ
face
ッ
of a
ト
potential 6 flash done,
お
able to
家
get
やん
aggressive and give his
お
team
家
the
でなんかま
advantage.
ったりしてるやつ
And the rest of the hold elsewhere was clean. There is that pick. 5 versus 3 from that position. Very difficult to lose. Hail Mary attempt from always, but a good trade again.
サン
Dolph
ルー
into
ム
the
界の
hour.
耐えがでかかったね
And Falcons now with an opportunity to win
順
this
当に
first.
勝ち上がったらフェーズ VSBDS なんか BS
Well, they're
さ
saying easy.
ちょっ
They're
としか
starting
見
to
て
pump
ないから
themselves
だ
up.
け
They're
ど
on a bit of a run.
なん
We
か
think about these
めっ
majors.
ちゃ
So
強い
many
って
times
いうの
historically
が
teams
なく
can
なっ
just
ちゃっ
go on
た
a
気が
run.
するんだよね前も
So
圧
many
倒的
teams
王
think
者感
back
あった
Atlanta,
んだけど
Manchester, both feature teams from phase 1 into phase 3, but their runs fell
かん
short
ない
at this
なん
point.
か勢い的なも
Falcons
のが
looking to go one further. They've got 2
フェーズ VS ファルコン
opportunities
ズ
to
プレ
close
イ
out
ス
the
ダー
opening
ク
map of
来た
Chalet. A reminder
ダーク
of
ラ来たわ
Cafe to
ね
follow. after this is the map pick of Virtus Pro.
ああそうね、そう、その時は強かった。このメジャーで見ててね、強いよ、普通に強いんだけど。
Because it really should be a great map for Falcons. Again, opening kills have been such a strong metric in this match. Not since round 2.
でもルミは死神なんでね、今まで幾度となくルミは決勝戦の試合を外しておりますから何も言えません。BGS is hardest reward but will most likely lose with hard
a little bit more reliant than usual on some of these info gathering tools like the logic bomb from Dockerby and the bees from Grim. But what kind of play do they go for in this round?
Looper.
Bar, of course, in play.
Looper.
Just the one deployable shield for Falcons, presumably above. Aggressive through office once more. We've seen this prior. Up close.
Pin ついてる、ピンついてる。
お
お、ショットガンによかったね。全然一発も食らってないじゃん。当ててない。ショットガンじゃなかった。Have a nice day, thank you. Have a nice day.
But can they convert? Still need to clear so much over towards library stairs. Dov though does fall on the water. BP in a very weird position here to try and send this to 6-5 and look to try and send it ultimately to then overtime.
A flank opportunity here for J-Lad.
まだラペいるんだよ。
This could be the only win con remaining for Falcons in this round. Has a sound cube, but Joystick is watching the flank.
Easy kill for Joystick, and the flank from J-Lad will be easily picked apart.
動いてくるから的になるよね。エースが武器パワーがジェット的に強いかと思ったけど全然使われない。あーでもマップによってはね多いよ。感想が結局さ、プロはさイングレ持っててさ、エース持っててイングレも知識されちゃって目線しか開かないことが多いからだよね。ランクとかだったら全然いいんだけどさ、開かないってなるよりはね、入れないじゃん、1枚じゃん。お、タチャンカいる。タチャンカいたぞ。タチャンカいました。タイムアウト使うか？使わないか
？I've really enjoyed the positive intent from Falcons at this event so far,
but
in that prior round, Robbie a long way away from the objective in no man's land, got caught off guard, and as you mentioned, opening kills have been critical in this match, so losing that then put a lot of pressure on the rest of the whole
VP. でもそのうち出てくる可能性はあるよ。だって昔テロリストのテロハントにいたテロリストのコスプレイヤーさんとかもいたよね。なんだら新兵のコスプレ多分昔のやつはいたよね。一振り持ちで最強ウェポン持ってるのエースの人。あーそうね。いや銃強いしさ、やりやすいよね。使いやすいおプレだと思う。あれホワイトスネークっていうわかる。エリートどっかでね、ヌックのコスプレイヤーさん何のメジャーだったっけなあったよね。なんかステージ上がってたよね。ナイスコスプレルミもコスプレした。あ、ルミ火花コスプレなんで、あールミ火花、あれ火花コスプレしてんの。またジュースで吸ってる。I'm Hibana cosplay. またジュース吸っとったわ。バルキリーのコスプレしてる人は総じて可愛いでしょ。あ、女性コスプレイヤーさんみんな可愛い人しかない。コスプレイヤーさんみんなイケメン以上なイメージしかないね。コスプレしたらみんなそう見えるだけなのか。ほら、ジュース吸ってる。ほら、コンコンコンコンコンコン。ヌックが用意してくれれば全然いけるわ。用意してくれさえすれば。急だ。どうした？あれ？あれ？どうした？あ、シェリーさんね。うん、可愛い。可愛いかもしれない。見たことないから。うん、可愛い。I'm back, went out to get breakfast. Oh, マクドナルドいいなぁ。
rather successful
モー
so
ニング
far.
マッ
Not
ク
cut off. Dan was not
まあ
holding
ルミも食べたけどね
And so for Falcons, they've been able to
動
whip
画
away
編集頑張
about
った
half
か
the
ら
round, rather
朝マッ
successfully.
ク食べたよ
J-Led's still in library though, and Dov's supporting from the staircase. So keep that in
How was
mind.
the
That could be
game?
huge
今日でゲー
for
ム
Falcons
し
in
て
this
ない
round.
I think
今
Falcons
日は
have
ね
played this
リー
round
グ戦
perfectly
で
so far. It's almost like the perceived pressure will fire a couple of
身長
shots.
150セン
Throw
チ
some
なんで
bodies
可
up
愛いです
above, force them to clear out this top 4
自分で言う
position,
と
but
ころ
ultimately
よ
looking to just fall back, play side, keep bodies up. We don't need to find a kill.
ハッシュとポテトが上
More than
だ
happy for them to just keep it as
ビ
a
ッグ
5v5.
マックの
You've got Vulcan
半分
canisters
ぐ
and
らい
you're
の
a
量の
window
や
that
つが
needs to
欲
be
し
dealt with.
いビ
So
ッグ
much
マック
utility
全
on
部
the
食べれ
side
ないか
itself
ら
that VP
ビッ
will
グ
need
マ
to
ックハー
extend
フぐらい
over
欲しい
and deal with. As we
ね
get close
朝
to the
マ
one
ッ
minute
クい
mark
い
now,
よ
Virtus Pro
ね
slowly
ちょっ
making their
と
way
時
over
間
to Snow
短い
One.
からさもう常に朝マック置いてほしいぐらい好きだもん
Keep in mind the Fenrir in play as well.
ハッシュとポ
So
テ
the
トは朝
stall
マッ
out
クいっ
util
ちゃう
here
まい
from
んだから
Falcons could be massive if VP
チーズ
are
バ
unable
ーガー
to
と
clear
は
it.
違
The zone
うじゃん
canisters,
ビ
you can
ッ
see,
グマック
still
の
got
は
hard breach 50
ソ
seconds
ースも
on the
違
clock,
い
and
ま
the
す
pressure is
し
beginning to mount for VP.
There's so little time. You've still got 3 nitro cells
マ
as
ジで
well. The
半分
Falcons,
で
this
注
really
文
should
したい
be 7-5 territory unless they mess this up.
朝マックの甘いやつ無理ですかい
Nitro cell.
え
So strong
甘いや
as
つ
it
って
gets through
なん
the
だ
joystick. Now
ホットケ
Falcons
ー
have got the
キ
player advantage, 1 HP. But Hastro
弱ー耐えられないよね今の場所は
cleans him
ね
out. This is about to get really messy here in the final stages of this round. Robbie falls and so does Dom. VP with a quick double.
いやーオーバータイムですか
Left up and he's all the way
チーズバーガーのダブルはダブルチーズバーガーや
sight.
あマフィン
Shepard to stick the player, but it does
オー
not.
バータイム Thank you for following ありがとうルーチョ What did you
Wow.
consider
I really
to
didn't
be
think
a
that was great
Japanese
from VP, but the
breakfast?
belt of util was
日
amazing
本
in
の
the
朝
final
食
portion of
は
that round. The flames over towards Con.
ライ
Their
ス、味
attacking
噌
pattern was
汁、
really clean.
エ
Able to win
ッ
those entry fights in towards the objective, and then
納
Falcons
豆
left in a
いやで
position
も
where
わ
they
かんないルミンは
unfortunately
パン派だ
were
からな
unable to
I-
respond. Now they do have that
my-
tactical timeout still
My
in pocket, and they bring
breakfast
it out here
is
at the 6-6
bread.
scoreline. Falcons will be on
食べないわ
attack. It was strong for them to kick things off, and we'll
暑い
see if they're
ね
able to double down here
初戦
in
から
overtime.
マックグリドル
It's been a really exciting
マックグリドル
match
食べた
thus
こと
far.
ない
VP have
ソ
maintained
ーセージ挟
composure.
まってて甘かった
Falcons, can they
マ
bring
フィ
that
ン
energy back for overtime?
甘く
Three
は
of the
ない
last
と
4
思うんだ
rounds
け
for
ど
Virtus
ソー
Pro
セージ
bringing
マフィ
his
ンか
pack.
な
Falcons looked like they were in
甘い
control.
やつ
They
あった
had this one, couldn't quite
ラ
close
イ
it
ス
out
味
in
噌エキス
regulation.
納
They do
豆
still
ア
have
イ
the
ステ
double
ィー
attack
これ
now
理
in
想的
overtime,
な
which could be enough to get the job
理
done.
想
But
的
credit
な
to VP. We know they like to play this
Very
low
good people
clock
have
time management, but they were able to execute into
みん
sight
な
so
救われる
efficiently,
と
so
んでもない
quickly
翻訳してるけどね
that even a
翻
team like
訳民が
Falcons just weren't ready for it.
やばい翻訳
Have
して
to
る
ask
ちょ
though,
っとトイレ
with
行って
20
くる
seconds
や
left,
ばい
Trailhead still top
こ
4.
のタイ
Was
ミングで
quite
トイレ
questionable
は
in terms of positioning. They had one less player in the site when VP were hitting. That could have been a difference maker. So 6-6 to begin this best of 3. Again, it feels like this is a map that would be so important for Falcons. Cafe might not be their strong suit. It should suit the playstyle of Virtus Pro. Doesn't mean that they can't win it. But by golly, would VP be favored on that map? Defense to begin for Virtus Pro here on Chalet overtime.
So VP then over to Bar for this first overtime round. And again, as we've seen throughout these defensive rounds from VP, it's the
グリ
double
ドル
shield
は
setups
ソ
are
ー
very
セージと
traditional
メ
for
ー
top
プル
floor
シロップが
extension. One top upstairs,
食
one
べたこと
mez.
ない
And then you have the
甘
projectile
しょ
patch
っぱい
of
み
the
たいな
Jaeger. And potentially
メ
some
ープルダメ
renegades
だ
as
あ
well.
ハワイはそれなんだ
No floor as though this time around from Falcons again.
なん
And
か
I
ル
think that
ミン
may
さ
have
ん
cost
止
them
ま
a
って
little bit
ない
last time
ト
out where the
トイレ
utility game was
ト
strong
イレ
from
行っ
the
てきたんで
defense.
す
So we'll
ダ
see
ッ
what
シュ
kind of
で
impact it may have this time
ダッシュダ
around.
ッシュ
Good early drone
ダッ
work
シュ
though
だ
for
か
some
ら
office control. Doll as well on the Twitch
も
train
うほんと
able
見
to get
見
to
逃
work.
す
But
わ
it's
けには
J-Led
い
to
かな
find
い
the
でしょ
first, and Joystick, who's been on fire over the last few rounds, is now in the grave.
ちょっと静止モード入りました
Slight advantage for
抜
Falcons.
け殻
They've
手
been
洗
so
ってます
critical
洗ってます。ちょっと拭いてはいないんですけど、手は拭いてないですけど、洗ってます。ちゃんと洗ってます。ちょっと拭いてはない、ズボンにピッピッってやって
Always position now.
手
More
袋はちょっとズボンに
susceptible.
ペイ
By
ペイ
the way, credit to Pasha from an 0-5 start to 7-7. Massive
みん
turnaround.
な
To
出が
7-2
悪いと思って
essentially
るわ
from the beginning of the game. He's got himself back in.
In America we have donuts or muffin with coffee what about
Robbie looking to
you?
open up the walls.
お
He's
ー
got
いいね
quiet
ドー
as
ナ
the
ツ
game
モ
has
ーニング
progressed.
いい
But
ね
fortunately, he's got J-Lad and Dov
ドー
covering
ナ
for a
ツ
lot
な
of
かな
firepower.
か密度
A
ぐ
little
らいしかない
standoff
もん
here for
な
Hashom outside on the balcony. 90 seconds
小
left
学
in
校
this
だ
round to open up
男の子
overtime. And while Falcons do have the player advantage,
女
they
の子
still
も
need
そうや
more
ね
map control. They still
女
need
の
to
子で
put
ハン
more
カチ
pressure
持って
onto
る
those
人は
throws.
ああ女の子だって思う
Double secondary hard reach then.
すげ
Third
え
offers for guards looking to
ハンカチ
expose
持
this
って
Mez position.
ちょっ
Minute
とし
15
た
on
お
the
出か
clock.
けには持ってかないけどち
And
ゃ
the
んとした
util
旅行とか
from
には持って
Falcons
く
still
け
strong.
ど
Three Grim Bees.
ちょっとしたお出かけには持って
Full
かない
bolts for the Capital. Frag grenades also available for
眠
Deimos.
すぎたのか拭いてなかったあっち拭いてないって意味かと思った
Yellow team, oh, couldn't take the shot initially.
違う違いますちゃんと
Maybe,
拭いてます
maybe there was just a chance to find a quick kill. To double up the
あー
advantage.
動き
So
待ち
many
してる
yellow pings
いや
going
こ
out.
こやっ
Drone
ぱ
into
ね
sight for the Falcons. Clearly getting so much information here. Will
誘
this be a
って
kill
んのかっ
found
てぐ
onto
らい
Shepard? He
あ
does
あ
so
ー
have
いなくなっ
the
ちゃった
as well.
うわタイミング
Shots in towards Mudroom, but it's Robbie that gets the kill
あ
onto
フィ
always
リ
double
オフィッシ
down
ュ
the
朝でもあ
advantage
る
now
ん
for
だ
Falcons. Pasha
他のマー
looking
ク
to
はない
retake library stairs from his fallen comrade as now the shots go out. One down over towards Office. Pasha still holding strong in this position. Looking to keep Falcons at bay from taking top floor.
Meanwhile, Falcons now looking to go a little bit more direct towards the objective. Barstock still being held though. 10 seconds.
Not a lot of
え
time.
敵さん持ってないじゃんあ
Oh,
持って
shot
るわ
from Shepard. He keeps Barstock under control as Pasha makes his way
時間がない
down library
時間がない
stairs.
これは
It's so amazing, but
時間がない攻撃が勝ったどっちが勝ったか分かんなかった
Push was oh so clean.
アメリカのマックサイズ見たらこれは体でかくなるわねなんかさマックシェイクグリドルマックシェイクグリドル違うそれさっき違うそれさっき言ったグリドルは違うメープルだメープルのやつだなんだっけマックシェイクのなんだっけ
Not enough. In the end, the clear above, strong from Falcons and Robbie again looking also sharp.
あれをなんか海外サイズで見たらとんでもない量だった
to be able to fall back and retake library stairs, keep that under control, clearly understanding. You still got one in Barstock. If we keep them at bay, up above,
だいぶ追い詰めたよねほぼ変わってバータスプロだいぶ来たよ
And just
カセさんこんばんみらっしゃい
point.
男子がデートでハンカチ持つの公園でベンチに座った時にそんなん持ってる人見たことないもん敷いてあげられたことはないのルミンだけか敷かないだろ普通
Attack has reigned supreme on this map
座れるだ
so far. Can
いや
Falcons
そもそ
subvert
もあれだよね
expectation, close it out
綺麗な
8-6, or is
絶
there
対に応
still
募したくない
some
服の時に
life
絶対に
left
公
here
園なん
on
か行かない
Chalet for VP to try and capitalize upon?
マジ
Different
で
site for the second OT round. We go
Match
to
point.
dining.
Are you
This
winning
composition
spots?
from Falcons has been
Today
excited.
is
Hashawn
watch party
has been lurking a lot here at the
watch
major.
party
And it's the visual boss G in play.
ジュニアハンカチ昔は持ってたよ最近持ってないかも自分自身がハンカチに敷かれるってこと
Once again in a position that they can look to take this opening map.
Watch party
Looking
only
to dare to dream for this MENA roster. For a region that has never made top 4. They are oh so close as they've ever been before.
でも攻撃でお互い取ってるから
BP though on their attacks looked just as good as Falcons, and this is going to be a very
Do
difficult
you like
round.
cheeseburger? Yes!
Deimos in
I
play
like
and a death
double
mark early on to
cheeseburger.
Dov, holding
ダ
top
ブルチー
position
ズバー
inside
ガー
Solar,
も
and
チーズ
they
バ
are
ーガー
right
とダ
next
ブ
to
ル
each
チー
other
ズバー
on
ガー
this
の
rappel.
間が欲し
Who's going to
い
want to
間と
try
いうか
and
チー
take
ズ
the
バ
contact
ーガー
that
の
they
セット
both
欲しいんだけどハッピ
happy
ーセ
to
ットし
just
かないんだ
fall
よ
off. But Dov is a little bit stuck. Does have Robbie
That's
in
red
bedroom
time
for
proud
cover.
of you
How much
thank
utility are
you.
VP willing to invest into this position? Deimos death mark below. They could send out Capital bolts, Grim Bees,
あながち
even
間
an
違
air
った
jab if they
敷い
really
てま
wanted
せ
to
ん
triple down.
Oh,
私は
The
敷いて
joystick
ま
does
せん
find the kill.
nicely done from Joystick to play off
Yeah,
of
but
the death mark. The pressure
oh,
coming
you
from
can't
VP's
get it.
Deimos of always has been converted into an opening kill, and they lose the Malusi. They lose their top
結
fragger.
構
Robbie
なん
though
か
equal to the
偏った
measure.
オペレーターそうビジュ
5 to
も
4 in favor of VP. As that clock ticks down once again, though, VP is so good when there's little time remaining. So what can Falcons now do over the next 30 to 40 seconds to try and regain control? That's not going to be it, not at all. Pressure, massive kill, and suddenly he's got positive from an 0-5 start to 9 and 8. And VP with the two-player advantage.
また前行く。どんどん前行く。一人死んだら前行く。うわー。
But how about that with the boss G?
うわー、さすがにね。
Gets rid of the encroaching Gillette.
こういうことよ。結局こうやって狩られちゃって、
A 15th round will be required on the opening map of this quarterfinal. Best of 3. No vigil shenanigans
どんどん前行くの。
all 15 rounds required.
カバーラインが取れないところなんだよ
Another
ね。
match point chance for Falcons has been squandered. Their third squandered, gods. 3 chances,
やば、
only
フ
one
ルラウン
more.
ドだ。
This map could be stolen by VP.
現地で死んだ人と疲れ切ってる人とか、まあ、まだ最初だからみんな元気。Why do you like chili cheese fries? あー、辛いの食べれないんだよね。辛いの。辛いの食べれない。
I mean, that's the thing, right? You can sit here with the storylines and the expectations and say, well,
スイートチリは食べれるかな。スイートチリは食べれるけど、チリオンリーは食べれない。
chalet win here, it doesn't even matter what happens on Cafe. But alas, on Cafe, VP should be favored. That will be their map. That should suit their playstyle. It will be very, very difficult for Falcons. It won't be
海のう
impossible.
ちは甘口ですね。甘口オンリー。今までは辛口と甘口をね、両方作ってたんですよ。準々用が辛口でね。
So what do you do now with
準
your
々
Falcons? Because you've
ね、
squandered so many
甘口
chances,
出
so
した
many
の気づ
opportunities
かな
have
か
gone
った。
begging.
これ辛口だったん
Three
だ。
map point
気づいてな
opportunities
かったから
lost.
もう甘口オンリーにしまし
And
た。
they bring guards on the blitz. They might
分
just
か
want
って
to
いない
amp
よう
up
で
that
した。
tempo.
甘
The
口
dot
で
could be
も
the
食べれる
thinker.
っていうのが分かっ
Do they
て。
go for a fast hit? Maybe VP won't
す
be
ぐ
ready
に
for
行きま
this.
す。甘口でおいで。
again
おい
from
でな。
VP.
Could they go big window?
Do they
Not
go direct?
spicy also
It's a big
is
call to
called
make it
It would be
15th round.
huge in a quarterfinal at a major to just send the
スパイシ
blitz
ー
in
じゃない
and
の
try and clear bar
Not
stock.
spicy?
They hold
じゃ
for
食べれ
now
るわ。
though. Falcons, a team that's always very calculated with their attacks. They move as one big unit. Everyone is
海
always on the
バー
same
モン
page
じゃ
with the
ない。
same
あの
idea.
とろけるカレーってやつ。
Right now they
とろ
just
ける
sit
カレーが
and
一
wait.
番う
But
まい
I
からね。
imagine is
結
there a
局。
world in which this could be a fast bolt in, try and rush through in towards games, and they're gonna go for
いた
it.
いたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいたいた。
Cleared
あー、
out backstall, Shepard. Beautiful
え
positioning.
ー、
And the frag grenade, well, it displaces his position, doesn't find the kill.
嘘でしょファルコンズ
Virtus Pro.
ファルコンズ嘘でしょ
Falcons, time and time again, they've had
え
their
ー
chances.
最後の最後で
One last hope is in the
いやなん
hands
か
of J-Lad
もう
and
設
Dov.
置しようとしてたんだよ。
A
でも
second
間
quickly
でも
could
いた
change
よ
the
ね。
narrative. A chance, but no. Joystick on the long
聞
angle.
こえんがね
Suddenly down to
え。何が起こ
J-Lad,
った
but
んだって
surely
感じ。
VP
なんであそ
from
こ
here
走って
will
設置
not
行ったんだ。設置
squander
じゃなか
their
ったのかな。
opportunity the way that
でも小
Falcons
部屋行
have.
くよね。
One
小部屋にい
small
ることは絶
misread
対分か
from
ってるはずなんだけ
Falcons
どな。
in that backstore position, completely unraveling their attack.
急に
And with
諦め
it,
た俺のラック
more than likely the map.
世界大
The
会で
follow on from that, well, is it the series now in disrepute? A 1 versus 4.
アンパンマンカレー。私レトルトのカレーなんかねカレーっぽくないよね。うわーおということで1試合目はバータスプロの勝利です。グッドハーフまさかの追い上げたね。
This series now very much in their hands, but Cafe
Good half.
not an impossibility from a Falcons who still looks strong so far.
Well, I think Falcons will be kicking themselves. This is now where for them it's all about resetting mentally as quick as they possibly can. They've got another map coming up very shortly, and while Cafe certainly
いやこれはもったいないよね。後悔する予定、後悔することでしょみたいな書いてあったけど、確かに絶対後悔するようなのは。グッドハーフのスタッフ、なんか履歴みたいなところによく使ってるやつが出てきたりする。 いやまさかのだよ。ファルコンズ勝つと思ってたのに。ねえ、先行してたのにね。CG はこれだから楽しいってわけ何があるかわかりません。
Absolutely. And you know, I was worried, especially in that first half, of how far they went down, but they immediately brought it back. And towards the end of that game is what you saw. VP started to control the tempo, and you immediately saw the transition of Falcons, where they started to slow down. They started to respect VP and what their game was, and what their strategy was, and what their defenses and attacks were going to be. So it's good that now they have this going into Cafe for VP, but they have to keep the pressure going and not let Falcons get a foothold and keep that aggressive train going.
Yeah, it was the consistency from Virtus Pro that really got them over that edge, bringing it to the overtime, because right out the gate, Falcons was so aggressive. They were keeping Virtus Pro on their toes, and once the side swapped and Virtus Pro got their attacks in, that's where we saw the historic VP, the one that goes solar over time and time again, slow but methodical, slowly draining out the time, and they tried to consistently slow Falcons down, get that opening kill. And yes, Falcons did have a good amount of responses, but unfortunately, as time went on, they ran out of ideas.
12 of 15 rounds with a sideline opening pick.
But obviously the conversion rate is extremely high. How critical is that, I guess, for the rest of this series? Do you think that that's something that we need to track?
It's definitely an important factor to take into account, but both these teams are actually doing a very good job on their entries, as you can see across the board. Pretty even across the board. But yeah, it is an important thing that if you can walk away with that, you can keep crippling that man advantage on the other side and just keep dwindling it down. You should be the team coming out on top. But again, for VP specifically, you're getting this win. Going into now Cafe, you are sitting pretty. And like I said, if VP wants to get it done here, they have to get it done in a 2-0. They are already one step over that hurdle. They just have to close it out here going into this Cafe.
Yeah, if you look at how the opening kills were going, it really looked like a Virtus Pro game that they had the control of. Even though they lost that lead early, they were constantly managing Falcons' aggression. And that was the biggest thing that we wanted to see from Virtus Pro. And they were throwing in some unique style to Chalet to keep Falcons on their toes. So that's what we wanted to see. The risk was taken. Chalet is a map that Virtus Pro is good at, but they are consistent at. Teams know what to expect. And I don't think Falcons was expecting the little twist that VP were able to bring to keep them on their toes. And that's why Falcons, unfortunately, just ran out of gas.
VP keeping things unique, yes, but still Falcons had adaptations of their own.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I just wanted to touch on was how good Falcons was at reading Virtus Pro, because they're a region that we just don't see much of, and this was amazing. Every time Falcons went for some type of an attack, they were just constantly, the next round, Falcons adapted directly to what the issue was and completely shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this round specifically, like you were saying, they're quick to adapt. They're quick to identify where something went wrong the previous round prior, and even a round that I had as well was round 4, where they brought the Gridlock to thwart off the clash, so they couldn't make use of it. And it just goes to show that regardless of an aggressive team, they can still play a fundamental game and understand where they need to fix the errors, where the mistakes are being made, and how they can collapse it for the next round and make it go almost flawless.
Yeah, Virtus Pro's consistency inevitably was just able to drown out Falcons. But Falcons, when they lost the round, they understood exactly what Virtus Pro did. The main brim of the attack, the main brim of the defense, whatever lost Falcons the round. The next one, they completely auto-corrected, they shut it down, and they made sure that they weren't creating that opening again for Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro has been there so many times that once something got in their way, they just knew exactly what to pivot to, and they just showed that the experience is what got them that win.
That's the problem at the end of the day. You've got two teams with polarizing playstyles, but also polarizing experiences. Hopefully, Falcons can bring it back after the break as we head to Cafe.
G2 ぐらいで歴史が止まってるでもそれだとファルコンの本当新しい急に出てきたね。本当勢いがあるで。うわ、会場見せてくれないの？見せてくれよ、会場を。見せてくれないっぽい。ねえ、外出れない。真冬やんな。7分。音楽もない。BGM もない。静かだわ。めっちゃ静けさ。あ、来た。あ、ハビピーさん、こんばんみ。Virtus Pro has been playing so well during the whole major. いや、なんかね、Virtus Proって結構なんか 強いってみんなすごい絶対勝つって応援してるけど、結構序盤じゃないけど中盤ぐらいに負けちゃってるイメージがあるから、今回はあるのかしらね。みんな、はい、どっちが勝つでしょうか。やっぱさっきもバートスプロが多かった。今日はろれつも悪いな。ろれつも悪いってわけ。あ、やっぱあれだよ。デイモスのコスプレしてる人 D のだ。あ、ミカちゃんとレオとあれだって会場ついてるっぽいよ。マッチ4は、あ、現地からミラー配信するってよ、マッチ4。マッチ4ですって。皆さん。見るしかないですね。まあ、マッチ4は多分ルミ見れないから、その前にミカちゃんにレードしよう。ルーさんが今まで見た試合の中で失速してなかったチームってありましたか？でもね、今まで見た試合ってこの今のメジャー、モントリオールメジャーの中で Let's go Falcons! Yes, let's go! 今回失速してなかったチームどこだろうな。それがファルコンズだと思ったんだよね、ルミンは。でもフェーズ、今シーズンで言ったらフェーズかな。全部込み込みっていうか、そのね、やっぱ優勝したG2がさ、この2年前ぐらいかなんか優勝したりとか、W7M がさ優勝してたじゃん、去年は。やっぱね、ほんと負けなしだったんだよね、最後の最後まで。こう上がっていくしかない。この一回下がってとか、この試合ダメだったとかじゃなくて、ずーっと上がり続けたやっぱ人たちが勝ってたから。これ全然決勝じゃないよ。決勝はね、あさってかな。あさってグランドファイナル。で、今日は、4マッチあるのかな。まだ残ってるチームいっぱいあるよ。次、ファルコンズとバータスプロ。その次が、フェーズとソニックス。で、マッチ3が BDS とシークレット。で、最後に SSG と W7M かな。まだこれからです。今回は、まあ、フェーズかな。まあでもさ、今までこう抑えてはないと思うけど、このフェーズ3になって風格を表してくるチームもありますからね。そうよ、始めたばかり。フェーズ3は今日が初日ですからね。これ今日から有観客になったの。確かに、シークレットのね、作戦はめちゃめちゃ面白いよね。って、そんなところからみたいな。そんな風なやつがあるのみたいなね。うわ、めっちゃすごい。で、みんなミカちゃんのツイートすごい。めっちゃ並んでる。会場までの。すごー。なんか道路挟んでるもん。いいなぁ。ミカちゃんの服装が、昨日の服装がいかついわ。ヒョウ柄ですわ。そしてエキシビジョンで勝利チームがルーさんとなんでやだや。そんなボコられてるとこみんなに見せたくないよ。絶対に嫌だよ。そんなの誰が望んでいるんや。嫌すぎる。そんな未来なんて嫌だ。What is Rumi yapping about? どういうこと？どういうこと？ What is Rumi yapping about? What yapping about? ありがとう。Thank you. What is the map? Next map is cafe. カフェ。ねえ、会場のミカちゃんを探せ、みんな。探すんだ、目を凝らせ。talking! トーキングはメジャーの会場楽しそうだなって。行きたい。私も行きたいです。モントリオールに行きたい。I want to go toモントリオール。合ってる。あ、確か岡山さんでもツイートに入ってなかったけど、いないのかな。岡山さんあんま自撮りあれか入らないタイプなのかな。あ、りょうくちゃん Thank you レイドありがとう。いらっしゃい。りょうくちゃんから来てくれたリスターの皆様こんばんみー。ルールミンと言います。よろしくお願いします。りょうくちゃんありがとう。見てた初試合マジ惜しかったね。ファルコンズ勝ったかと思ってたわ。りょくちゃんの配信はねこちらとなってる。パックカップ行くって言ってたよね。そういえばね入るの楽しみだな。こちらがりょくちゃんのチャンネルとなっております。よたかさんこんばんみらっしゃい。なさくろさんこんばんみらっしゃい。あ、別の仕事もある。大変やね。X 見たけどそうやばいよね。とんでもない行列。忙しそうだよね。翻訳とかも多分岡山さんがやってる。もうあれレオタンが喋れるからあれか。でも岡山さんも多分翻訳知ってるんじゃないかな。いや、いつかさキャスター陣みんなで海外行って海外で配信してほしいよな。昔行ってたんでしょ。だって会場に昔はなんか毎回海外まで行って実況してたみたいな。またその時代来ないかな。行きたくないのかな。行きたいのかな。行きたそうだよ。それ何のバッジ？何のラザサオパウロ。何のバッジ？モントリオールであれじゃない？
An underdog storyline that unfortunately may be coming to an abrupt halt here in the quarterfinals. Falcons, they looked okay. They looked like they were really in the mix on Chalet. And by okay, I actually mean they looked like they were going to win for the last 3 rounds. Unfortunately, they don't do it.
世界大会もさ、日本の大会やっぱ見慣れてるじゃん。こう世界でやってる大会をリアルで見たいわ。それこそルミはまたブラジルでやってブラジルで行きたい。ルミはマジでブラジルのあの観戦を体験してみたい。本当にいつか体感したい。海外行ったことないけどね、楽しみだよね。エーパックカップ岡山さんも、あ、岡山さんも会場にいる。探せみんな目を殺せ。ね、ブラジル本当に激アツだったよね。なんて言うんだろう、みんながみんなこう恥ずかしがらないで応援してる感じ。あれを体感したい。あれは絶対日本では味わえないからさ。ほんとスポーツ観戦って感じするよね。あ、かなでちゃんこんばんみらっしゃい。大会気になって寝れない。いいじゃない。やっぱみんな明日休みですよ。いいじゃないかな。できてもいいんじゃないかな。もうルミ全然もうね、初日だけ、初日ほんと眠かったけど、もう今、もう全然こんな時間に寝れないもんね。
feel the most comfortable. Now, the one X factor for Falcons is being able to get those opening kills. And when it came down to Chalet, that's an aggressive map. Their attacks are strong on that map. Now, you're going to a map where the defenses are more of the favor. And that's where we didn't see Chalet work for Falcons. Now, on a map like Cafe, there's a lot more areas for the rat play. Those little opening kills that Falcons is really good at. To be able to be expanded on and maybe catch Virtus Pro lacking a little bit. Because if you don't, if you let Virtus Pro do that step-by-step process, so far we've seen it. They will draw you out towards the last round, and they will inevitably just take it from there.
It's exciting. Virtus.pro are only one map away from being our first semi-finalists. It's time to go to the stars of the show of the Jake and Guz podcast.
That's right, it's Jake from Jake and Guz. Guz from Jake and
公演の
Guz.
最
Bobby,
中
well
に
done.
もうやった
We've got
ら
a big
試合し
second map
いやい
coming
や
our way
し
though.
みに
Cafe
引
is
きこも
a
りましょう
daunting task, unfortunately, for Falcons.
Naga
After they
so-
dropped the ball on Chalet. Arguably should have won it. They really should have taken that opening map. They failed to do so. This
お
though
わ
is
バータスプ
a
ロになっ
map in
ちゃっ
which
た
Virtus.pro
ね
should be
う
incredibly
わさっき結構
comfortable and
4060ぐらいだ
confident.
ったのに
So it's all now on Falcons to be that underdog.
Yep. Cafe has been a defensive paradise throughout this event so far. It's going to be tough for Falcons to break it down.
All right, Montreal, it's time to choose
さあ
a
行きたい
side.
と
Are
思
you
い
with
ま
the
す
underdogs
バ
of
ルカンズ
Falcons, or
バ
are
ー
you
サ
with
ス
VP
バ
to
ー
try
タ
and
ス
make
プロ
the
セカンドマップで
semi-final?
す
Let's get into
グッドラック
Cafe.
ハブファン完璧な入りじゃない完璧な入り
Well, so far the crowd has been a bit 50-50 split in terms of these two teams. I've heard Falcons chants, I've heard Virtus.pro chants. Who's going for Falcons?
もう歓声が少ないんだよね
Virtus.pro
ま
to
だ
take
初
this
日だ
map
からあれ
and
多
book
分
a
朝だか
place in the
らもうあんなに
semi-finals.
並んでるからね物販に並んでるのかなもうま
I
だ
think it stands at again 50-50, but this match
いや
itself
ー
is
そうねフ
probably
ァル
not
コンズ
going
は
to
やっ
be
ぱさ
50-50.
攻撃特
VP
化だと思ってる
absolutely
から
the
さ
favourite
カ
of
フ
the
ェは
two
さ
teams when it comes to this
あ
map.
あ
The
マジで
good
攻
news
撃
if there
大
is
変
any
なん
though,
だと
guys,
思う
is that
だ
Falcons
から
will
バータ
begin
スプロ
on
のがね
defense, and with
そうだよ
that you can
な
gain
で
the
も頑張ってほしい
momentum
け
and
どね
hopefully get some rounds on the board and just put the pressure onto VP.
うわ
Well, momentum is
ー
one
言わな
thing,
くなっ
but
ちゃ
as
った
shown in just one example, VP taking
ない
on
よ
SSG. VP only
Damn.
won one round in that attacking half, then came back to clean sweep defense. So
うー
Falcons
なの
need
か
as
オーウェイ
large
なの
of
か
a
どっちなんだろう
lead
ね
as they can possibly get in this first half.
Yeah, I mean almost to the point of
いいバックアッ
5-1
プ
might be
ね
the metric that
今回も
they
声
need.
出して
4-2
多分
might
大
be
丈夫だ
enough.
からいい
We'll see as we head into Cafe. 4 opportunities in the end the Falcons had, 2 in
まあ、ル
regulation,
ミ
2
ああいうの
in
恥ずかしくて
overtime,
声
and
出
they
せない
could
人なんで
not
すけどね
claim a single one of
配
those.
信では
The
こうや
ball
っ
of
て
the deciding map,
ピチャ
if
ピ
we
チャピ
get
チャピ
there,
チャ喋ってます
certainly
けど
a map
本
that
当に
suits
ルミ
Falcons very,
人見
very
知り
well.
なんで
But they're
皆
gonna
さ
have
んよ
to
ろしくお
play
願いし
now
ま
on
す
a map that maybe doesn't suit them as well. Falcons, in fact, on this map are 0 and
喋れ
2
ないから
at the major so far. Last playing against Base Clan. So while they've at least had some preparation,
ウ
they've
ト
at
ホの
least
中
played this
間にやっ
map,
た
they've yet to actually find a win on it.
あるある
So in terms of the operator bands, VP again not taking any chances
Oh,
with the
hey.
Monty taken off the board. Falcons pretty much par for the course in terms of the Ying and the Valk combination, but the castle pick from VP a little bit more intriguing, a key operator especially for top floor extensions over towards shop,
ルミ
and
も
those barriers as well can be
会
used
場
on
に見
various
つけ
other
て喋りかけて
objectives. So it is just one tool
え
taken off the
ル
board
ミこ
for
んななのっ
defense,
てなるのが
another
一番
layer
怖い
of utility that can be used to
マジでこん
stall
なテン
out
ションじゃないから
pushes.
さ
Probably will have more of an impact
リア
on
ルのルミも
Falcons
もっ
and
とあ
their
こんにちは
attacks, of
みたい
course, but we'll have to wait for that second half.
な感じだからさ
64% defensive win rate on Cafe makes it actually the most
Really?
defender-sided map of the major
声
so
は変わ
far.
らんと思うけど
We'll see if that can hold
テ
true
ンショ
for
ンが違
Falcons
う
as they begin on the defense. For
喋れる
Virtus.pro,
素質があるから大丈夫人見知りる
on
の
Chalet, they look down and out.
大
They
丈夫
didn't quite have the
人と
control
1
that
対1で
Falcons had, but they
喋る
were
のが
able
一番
to dig
怖
into
い
their bag of experience, winning 6 of the last 9 rounds to eventually overcome quite a few deficits, take Chalet, take the map pick of Falcons, and put themselves now 1 map
知ってる
away
人がい
from a
たら知ってる
semi-final
人だ
appearance
ったらいい
tomorrow. We'll see what they've got
そ
on
の
the
辺
opening
ジュンジュン
half,
の方
and
が
they
社
can
交
start
的なん
strong
だよ
on
ね
attack us, then suddenly it really puts the pressure on Falcons, put them right up against
イ
the
ベ
wall.
ント行くのも緊張する
Well, such is the case on a classic
もう
cafe
一人だっ
attack
たらもう一人で
headed
いいんだよル
from
ミは
the roof
一人
initially.
はもう一人を貫く
Gridlock
か
track
らさ
stingers in play, as well as Nomad, and so the combination of the stingers and the air jabs as well will make
誰か
flanking
と
a
喋ら
challenge
なきゃと
for
かそういうのが
defense.
一番ね
Shock
緊
drone
張
from
する
Dan, ineffective in through shop as he tries to clear the Goya canister.
あピンって言ってる
But he does have good information down below in reading. That's Dov
いい
playing
ドロー
that
ンだ
position,
ね
currently flicking info himself, one of which is, I believe, a hacked drone. But Nitro Cell down below, critical, and Joystick identifies that and wants to
3、2、
contest.
1
Yeah,
来るぞ
already in towards Pillow, can open up straight into
Ah!
leading play off that yellow ping, and
Yeah.
Mossy just completely caught napping.
最
Double
初
go down, opening
逆
kill
だ
for
ったね
Virtus
最初
Pro
は
here.
ブリッツで
To begin their
ドローン
attack
に
so
似てる
far,
側
they
が
look very
こう
nice.
倒されたけど 違うか。防衛側、ファルコンズ側がやってたけどね。バートス。お偉いさんじゃないよ、お偉いさんじゃない。 日頃配信してる配信者さんとか知ってる人とかさ。いつもお世話になってますじゃないけど。何々ちゃーって遊びに行って、それが緊張する。会ったことない人もコスプレイヤーさんもいっぱいにしてるからね。もうこういう時でしか会えないから。I call it timing. ねえ。完璧だった。
Great map control right now for Virtus Pro, but down below, guards catching always off guard. 30 seconds left, and suddenly you lose a little bit of that semblance of control of your VP. Yes, you've still got shot, but two outside on the exterior coming in late. Is Shepard in towards reading now? There's not much time for him to get upstairs. Guards gets rid of him. And suddenly now it flips in the round, advantage to Falcons.
Still 2 players below, eventually rotation, 2 come through, 8 seconds on the clock, joystick taken down deep, and a shot to find the final pick.
But it just falls apart for VP, so much of the round was very calculated, clean. But as soon as it came time to actually get into sight and try and hit the side itself, they just fell apart, crumbled. A lot of it though because of the hold down below from guards. Inside of reading, catches up one of the players in Cocktail, and from there basically the round just fell apart. They had a little bit of control over towards Cocktail for all of 5 seconds. That gets taken away. The round then falls away for VP. Falcons.
As one attacker with operator is always
2 below, 1 above. They had a lot of faith in that hold, and it managed to good start to the round. They joystick off the back of that info from Dan. Open kill, that was massive. But then J-Lad reaggressed, and this hold down below really fruitful. VP tried to play 20 seconds into the round, then went for a half-baked drop bar. They didn't look particularly confident in the closing phases of the opening round.
I think it's also something Falcons probably needed coming into this map after, well, their mental maybe being tested. Not closing out Chalet, not quite getting the map win that they should have arguably gotten. A good one to start Cafe, to bounce back, kind of forget about Chalet altogether. Focus now, lock in on Cafe. Good start, round win, everyone feels good. For VP, I think they'll be certainly feeling like that was a round that could get away from them. I'll be disappointed. Getting these attacking rounds on the board early would certainly take Falcons mentally out of this game. These attacking rounds will be hard to come by. Successful from Robbie. And if this rising superstar can get going on this map, it could be the fortunes needed for Falcons to find success on Virtus Pro's map pick.
Certainly not a poor performance from Robbie.
でも私はアザミとミュートかな。ミラは使えないから。
That we've come to know him.
今のリスキルはちょっとタイミング完璧だった。
Well, we may well actually have a series on
That is so unlucky.
5 for advantage for Falcons then.
Partial able to find J-Lad, and that's the smoke. Yeah, the smoke goes down, no gas papers for the remainder of the round. Pressure over towards Pixel. Good repel game right now from VP.
の駆け下りはハートじゃないんですよ。残念ながら、その顔にモルミンを描くんですね。
Does have another Kiva barrier that can replace the old one. 2 Nitrocells available for Falcons, Guards, and Dom. Robbie able to displace that air jet, so wastes that piece of utility from Asha on the Nomad. And Dom actually going for a wander through bar. Falcons looking to play Cafe defense aggressively. Droned immediately. The timing on that one as he slipped in towards shot repositions.
Well, he's trapped now. Always has the cross from the primary skylight, and Joystick has an inkling as to where he may be.
Oh, this could be rough unless he can get some help from Robbie over towards Pixel. He's dead. Yeah. As soon as Dolph looked to take that position, it was always going to be his grave. Good positioning for Virtus Pro to punish that. With that death, Robbie will fall back, give up a lot of that lounge control. Look at all the drones right now for Virtus Pro. So much information being acquired. It's a loud joystick straight through bar. Easy kill onto Robbie. He had no idea the joystick had already elected to push deep in towards bar. Top floor control being now established for VP. Hashom still has a Vulcan canister that he could pop. Try and fall back, drop down, place sights with guards. But joystick hasn't cleared him. He thought it was only 1 up.
最後のドローン回しが見失ってるもんね。うわー、みんな有利だったのに。
Shepard now 30 seconds isolated. Needs to rotate. Has the drop skylight or red options limited.
Huge play from Hashom in cocktail, simply just mistroned or not taken care of. 1v2 for Shepard, not a lot of time. Guards up close with the shotgun. Hasham there as well for good measure. They've got both players here. As soon as contact is made, they can swing together as one. Surely, a second round will be found for Shepard. No time remaining. He has to stick the kit.
うわー、時間なかったね
In a nail-biting second round, Falcons go 2-0 up.
絶対できないあんなの
Wow, huge from Hasham. Massive hold over towards
ファ
cocktail.
ッションピーク
Left unattended. And then good discipline there. In a 2 versus 1, that
相
pretty
手のタイ
quickly
ムアウトか
devolved into a 1v1.
えぐい
Able to
な
play the time win con really well from that position.
Timeout called already
ファ
by
ルコンズリ
Virtus
ズムだ
Pro.
ねいやさっきあんな
It's
攻
early,
撃
it's
で
very
ウイン
early.
グしたから防
Clearly
衛き
not
ついか
happy
な
with
と
the
思って
way that they're playing right now in Cafe. They know that these attacking
でも
rounds
さっきもこれで
will
覆
be
してる
required.
から
At
ね
least
バータ
1
ス
to
プ
2
ロ
of
ね
them, certainly. And so give themselves enough time to
そう
adjust
ディ
and try
ス
and find
ポイン
a
ト
couple over the next few
い
rounds
や
to put
ー
the
ねジョ
pressure
イス
then
ティッ
back
ク切
onto
り開いたん
Falcons.
だけどね道
Falcons
を
are the
ね
ones that need these rounds first. The onus is on them
同
to
じ
do
ピー
well
ク紹介して
defensively.
た
So
え
they're
ー
not really changing
でも
too
さ
much in
紹
terms
介
of the
されても
narrative
で
being
き
on
へんのよ
defense
な
Cafe. But these
こう
rounds have
こう
both been
こう
close. These rounds have both been winnable for
円を
VP,
描い
and
てる
maybe
こ
they
の
just
よう
want
に
to talk things out to solidify
But can you
going
do
into
the
the final 4
passion
rounds of this
peak?
opening half. Kitchen coming up here
No,
in the
I
third round as we go back to the
can.
replays.
I
And
can't
again,
passion peak.
things were going pretty well for
クイック
Virtus
ピーク
Pro.
もできない I don't
They were
I
until they
can-
were.
I
Joystick
can-
able to push forward. Ash
Quickly.
Akon. Always a
But
formidable combo,
can
but then
Falcon
Hasham
keep
went
this
unchecked.
breeze?
2 massive
さっ
kills.
き崩され
And
ちゃった
despite
か
the
ら
best
ね
effort here of Shepard with the cross established, he was unable to just land that
Cute,
secondary
cute play.
transfer. Gave an opportunity for
マジ
Hasham
でうまい
to
もんな
run away and win the round for Falcons.
That was close looking back actually from his perspective and how close that was to maybe find the kill, win the round, and
ぴゃん
maybe
ぴ
they
ゃん
wouldn't have
ぴゃ
even
ん
had to
ぴゃ
take
ん
that tactical timeout. Something to consider
ダ
for
ル
the
ビ
later
スさ
stages
ん
of
こんばん
this
みな
map.
さ
VP
ん
have used, expended their tactical timeout already.
he's
If things start to
the
get out
guy
of hand from here,
who
they have no way to really
create
control
that
the pace
crazy
outside of the server. 2-0 start for
す
Falcons
ごいよね
after losing their map pick of
キャラコンがす
Chalet
ごい
in
よ
staggering circumstances.
Thank you
At
for
least a good start
following
here on
あり
Cafe.
がとう
So Kitchen we go, and it's full investment for a coffee default plant protection in terms of defense, wanting to deny that position. Most notably the Echo and the Goyo combination
飛び出すのかな
can
と
control
思って
that
飛び出しは
space
しな
on the
いさすが
objective
に
for quite some time. Equally though, VP probably eager to go top down. They have Vert in play, and again double flank watch as well. So the Gridlock Nomad combination.
さっきのさ
Shepard on the
文字を
blitz
発見してた
hasn't
ド
been
ローンはどこ
necessarily
の図書
an
の上
operator played
に
for
ドロ
him
ーンを
all
置いた
that
んで
much
ど
this
この上
event.
に置いたの
Typically, Pasha would
図
be
書
the
の
one to play this
あれか
particular
な
operator, but they've changed stuff.
棚の
They
上か
keep the Nomad on Pasha. What have VP discussed in very early
攻撃
tactical
側
timeout
が
coming
壊
into
す
the
問題
third round? We know statistically that teams
防
do
衛が
fall
壊
coming
してるの見
out
たこ
of
とない
these
あん
tactical
まり
timeouts.
攻
A
撃
big
側
third
が
round
音
coming
消
up
して
here
る
for
のを見た
both
ことない
of these two teams. Falcons would love to just keep
あ
this
のド
momentum
ローン
going.
強いねでもなんか
Oh,
見た目
well,
が
that
ゼ
should
ロ
be
みたいだ
killed
けど
to
ゼロい
Robbie.
なかったんだ
Will
ね
be
危
no,
ない
surely
あ
yes. Okay, joystick.
あら
Oh,
ま
that
あ
was a little bit unclean, but still the result that
早か
really
った
he should
ね
have
一
got.
人
He
入って
does
きて
get
あ
opening kill for VP, second time in 3
恐ろ
rounds,
しい
and now the blitz of Shepard moving
恐ろ
forward,
しい
thinks
わ
about the pistol, puts it back temporarily. Dove over towards Bakery. They can't really help out here. No
やばい
one can really help out here to deal with this blitz. Although
食らってない
Shepard's still very low, it's an
食らってないぞ
intriguing little standoff here with
食らってない
Hashon. Pistol out, and they still can't
耐
find
え
each
て
other.
る
No one
耐え
can
て
get
る
rid of
めっ
each
ちゃ
other.
これ耐え
And
て
this
る
might
逃
just
げ
be a
た
statement as
で
Hashon
かすぎ
did not
る
have the yokai to help him out there in
な
reading.
んで
Getting
な
out
んで
of there
逃げ
is
れたんだ
insane. Big from Hasham again. Is that another key
絶望
moment
だっ
from
たよ
him
今
to help Falcons get
絶
another
望
round
すぎ
across
たよごよ
the line?
で
Shepard's
か
so
すぎ
low now on HP, so keep that
逃
in
げれ
mind
た
for
の
the late
でか
round. But
す
there
ぎ
are
る
no impacts
しかもだっ
left,
て見てよブ
and
リッ
that
ツ
may be
9だ
enough
よ
to just give him a
も
little bit more life. 60
9
seconds
ダ
in the
メ
round, and Hasham now top red stairs.
食らっ
Everybody
てなかっ
else
たのに距離
on the
多分
objective.
This is a free kill.
眩しいの距
He
離じゃなか
makes
った
his
ん
way
だ
down
ね
into red zone. Oh,
あー見た
drones him. always do.
それでまだ行くんか。あは。
Dan wants the contact and wins it.
グレートエスケープ。
Gave the opportunity to hash on.
ロンプリー。
VP once again with the numbers. Yokai trying to play off of it this time with the burst. But J-Lad can't find the angle. Nicely tucked inside a freezer is Shepard, even on 9 HP. Able to stay
そう
alive.
なんだけどね、
Canisters
は
is still
い
in a
勝
good
ったら
spot,
でも
guys.
勝て
Yeah,
そ
it's
う
going
だ
to
けど
stall a
ね。
lot of time. Jayla just needs to hold on for his life, and Guards has the cross. 20 seconds on the clock.
On the ward and glasses activated, waiting for the eventual push in towards kitchen. Time, massive factor, even though VP have got an extra player up. There's so little time remaining, and Shepard's so low as well, with the diffuser in hand inside a freezer. And the first kills now going the way of Falcons. The brothers both able to combine. Guards now
いやー、時間ない。ナイス。ちょっと時間なかったね。
Clean from Falcons, 3 rounds on
いや、
the trot,
強。
and they're not backing down. VP expending their tack and not being rewarded there on that kitchen
バ
attack.
ーマ
The stall out utility played a
ー。いやー、
massive
時
role
間
in
稼ぐ
that
のでか
round
か
from
ったね。あ
Falcons.
そこで
And
ブリッツだ
I
いぶ
will
削
also
って
note
た
the
から
presence of
ね。
mine from Dov over towards Bakery.
でかすぎた。しかも多分階段からカバーしてたんだよ。
Last
そ
time
れ
that
を
we
誰
saw
かがキル
Falcons
してた
on this
か
map, they
ら
only got one
余計
defensive
に入
round
れたん
against
で、
FaZe
階段
Clan.
上から降りてきてたやつを多分
This is
階段下から上がってきた
already
味
a
方
significant
がカバー
improvement
してた
now
んで。
against Virtus Pro. They are a very good
ほらほら
defensive
ほらほら
team.
ほ
This
ら
is a map that really should
ブリッ
be
ツと
more
戦う
suited
愛
for
が見えて
Virtus
る
Pro.
時
And
に
while VP have
あ
had
れ
their
でかす
chances
ぎたよ。
throughout
味
the
方
early
のカバー
portions
が
of
う
these
ますぎ
rounds,
た。
even sometimes
あ
throughout
れ
the
で
middle
普通に
portions
行った
of
ら
the
やられ
map,
てたからね。
Falcons have been switched on. They're locked in, and they're 3-0 up. 3
ほ
rounds
ら
to go in this
ネ
opening
ーム
half,
ベ
but
タ
it's all about capitalizing now on this defensive side
何
of
語だ
momentum.
何語何語何語だ
And
翻
how
訳
much
ミ
of
が
this
機
may
能し
end
てい
up
ない
being
ぞ。
false hope. We keep reiterating just how
翻訳
defender-sided this map has been, and VP themselves at a 1-5 deficit against SSG were able to recover the result.
There's every world in which Falcons go 5-1 up
ポル
and
トガル
VP
語
do the exact same
ポル
thing.
ト
Maybe
ガル
even
語に
get
も
6 straight
ポ
on
ルト
defense.
ガル語
That
い
is
け
the
るはずなんだ
potential
けどね。
reality. Right now, though, the actual reality is
な
that
んでいけないん
Falcons
だ
at
ろう。い
least
つもはねしてく
have
れ
been
るん
able
だ
to
よ。
bounce back
ポル
from
トガルも OK だ
disappointing
けどそれ
ending
だ
on
けしてくれない
Chalet
よ。
with now an exquisite start here
Oh,
on
that's
Cafe.
great.
3-0, 3 defensive rounds, yes, but you've got to just do the job that's in front of you. And they're able to do that so far, even with
よ
still
く
some
見て
good
るよ。
pressure
そういう時
from
見
VP
て
in
る
these
よ。
early
カバー
rounds.
ライ
Into
ン。
the 4th round we go, and so far, again, opening kills have been somewhat controlled by VP. The early portions controlled by VP. They are doing a good job
誰が
of
ど
getting
こ
these
にいる
early
かみたいな
kills.
さ、全体的には追えないけど、自分のと近くいこうブリッツいるとさ、やっぱどうやってカバーみんなし
So
に
this
し
is
て
the
るの
4th
かなっ
round
ていう
now.
気にな
VP
るから
playing
見ちゃうんだ
double
ろう
flank
ね。
watch with the Nomad gridlock. And I
ロ
suppose
ミン・ロ
on paper
ナ
it makes
ル
sense
ド
that John
は
Falcons
メッ
roster
シ
that so far at this event has not shied away from flanking and playing
無
rap
理
positions. Is that
ロナル
compromising
ド・
them
メッシは一
in
人
other
じゃない
portions of the game though?
ロナルド・オア・メッシな
Time
のど
will
っち
tell.
一人じゃない
Flashbangs down for
別の
Pasha
人
as
それ
well, so
は
that will help with the util clear. As the drone work begins in through shop and the drop to follow. VP looking for some quick
翻
ground
訳に
early.
それ
There are
さ
a
っき
lot
翻
of
訳し
flashes,
て
only the
多
two
分返
flashes
信した
available for
受
VP.
け
They
答
actually
え
don't
ていった
have
と思う
a
よ
super amount of utility. Also stacking on the breach charges and claymore, so only one more frag, 2 more flashes. It's not going to help going, later into this round. So they probably need to find some picks early on, as they've somewhat been doing so in this half. But
ロナルド・メ
as
ッ
the
シ
clock
じゃない
starts to
ロ
tick
ナル
down,
ド・
it
メッ
just
シ
feels like Falcons are
どっち
keeping a lot of the utility. They've still got
Messi is
3
the
nitro
right
cells, they've still
choice.
got good position. This mirror window hasn't been dealt with
ロナ
yet.
ルドとメッシは
While
別
VP
の
has
選
got red
手だ
control and shot control, and that's pretty standardized for a bar cocktail
一人か
defense.
と思って知ってまし
They're
た
finding it difficult to
合
actually
体
get
してる
pressure
のは
onto
ロ
the
ナル
Falcons
ド
players
ロ
defensively.
ナウドか
Who are still
ロナ
very
ルド・
well
メッ
set
シ
up.
でもないのか
Joystick still with an Ash charge in
Arigato,
hand and can be used to deal with the mirror window.
そこの車線からそれ壊せんの
That's clean.
あそこのワーペンで逃げるの
Jalen under a lot of pressure elsewhere.
あ、やばい
For the first
フラグ
clip.
が
Jalen forced out
あ
of position off the back of the frag grenade and he falls as well.
Oh, Robbie goes to
Ooh.
the peak over to all pixel,
強
and he loses his life. And then
Pasha.
struggle start for him on Cafe. 3-3, shot double. SMG
またここだ
11 for guards finds 2. Now though, Hashom needs to go big once again, as he did from this very position earlier in this half. Always sticking the plant. Hashom starts to make his way
あ
up.
ー
Pasha is
強
watching.
い
An attacking round found for Virtus
サッカ
Pro
ー
as
の
they
ね
clear
あ
out the top
わ
floor
あ
of Cafe.
現役なん
They
だ
are on the board.
サッカーわかんないねアイオントローサ
Same
ッ
way
カ
from VP.
ー
Able to go a
If
little bit
they
more direct
can
towards
win
side
to
instead of
attack
focusing efforts
it
over towards
might
that white
be
corridor
over
and util clearing it. Certainly worked out for them. Couple of hero attempts there from Falcons and salvaging the round back, particularly that SMG in hand. But not enough with the coverage of Pasha, dismissing Hasham, who has been phenomenal throughout this map so far, but not a whole lot he could do from that position isolated. Over towards Cocktail. VP finally with one on the board, and they've proven prior that has been enough for them. Anything from here would certainly be a bonus though.
Yeah, I mean, I think one is probably not enough. I think Falcons should be able to offset 5-1 and do well on their own attacking half. But it does put VP in a much better position going into the final 2 rounds of this half. They probably only need one more to be super comfortable. But one at least is on the board, which is quite redeeming considering it's been all Falcons to begin here on Cafe. VP just probably needed a confidence boost, and a lot of these rounds they've actually been very much in the Virtus Pro. Now they finally get the reward for effort, because there's a couple of rounds prior that they probably felt they should have actually been able to win. The opening kills on this map, though, haven't quite been the same as Chalet. They're not translating, guys. 4 rounds through, only 1 has actually converted into a round win. So quite the contrast to the more open map of Chalet.
Shock drone in play, and again Dan gets caught by Mujo, which is
次に
unfortunate.
違うのを動かして
Might be able to use the other to shoot it out, but in the meantime that shock drone has already been dealt with. So good awareness there from Falcons.
3秒でおな
The
く
shock drones here, of course, a critical tool in
1個生
dealing
か
with
すた
those
めに
Gloria canisters earlier in the
壊
round
し
and
た
giving
ビ
the
ルド
attack
で
more of a
動か
buffer
せるようになっ
towards
て
the execute portion.
38.9 ちょっと大変だね
Just take anything you can get
ハイ
right
ぐら
now
い
in what is
も
a tense
ミラーあったら
quarterfinal.
ほんといけないもん
These
な
two teams have already proven to be quite evenly matched as per the 7-8 scoreline on Chalet in the opening map. And even here right now, Falcons leading currently on Cafe. The map pick of Virtus Pro in towards shop is Joystick. Dov once again playing that cocktail position. Does have a Nitro Cell. So does Guards. Both playing very different positions though. Can Robbie get involved?
暗いよ
2 and 3 now.
下
After a
か
pretty
ら
decent start here
C4
on
を通すって
Cafe,
こ
he
と
hasn't quite been able to win his battles. And
みんなの
certainly a
写
lot of
真が
firepower
多
that's
すぎ
missing
て
right now.
不安
Falcons
だ
as
よ
the
ね
mirror window will get dealt with by the breach charge.
Ooh, a lot of pressure over towards cocktail, but Falcons
一
able
人
to
で
peel
耐える
off.
白階
Robbie
から
will
カバーする
remain.
のかな
Mirror window still up, and Joystick looking to clear. Does Robbie look to hold his ground up above, or will he elect to rotate?
うわー見えちゃっ
That
た
is just pushing out to the
でも
open
来た
for
ことは分
Robbie.
かったはずなのに
Makes a
ね
critical error. He goes down, he's struggling a
Oh!
little bit on Cafe, but what a shot back from
Ah,
J-Lad. Okay,
shit.
they needed a very swift response and they find it 4-4 going into the final minute. Another death mark going out from the Daemons of always. Now onto Hashom towards White Stairs.
So 50 seconds then on the clock, the death mark to keep Hashom at bay. What kind of an impact may that have towards the late round? 40 seconds, and we'll see what VP elect to go for in terms of execute. Go kind of default, that's dealt with.
もう
In a
全部
timely
私
fashion.
鉄骨に
And the
座られ
vertical
るっていう
control
のに
just
さ
forcing Falcons back.
なんで
Keep
なん
in
で
mind, both Nitros
プロの人は
already
鉄骨に
expended
座
by
れ
the
ないんだ
defense, but 3 smoke
全部
canisters
座れていく
still
んだ
up,
けど
now 2.
Yeah. 2 impacts remaining as well, still for Hashom. 20 seconds remaining in a 4v4. Another super crucial end of round here where both teams could theoretically take it from here. Who can next find the kill? Who can take
入ってる
advantage?
入ってるそんなに前行く
Deep in towards
とん
Reading.
でも
He
ない
will not plant default. He
ロ
does
ック
get
車
off
線
it
完成
though.
して
At
る
the
のか
moment, there's little time. He can no
う
longer
わ
get off it. He needs to stick to
もう
plan.
一回設置
Dov and Hashom, can they deny the plan? Hashom's all up above by himself. He
やばい
cannot deny the
あ
plan. Virtus Pro may get back
ー
to
あ
back
の
attacking
よう
rounds
走
on
ったね
Cafe.
グリム
And after a strong
マジ
start from Falcons, VP
やば
have got themselves
ガ
into
ンダ
a
ッシ
very
ュ
good position.
ダ
Very
ーッシ
fine
ュだよ
margins in that previous round. It was the correct
すごい
call for VP
ね
to go deep in the
すご
face
い
of
よ
that utility. They almost got caught, then it almost got denied, but the coverage, especially
素晴
from
ら
above
し
on
い
the vert, was really clean from VP. Just able to win out
い
those
や
fights.
ー
Apply
よ
enough
く
counter
グリム
pressure
あそこまでマジで
onto
走った
the
わ
denial attempt from
勇
Falcons
気
with
ない
that
よね
two
あんな
rounds
走れ
in
る
the half, and they're in a
心
really good
配だよ
position
ね
now.
Well, dare I say, as we go
打
into
たれ
the
る可
final
能性
round
しかない
of
じ
this
ゃん
half, it feels like it could maybe slip away from Falcons if they can't
打たれる
find
やん
a little bit of
あの
success
車線
in
が
these
完
more
成
later
して
stages
たからあ
of
そ
the
こまで走り
rounds.
込んでの
Oh,
設置だった
credit to VP as they were just able to just hit sight so
あ
cleanly
ー
on
ロ
their
ックが完璧
execution.
だわ
Two attacking rounds in a row has set them up very nicely now for an eventual second half on defense where they will be very difficult to dislodge. Falcons must win this round, you would imagine, guys. They must find a fourth defensive round, or it will be incredibly difficult.
これバータスプロ
They
か
have
取ら
shown
れ
strength
ちゃう
though
と
on
ちょっと
Kitchen prior. We cast our minds back. It's always saw the
TT よね
blitz in play. And the Goyo was ultra effective alongside that Echo. Looking to deny the shield play and stall out time for the execute.
One more
There's still
defense,
an
please.
opportunity. There's still a lifeline
ね、ちょっ
in
と防衛
play
取らんと
for
厳しいよ。
Falcons. But it's essentially
ね、
do
ほ
or
んと
die at
3
this
差
point.
折
It
り
would
返
be
しはマジ厳しい。
remarkable if they are able to bring back a 3-3 scoreline.
Oh.
Jalen, though, does get the first, and Joystick, who's been playing well so far, acknowledges the fact that was a clean shot. Falcons with the advantage.
いやー、こう前で当たってくるのが本当にファルコンズ強い
but
か
the
ら。
advantage hasn't necessarily been all that impactful here on Cafe. Only twice has it converted into a round win. And they find a way to do so here in this. At the very least, you've got the advantage, not so much for the round win, but just having extra bodies on the defense. Your defense then is not spread
いい
so
んだよね、
thin.
最初だからさ、2本取られても、そっからあと全部取れば。
4 targets available on the Deimos of Dan to choose from for his death marks, who he wants to try and track down eventually with that
確
vendetta.
かに、お互いね。
And Joystick off the board is actually the top fragger for BP, so quite a lot of firepower now.
これがいいと
Not
ころよ。
going to be there
煽
for
り
the
も
later
するけ
stages
ど
of this 6th round to
煽
close
り
out
も
the
煽り
opening
である
half.
けども。
Right now for Falcons, it's really probably just play sight. Don't have to do too much. Don't over peak. Don't over aggress. Play sight. Force BP to push into you
is a bit
when they don't have all of the numbers necessary to play that trade game.
He's being making
VP still with critical utility. They have breaching charges, skulls and key. Secondary hard breach. So they can open up lines of sight down below.
Good info right now here from Dom on the Yokai.
まあ
The
ミス
Echo,
は
he
しょう
has
が
been
ない
droned
よ
out
ね
though.
でも
Only 3 drones remaining as well, cuz something to keep in
Miss
mind in
はしょう
terms
が
of
ないよ
BP and their information game. It's not going to be as prevalent as previous rounds. They don't have that much drone information left. With a minute remaining, you've only got 3
今回のねじゃ
drones.
あ煽りで悲しい気持ちになったからこういう
Can
コメン
BP
ト
find something on Vert? Falcons not really presenting
私
any
は煽り合い見るのも好き
opportunities for the attack to take.
オ
And
フライ
again,
ンなら
Dov
では
continuing to gain really good info for the potential
相
back
手
hit.
の
This
こ
is
とを
nothing
尊
bakery, so
敬して
it
るか
means
ら
you
こ
can
そ
kind
の
of
煽りは
adjust your positioning on site. You're not
ただ
going to
の
be
煽りだ
expecting
け
that
じゃなく
bakery
て
here. So much pressure so far from above.
さっきも
It
いい
means
いい
Freezer
言ってたけ
will
ど
be the drop. Freezer will be the play, and they should be ready for it, but nevertheless, guards will fall. That's the Warden dealt with.
まずい
A
よ
couple of flashes now can certainly do
一
some
歩打っ
impact.
たらまずいよ
Another one comes through from
入る
Dan.
か
So from the
嫌
5-4,
だ
it becomes 3-4.
う
Robbie
わ
up close, and he too can't win his battle. VP just dominating towards
お
Freezer. 20 seconds left, and again, Falcons are just falling apart on side. Pasha, Dan, all doing tremendous jobs, and J-Lad needs to find almost the ace, but Robbie
燃え
with the
た
back canister
ワンバイワン
finds the kill. Dan searching for the kill with the death mark, chasing
う
it
わ
down to keep it. He gets away, hiding inside a code check, and the time.
うわーこれはナイスすぎる
Virtus Pro as the
焦
kill was
っ
left
た
behind.
ね
He made his
スイ
decision.
ッチいっちゃったんだ燃えてる
Wants to
中
clear the barrier. What a round. Falcons
う
up
わーこれはやばい
Wow, are you serious?
これナイス牙だねあれナイス判断だわ
That's why you always keep one in the
How
pocket.
pivotal is a round
Wow.
in a moment such as that for the landscape of this series? Could that
うん
be
そ
a
うそうそう
defining
こんなも
moment
んか
here?
そうそうそうそうそう
If that doesn't hype the team up, I don't know what doesn't going into the second half. Falcons
So,
and
so,
BP though,
雑魚って感
so
じじゃない
close to
そうそう
finding that third round, which could have been oh
や
so
っちゃう
devastating.
ぞ俺らみたいな
So a 2-round lead for
Yeah,
Falcons
even
as we
though-
prepare for the second half. As proven though throughout the event, it may
今のは
not
やばい
be
な
enough.
What a shot
Yeah.
on the drop through the
え
soft
どう
wall.
なったの
Oh, Dov got
これ
caught.
設置いってる
I
の
mean, everything that could go
設
wrong
置が
for
燃
Falcons
えた
went
よ
wrong until this moment
え見
right
てない
here.
見えない
Even
侮辱
just
は良くないよ
one
ね侮辱は
single
良くない
second
けど
extra there, and that may have been a win
お
for
互いに
BP.
こう盛り上がるような
4-2 going into the
パフォー
second
マン
half
ス
here
として
about
私は
second
見て
map.
る
Falcons lead
I
at the
got
moment,
an
but for how long
AV
can they
light
hold this lead or
before the
potentially
crash.
extend it?
いや
Now
マジナイ
going
スクラッ
on
チ
to
あ
this attacking
あ何
side.
広告が入っちゃっ
Again,
た
Cafe, the most defender-sided map
最
in the
悪
tournament.
バースタイ
VP have found their two attacking rounds.
Nice
They've done their
clutch.
job. Now they can kind of sit back on defense. Falcons
バーストタイ
need to
ミン
be
グ
the
すぎ
ones
で
to
しょ
try and take a few attacking rounds, but at least
I would like to
potentially get
see
it to
who
OT
can
minimum
clutch
for what would
by
be the second map in a row. They bring the blitz,
Indonesia
they bring the Bravo.
確かにね 1v5 クラ
Yeah,
ッチみたい
I'm
わ
really keen to see what kind of value Dov can get here on the Bravo with the clutch
Yeah,
drones.
they
You think
were
about the
nice
utility and the
play,
lineup
done
for the defense. Most notably
あれは盛り上がるよ
and Capcan probably and Aruni to a certain extent. Outside of default cameras as well. BPCs even, so Dov can get a lot done here. Proxies
スイッチじゃないんだね。ブラバなんだね。
An operator that has so much impact outside of actually shooting a gun. With these clutch drones being able to hack so much utility. Sawyer Gate successfully taken as well, and already early on with the first clutch drone success.
うわ、全部取ってる。
He's just getting whatever he wants right now. Another BPC, another Sawyer Gate cleaning up a lot of this
だい
utility.
ぶ取ったよ。
So far, decent start to the round for
ね、ゲン
Falcons
ジ
in
全部
terms
取ってた
of
ね。
the utility battle. Drop down, top red, back. Oh,
Whoa!
that was a very aggressive swing though from Dob. His gun wasn't even up. They're falling apart. At least Guards was able to get one back, but now needs to find another very quickly. Stuck deep inside a bar freezer is Dan. Guards thinking about trying to send this one in. The flash shot successful, not from that distance. And suddenly, despite the util game, from Falcons looking pretty decent to start off the back of the Bravo, they've just lost all of their gunfights. Hashem by himself in a 1v4, and VP should very well start this second half with a round win on defense.
そこに。うわー。
The only
やっぱ
mining
ボ
round
ー
we
イ
have
って
seen
わ
thus
け
far is a success for the
ボーイ
defense.
ってわけ
That's concerning if you Falcons, though, in the way that that round was won. It didn't even come down to the site. Just simply lost all of your gun battles as you're pushing in. That should be the aspect of Falcons that is a strength of theirs. Credit to VP, taking the early fights, the early contact, and winning out very comfortably, may I add. Kitchen to follow.
ダメだ、お菓子が止まらないよみんな。
Still that lead for Falcons, but watch
お
it
腹痛く
dissipate
な
slowly
る
and surely if they
あ
cannot
さ
find
こん
these
ばん
attacking
いらっ
rounds.
しゃい。
Really clean from
ね
always over
もう
towards
1ラウンド
Cocktail.
目ですし。
Run out as well and play. Guards not really in a position to be
肉さんたる
particularly
今日中
effective
に
on
な
the
くな
blitz
るので
as
はないで
well.
すよか。
So
30枚入っ
good
てる。
work from VP, stalwart in their defense, winning key fights up
死ぬほ
above,
ど焼肉さん太郎食べるよ。
maintaining that pressure and tempo that really is required against Falcons.
全然食べれ
With
る。
that, the lead just slowly begins to shrink.
だってルミ今1日1食
Two
しかして
highest
ないか
rated
らさ。
player on the team as well for Falcons. Robbie and Dov, 3626.
朝ま
That's
で
your
お
best
菓
two
子
players
タイム
coming
で過ご
into
してるから
these quarterfinals.
夜ってやっぱ食べれないよね。なんかお昼とかさ、夜ご飯っていうの決まってないと食べれないよ。
playing well right now. Your two best
そう
players
駄菓子
need to stand up now in a crucial
駄菓子屋
half
さん行っちゃった。
that could determine whether we head
い
to
や
quarter
食べる時
or
間が
whether
ないの。
VP head to a
だって
semi-final appearance tomorrow.
いつ食べるの
And while it's not all eyes on just those two, certainly we'll have to raise their impact levels. Right now, it seems like though for VP, everyone once again pulling their weight. It is a strength of theirs.
お菓子の HP がもうゼロよ。
So a VIP extension in play and some early pressure in response from the attack. Deployable shield already dealt with,
だい
and
ぶ
that
早
will
めに
aid
立て壊
Falcons
してたね。
in the late round if they are to go for a freezer drop. In the meantime, drone work top
完
floor,
全栄養食ルミン作る
and。so likely will go
ルミン
for
食べられ
somewhat
る
of a map clear. That being said, everybody from the defense is on the
食
first
べられる
floor.
側
J-Lad looking
What
very eager
map
to take
did
this fight.
you get this time?
Oh,
え
Dan, did he
Japanese
go for another
dagashi.
peek? He has been poking and prodding
なんていうのこ
from
れ。
VIP.
何
Maybe sensing though that
What
this
do you
startup
know?
position could be watched.
Dagashi ya.
Yellowing out.
焼
Knows
肉
that
さん太
J-Lad
郎
is
ってなか
watching
な
here
かない
from
よ
the
ね。
exterior looking in. I think that might be the last peek we get from
なん
Dan.
だ
He
ろう
doesn't need to
お
give his
魚
life away. It's all
フィッ
about
シュシ
holding
ー
that
ト
VIP position for as long as possible. Guards could though come help out from the other side
焼肉
and
テイス
maybe
ト
look for a pinch into
焼
this
肉テイストフィ
position
ッ
to
シュ
deal
シー
with the
ト
warden. It would be a pretty crucial kill. Help alleviate the backside pressure of Freezer. Even J-Lad now changing up his tune. Well, the time is
めっちゃ
running
キ
out.
ャン
They
ディ
are
ーじゃな
certainly
いな
looking to go for this
キャン
pinch
ディーじゃない
in
もん
towards VIP. 3 players making their way. Patcher walks out though over towards Whiskey and J-Lad now creeping all the way up. He knows he's in the corner. Dan, it's a headshot anyway. J-Lad was the
ここ倒さん
circling
と
shot,
ね
but Dan holds strong.
すごいものだって
Dan's
思
trying to
う
watch so many different positions at the moment, but timing
な
it
んか
well.
かん
Whiskey control again for VP, despite losing Parsha. Red pings available to Falcons. They have good information.
エースすな
They've got the numbers here. Falcons have got to
変わら
find
な
this
い
kill
よ
over towards the bar. Robbie making his way in.
Oh.
Good kill from Guards. You know he's still here. Joystick down the
あ時
hallway
間がな
though.
くなっちゃっ
Helps
た
out
ね
from a
人
distance.
数もいないしな
Shepard just holding
うわー
on.
のロング
Joystick, Robbie, you just your
こっ
teammate
か
just died from there. 1v2 for Hashem now into Freezer.
え
Headshot.
ROC で
Shepard on 5 health. has been holding for so long as Hashem flashes himself. 20 seconds left. Can go bakery side here, guys, knowing where Shepard is. His position is known.
あー間に合わないんじゃない？間に合わない間に合わない。
Comes forward, but it's too late. Plant secured.
Too late. And Hashem can play the post plant. Shepard on 5 health. It won't take much from Hashem. A simple body shot, a toe shot will find the kill. This is a super crucial round right now for Falcons. They must find an attacking round from a position such as this. Shepard through small bake, going for a different angle of attack through the Sawyer gate. Doesn't find Hashem just yet, sitting inside of prep. So much time and the slow movement. So good, Shepard. Make it.
うわー、エコトロか。エコトロあったんだろうね、多分最後の。
That is an absolute back-breaking moment for Falcons.
わーお。5HP だったんだけど、ちょっとピン立ってたのはしゃあないな。
Shepard so cool, calm and collected, plays the time
今はしょうがない。あれはしゃあない。
We are tied.
いやー。
But Virtus Pro on defense now are looking to make the last push towards claiming this second map. Timeout for Falcons.
Yeah, we saw the Yokai from Echo unable to deny plant.
いや、ほんと。
However, there was a wealth of information available. We see that yellow ping position was known in through prep.
いや、設置したからね、びっくりしたんだけどな。
VP able to clutch up in the post. A huge round for their campaign here on Cafe, and likely their campaign here at the Montreal Major.
For the last 5 rounds now for Virtus Pro. After that 3-0 start from Falcons, that maybe has filled us with a little sense of false hope that this could be a series that goes to all 3 maps. Right now, Virtus Pro, and while the scores are tied with being on defense, well and truly in the driver's seat from here to close this one out. It's going to take something quite miraculous from Falcons. Right now, the biggest thing for me is the fact that VP have done such a good job in these gunfights. This is supposed to be the strength of Falcons. Joystick finding a double, all the way from small bake through the hallway. Shepard just staying alive over towards Bar. If he dies earlier in the round, as he should have, we may not have been in this position. Cannot believe it, but for Falcons that had chances, so many chances. Back on Chalet and now even here on Cafe, but it feels like all these little 50-50 micro moments are going the way of Virtus Pro. That experience clearly shining through.
9.
So then to reading, we go round 9. Can VP continue this streak on defense? An aggressive hold above, facilitated by the mirror. That's rather anticipated. So pressure on Robbie in the util department to deal with those, but also in the frag department as well to step up to the mark. 4-7 thus far, needs to try and get himself in the game. Hasham's been playing well, but VP are doing a good job in just shutting these players down.
Well, they need a defining moment to go their way. We saw Hashem earlier in the first half, clutch up a big round, big 1v3. Hold out cocktail. They need something like that. They need a Robbie to go in and just get 3-4 kills, get an easy round win, get an attack round on the board. They're yet to do so. VP found 2 attacking rounds. Puts the pressure on Falcons to at least minimum do the exact same. That was a chance in the last round to at least get 1. Take the pressure. It would have been 5-3. It would have alleviated that pressure valve ever so slightly. You'd be 1 away from OT at minimum. And they'd be further away. The kill though comes the way of Falcons through JLAD onto Joystick. You'll take it, but it doesn't mean the round is going to be a given from here. VP has shown the ability to fight back even though they've been at times a player or 2 down.
Shepard keeping an eye on Skylight. We'll see if that bears any success. As mentioned, Robbie tasked with dealing with the mirror windows and able to do so successfully. As Hasham will join the party on the roof. Dan on the dock to overheal. Repositions back down to the 2nd floor.
Well, they've completely given up cocktail here, which is such a VP thing to do at this point. You've lost the play. You probably don't need to continue to contest the mid round. We'll give it up. We'll play these vert angles from down below, play sight, force Falcons to clear us from here. And it just means that if Falcons are going to win this round, they're eventually going to have to win this fight on the site itself, rather than getting someone peeking like a cocktail or looking to hold over towards backstore, for example. So this is going to be far more like VP that we usually are used to seeing. Play the site, play the late game, force the clock to tick down.
So a minute on the clock, convert control established from Falcons. Don't necessarily have a ton of traditional utility to create vertical lines of sight down below, but it is still possible.
They sell that
Probably just being mindful of potential retake attempt, but VP aren't likely to go for that.
Pasha's a
here
super
in the
important
US.
piece here inside of Laundry. He's got a nitro cell. He can throw that over towards default here inside of Reading.
ジャパニーズローカル駄菓子みたいなローカルスナックだ。わあ
Well, they won't have it for the plant. At least he does find something from it. 30 seconds remaining now in a 4v3. Big kill for always to shut down J-Lad. Stuck over towards mining. Is there going to be a swift trade? No. Position known and now a 3v3. And again, another winnable moment here for Falcons if they could just push through.
Still one gas canister available as well for Shepard to try and deny inside of the smoke.
No nitro. They have to shoot this. He sits in the middle of the smoke. Guard should get this down successfully. No, he's not in default. He runs on through though. Shot in the back.
いる目の前にいる。ああ
Oh, he just didn't look. He looked away. Robbie looked away. Hashom in a 1v2 post plan, and they're coming from both sides. One through the corridor, watches it nicely. Couldn't get the initial down though onto Always, and he knows he's got Pasha through pillar. Hashom has to make a play, throws the smoke out to obscure the vision, makes the push, gets the kill. He's already he does it again. Super critical moment from Hashom. He's making some big plays here in this quarterfinal.
木開けた後のさキル面白かったなお互いに霧が晴れたら見えるっていうあーちょうどその時後ろ向いちゃったんだもんな自分は適当にやっちゃってるけどプロの小技みたいなの無限にありすぎてシーズ難しいってまあそれができるとより楽しくなるけどそれなくても楽しい子はいっぱいいるしなーって思うけどねこんなプロみたいな戦いする人なんてほんとランクのほんと上の方でもそんなないからねなかなかないからグレートクラッチいやマジでグレートクラッチ初めてドロップスの報酬をもらいましたこれも我らが出身ルミンさんのそういうことマジで今日のやつマベとねマベとなんだったなんかスキンあったよね2日間で多分手に入るのかなあカプカンのスキンだこれめっちゃいいと思う明日のね明日のやつマジでいい明日じゃない明後日かグランドファイナルのデューのスキンマジでおすすめですマベカプカンのユニフォームチャームも入るのかなあでもマーベリックはゲットしたわ
Now it just comes down to execution. The Falcons can they be a little bit more tidy, especially through the early round, give themselves a platform to play around.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, I thought their late round execute with the plant, the way that they did it inside of was reading it was actually really nice rather than looking for the smoke default just sitting in the middle, and it worked out perfectly. That got them the plant down. That then put Hashim in a position where you could then clutch off in the 1v2, but they do need to find a little bit more cleanliness.
なんかイベントに入ってたやつがあったっぽい。これね、これでここで見るのかな。
The superstar who's developing before our eyes finally comes to the fold here on Cafe, and just like that, that's the Falcons we know, and the fire power that they have. 3 kills inside 3 seconds, and this round could almost be done. Joystick and Shepard need to do something quite heroic from here. Otherwise, Falcons, like on Chalet, will have 2 opportunities up 6-4.
終わってるのに終
Starting
わ
to
って
feel
ない
like
とはいいか
Falcons
もしれ
may
ないね
actually be able to do it here on Cafe as we reach the midpoint of the round. Not over yet for VP.
He's inside reading close right. Shepard loses the power with that. VP surely lose the round. I love Joystick. He's a superstar. But even he surely can't clutch a 1v5 from here. Inside mining, does start with 1. Confirmed. 4 to go. And suddenly we hold our breath.
Match point?
6-4-2.
Match
points for Falcons.
でもさっきはここから追い抜かされてるからな
Because being in this position before, back on Chalet, if you recall, they were up 6-4. They had those 2 chances, and they couldn't close it out. Can they do so here now in the second map?
I hope for their sake they're able to. They, I think, deserve it very much so, being so competitive here on a map that is so strong for VP. to continually just chip away and find these rounds, find these opportunities and convert them has been very enjoyable to watch. 2-round lead. As we look back at the 10th round, Robbie, 2 massive kills to kick off his campaign.
そういうとこで取られちゃった。一気にだって減ったもんね。最初だって3人ぐらい一気に持ってかれちゃったもん。
Falcons fired up and ready to close out this map.
We'll see if they can do so.
新シーズ
Again,
ン全員を
they've
発
got
表
to
多
now learn
分
from their
あさっ
experience
て
back
の
on Chalet. What went
月
wrong?
曜
How did
日
we
の
fail to close out? I'm sure they
午
would
前
have talked about
4
that
時
after the map itself. Being
そ
like,
の
guys,
後
we
に
struggled
さ
to
大
close
会
out.
が
We
始
had
まる
4
と思
chances
う
to
と
win the map 4
最
map
終日
point
配信
scenarios.
時間だい
They'll
ぶ
get at
遅い
least
のだ
2
よ
more minimum here
2
before we
時
then
スタートく
potentially
らい
head to
なんじゃない
regulation if BP can hold on
めっちゃ遅
defensively.
い
And
気
that's
が
the
す
thing
る
to kind of keep in mind here. BP are still on defense, so for Falcon to
ドロッ
close
プ
this
スの
out
報
on
酬はもらえた
attack
のミンチャームだ
would
け
be
は閉
quite
じてもらえない
extraordinary, and certainly the way this
時
entire
間
series
帯
is
に入れ
playing
て
out
ほ
is
し
not
いの
how
に
we expected it. It was supposed to be
But
Falcons
that's
win
pro
Chalet,
always
BP
come
win
back
Cafe,
in the
we go to
end.
Border, but right now it could be the inverse option developing. 2 chances for Falcons. How do they learn from Chalet? We'll see. As we
で
head
もあ
into
そ
the
こで
first
受け取り
2
ボタンを押
map
せてれば
points.
多分もらえてるよ
So we'll be top down from Falcons. Double vert. But the Falcon and the Ram early fight currently over towards Kochak. And Parsho actually ends up second best. 66 HP.
盾がね
Ooh,
2
good
個あった気がするんだよ
utilization of the Echo here.
カウンターロールとビップに1個ずつあるからビップめちゃめちゃ硬い気がする
And played off immediately. I mean, that's just great teamwork from
いい
Virtus
ピ
Pro.
ンだね
Yokai delivers the
いややっぱさカフェはさエコー強いな
Opening kill for VP here.
日本のやつでも見たしさCGTV でも見たけど昨日リンク途切れてノックのためにそんなあでもあるねなんかエラー発生しましたやつはたまにある
Yeah, the information game.
新しいツイッターアカウントサブスクしてビアカーの連
In this
携も視野
particular
がに切
round,
れて
playing
る
around it very nicely.
多分大丈夫だ
Minute 30 on the clock. Yokai still standing red hall. Dov eventually able to make his way down top.
いやあの盾が重い
At the moment on either side,
あ
Passion
の盾
Shepherd.
が重いよ
Does Dov have the awareness? No.
いや
Looking onto the right
ー
side,
仮に
Pasha pops up. He's found
こ
three.
こ硬
And
い
maybe
な
about to find a fourth. There's the down. There's a
カチカチ
confirmation
やね
courtesy of Dan. And VP will end this round very swiftly and almost
あ
in
ウ
a
ィングレ
flawless
スさん
fashion as
ウィングレ
Hashim.
スさん YouTube
Well,
見
he's
て
had
た
two great moments so far on
Wanted
this map,
to
but a
say
1v5
hi.
with a minute remaining surely is beyond him.
Unfortunate for Falcons in this round, trying to get control over towards Kochak and Whiskey, and it just does not pay off. VP off the back of the Echo, 2 strong landing shots, and Parsha up to 12 so far.
うわ
That information
ド
still
ローンも
up.
見られ
Hashan's
て
position well and truly known.
スイキャスや
And
っ
there's
てない
absolutely
な
nothing
怖
he
い
can
な
do from this position. No.
ミラー配
To
信
the
のミ
point
ラー
that
してる人
maybe
はい
he
る
would be
な
best to actually just try and get back outside, take the last 30 seconds as an impromptu timeout. Does get the kill onto Pasha, but again, there's so much
いや
more that he
車
needs to do
線
with
が
so little
車線
time
がえぐ
remaining.
い
This
車
is
線
surely
がえ
just
ぐ
an
すぎる
unwinnable position for Hashon, looking to at least just maybe keep
絶望
himself
の
hot,
車
ready
線
for the next round to
い
come.
や
It's a good
これ
movement,
は
some
しゃあ
good
ないね
angles, practicing, ready
これはし
for
ゃあ
the
ない
next round. 6-5. Worrying times though if you are a Falcons fan because you've seen them be in this position before and come up short. BP will have to navigate one more
あれ
map
覆
point
してたらもう
to try and send this to
勝
overtime.
ちだあもう勝ちだな、うん、結局マッチポイントだわ
One of the weaker rounds we've seen from Falcons so far.
I think they will
Good
go
opening pick.
to overtime
The combination of
また
Parsha
来る
and Shepherd in that
Overtime
in that
来る
prior round was incredibly strong. Deployable shield still over towards Whiskey.
ベイタ
And just walking into the meat grinder in the prior round there for Falcons, really not showing much.
配信をミラー配信してそのミラー配信をしてそういい級ミラー配信期間
All right, 6-5.
ミラー配信をミラー
Can
配信
Falcons
その
close
ミ
this
ラー
out
配
in
信をまたミラー配
regulation?
信 A 級ミ
We
ラー
shall
配信
see. They get one more opportunity.
ねあの盾いいよ
Otherwise,
ね
it could be
でも
a
ビップ
nightmare
を守るって
relived
な
from
か
Chalet,
なか
where
難
they
しい
were
んだよ
in
ね
the
ランクで
exact
結
same
局さ
position,
ラン
up
クは裏積み
6-4.
する人たち少ないからさ
And as soon as it got
ビ
to
ーカリ
overtime,
攻
they
めばっ
made
か
it
りな
then
んだよ
7-6.
だ今のはスカウティングがもう完全に相手が裏積みをしてくるだよっていう読みで、まあ、あの守りをしたから合ってるんだよね。噛み合ったんだよね。なかなか裏積みしてくる人たちいないからな。
Fingers crossed. Would be one hell of a way to kick off the
あ
quarters
と
here at Montreal with a free mapper.
アン
Unfortunately, all three
as
of the
a
qualification games
can
in the
be
final
called
day were
overtime
2-0,
is
so
very
we're hoping for some competition.
It
Hoping this
would
makes up
be
for it, yeah.
interesting.
BP though would not want to
Yeah,
see a third
they
map. They would not want to see Bordeaux on this one done here on Cafe.
取られるとバータスプ
See
ロ
you
は
later off to the semi-finals.
どうなるか
The
な。
Falcons, they
最後
want to
決勝っ
extend
しょ。
their
こう
hopes
いう
of
強
maybe
そうだもん
reaching
な。
the promised land
ミ
for
ラー
a
配
MENA
信をルー
team
プするとルー
to
さん
make
も
top
腎臓
4
食する。そうそう
at a major. Hashom
よく
has
やって
been
ます。
so
ミラー配信の
instrumental.
ミラー配信一
10
番
and
目によ
7,
くやっ
but
てます
most importantly, impact for his
マーベリッ
kills.
クの
Logic
服は
bomb
もらえてるの
early
パックもらえてない。
from the Dogby, but 3 new
なん
chambers
で
apparently.
こっちの方が少なかったよね、多分。時間。
At the very least, though, for Falcons, good position from Robbie through
メー
Pixel
ターは進んでた。
down the white corridor. There is one close left. Is
う
he
わ
ready? No, Robbie
ノールックで来た
misaims,
の
and Dan will punish. Robbie just trying
な
to
んか
get
後
himself into
半
the
なんか
game,
マ
but
ッチポイント
6-10
取って
and
から
has to
さ
wait to see
雑だよ
how
雑
the
っていう
rest
言い
of this
方あれかも
round
しれ
will
ないけど
transpire.
ノールックで入っ
Went
て
for
く
the
るな
solo
ファル
push,
コンで
went for the fast push, but comes up short.
クイックだと冷凍開けたり冷凍
The
から来
risk
るパターンあ
reward
るか
factor
ら
though is if he
あ
had got that kill, big position, player advantage, could have been their round.
じゃあ冷凍攻めだった場合はマジ刺さるとは思う
BP with the player advantage as J-Lad on the repel. Outside cocktail and just avoids
全
that
然
nitro
決
self
勝予
from
想
Pasha.
確定す
That's
る
the
の忘れ
only
て
one
終
that
わ
they
った
had.
でも俺全然フェーズ2からやるの忘れ
And
てて
Pasha
さ
was allowed to drop.
全然やってないフェーズ1しかやっ
Still
てない
though, a hold above for VP.
Here he
A
is
shot
again.
though, the man of the hour and guards as well. 4 versus 3.
Well, suddenly it flips. Now advantage Falcons. Well over a minute, lots of time. VP can look to consolidate over towards site. Double stack reading. Pasha, though, still white stairs. The diffuser
発音
on
違
the
い
white stairs side of the map with guards on the ram. Makes his way all the way up top. But Pasha following in behind. And he's being watched, though. Guards
あれ今いなかっ
ready
た
for the
あ
push.
下が
But
ってる
Pasha thinks better of it
やめ
rather
て
than
る
going all the way back up. He just holds middle section of white stairs. Still more
人数
to
有
do
利
for
だよ
Falcons to take this
う
round.
わ
As always, but he's just cleaner from below. Creates the rotate path, gets out of a tricky area. 3v3, and certainly a chance that Falcons do not want to
3v3
squander
は
from
聞き
here.
取れまし
Will the
た
backstab land from
そこだ
Hasham?
けは完
Flash
璧に
comes
聞き
out.
取れまし
So his position revealed. 20 seconds on the clock. Guards needs to try and start going for this plant default.
Couple of flashes still remaining for Hasham. He's got 2. J-Lab throws 1
さあ
out.
設置
Guards
する
taking
ぞ
the plant. Now inside
お
of
ー
plant. He cleans them up.
マジ
Pressure as well. Gets rid of J-Lad. Hasham in a 1v3 with no time remaining.
また
Just do not
Hasham の
present an opportunity.
あ
And he
別
will
に
not
い
be
やちょっ
able
と
to
時
go
間が
for
ないから
overtime.
な
No chance. It's
い
overtime.
やーミカちゃんいるミカちゃんいる
Once again,
ミカちゃんどこ
Falcons unable to close
いやあれ壁抜きしたの偉いなドラフト方式ゲーム内でもらったら連携切っても大丈夫だと思うまたオーバータイムこれまずいってオーバータイムはファルコンズあモジーだライオンもいるイアノもいる全オペレーターいるのでは一番さコスプレされてないオペレーターって何なんだろうね
I mean, in some respects, that last round was more devastating than the one before
Ekuri
because
Hibara
Falcons
to
found
ka.
themselves in a rather winnable position. There's a lack of plant denial on the board for
モジー
VP.
だ
No nitro.
加山さん機
But a
材
massive
席
shot,
の
a gun
後
reigns
ろあ
supreme
た
and
りか
able
ら
to
写
deny
真
that
すごい
plant.
確定してる
Pasha's retake up above would have been late if the plant had gone down. Then they could
でも
have
座
bailed
った
out
と
a
こが違
reading
うんじゃ
play
ない
killer.
歩きな
Forced
と
then
かとかじゃないの
BP
か
to
な
push forward, but as soon as joystick hits that
あ
shot,
ートゥバラをね
denies the
確かに
plant.
トゥバラ
That
を
was
してる人
basically
見
the
たことない
round.
かもな
So overtime we go once again for the second map running. 6-6. Falcons on double defense, so they will have 2 opportunities
なんか女性キャラは
on
結
the
構してる
defensive
人多い
side,
イ
and
メ
they
ー
opt
ジ
to
だな
go top floor. Bar cocktail, an
セ
intriguing
ンスと
decision
か
here,
トゥバラ
guys.
最近のオペレーターは
There's
ま
only
だ
side
ね
you
やっ
want
ぱ
to be
い
on
な
in
そう
OT on this map. It is defense, so Falcons, will they let another opportunity
コ
go
プスは
begging?
まだ新しいからねまだ
Aggressive
なか
roam
なか
employed
作
in
れ
the
ない
early round at least. Hasham and
あー
Dov
ゼ
down
ロの
below.
コスプレなんか別ゲーだか
Nitro
ら
cell available for Dov,
別ゲー探したらいそうだけど
but
ねシージ
information
やってない
also
けど
up for VP. Keep in mind as well.
このゲーム
Deimos on the board
ゼ
and
ロ
the
の
death mark available.
ゲームを知ってる人ならやってる人いそうだけど
Very careful. He has got some good information though with that drone. His joystick vacates the roof, or retakes the roof rather.
本体
Final
な
pieces of the puzzle
座れ
then
るし
in place in terms of defensive setup from Falcons.
すごいとこいる
able
よ
to land the first blow in this round.
I gotta say, it'd be quite cruel if Falcons find a way to win this round and then lose
とん
the
でも
map.
ない
It
とこ
would
い
be
た
the
の。あれボムラ
exact
見え
same
ないの
recipe
か
of
な、あそこ
chalet
の村だったら。Do
replayed
you
out.
play a zero off
Slow and steady
Yes.
start here to OT.
最近ね、銀
Nitro
行
prepped, ready
銀
to
行
throw
バック
for guards.
バックマップ
Although drones at this point far more
どこ
important.
だろうな、
Puts
運河
the
運
Nitro
河って
cell
な
away
ん
in
て
the
いう
back
の
pocket. 3 of which are
シーサイ
available
ド
for Falcons in this round on the defense. Dan
あ
though, Red
その
stands
フィー
the
チャーが
drone
主人
towards
公の映
Shot
画
to the
中
Kiva
止になっ
barrier
ちゃったの。
towards
あ、
Pixel. This
映
is
画化する
pretty
予定
nice
だ
right
った
now
ん
for
だ。
VP. Bar Cocktail, you don't
ら
need
し
a
い
whole
ね
heap of back control. Keep it nice
シ
and
ージ
close
の
through
なん
the
か
side.
レインボーシックスのなんか映
And
画
if
も
Falcons
続
opt to peek,
報ないし
I'll
な。
take their head off.
VP have
リー
shown
があ
a
ったら見
willingness to
た
be
いの。
rather direct on this
なんなら
objective, so
も
we'll
う
see
山
how
田君見に
Falcons
行きた
then
いか
look
ら
to
な。
adjust.
シージが出てる
Deep
ってだ
shot
け
drone
で。
good info. Marshawn
あんまり実写化の映画見ないんだ
Robbie
けど。
will survive.
Robbie's peaks have
ど
just
れく
been
らい
so
CG が映
aggressive
ってるか見
in
たい
this
な。
map, almost losing his life. He is just stuck over towards washrooms. Guards will lose his life. Opening kill for
どこ来
Virtus
た。
Pro here on the
これ
attack.
まずい
This
ぞ。
would be awful if Falcons lose on
1
defense
分
here.
か。
Makes it so much more
まずい
difficult.
ぞ。
Has to
ま
win
ず
it.
い。
Not VP, just surrounding them. Hashram again though with a
ここに来
super
て攻
critical
撃取
kill.
られるってい
Double
う。
stack over towards the white corridor position now for Falcons.
あ、
As
カナル
Hashram
って言うん
rotates
だ。
in towards
運
Cocktail.
河。
Dov, crucial, finds a big kill. Dan looking to stick the diffuser
歩
onto
け
the
る
floor.
世
No
界
one
線
able
の
to
フ
stop
ォ
him
ー
though,
カ
and
ス
it
を。
will be successful. Post-plant scenario with Dan in the middle of bar. Hashram making his way to the
まさか。
back.
あ
Joystick, 3 in the round for him. It's down
ー。ま
to just
た
Dov.
逆転されるわ。
VP
マ
has
ジ
themselves up now as they've got
ファ
themselves
ルコンズが
match
勝
and
つと思っ
series
たのに。
point. Looking to book their place into a
プライム
semi-final
ビデオ。あ、プライム
appearance.
ビデオにある？
And it's another successful,
Eh?
rather direct attack on that objective
ま
for
だ
VP.
なんか中止になったって言ってた今。
Not feeling overburdened with the take through white corridor,
Turning
instead
up
focusing their efforts
hell
on
yeah.
site. Some pressure in
ジョ
towards
イスティ
Freezer
ック
enough
が
to
這い上がってきま
win
した。
out those battles, win those duels, get the plant down, force the retake, and a double stack white corridor. Never a good position for Falcons to find themselves in. There was that
確
opening
か
there.
スコパソ本
Robbie
体
to
の人
follow,
は
he was under a
車
ton
椅
of
子
pressure
なんだ。
throughout
そう
the
そう
round,
そう
and then the
デイモ
follow-up.
スのせい。
Joystick,
爆
who's just
発
been
なん
phenomenal
か
here on Cafe.
ムービーになった爆発じゃなかった
Well, it's right now devastating for Falcons considering the way this series has played out, but it really highlights the experience of Virtus Pro in these moments, in these big games, being here before
さ
on
あ
the main
次で
stage. They've
防衛
got
なん
what
だ
it
よ
takes. The
ね
Falcons, their first time at this kind of level in a quarterfinal. Not for Mena, but for Falcons. 6-7 down. You were up 6-4. You've allowed 3 rounds in a row now to Virtus Pro to put them in a position where they can secure this map and this series and head on through to a semi-final appearance tomorrow. Top 4 for VP.
アニメ調のムービーのあの爆発そう多分あれだと思う。じゃあちょっとあんまり詳しくはないけどあれだと思ってる勝手に思い込んでいる。
Now the onus entirely on Falcons to do what VP has been doing to them and subvert expectations to send us to a 15th
なんかあ
round
れ
of the
さ、
second map in a
と
row.
ころ
Can
ど
they
ころ
do
見
it?
てない
They're
や
on
つあるんだ
attack
よ
as
ね。
well.
見たやつと見てないやつ
On all sides.
たまに昔のやつ見るとさ、あれこれ見てないなってやつが結構ある。
And Falcons find
なんだろうね、その差がわかんないんだけど。
Unfortunately for them, it is a kitchen attack. And
動
VP
画を
successfully
見
defended
よう
that
っていう
twice
意欲のある期間は見
in
てるんだけ
regulation.
ど、たまにね、何にも見たくないっていう期間がたまに訪
Posturing
れる
red
んです。
stairs, he could most certainly catch a defender
そういう
off
時
guard if he's
危ない。
patient. He'll sit and
何
wait.
も見たくなくなる。
Logic bomb rings out from Robbie's Docker
こう
B
い
as
う
they
ロ
answer the
ック
calls.
いつ入
Sean
っ
will
たん
sit
だよっていう
patiently.
感
He's
じ
the
よ。
one though, isn't it? On
本
Cafe
当はもうああい
that
う
is making
速
the
い
difference for
動き
Falcons.
が
12 and
本当
8.
ファル
Top
コンに
frag
合う
at
よ
4
ね。
Falcons as Guards is getting ready. The blitz could be a difference maker. Dov deep in through reading. Good control can now be established up above for the Buck to
また
deal
一
with
個
the
いる。
floorboards on the skeleton key. And still with decent timing
皆
as
さん
well.
こんばん
Development
み
has
な
opened
さ
up. No
い
real pressure here from VP, firmly playing that first floor for Kitchen. So Dov gets free
追
reign.
い上げられてる。
The Ram will get free reign. And Falcons are going to have very good pressure for the end of this round.
あるに行って
VP though with a good read. The
ある
Yoko
に
drones
足
identifying that
重い
there's
よ。
no pressure in through reception or for a potential VIP hit.
やっぱあれだ
They'll
ね
know that all
手と
these
か
efforts
足が
from the
重い分多
attacker
分重くなっちゃったよ
above
な
the vert.
来た
Never mind, not all of all of them go.
Wow.
VIP with a bit of help from J-Lad.
もう
They
さ、ブリ
actually get rid of the
さ、
water
もう
and
でも
clear out
勝
a
てへ
very
んのやん。
strong key position.
And they've gone for this pivot. VP thought that Falcons weren't going to go for this hit, but here it comes. 60 seconds on the clock.
Now in towards Code check left.
あ、来たー。
Full white though.
もう一人持ってた？まあ。わけがわからないんだけど。全部勝ってる。全部勝ったんだけど。
Joystick still low on health. 30 seconds and they do have the diffuser. Vulcan canister pop deep.
嘘でしょ。
One at the backside here
何
inside
あれ。
of cooking. Always on the smoke. No
いや、
more
1
gas
人
flames.
目は、
Loses
まあ、
his
ワン
life.
チャン当たっちゃったなって思ったけど、2人目からびっくりよ。
and J-Lad combined to clutch it up for Falcons.
Deathmark goes out onto
マジで眩しいしてたからね。眩しいしてたのに。
J-Lad though does have the diffuser. He knows where the other one is. Deep into bakery. Looks to stick the plant. No impacts, no nitro.
うわー。うわー。バータスオの勝利でございます。グッドゲーム G。うわー、まさかまさかだな。圧倒的ファルコンズ有利だったのにね。先にマッチポイント取ってたやん。あれが全部4本連続で取られてる。6-4から6-8になったもんね。
Oh, you've got to feel for Falcons though,
もう
don't
ない
you?
から
Back
ね、
on
次は。
Chalet,
こ
so
れで終
many
わりだもん。
chances here on
あ、でも
Cafe.
3位
So
でしょ
many
うがない。
chances. But such a good learning experience for this roster from MENA, who
I
did their
can
region
see the
oh so proud to
future.
make top 8.
見てたね。
To
スウェイ
pull
さんは
up
未来見て
such
た
a
ね。
convincing effort against an
で、
experienced Virtus
GG
Pro
だわ。
roster.
グッド
But
ゲーム
ultimately fall short
GG。
in a 2-map series.
う
Both
わ
going OT. Both were close and both
これ
were
辛
winnable,
い
and
な。
sometimes that's all you can ask for. If you're going to get 2-0'd, at least do it in that fashion.
And both teams will be going to 6 Invitational in Boston.
すごいね。選手とめちゃめちゃ近いじゃん。
If they can maybe take
なんか
that
もっ
next
と
step
こ
at
う
that
階
event.
段があって壇上
Well,
があ
for
るの
Virtus
かな
Pro,
と
they
思っ
go
た
to
けど。
top 4. They've made their way to a semi-final appearance. We'll see what they've got for the remainder here at Montreal. For Falcons, we say goodbye. And Ian's got an interview on the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Joystick. Joystick, just before we got into that quarterfinal, you showed Falcons respect. You knew after all of the scrimming that you've done with them that they were going to be tough opposition, and they were.
Yeah, they were like very well, and we always playing like this, close scores, so it was a really good game, like a lot of emotions.
ちょっとね、
Yeah, I hope you like.
余裕
I
を持ちすぎた
all
か
like
な。
this game.
We did, and I know that on Cafe
It is
you
okay.
particularly had
Oh, to
a very
send
strong
to
performance.
series
It's a little bit chilly out
Tornado
here, but
Zero.
Actually, it's so
ネッ
cold
トフリ
here,
ック
like
スの海
so
あるよ。
cold.
あ、
a
ネ
bit
ッ
of
トフリック
information
スであ
actually.
る
We
の
are
ゼロ
currently on a
サ
hockey
ムフィッ
ice
シャ
rink,
ー
which is why it's a little bit chilly here. But you are hot in the server. Are
映
you
画は
feeling
ない
good
けど
about
ド
the
ラ
way
マ
you're
である
playing
の
right now?
か。
Yeah, I feel in pretty good
Oh,
shape right now,
YouTube,
and
thank
my
you.
team, like, we all sometimes
Yeah.
popped off
Smaho
on
から
some
見ない
games,
とい
like
けない。
sometimes Pasha,
コピペ
sometimes
しとく
Dan,
わ。
sometimes Shepard, sometimes always. So it's like, I really think that it's important that in every team, everyone can like pop off anytime.
Feels like that's exactly what's happening, and now you're lined up for a semi-final. W7M
これで
or
英語勉強でき
SSG. Who do
る
you
の
want?
難しいよな、絶対。絶対難しいよな。
He knows he's got it. All right, congratulations, Joystick. Go and enjoy with the rest of your team. Plenty more work to be done if they want to raise this trophy behind me. But to pick apart that first quarter-final, it's back to Manic and the lads on the
で
desk.
もサムフィッシャーゲームやったこ
Ice
とないんだよ
cold
ね。
in and out of the server for Joystick. There's no two ways
But-
about it. He looked phenomenal throughout this
Didn't
series, Lax.
Scoop.
I mean, is that what turns the tide?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cyborg's back. I mean, we got to acknowledge that. Like, he is back in full form. But another thing to touch up on, you know, we saw an interview with him. He said that he really likes Lord of the Rings. He's into that series. He kind of looked like Aragorn up there, leading them in that battle there and getting that 2-0. But, I mean, a tremendous effort from them to come through here to win that chalet, then to bring it to Cafe, and to close it out here the way that they did. I mean, VP is looking like a very strong opponent going into that semifinals.
Yeah, quite literally was the exact same situation that they found themselves in on Chalet. They obviously fell down, took some time to understand exactly where Falcons were trying to hit them head on, and then slowly suffocated them out. They were constantly shutting down towards the end of the game, shutting down the Falcons' aggression. A big player that they were shutting down was Robbie. I mean, he's a player that statistically has been the main reason why Falcons have been showing up. And huge shout out to him and the team. They obviously played phenomenally well, but it just goes to show that Virtus.pro has been here before time and time again. They have the experience, and that is what got them over that finish line as they were able to draw out the game. There just wasn't enough left in the tank for Falcons.
Bit of a difference maker experience has on stage, Lax. I mean, we saw both maps for Falcons narrowly escape their grasp. They had match point for 2 rounds straight on both occasions and couldn't get it done.
And that's where the experience comes in, is when you're right there, you are on the cusp of making it to the next stage of going into that semifinals where you get overzealous or you just aren't playing up to your game. And definitely, like I was saying towards the end of both of these maps, Virtus.pro started to take control. They started to understand what they needed to do, and Falcons was respecting where I'd rather see Falcons take those risks, take that charge, take the initiative to just try to win these rounds and not to fall back and let Virtus.pro take advantage.
Yeah, the one area where Falcons actually came out the gate swinging, which they did it on Chalet, was their defenses. Like we said, the map was a lot more set up for them to be able to get away with these aggressive plays, these aggressive plays, and they were very difficult to maintain. But once those sides swapped, I mean, Virtus.pro was just so consistent. They're so difficult at attacking against because they just have layer and layer, and obviously, I mean, Joystick had a huge game, so every time that they were put in the situation to make big plays, they had everything they needed, the utility and the gunplay to just slow down. And there were some insane kills. Obviously, the Echo on the last round in the closet, getting full flash and still getting the kills.
Taking on a blitz, full flash, and gets those kills.
I feel like that was just a little bit of written in the stars for Virtus.pro. Obviously, they played like the better team today. They brought it down to the wire. Yep. They showed why they have the chops and the experience on their side.
Another close matchup for Virtus.pro. It just seems to be their kind of game attack for this event, but it is time for us to move on. We've got another quarterfinal coming up after this with FaZe take on the Sonics.
そうね。でもよくここまで勝ち抜いたと思うけどね。よく頑張った。長どうだろうね。長は長で強いと思うけどな。やっぱり。強いよ。What cosplay would a Luchan trophy have? ルーちゃんトロフィー。やっぱこれじゃない？ルミンと言ったらやっぱアザミコスチュームじゃない？あ、ルミンスマイル。ウインクウインク。ありがとう。Thank you for following. Thank you for following. ルミンチャームと言ったら、ルミンと言ったらアザミ。持ち耳敷かれすぎてんだよな。もう耳として見なしてないだろ。餅として見なしてるじゃん。飲み物取ってこなきゃ。ちょっと飲み物取ってくるね。ああ、これがめんどくさいんだよ、もう。飲み物取ってくるのが一番めんどくさいんだから。 しょおいしょ。もう何回お茶を取りに行かなきゃいけないの今日。もう体力が階段を登るだけでこんなに疲れるんだよ。もう HP ちょっとフィンカちょうだい。フィンカ先生、衛生兵お願いします。体力がないです。ブラビほんと盾持ち兵になってしまう。やばすぎない？動画というか公式のツイート見たけどやばいよねこれ。どうしようどうしようってわけ。Welcome back. Ru-chan, you need Finka, Thunderbird, and Dog. Please. Heal, please. コーナーステーション設置しといて。ルミンの周りに。マジで。ほんと。体力がないの、体力が。マジで足りない。ほんと。いや、こうメジャー中は、なんかね、外に出ることもしないから、お散歩行けないじゃん。だって昼間寝てるからさ。外出ることがないもん。真っ暗なうちしか出てないもん。回復方法謎多め。勝手にルミンが階段に置いといてほしいわ。階段に置いてルミンが通るためにプシュッ降りるときと上がるときにプシュッ入れてくれればいいよ。これ ASMR じゃない？ フラストマットやめて。階段の上がりにフラストマットはまずいよ。いい音？今日食べてるものが柔らかいからね。ポテトチップス食べよう。カラムーチョ。信者が解禁って書いてある。I need an arm so I can fly。 あ、確かにアマル欲しい。確かにアマル欲しいわ。オリックスかアマル。オリックスで体力使うか。欲しい。10% の確率怖すぎるずっとない方が怖いからね。あ、これあれか。クッキーの CM か。部屋のドア上らへんに漢字アラーム C4 のトラップのやめて。怖っ。これ部屋の入るところにカプカンのトラップある。クッキー、ほら、プロテインクッキー。Available now。絶対美味しそうだよな、あれ。食べたい。Do you hear about the new update on
Auditorium? We are getting underway with the Montreal Major.
楽しみ。
These boys were meant to be helping me for the analyst desk here for game 2, but
あ、食べてる。
yeah, they're having some.
クッキー食べてる。
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Look, I guess the good thing
確かにリージョンマン
is these bad
痛いよ
boys
な。
control.
針刺さってると痛いよな。
They create healthy
でも死ぬなよっ
alternatives.
て感
That's
じだ
right,
けど。
healthy alternatives for gamers. I
針
know
刺
what it's like.
さって死ぬなよ。
I know, don't say too much more on that one. I know what it's like. They create shakes, they create cookies, they create bars that are healthy alternatives for all of us here. Now, of
これ
course,
会場で配ってん
these
のか
bad
な。
boys taste
食べ
unbelievable.
たい。
You can get yours at drinkcontrol.com. That's drinkctrl.com.
They
You
will
can use
laugh
Blast
at you next
R6 to
week.
get 10% off your
めっ
order. That's right.
ちゃラ
That's
フしてほしい。
how welcoming we are here at the Montreal Major. But speaking of welcoming, I hear that our fifth favorite breed
ASMR food.
has some people with it.
ポテトチップ。
Fifth favourite, absolutely outrageous. Yes, I am down in the heart of things right here at the home of Siege. We are live in Montreal. for the Blaster 6 Montreal Major with a couple of the most important people here, of course, 2
Twitch だ
members of the audience for a little bit of a chat. You'll recognize
す
this
ごい
lady here,
ドローン持ってる
Kristen,
ツイッチ
aka
ドローン
2Zeros, content creator. Another event. We've seen you in show matches before, but you're just here as a fan this time around.
Yes, this time I'm just fourth time I've come into my event, and I'm just here to support, and hopefully Sonics are on.
オビットロブさん
Fourth time. This is your
Welcome
very first time, if I'm right. Introduce yourself.
I'm a cosplayer from Orlando. I've known them for a long time, and I've like always wanted to come to one of these, and it's like, this is so nervous.
How good is it? How good is it?
It's amazing. It's like everybody's so like welcoming.
関係
I'm
者
like,
席みたいなところ
I don't know. I want to just stay here forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel every single weekend. I never want to leave. So you want Sonics to win. They're up next.
パバス
What do you
10は
think
持
of
ち
Troy
込めないで
Canadian?
しょ
I'm a big fan of Troy. I am.
10はあ
We're
れ
here
なん
in
じゃない
Canada.
危ないからダメ
Honestly,
なんじ
it's
ゃない
based on him leaving DZ,
日
and
本
now
の
on
やつでも
Sonics.
そ
I
うだ
just
よ
want to see
ね
him back on top where he
なん
belongs.
かみん
And
な
he's
バ
got
ナ
a
ナ
little
の
bit of
ケ
a
ース持
track
って
record
る
of managing to win
いや
silverware
コンテン
pretty
ツク
quickly
リエイ
with
ター
any
って言っ
roster
ちゃ
he
うこ
joins. I'm
の
going to
女
ask him
性の
about that a
方
little
は
bit later on. Final prediction before I let you go enjoy the rest of the show.
NA on top forever, whole thing.
And
I
on
love you,
top
thank
forever. All right, thank you very
you.
much, guys. Go enjoy the rest of the
あり
event.
が
Back to you.
とう
Thank you very much for that. Of course,
Kureku
back
は
underway
持
with
ち込める
FaZe
んじゃない
and Sonics. This one has a very close, I want to say it's close vicinity for a match. I feel like this has the potential to go to 3 here.
もし本当に
How do
持
we
ち
feel
込まれ
about
て
this?
This is definitely the closest matchup in comparison to all the teams here playing. I mean, when you think of methodical teams, that is FaZe by far, especially in the Brazilian region. They have the
Let's
most
go
unique
out
playstyle
and-
in all of Brazil
Oh,
because of how
Phoenix
methodical they
where?
are. But now you look at Sonics. This is a new look at Sonics. The last time that these two even played was back at the most recent
The guys
SI in the
look
upper
like
bracket finals
they
where FaZe
need
would
to
beat them
sleep.
2-0. But again, this is a completely brand new Sonics that is now going to be able to adjust and quickly to adapt and match that
試合
same energy
中
that
妨害
FaZe
で制
has
す
that they're going to be
最
crashing
悪
together.
退場だわ
And both teams have really settled into the meta. Both very strong, shield-heavy
Shielding team
teams.
ですね
They have a good backline. The whole team. There's not one specific player who's carrying amongst the most. Everybody on both sets of squads are really based in their strategy. And that's the beautiful part about this matchup is it's really going to be a brain versus brain game. And obviously, you know, we'll see hopefully some heroics from some of the individuals.
Potentially a chessboard?
Yeah, potentially a chessboard.
I love that. Let's get underway and start breaking down FaZe, the team that we see time and time again lacks at every international event. Close, but no cigar.
Listen, this is just another day in the office for FaZe. I mean, when you look and think about FaZe as a roster, as an org, this team you will see throughout history of Siege of just being in a main stage appearance. Whether that's in the quarterfinals, whether that's in semifinals, whether that's in the grand finals. This roster is a prestigious roster. This is throughout their history. Through 2021, you can see all of their placings, all S-tier events. The only time they were ever outside of top 8 was at that Invitational in 2023 where they got through, unfortunately. But everything before that, and even further back, they've always been in third, fourth, second. Just could not pass that finish line like you said.
Yeah, to make it that far to almost every single main stage since their inception, obviously only getting one win under your belt is so great. But when you are constantly getting there and always just falling short, especially since the last time we saw them in their biggest main stage was at Invite, where they lost that immense lead. So that position to just always get so close but never cross that finish line besides once. Obviously, they have a chip on their shoulder this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's two players specifically that you have to talk about, especially going into this entire event, and that is going to be KDS and Fitty. Both of these players, I mean, when, you know, Joystick said it best. When you have 5 players that can pop up at any given moment, that is exactly all of 5 FaZe members, and specifically Viddy King and Handy. I mean, KDS. Both these players throughout this entire stage have done so well, and especially Viddy King. I mean, I have some clips to just demonstrate how well FaZe has been playing in these situations where, in realistic situations, they shouldn't be winning these, but this is what makes this team such a phenomenal team and puts them in these winning positions, what puts them on the main stage, what puts them even in a possibility of a grand final. This is, I believe, round 12 SSG. SSG runs away with this. They are in a 4-2 deficit here, but this is what I can appreciate about FaZe
FaZe is they know how to play the game. They know how to play these positions. They know how to work together here. And this is, if they lose it, they're done here. Well, they aren't done. They would have to play longer a little bit in the tournament, but they claw it back. And when you look at players like Souls or Handy here, Souls is kind of just stalling here, trying to figure out where the positioning is. He hears the plant. He gets this information to Handy, and Handy plays this so well. He's already basically two-shot. Single out this 1v1 engagement, doesn't allow for a trade game to be done, and then has the heads-up play here to go for the shotgun and ends up closing out here. Then we fast forward into round 14, where this realistically should have been an SSG round, but Vidiking plays this so well and demonstrates his individual prowess to be able to bring this round back, bring it to a 1v1. Ultimately, because of this puts them in the position that they're now finding themselves here, sitting atop of quarterfinals, now going to be playing for a semifinals position.
And every single play that FaZe puts themselves into, it seems like a beautifully calculated attack. Every single position, they're not over-aggressing, they're not over-peaking, they're not giving away their body. If they lose that 1v1, that's okay, because there's somebody else that's there. So both clips, being able to see that everybody is specifically doing their exact part of their strat and nothing more. They're just doing their job, and obviously, if they get the kills while doing their job, that's even better. But they're just doing what is needed from them, and then when you put players like FaZe in those positions, that's why I love watching them, because it's almost like a team consistently made of support players. And so all of those players, you can see in their playstyle, it's very slow, very methodical in the fights that they do take and the positions that they put themselves.
I just want to keep seeing the personality. I want to see them continue to, I guess, come out of the shell and just allow themselves to be FaZe, because this is a roster that really should be making the final stage, that final day. But another roster that will go head-to-head with them, toe-to-toe, and could potentially knock them out of the tournament. They've been very decent so far. They've shown us a lot. But is it enough to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe the Kings?
I mean, you'd hope so, because we talk about teams needing to break out of their shell, and I think this is Sonic's biggest step. Since the NAL, they've been doing phenomenally well since bringing in Canadian. They've been consistent and comprised of a team that is so talented, yearning for leadership, yearning for an IPL. Now they have it. Now they have Super coming back into the fray, being the coach of the team. They have so much structure, and we've been saying a lot about chessboard gameplay. Now, we could look at any individual clip from Sonic's, and it would take me about 5 minutes to break down each individual step-by-step process that every single player is doing. And it's almost like Canadian as the king knows exactly which specific player she needs in what position every moment of the game. They have a really good understanding of each other. And obviously they had a little bit of a slow start getting the ball rolling back into this event. It feels like they're in their full form, striving. And I think FaZe is obviously going to be their biggest challenge to overcome. If they can climb over that mountain, I really don't see another person in their way.
Now, I believe you actually have an example for us to kind of help decipher what we're talking about here, specifically for Sonics.
Well, we do.
My apologies, we don't. You actually want to talk about Surf, that's my bad.
I mean, yeah, I think obviously if we're talking about Sonics, we have to specifically talk about Surf because he's been having a phenomenal showing. Besides EWC with Luminosity, this is his first time at a real major event, so obviously huge kudos to him. He's constantly been in the scene, always on the lower end of brackets, obviously. No shade to him, just the teams that he was a part of weren't utilizing him in the best way. It's always been the talk of the town when it comes to Surf. He has so much potential, and if you could just tap into him and use him in the right ways, you're able to see a potential superstar come into fruition.
Well, and the fact that he comes onto the Sonic roster where we've known Surf for a long time, he never had the experience, he never had the opportunity to play on such a well-defined team where now he finds himself in this position. And then let alone the only time that we saw him in an international event was most recently at EWC, where they unfortunately got grouped as LG, joined Sonic, has a very successful stage, finds himself here, and then not only finds himself here, finds himself on the quarterfinals, and then he is the second highest rated player, considering all the players that are currently on this roster and the time frame that he had off to playing now compared to the rest. I mean, you gotta feel good if you are Surf coming into this quarterfinal, knowing that you are the second highest rated player at this event. It just proves his worth not only to himself, but to the rest of the league.
Well, going up against some of the greatest players that we have in Siege at the moment as well, this now puts them in a prime position. But what are your thoughts on Sonic's map pool?
I mean, I think their map pool is very scary, just because they have the second amount of most maps played throughout the tournament. They've obviously played 7 out of the 9 maps. Falcons has played 8 out of the 9 maps. So they're almost there. Hopefully we'll be able to see them cross that threshold. But that's just what Sonics is known to be. They are so flexible on almost every single map. Obviously, if you just look at their win condition of the maps that they've been playing, I mean, there's not necessarily one map that's below the rest. They're so flexible, and I love Sonics because we've talked about it in the NAL. Whenever something goes wrong in a round, the next round, instant auto-correction. You can see the thought process of them changing up their play styles actively as you watch games go through.
Lax, there is only one map here that is negative. That's it. Now, these are results all the way back till April. So we've got a massive pool here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a massive pool. And like I said, bringing on Troy, bringing on Surf, it definitely makes a huge difference in terms of just their flexibility and what they're able to do within these maps. And genuinely, whatever the maps end up coming out to be for either of these teams, it's really just going to be a battle of attrition. Who can be quick to adapt and understand how they want to go about this match and completely figure out one another. And that's what I expect it to be. This is two teams that have the exact same dynamic and style of play. So it's really going to go to the IGLs specifically to be really taking charge here and putting their key players in position to be able to get up in these rounds.
Let's start to break it down a little bit. What are your thoughts? Where are we going for this one?
I think when it comes to maps, obviously it's pretty much where FaZe wants to go because Sonics isn't too uncomfortable on whatever map that they like to play. So now the question for FaZe is, do we want to take on a team like Sonics with their shield play? Do we want to go shield for shield, go for the objectives, go for the plan, or do they want to take the gunfight? I think if you're FaZe, you're obviously favoring more of the strategical lineup because so far the hot hands have been on Sonic's side. That's something that FaZe has been slacking a little bit, but slacking is a strong word. They obviously went 3-0 in Phase 2. They're not slacking. When it comes to the slaying ability that we're used to seeing from FaZe, I feel like it's died down a little bit just because they have been using so much of the shield, so much of the utility game to get them those wins. And teams so far, that's the hardest play against FaZe, is they're struggling to strategically fight them.
Well, again, another interesting fact to point out here is that FaZe was so early to clench this spot here that they only played a total of 4 matches, whereas SQ has really had to dig deep and warm up throughout this entire event so far and find themselves here in the quarterfinals. And again, this is an entirely different Sonics that FaZe is not used to. FaZe hasn't met an opponent yet that is going to be matching their energy that Sonics is going to bring, which is why I'm saying this is really going to come down to who's going to figure one another out and be able to be quick at adapting and understanding what needs to happen.
And an element that we haven't talked about yet is Sonic's momentum on their side. To go down 0-2 in the Phase 2 bracket and slowly climb their way all the way back, I mean, that's no easy task, but that's something that you build up, is that momentum. And when it comes to the event, obviously, North American team in a North American crowd, Canadian in his hometown, we've seen magic happen. Once an event, you just feel it in the air. And besides the cold that we feel in the air, Canadian is in his hometown. Everything is set up, the momentum, the build to get to this position. And I really do believe this is the start of the descent of Sonic's success. If they can climb over this mountain, the rest is just a giant snowball that's just going to smash through and claim that trophy. But obviously, FaZe is a difficult team to go up against, and they love crushing the spirits of North American teams.
Well, there is that storyline, Lax, of teams beating FaZe and then going on to be either champions or at least in the grand final.
And that's the thing, is FaZe has everything in their arsenal to win these events, but they choke it at the end, whether it's because nerves get to them, pressure gets to them. It's a hard thing when you're in that position, even from a former player, when you're in that winning position, when you know everything just can go as perfect as possible, it just doesn't for FaZe. But that's the thing, we aren't at a grand finals yet. So we don't necessarily need to focus on that just yet, but it's still a hurdle that they have to get over with Sonics. But the one thing that FaZe does really well, that Sonics, I can't say does down to a T just yet, as being a brand new team, is FaZe is so good at controlling the tempo of game. They are one of the best teams, if not the best, at quickly being able to adapt to another team's playstyle and being able to switch on a dime's notice of being able to switch an attack or a defense, whatever that looks like. So FaZe does have a lot in their arsenal that does give them a little leg up, but again, they are going to be tested here for sure.
And a big player that you're going to look towards FaZe is Cyber. I feel like Cyber, up until this last year, has always been the monumental player getting those opening kills, but obviously because of how the meta shaped up, he's kind of pushed back. They need Vita King on that Monty to be able to gather information. There's not much flexibility on being alert currently in the meta, but Cyber's still holding true. But if we can see some big games, some big numbers come out from Cyber, that almost confirms FaZe's wins because
暑
we've
い方
always
と
talked
寒
about
い
it.
方
The
は
way
ど
their
っち
team
が
is
いいって言われ
comprised
たら
of
私
4
寒い
flex
方が好き
supports and then Cyber on the lurk, elsewhere on the map, always being that X factor, being annoying in the side of any team that they play, while the rest of the team is slowly setting up, slowly step by step, going for the execute, and you always have to
寒い
worry
の
about
着れば
Cyber.
さ
Now,
耐えれ
it
る
can
けどさ
definitely get away from you
暑
if
い
you
のって
aren't
耐えれないじゃん
pinpointing exactly where he is.
脱
The
ぐ
meta
の
does
も
not
限度があ
favor
るじゃ
lurk
ん
play, but if you see Cyber slaying out, getting a lot of kills,
エ
you
ア
know
コン以
that
外
FaZe
何
is
も
just
ないんだよ
steamrolling
な
through their
暑い
game.
の
Now, there's been many comments of it so far. It's chilly
外に
in
出
here.
るって言っ
It's
て
a
も
little
さ
cold in
防
here.
寒
Like,
対策をしてい
coming
けば
from
いい
North
けど
America, you're kind of used to this, and obviously, you know, you've played in
暑いの
Boston,
耐えら
you've
れない
played in Montreal, you've played all around. FaZe at the moment, right? They would be used to the
わ
warmer
すご
weather.
い
They're
CG の
used
タ
to
トゥ
a
ー入ってる
different climate. How do you? I mean, does it impact you when you're playing?
Yes and no.
暑いと
Once
も
you
う臓
get
器
into
ば
the
らして
game,
仰ぎたくなる
everything starts to come
怖
alive in
い
your body. You start to feel more warm, your mental clarity is
でも
there.
寒い方がいい
Everything
よ
just
ね
starts to go through as the rounds progress. So I
パ
don't
ソ
think
コ
the
ンも
cold
パ
factor
ソ
here
コ
is
ンや
going
ってる
to,
人は
you know,
得意だけど
interrupt
さ
anyone's play.
冬
I'm
は
sure
さ
every
最初
single
だ
player
け
there has
最
handed
初
warmers
だ
that's
けさ
pretty
暖
normal
か
for
く
the
しと
most
いたら
part.
あとは
But
熱で
if you're
さ
letting your
パ
hands
ソコ
be
ンの
the
熱で暖
deciding
かいから
factor
さ
of your
部屋が
success throughout this game, you
寒
probably
いと
shouldn't be
朝
here
起きられ
competing
ない
any
から
quarterfinals.
あ
Very
ー
true. That's
確か
very
に
true. Maybe it was a
な
stupid question after all.
それはそう
Start breaking
パソコン
down.
から出
It's,
たく
look,
ない
I'm
No one
nipping
wants to
それ
play
は
with
そう
cold hands.
No,
The
no
plain
one
as any
does.
gamer, no one wants to play with cold hands.
No one does. But
確かにな
what we
寝
want
苦
is
し
to
くて
find
起
out
き
what
ちゃうもん
maps we're
な
going to in a best of 3
一生
series.
布団
There's
に
a
やれるもん
lot on the
いや
line
こ
for
こ
both
さ
of these
3
teams.
日ぐら
One,
いさ
maybe with a
ずっ
deeper
とさ
map pool,
暑か
but
っ
the
たじゃん
other.
あった
Boy,
かかった
have
さ
they been here
ま
time
り
and time
昼間
again
寝
in
るの
Fox?
暑くて
What
暑
are
く
your
てしょう
thoughts
が
on
な
our
かったわ
first map lair?
I mean, I think a Lair pick is really good. I mean, FaZe is obviously very comfortable on playing Lair. I'm glad that they're bringing out on a first map. Obviously, some good footage against Sonics because Sonics played Lair in North America against OXG, and that game obviously went the wire. But we know Sonics isn't just going to sit on it and not change anything. Obviously, they are the team that adapts the quickest. And I think this really is going to be a good litmus test to Lair that a lot of teams will be able to take from going into future tournaments and future events. Sonics has been known to leave up that border for the third matchups, and that's a map that has been good for them, but I feel like it's a real toss-up. Now, it really comes down to this second map, which is Bank. And I think this is exactly what we're expecting, is just a strategical battle in both games. Obviously, just big maps. I wouldn't be surprised to leave an X-Factor attack-sided map for the third one, just to switch up the element.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say this is probably gonna get. Yeah, I mean a skyscraper. This is a good map for FaZe. I'd say it's a little better for FaZe than it is for Sonic. Still not a bad map for Sonic by any means. But I'm looking at this Bank specifically because when you think of Bank as a whole across regions, Bank is heavily favored in Brazil. So in terms of FaZe having a good serving sample of a region that understands Bank very well, they do have that. Obviously, this is Sonic's pick. They understand what they want to do and how they want to approach this map. So I do think both maps favor both teams here. It really is going to come down to that decider of skyscraper and how either both of these maps do turn out for either side.
Every single map is a defender-sided map. I'd expect to see a lot of shield play out of all of the maps, so I'm really interested to see if that Monty is going to be taken off the board, if the Blitz is going to be taken off the board, and what teams do to respond, especially on Bank, especially on Skyscraper.
Just from watching both regions, I feel if I'm FaZe, I get rid of the Monty. Troy is such a pivotal piece on that Monty and setting his team up for success and just gaining that information. Blitz obviously can do that, but Monty is just better because you don't show your body off by any means unless you're taking an opening engagement. So if I'm FaZe, maybe I do ban that Monty and just get that out the picture and deal with the Blitz how you want to deal with it. But ultimately, we're gonna have to see what that looks like when we get into the map.
Yeah, if you just give Canadian the Monty and he's able to pinpoint his pieces, that's where you're going to find a scary position to be in if you're going up against Sonics. Because if he can just sit there, not have to worry about anything about dying, he can just focus on exactly who needs to go where. And so far, when we've seen that Monty left up, Sonics' success rate on attack wins skyrockets through the roof.
Now, doubling it down, what is the win condition?
I think the win condition comes down to how good they can be on attack, because obviously Bank is more favored in Brazil compared to North America. But when it comes down to their attacks, if they do get rid of that Monty or they don't, their attacks have to be quite different, because I'd imagine Sonics is going to be relying on stalling out FaZe early, utility, and having the gunplay behind it. So if FaZe tries to squeak away and get some kills back, that's where they shut it down. So I think Sonics is starting with a utility slow clear. And FaZe really has to be the team to spice up. And that's why I was highlighting Cyber so much. Because if there's going to be an X Factor that can catch Sonics off guard, it'll be Cyber creeping through the angle.
I was just going to say, on the Sonics defense, they can just figure out and pinpoint where Cyber's trying to enter you, where maybe Souls is trying to come into. That is going to put a stop
right into FaZe's attacks right off the get-go. If they can just figure out and pinpoint where they need to be putting an extra man to maybe just play, you know, the man advantage in that situation. Obviously, if you're on a defense, if you can maintain man advantage, you will always be coming out on top, especially if you can stall time with that, because you're going to be running into a defensive setup that is, you know, there's going to be tripwires there, there's going to be barbed wire, there's going to be all sorts of things that is going to stop that. So again, if Sonics can figure out that defensive side and figure out what FaZe is trying to do and stop a player like Cyber or Souls, they will already hit the ground running on their defensive half.
小袋のなんか洋袋ぐらいつながってるやつはたまにあるけど。
Are we thinking that this is going to be an open map? Are we hoping for this to be close, or do you think that this is favoring one of these teams?
I don't think it favors either one of the teams just because it's so untested. One thing that I love about FaZe's map play is they use the shields. There's so much lurkability. But one thing about Sonic's lair is the verticality. They're one of the first teams to actually abuse that verticality when we saw them play against OXG. And that was a big reason that got them that win. So with a little bit more time, if we see some interesting angles, and if FaZe just try to rely on that lurkability, I just don't know if that's going to work out on their attacks, because Sonics is going to be set up for it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to regurgitate what you just said, but I think it's definitely something to know when you're going into this first matchup. But again, what it really comes down to me, again, is really the IGLs just really being able to pick apart each other's defenses, each other's attacks, and moving pieces around as much as possible. Because again, both these teams can switch on a dime. So as long as you're on the defense or on the attacking side, and you can make those adjustments in between the round, moving players around, finding an opening at any given moment, that is going to be the team that is going to be walking away with either one of these rounds or either one of these maps.
When you look at Canadian and the impact that he's having on the roster now, we start to open that kind of conversation up with, you know, you were saying before, it's more about having the individuals that Canadian can use at his disposal and kind of support the team in a way that really opens up maps. Do you feel as though against a really structured team, a team like FaZe that understands what they're doing, that might be a pitfall where this could get tested? Remembering they've only had 2-3 months together. It's not like they've been together for a year. Could this be where it gets tested?
I mean, of course, this is where it's going to be tested. I think FaZe is their toughest opponent so far to go up against. But you are right. I mean, as an IGL, if you have players that want to be molded into the position that you want to be, they will die for the cause just to get your vision through. I think at the end of the day, that's the best situation that you want to be in. And if everyone is still playing and listening to the IGL and focusing on what the goals will be, even if it doesn't go your way, sometimes it doesn't. You still have to be proud because, yes, they haven't had that much time. This is their first stage together as a team, and it's already a huge improvement from stage 1.
I think even with that said, and touching up on the IGLs, I think it is also going to come down to each individual player to be able to read situations and relay that information, not just solely rely on the IGL to pivot you in a position, but you taking initiative, you understanding the risk and the potential that something can be done or not be done in any given moment throughout this match.
Well, this has the prospect to be a very close matchup. This is one that will go the distance. I'm sure of it. Brazil, they go toe-to-toe with North America.
たこ焼きか。
FaZe is very confident because we won the 3 games of the Phase 2.
I'd say the strengths of our team is we have a very good mix of players.
I think in our strategy against Sonics will be to play our style, so I think it will be a very strong team to play against.
I think as long as we show up and play our game, I think we're capable of beating anyone. We're just playing to win, and simple as that.
FaZe,
I'm excited to have my first official match against you guys in a very long time. And let's have a good game.
Hey Sonics, everything you've done in this competition does nothing for us.
何々戦争、みんなはい、何々戦争、戦争だぞ。
Sorry, I'm
Facebook
just
so crowd.
admiring this unbelievable trophy. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. We are one quarter-final down, 3 to go. Up next, it is Brazil versus North America. Are we ready for this one?
イェーイ！ミカちゃん、ミカちゃん、いないミカちゃん。
They came agonizingly close to a
新しいやつ何あるんだろうね。
on their own turf.
確かに。
Can they
チョ
make
コ
it
チョコボ
happen
ーとかあるよ。
at
チ
the
ョコうまい
home
棒もあ
of
って。
Siege? It's FaZe Clan!
アウェーだね。アウェーだわ。無人島に持っていくなら野菜サラダ味。なんで無人島にうまい棒持っていくの
What these men are capable of, dangerous Brazilians. And some of their greatest rivals aren't even here. Is this their greatest chance yet?
今回相手ソニックスだからね。
With a local legend leading the charge, is this a chance for them to leave this
こういうの見ると
stage
海外はシビアよね。
unfazed? It's Sonics!
どっちにも行ってあげるから。でも結構女性の方多いね。ミカちゃん全然見つけれるわ。塩味になるの。海水飲むつもりだ。
Pretty quickly, he manages to guide them to some Siege silverware. Can he do it again in Montreal? KDS and Canadian, please come and join me for a brief conversation before we throw you into the first map. KDS, I'll come to you first. We all know how heartbreaking the Sixth Invitational was. Ever since then, you have been looking to make amends and get your hands on some silverware. Is this your time in Montreal?
Yeah, we started very well the tournament. We win all the matches, so I think we are very strong at this point in this tournament.
あったあった、シュガーラスク味。あれ美味しかったよ。
Oh, I like the way he looked in your eye when he said that, Troy.
焼き鳥
How's it feel to be in
焼き鳥
Montreal?
味は本当焼き鳥の風味でした。
Always feels great here.
なんか確か前回のメジャーの
It's
時
cold
に前
too.
も全
Hockey
種類買
arena,
ってき
like
て
this is
食べ比べ
this
て
is for me. Yeah.
Well, you see, he likes it cold. I know that maybe not yourself. You prefer warmer weather. Do you think you can handle these conditions?
今回なんかやろうかな
The
と
last
思って
time we play in Manchester,
飼育菓子を作ろうと思ったんだ
but
けど
this time is we had hand harm the hand.
子供たちが起きてないと食べて
I've
も
got
ら
to
えない
ask, you know, you've done many times what seems like the
ねるね
impossible.
る
You
ね
go
る
to a
ね
new
る
team,
残したらダメ
you
でし
then
ょ
go win a trophy. Do you think that you
食べ
can
き
do
れ
it
ない
again,
可能性
Canadian?
もある
Is that something that is part of
Who
your
are you
destiny?
going for,
I
Lumin?
definitely believe in it. I wouldn't be
Lumin
playing
は
self.
誰
I
に
didn't
行き
think
ま
I
す
could
か
do it. So yeah, I
どういう
definitely
こ
believe
と
myself. I believe in the guys that I'm playing with, and
どこに
I'm just here to prove it, here to earn it.
Any last words for your opponent here?
Just have a good game.
フェイス
You two
フェイ
have
ズか
great game.
All right, good stuff. Go
焼
and
き
take
鳥
your
味は
seats.
粉々にして
It
ご
would only be
飯
right
に
if
か
we
ける
had two
人工
wonderful
ご飯
Canadians call the action for this one. Jesse, in terror, take it
ふ
away.
りかけ的なね
Oh, thank you so very much, Ian. It's so good to be back
I
in
forgot
Montreal.
it's
The
kind
crowd
of
right
very
now was very loud for the VP
there. I
Falcons
guess
game.
I know
We're
why
gonna let them
they are
get their
cold.
refreshments and get back in before
い
we
や
ask
ー
them to get
雪まだ
loud
降ってないらしいよ
yet
でも
again. But you've
で
got
も
two
め
of
っちゃ
the
寒いん
teams
だ
here right now that before we played a single
ねるね
map
るねるね
of
食
the
べれないんだよね
play-ins.
の
If you
に
talk to all the teams coming to this
なん
event,
か青い黄色
most
の
of
食
them
べ
in
物が
Sonics
食
and
べれ
FaZe
ないの
Clan among the top
着
four
色
teams.
料じゃないのは
And it's
分
a
か
bit
っ
of a
てんだ
shame
け
that we have
ど
to see them in the quarterfinals, but
ダメなんだよね
both of these teams
え大人用
will
の
have
ね
an
るねるねるになる
opportunity
の
to beat one of
え
the
何
best
それ
and then
リ
move
ッチ
on
な
to
の
the
か
semifinals to
味
prove
が美味しい
that
のか
they rightly earned that spot amongst everybody's top of the predictions.
Exactly, and I mean, those predictions weren't unfounded. The number one team
あ
from Brazil
売っ
versus
て
the
た
number one team from North America.
売っ
This
てた売
is
っ
the
て
battle
た
that everybody's been wanting to see. There were
いちご尽くし
expectations for
ちょっ
both
と
of
リッ
these
チなん
squads. You
だ
know that none of them want to see that quarterfinal exit.
187
No, I
円
mean,
する
FaZe Clan, the very first team to make it into the playoffs, and they did so with relative ease.
Which
Sonic's path
team
wasn't
are you going
exactly
for
as
me?
simple, and they were on the ropes for most of their matches, but boy, oh
FaZe?
boy, the dominance they showed, especially when they got to the best of threes, only proves that sometimes you don't need to be a BO1 team once you make it to the main stage of best of threes and potential
キラキラはしてる
best
け
of
どなんか
Exactly.
カ
Technically,
リ
this
カ
is
リ
the
ソー
number
スみ
one
たい
seed out of Swiss versus the number 8. But I don't think anybody's looking at Sonics thinking, oh yeah, that's a
ゴ
number
ー
8
ジャス
seed.
で美味し
They
いの
look
これだ
so
ったら食べ
good
れそ
on
う
the
い
bottom
ち
half
ご
of
味だ
that
ったら
Swiss. FaZe Clan, they've yet to drop a single map.
プリンもある
The
プリン
entire tournament, they have been dominating. But Sonics, they're
え
on a
プ
bounce
リン
back.
とい
These
ちごだ
last
った
couple
ら
of
いち
matches,
ごの
and
方が
even
食
their
べたい
early
な
losses were very close.
あ
They're looking
今ね
red
ア
hot
ップ
coming
ル
into the playoffs.
アップルカラメリゼリンゴ
to
の
highlight
カ
on
ラ
the
メ
side
リ
of
ゼだって
Sonics.
い
Made
ちごはもう
his
売ってないの
international debut, Surf is an exceptionally good player, 47 and 11
Always
over his
against
last
me.
4 maps holding.
そうスウェイさんといつも反対なの
KD at the tournament. I don't know if you've seen the little
いつも反対
chevron
も
on
い
the
て
bottom
る
of the screen. It's been going through some little fun factoids.
いっ
The
ぱい
only
ある
players
ね
above
普
and
通のねる
directly
ねる
below
ねるね
him
る
are
と
both on Falcons, and they're
マスカッ
no
ト味があ
longer
るわ
in
マ
this
スカ
event.
ット
So
味美味し
Surf
そう
stands alone at the moment in terms of active players with
DX ねるね
KD,
るねる
and he
デ
can
ラックス
only
超でかい
increase that today. But if
北
there was
海道ミ
ever
ラ
a
クル
team
メ
that
ロン味
could dent That oh so shiny kill death ratio that Serb
待って、
has.
めっちゃある。ご当地フレーバーネルネルネルネルとかあ
Best
るよ。
team in Brazil, the best
ネルネル
looking
ネルネルっ
team
て
so
言いづ
far
ら
in。this event as well through stage 2.
No, 100%. This is going to be the toughest match that
めっ
Sonics
ちゃあ
have
る
had
ね、
to
種
play.
類。
Serb is one of those guys who's
と
been
んでも
heating
ない
up
種類あるわ。
later into the tournaments. This
ホ
will
イ
be
ップ
Serb's
ケーキ屋
first
さんやり
time
たいんだよな、
playing
ホイ
in
ッ
front
プ
of a
ケーキ屋
crowd.
さ
I
ん。
hope it doesn't get to him.
ちょっと高いやつ。多分500円ぐらい。
FaZe Clan, the favorite
そう、ご
among
当地ネル
social
ネルネルのやつだ。
predictions.
メロン
You're
味と
still
パインやつ。
filing in here, but do you have
さあ、それでは行きましょう。フェイ
FaZe
ズ
Clan
vs
winning the event?
ソニックスです。Good luck, have
There's like 2 guys
fun!
out there.
Yeah, there's like 3.
Yeah, yeah.
How
maybe.
about Sonic?
I have to support Sonic because
Our
they
Brazilian
are
team doesn't get as many
そうだ
crowd
ね。
cheers as
LA
the
だも
North
んね。
American team. Color me shocked. Well, folks, friends and enemies, map 1 layer
いや、アジ
is
ト見れるのは
ready.
嬉しいよ。やっぱ同じマップより違うマップ見たいよね。
We'll jump into the operator bands here with FaZe Clan versus Sonics map 1 of our BO3. This is FaZe Clan's pick. It's a great map for both squads. This is the top North American team on Lair versus the top Brazilian team on Lair. Both have been running it quite a bit in the regional leagues. Sonics, you know they love a Dokkaebi ban. That will be expected here by FaZe Clan for our first choice. Ooh, but it's a Monty. Banning out an operator of Vidakings, who he's very proficient at. That's a bit of a curveball. Now for FaZe Clan, Ying would be the comfort ban. I wouldn't even hate a blitz ban, but they'll stick
だけど、でもなんか新しい車線とかはそんななくて、こんなとこからこんな見えるんだみたいな。
because that's a really good pocket pick that Sonics have. They'll go for Mira instead. We'll probably be seeing that Tachanka later on this first half then, so nothing too crazy. This will be in the zone. It's Sonics. They don't like to go crazy with their operator bans. But it's a zone. Of course it is.
We get excited for the routine.
True.
It's quite nice. So operators are locked in. Shield operators have been the star of the show through this entire event, and I don't know how many of you saw the teaser for the reveal of Collision, the upcoming operation, and the man on the top of the screen, Blackbeard, is getting a rework, and they've teased him, and it looks like he's got a full body shield as well. So not only have we seen shields get played, but there could be another one coming to Rainbow Six. I would be shocked if Vidaking stays on the Blackbeard roll.
It would be impressive if we saw Blackbeard the very first game, but I highly doubt that will come out from FaZe Clan. Of course, repick available for the attackers. Sonic will choose to start on the top floor. This is the bomb site that a lot of teams are preferring over the others on this site. We'll see basement from time to time. We'll likely see bunks and briefing coming out soon. Armory weapon is not super favorable on Lair, but you never know. These two squads, Sonics, they're absolutely a creative team. The desk highlighted it. We got a real battle of 2 minds, Vidaking and Canadian. 2 of the smartest players in all of Rainbow Six Siege. And Parker, it actually happened. They stuck the Blackbeard. Vidaking's gonna be running it. He's got the fuse kit for the very first round. They've also got a Collie being brought up by Souls, and Handy is on the blitz. Something tells me this is gonna be a quick one.
I mean, this might be the last time at a Tier 1 competition that we see Blackbeard in his current form.
True.
あ、でもそこのラペなんじゃない？
That's worth a cheer at least.
なんていうの？階段じゃない、なんていうの、廊下側のところ、あのラップ確かに
People really don't like Blackbeard. They really, really don't like Blackbeard.
He's not an operator with a lot of upsides, I'll tell you that.
Lowest pick rate of all the attackers at the event. Second lowest pick rate.
クソ盛り上がってる。本当だ、BB って言ってる。
Throughout the regional league stage 2,
確かにここのラップ BB っていうかも。
so far at this event, but it is still rare. This is going to be an explosive jump in. Handy staring at this display window. He knows there's a player on the other side of it, and with the storm, they will jump on in.
And there's the shield off to the races. Oh, a missed opportunity. First pick goes to Handy. He's got the sidearm out. Sonics answers back with 2 kills. 3 kills, in fact. Amy, 2, Surf on the board. Surf a second. 2 players from Sonics. With all the kills, and it's all up to Vidaking peeking the windows. Can't imagine that a Blackbeard is going to be very good in this situation. And it's Rexon, the only player to get less than 1 kill in that round. Rexon. 2 kills from Surf, 2 kills from Andy. Rexon on the board. Nothing for Canadian.
No, we focused on that blitz play, jumping in display. Obviously, that was the head of the spear for FaZe Clan, but they had another push that was walking up the mezzanine stairs, and that's where Ambi got the crucial 2K, managing to steal that man advantage and weighted heavily in favor of the Sonics. Good work, the young 18-year-old there on Mez stairs, and then the anti-blitz play once again. I was really surprised that FaZe Clan maybe didn't want to take out that blitz. Sonics are a team, they'll play both shields. They love their Monty, they love their blitz. In NAL, a lot of teams banned Monty against Canadian. He just ran the blitz, and he had a lot of success with it. FaZe Clan haven't quite been on that level. They love their Monty. Vidiking so good with that operator, but the blitz plays have been less successful for FaZe. That's something Sonics have read into. They realize that they may not be a simply better shield team, but they're definitely a deeper shield team.
Canadian always tries to keep up with the meta, so it doesn't surprise anybody whatsoever that he would opt for the shield play. Sonics have such good mechanical players on the team that it stands to reason you put the old guy on the shield because pronounced deficiencies with Troy's aim from time to time that we can make fun of, but
he is currently the only player on the team who went negative.
I mean, hey, that's fine. That's what the support and IGLs are supposed to do, and we didn't just see that on Sonics. We saw that on an awful lot of teams. Yeah, maybe it is a bit abnormal. A team like FaZe Clan, where their support players are typically more involved in the executes, and when they're defenders, they tend to play a more active style as well. So for FaZe Clan, a team that just plays their own style, Virtus Pro in the matchup earlier today, very similar, which was great when we saw them do battle against each other, but I would love a FaZe VP matchup. I would love a Sonics VP matchup, but I am unabashedly a Virtus Pro stan. We said goodbye to Falcons earlier today if you did not watch our very first match. And what a story they have been. A young team making roster moves, bringing in a player that was largely slept on in EU, who leads or who led this event in KD, as we talked about. That's Robbie. No longer around, but I'm sure this isn't the last we'll see of Falcons. They'll be at SI as well. Double Sonics and FaZe Clan.
Of course, qualifying, locking those spots in earlier this event, I should say. This is a basement site, and we're seeing a very direct hit from FaZe. They don't want to clear through the top floors. This has been very apparent to Sonics. Those roamers of Surf and Ambi are going to need to make their way back as soon as this site comes in, or try to play those vertical angles, which can be very strong on the basement bomb site of Lair. For FaZe Clan, they're taking their time with this. You know, they're using their Flores drones. They're trying to get a pick off before they push, but Sonics are not giving them much.
Ambi decides to contest on stairs. Down he goes. He won't be able to impact this round the same way he did before, but as a Goyo, you've still got your canisters laid around the bomb site, or potentially off-site. There goes one of them. Canadian had lost to Yokai early on. What a play by Surf. He gets the ping in the last second. Down goes Souls through the soft wall. I don't know how many of those boogie drones the Ram of Souls was able to toss out. If he didn't get many out, that's a lot of soft destruction. That will be absent from this phase execute with 1 minute still left on the clock.
Oh, they know exactly where Grixer's at. He's got to have some phenomenal play here in the last 60 seconds.
They have an idea.
Well, they know.
King's got the diffuser, by the way. So if he loses this 50-50 engagement, he's in trouble. Oh, no! Almost a missed opportunity on the head, but they come out ahead. FaZe Clan immediately with 2 kills. Canadian on the board. Says goodbye to KDS. Fire spreads. Canadian has to move out of his position. Both Vidiking and Handy so low on HP, it'll come down to Surf to clutch out. And he'll go for a rotate. He's outside. This is not an ideal set of circumstances as Vidiking gets the diffuser down. Surf in a really troubling spot. FaZe Clan will keep him at bay with another fire arrow. That's the last one used. As now Surf has time working against him. Knocked over by an air jab. Handy knows exactly where he is and follows up with the kills. That was routine for FaZe. They got the first pick and they pushed it all the way to the limit. No real opportunity for Sonics.
You know, you said something in that execute, Parker. You said if Vidiking loses the 50-50. The thing you don't realize, Vidiking rarely loses those 50-50s. He's lost only 28 gunfights all event. That's the fewest out of anybody. In the meantime, he's picked up 44 kills, 44 and 28 KDR going through the Swiss phase. He's been phenomenal for FaZe Clan. The IGL, hard support, not always one you look to be finding those big frags. Typically, that's going to be more Handy. That's going to be more Cyber. But Vidiking has been phenomenal, having probably his best event here in Montreal. If he can continue to keep that up, if he continues to perform the way that FaZe Clan need him to, this is going to be a very close game between him and the Sonics.
That could have been such a blunder, by the way.
Yes.
Taking care of Handy, Vidiking would have also given his position away even more than he already did, but You saw how instrumental Handy was, not just getting that last kill, Jesse, but both of those fire arrows directly resulted in a follow-up kill. He fires off Canadian, Canadian has to move, KDS gets the pick. He fires off Surf, Surf has to go through a separate room, he gets picked up by Handy. Excellent play from that utility.
Now you may be wondering why Surf and Rex are cuddling inside the bomb site at the moment, but the reason for that, it's cold in here, but they're also trying to hide their operator selections. They were both trying to dodge the drones. They're hoping that FaZe Clan won't bring utility to clear out the Zoto canister and Kaid combo that Sonics have brought for this defense. And what have they got? They've got an IQ, and they've got some nades, so they don't have no options, but they don't have any EMPs. They're going to need to be really good with these Twitch drones and or the nades to clear out the Electro Claws, to stop the Zoto canisters, to get that wall open. The wall is so important on this bomb site. That's where most teams are going to enter from, and that's where they're going to try to push from. There's no Maverick, so it's going to be really awkward to get that angle opened up.
An already defender-sided map will become even harder now for the attackers to execute on, or so we suspect. That Selma might have gone off. We don't know exactly what set of circumstances is in. No,
it's frozen for now.
Lair, by the way, sitting at 55% of all rounds won by the defenders. Most maps we have seen skewed towards the defenders. So for Sonics, starting on the favorable side, if they cannot win more than 3 rounds, that would be considered a loss just based on numbers. Now, obviously, those numbers don't always hold. But every single bomb site that gets played frequently on this map is defender-sided. So there are no real excuses for Sonics. You're not at the mercy of a rotation. Every bomb site you go to should give you a better chance of defeating FaZe Clan. Second round in a row, though. The Brazilians striking first. They almost find a second, and they will actually get it. Handy's patience is rewarded. And so far, the drone work from FaZe Clan has been impeccable, Jesse.
It really has. The info's been there. Now they're inside a site too, trying to look for it. Surf is here, holding things down. They've got nobody up above on the side of Sonics, right? So this soft breach can go really well for FaZe Clan if they're attempting it, but they're just stacked up on green stairs at the moment. They haven't made any of these angles. Those could actually favor Sonics in the post plant if they make for a rotate. Rexton in a sneaky position here on yellow stairs. Will be trying to pinch in when this push comes forward. The wall still as well. A lot of these walls staying closed on the side of Sonic. So they've done a good job with the Tubarão and with the Kaid, but it doesn't matter if you can't win your gunfights.
Canadian will quarterback this defense as FaZe outnumbers Sonics by 1. 2 of the 3 best offensive forces for Sonics are in the ground. Their best one just got buried. It's Souls with the shovel in hand. Now Canadian drops as well, and it's all up to Rexon. After a good first round, Sonics have not looked like themselves at all, getting picked apart by such a frenzy on attack. 1 pick for Rexon. Handy drops, Diffuser goes down, and now the twitchy aim of Rexon will need to find 3 more, and he sees the gridlock, but softens up the metal beams. That's all he can find for it, and 2 rounds go now in a row for the attackers. You're only expected to win 2 rounds on attack. On Lair, FaZe are already there.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have had a great start so far. They're doing it with direct sight hits. You know, they're not worried so much about taking that top floor control. On the basement, they had a ram, but it was really a solo ram. It wasn't like the whole execute was going from top to bottom. Now we see on Bunk's briefing the exact same situation. They're not going all the way from top to bottom. They do clear out that top floor. They get control of green stairs, but they're not working vert very much. They're not actually pressuring these players. They're just using that as a jumping off point. They get a couple of kills top floor. They make sure that there's no defenders up there, but then they're going to push horizontally. They're going to come in through green. They're going to make sure that they can get those picks into the side of Sonics. They've tried to take those gunfights late without the man advantage, of course. It's going to be oh so difficult. Here we see the only soft breach coming out up above. Good play by the Gridlock in that final round. FaZe Clan now take the lead. Of course, this is their map pick. They're expected to be able to walk away with this. They're 2-1 so far in their history on Lara, beating Vivo, Keatstars, and W7M. They did have 1 loss to E1 in the regular season. That was a 7-2.
That was a stunning map.
We did. It was an awkward game, to say the least, but I think FaZe Clan have put it behind them, right? They're confident enough to pick it in a quarterfinal BO3. They've got 2 other big wins under their belt. They're not so worried about that 1 game. I think they can write it off as a bad day. For the side of Sonics, I should say as well, this is a very good map for them. Sonics have never lost Lair in their history. They've played it twice, beating OXG and SSG in the NAL this stage, but regardless, this is a good map for both teams. FaZe Clan would really love walking away with a strong first half.
That E1 team, by the way, that looked head and shoulders above the E1 team that we saw at Manchester, yet still was not able to qualify for this major. Quite stunning that a weaker team made it. Top 3 in the region in Brazil back in stage 1. Stage 2, they make a couple changes. E1 look like a better team, but I don't think anybody expected Black Dragons to make the run through the LCQs that they did. I think the team that was probably most surprised by it was Furia, the defending world champions who sat at home for the first time in God knows how long. They did qualify for SI through no real actions of their own, so at least they'll be there to defend their world championship.
Wow, through their actions in stage 1.
Oh, I suppose. Yes. They qualified during this major because of other teams getting certain.
Exactly. But still,
that's basically getting paid to sit at home. Is what it is.
More or less, but you know, they put in the work. They still managed to get the job done. Strong enough first half. Here we find the opening pick attempted by Viking. C4 throws out his way. Does about half damage too, so he's going to survive for now, but they know exactly where he's at. Again, top floor defense. Viking somewhat alone. He does not have defuse kit this time around, as he often does. Just fishing for this kill, trying to bait him out with one of these grenades and the flashbangs that, of course, they bring on the striker. Nothing yet, though.
FaZe Clan have been formidable when it comes to first bloods, and it will continue to get better for them. 4 rounds in a row where FaZe has struck first. Sonic's defense looking listless through the last 3 rounds. It wouldn't surprise me if this round goes in favor of FaZe, that a timeout gets called from the team in teal. Grixer is the last man standing. No kills to his name just yet. 4 targets on the side of FaZe Clan, so he's got options. He'll find his first onto Cyber, slow peeking, that small rotate, but a pre-fire from Handy around the door will net the final player on Sonic. Not a lot to show beyond round 1. And SQ maybe in a bit of trouble.
Soul's a great couple of kills at the start of that round. Of course, playing around that display window. Not a player that you think about when you think about the top performers from FaZe Clan. Typically, Souls has been one who's struggled a little bit more for this team. His real benefit to FaZe is that he'll play anything. He's played 23 different operators this tournament, more than any other player on FaZe Clan. And of course, he's got that experience as well. One of only 4 players in this lobby who have a history of lifting the major trophy. Of course, his teammate Cyber won it with him on FaZe Clan. KDS won that Mexico major all the way back on Team 1. And then Troy Canadian. Who else?
Troy Canadian, one of the most winningest players in all of Rainbow Six esports. We've talked endlessly about Troy moving onto the Sonics roster, not necessarily by choice, mind you. An altercation at an event this summer led to an untimely split from DZ and their long-standing captain. This will be Troy's 4th North American team. It goes all the way back to that Continuum and EG core, then to Space Station, over to Dark Zero, and now to Sonics. With the exception of Sonics, you know one thing all of those teams have in common?
What?
He won a championship with them.
That he did.
A world championship on the side of CTM. A world championship on SSG. A major championship on the side of Dark Zero. You know what all 3 of those have in common? They were all won in North America. 2 in Montreal, 1 in Charlotte. And now here we are in Montreal again. There's certain teams and certain players that tend to level up when they come to Montreal.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro is one of those teams. G2 tend to be one of those teams. They did not get the memo this time. Canadian is another one of those players where just playing on home soil and getting to play in the cold comforts of Montreal seemed to do him well. Is it enough? Well, he's changed the culture on that team. Super also came in as coach. He walked them through that timeout. There is no shortage of advice that he can give this team through these rounds, because FaZe winning 3 attacking rounds on layer, despite it being their map, is quite abnormal. Sonics, they'll have to tighten it up, or they'll let this map get away from them, because FaZe goes on to the better side in just a couple rounds.
Yeah, now we'll test their adaptability. Can you pull it back after the tactical timeout? Canadian up here on the roam, as he often is. He does have Ambi roaming with him on the first floor. Otherwise, the players on Sonics are all sitting down in the basement. FaZe Clan, they brought a very different lineup for their push this time. They've got the Damos, they've got the Lion, they've got operators that can push out these roamers and try to get picks in the early round, rather than the last time where they pushed this site and they were very focused on going horizontal. Very little pressure up above. Still Souls on that ram, of course, likely to be somewhat solo as he clears through, but perhaps we'll have the help of the Lion charges. Here comes the first one. It does track Surf in the site, but No kills coming off of that EE1D to start this round.
One thing I'm going to be looking for on FaZe Clan is how effective their entry is. They've drawn first blood in all of these rounds. They haven't given up a lot of drones in the process as well. The drone economy is something that doesn't get mentioned all that frequently. But on a big map like Lair, the biggest in the map pool, you need to be proficient at roam clearing, especially when a lot of teams, Jesse, like to try to retake. But why bother retaking when you haven't even given up this position at all? Grixer taking down KDS. It means that for the first time on this map, Sonics will have an advantage early in the round.
Yeah, that's big. Now can they convert this opening pick? Sonics, they have the best conversion rate of any team through the Swiss phase, so they're very good at capitalizing on these opening frags and be hunting for more on the yellow stairs. They know exactly where he's at. He's worried about a pinch, but it's coming from below. It's Cyber. He equalizes it for.
And he knew that Cyber was coming from that direction. He saw and heard the flashbang, but Ambi was a little preoccupied with where somebody else might have been coming from. He was mistaken. I don't know if that was a deliberate attempt from FaZe Clan to get him looking in another direction, but it works out all the same. Now Souls can set up shop upstairs. He was an early death the last time we saw him on Ram, and we commented on how those boogie drones didn't have a ton of impact. This time he's used all of his utility, and he's still a walking gun.
Canadian. The Lion Charge will pause him for just a moment, but he's hunting for these top floor players. Can he find Souls on the ramp?
Surf dives to Cyber, yet another kill from the Maverick, taken out by Grixer. Grixer now starting to get in the game after some pronounced struggles early on. Vidiking getting Diffuser down. 3v3 HP though, not favoring Sonics, but they managed to find Souls from above, and Canadian gets information from it as well. He's got the read on Vidiking. Grixer, a third kill through the round, and it's all up to Handy. Only a couple bullets will take out these remaining Sonics players, but he's got to get through the door frame first. Rexon on Diffuser, Handy walks in. Canadian gets the job done while Rexon completes the objective. The timeout converts directly to a 1 round. Sonics still trail, but they're hoping desperately to tie up this first half.
It wasn't a super clean round. They had to do it in the post plant, but it's that flank from Canadian combined with excellent anchor play coming out from Grixer that gets the job done. It's that coordination that almost any other player coming onto a team so fresh wouldn't have right off the bat. But Canadian deserves so much respect on this team. He commands it from his teammates. They can play so well together because they've all jumped in and bought into the Canadian system. The way that they played that post plant, the replant. Coming in was so strong. Canadian and Grixer getting the job done. I was a little worried for Canadian. Up top, he was sprinting. Souls, I think, heard him run through the hallway, and so it was a 50-50 gunfight, but Canadian got it done. Souls just couldn't quite hit their shot. And the positioning was perfect for the final frag, of course. Getting it done here in Montreal. One more round would tie us at 3 going into the second half. I will remind the audience that the second half should be the exciting one. Sonics were the best attacking team through all of the tournament so far, but FaZe Clan were the best team on defense. So you know we're going to get good Siege in the second half. Not that the Siege in the first half's been bad, but
it's like a Super Bowl matchup, right?
Yes.
Best attacking team, best defending team. I guess they don't call it attacking in football, even though it is violence. Again, it's a little bit of a shame to see these two teams do battle in quarters, but that's how seeding works. It's also that Sonics just could not clear out early enough. They had to wait until the very final day to beat Team Liquid to make it here. And that was also another sad matchup, frankly. I think both Liquid and Sonics could have very easily made an argument to make top 8. But with the way the Swiss system works, sometimes the best teams don't actually make it to the top 8. You could be the 9th best team, but if you're going up against the 8th best team, or you the 7th place team, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, and Sonics didn't make it easy on themselves either, losing their first 2 games in Swiss. They kind of only have themselves to blame.
Very close matches.
For sure, but still losses, and that's all Swiss cares about. Now, of course, we're seeing another blitz play. This did not work from Handy. Last time it got shut down by the Legion play of Grixer. Can it happen again? It's going to be coming in bathroom window. A little bit move over, and this time he might find an early pick. Yes, it does.
Almost misses the opportunity. KDS was there for backup 3 very swift kills. Make it 4. This round, Jesse, is all but over. Grixer nowhere to go. Drop the hatch, maybe. No, he tried, but you could tell Pablo was panicked in the corner. 4-2 the first half, but not for the defenders like you'd think.
お子さんたちママ昨日は
FaZe
サメみ
Clan
たいに
on
してる
attack on
一
their
日
own
じゃ
map
そんなに
managed
踊
to
りま
take
せん
4 rounds. 55-45 again are those numbers. This is not the most defender-sided map in the map pool. When you start to see 60% and above win rate for the defenders, that's when you say, okay, a 4-2 half is all but guaranteed unless we see something really outside the norm. FaZe Clan on attack, on their map, knowing this well. Yeah, I mean, this result doesn't surprise me.
Sure.
It's not good for Sonics, but it doesn't really surprise me. I could see this going in this direction. The trouble is again, Sonics, a great attacking team, the best in the tournament, like you pointed out, but they're gonna be fighting uphill. And from just the way those first 6 rounds have gone, I give the edge to FaZe Clan in terms of understanding this map.
Something Laxing said on the desk is that this game's going to come down to how the IGLs of each team can break down the defense on the other side. And I think what FaZe Clan showed is that they can break down those defenses really well. The adaptation called by Vidaking, now the blitz is not jumping in display window, it's going in bathroom window. So you can work with the mezzanine player to get that pinch onto Ambi. That's really good adaptation that we saw from FaZe Clan. Now it's the job of Canadian. He's going to take the exact same tools. He wants the blitz, he wants the demos. They know what operators are strong on this site, and there's no disagreement between these two teams. But that's really what it comes down to, okay? How can you read these defenses? For Sonics, you don't necessarily have to win your first round or two, but you've got to be able to adapt. And if you lose two, you've got to be perfect.
Looking at the numbers from the first half, Jesse. First blood worked all but one time. That was round number 1. FaZe Clan striking first 5 of the 6 rounds.
Wow.
Grixer, the only person on Sonics to give his team an advantage. That came in the 5th round. It was good enough to win the round, and that was also right after the timeout. What is a bit abnormal for Layer, though, and a number that I'm going to look at on the side of Sonics, was that Vidaking was able to get a plant down on 3 occasions. 2 occasions he could have, but FaZe Clan killed Sonics before the plant could go down. If Sonics held on a little bit longer, there could have been 5 rounds where FaZe was actually in position to plant that diffuser, which is quite astonishing given the way this map plays out.
More credit to the captain of FaZe, Vidaking always seems to be in the right position. Nitro Cell will get baited out by Canadian. Now he goes over to the other bathroom window, just baiting where he might jump on in. Ambi's down mezzanine. This is very similar to the push that we just saw from FaZe Clan, so they should know how to counter it.
Canadian has shown proficiency on these shield operators, but has also had looks where he seemed uncertain. A swing by Cyber onto the door takes out Ambi. FaZe getting on the board first, continues on the second side of this map. Canadian has had to use both of his smokes to try and conceal his own advance, and it's not working out. His supporting cast is being picked off one by one. Rexon dropped, Surf now also gone. Cyber with 2. Grixer is dead, and a flawless round from FaZe to start the second half would not bode well. Canadian doing all he can right now inside the bathroom, taking a mess of it. Canadian the final kill. Canadian deprives them of a flawless, but boy oh boy, there's very little to show for that round on the side of Sonics.
Some hesitation it feels like, right? Sonics outside the building, they're waiting for that call, they're waiting to go in, but instead it's FaZe Clan who get active. Cyber at the bottom of the lobby stairs, able to swing out and get the opening pick. Then Canadian, he's really fumbling, fighting that warden just in the bathroom hallway. He smoked the warden first of all, and then he realized, wait a minute, I can't push past this. Then he smokes the other angle, and he's just trying to win the pistol fight against the warden. He eventually gets it, but by the time Canadian has dealt with Handy, his whole team has died. This is the problem that we're seeing from SQ. It's a hesitation issue. They've got to be going faster through these pushes. They went for a very similar execute to what we saw from FaZe Clan. Bar for bar, the exact same push with the blitz and the demos on Mez stairs. FaZe knew exactly what was coming, and they tore it to pieces.
FaZe Clan have had a very tough march to this position as well. When we talk about the struggles that teams have to get to the main stage, sometimes the Swiss system gives you an easy road. FaZe Clan did not have that. Their very first matchup was up against Space Station. That's a top 8 team that will be playing later today. FaZe beat them in a best of 1. Virtus Pro was their next matchup. A team that also made top 8, now made top 4 with their victory earlier. FaZe won that best of one as well. The only best of 3 that FaZe played was another top 8 team in the Falcons. FaZe won that 2-0. Every single team FaZe Clan has played has been a top 8 team. It will obviously continue because from here on out they're going to be playing top 8 teams to make it presumably to the grand finals. That's their goal. But what a road it's been. And they, yeah, there's been some weaknesses, but ultimately a lot of people have not doubted this FaZe roster. That last round was played beautifully by them, and they are in such good shape to close out their map and push us to bank as map 2 up 1-0. The only player to get the first pick for Sonics remains Grixer. He did it in round 5, now he does it again in round 8. Conversion again for first blood has been near perfect. So Sonics at this point can maybe take a bit of a sigh of relief, but there's still more work to be done.
90% attacking conversion rate for Sonics in the Swiss phase. Ridiculous with how many maps they played too. We'll see if they can close this one out. 90% chance given the previous odds. It's a heavy roam game coming out from FaZe Clan. At least it was initially. Now it looks like the rest of their players have fallen back after losing Handy on the opening pick. Cyber still aggressive on the yellow stairs. Could make a play. A lot of teams in this 4v5 situation would want to get aggressive, would want to make a move to equalize that number count, but at the same time, right, this is a strong bomb site. If you give up that top floor, even with the man disadvantage, you can still hold it. You've got good anchor operators with Smoke, with Warden. Of course, you're going to have Valkyrie cameras around that you might be able to work a C4 pick off of. So there's still a lot of opportunity for FaZe Clan if they don't want to get aggressive here.
Cyber is roaming. One thing we tend to see from one thing we tend to see from teams on this map, because it is so big, Jesse, is very late flanks.
Yeah.
Teams will fall off the roam with about a minute off the clock, sometimes pushing it to 2 minutes off of the clock. And then, depending on numbers, will send somebody on a stealth mission as the execute is about to begin. Souls dies. He was not an offsite player. In fact, that's the smoke. That's bad for FaZe's defense. That's one of your anchor players. If you're going to flank on the side of FaZe, it was Cyber who was situated to do that. He needs to get going sooner rather than later because Sonics now, with just a little bit over 30 seconds to go, have everybody still upright. And Canadian is going to commandeer this push, taking some damage. Down goes Grixer. Ambi follows Vidiking and KDS with 2 kills. The Warden of Vidiking running away. Cyber baits him in. Sonics have lost the plot in this round, but Rexon from above will shut down Vidiking. Diffuser goes down. That was Surf's job. He now gets away. Surf's numbers underwater. A rare sight to see against top competition at this event. A 2v2 with 30 seconds left on the clock. Anybody's game. How on earth do you retake this? No information on the side of FaZe Clan at the moment. KDS is taken from above, but again, this is a very big map. He needs to get very close to these attackers. All the while, the timer will continue to work away. The door being watched intently. Surf and Rexon doubling up 1 kill apiece to seal the deal. There is still life on the side of Sonics.
Big round from Rexon. His moves when they had the man disadvantage to help support his teammate, get that defuse kit on the ground. 25-year-old from Fresno, California. Rexon's been their best player
this again.
in phase 2 so far of this major. When you isolate his picks to the attack, 36 kills, 23 deaths on attack is the best that Sonics have been able to put up from any of their 5 members. He is so good in these roles, often playing the ace, often playing the nomad, comfortable in these more support-focused operators, and you see how he gets the job done there.
And a lot of credit goes to Rexon, but also Surf.
For sure.
Surf is not just an aimer. I mean, that was good objective play. The thing is that if the way that Sonics enters falters a little bit and Surf is not able to pull off that plant, we are pointing our fingers at Rexon and saying, look how far removed he is from the execute. He's really not having much impact. He's upstairs, he's all alone, he's got nothing to show for it. Surf gets the plant down in an advantageous spot. Breach charges from Sonics were used to ensure that the avenues back to the bomb site by FaZe were able to be watched by Rexon. Those are great plays that were done earlier in the round for Sonics to set themselves up for a much easier post plant. And it's almost as if they knew what FaZe was going to do once that diffuser went down. Huge credit to Rexon there because it was also his set of breach charges that opened up those kill holes. He did a lot of it himself. It pays off. Sonics are still very much in this. They lose that round. It's a 6-2 scoreline for FaZe. That effectively ends this map. I don't think Sonics have it in them to come back. This is still obviously quite the walk, but it's a little bit easier to do.
Certainly, they're starting to make their way up the mountain, but there's lots more to climb. Top floor is going to be the focus for Sonic at the start of this round. Of course, taking the top and then working vertically is very important on this bomb site. There's a lot of soft breaching you can do, and they've got some tools to do it. Secondary shotgun on Rexon, Bailiff on Grixer, lots of opportunities for them to rip up those floorboards, so that's going to be the key focus. They're also going to work on the site wall. No wall denial coming out from FaZe other than the mute jammer, so that's going to be an easy wall to open up, unlike when Sonics played this bomb site and they brought that two-brow, that Kaid. Worry about some of these roaming players, though. Look at Cyber. If he makes a bit of a flank, that could be a real devastating push.
No player on the side of Sonics is in positive numbers at the moment. That is something that is abnormal for this team. Surf, Ambi, even Grixer, you could argue, should be in a position where their numbers are good. For Sonics, they're not great, they're not terrible, but Ambi on his role, he's been playing a bit farther back on this team. On defense, he was very forward in their roles in the way that he held map control. So his numbers on defense are bad, but on attack, more sheltered minutes. He's not the first antagonist on the side of Sonics. That's sort of this instance. Cyber gets the pick, but Rexon trades it back right away. Damage is done, but hard breach had already gone down for Sonics. So it's not a terrible loss. The only thing is, Surf's a great player, and you don't have him for the final minute.
Yeah, this top floor is still a focus. Lots of damage on a Canadian as that Nitro Cell fires out. He's the only person still working this top floor. The rest of Sonics, alongside Ambi, want to be focused on the bottom, but that's a huge pick.
Ambi's third kill, his fourth kill, almost a fifth. But Souls is taking what his namesake suggests. The same predicament these teams were in on the previous round. Only difference is there's no diffuser that's been planted. Two of the oldest tenured members on this squad of Rexon and Grixer are the last two remaining. The Melusi of Souls is spotted, but Rexon misses his opportunity. Souls gets a bit of a scare from this position. He's expecting one of these two players from Sonics to go up top. Now it's Grixer to isolate the on-site player of KDS. Maybe keep him at bay. Damage is done to Rexon. He's mortally wounded. Grixer will need to retrieve the diffuser and go for the plant. He does not have enough time left, so he'll have to stick this. There will be 1 second if he peels off.
Okay.
He gets the diffuser down, and now as KDS goes for the long rotate around, Grixer needs to be prepared and ready for this. Gumine gets hits. KDS gets the drop. And FaZe Clan will sit on map point, doing what they need to do on their map.
Match point.
An uphill battle for Sonics will now get steeper. But if there's anything we learned from that Falcons VP game, it's that a lead is not necessarily a guarantee that you'll win the map. I will say, though, a team like Falcons with limited international experience, going on to match point in front of a live audience, more nerves are going to affect Falcons than FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan are, as their name says, unfazed in these positions. The only time we've seen any real nerves from FaZe was at their SI battle. And boy, oh boy, was that one heck of a choke job on the side of FaZe. But if there's ever a time for nerves to get to you, it's honestly on championship.
And you saw the composure in those final seconds of the round, right? KDS in the 1v1, pulling it together, managing to win that one for his teammates. Came down very close. I love the trade game coming out from FaZe, but the biggest one was the last one. KDS in the 1v1. He has never come to North America and walked away with anything less than 4th place. First in Mexico and then 4th top 4 in Atlanta. He wins this series, he'll make it back to back to back and get to top 4 in North America again. But this is their map pick. It's a long series, and even though FaZe Clan are looking very good to take Lair, series is not far from over.
もうだって夢に多分見るだろうね、本当マッチポイントとかの 1v1 で負けた時の心情。
At the beginning, I was like, wait, hold on a second. I guess I
負けたらもう絶対夢見る。
Geographically part of North America, plays in the LATAM Rainbow Six region.
あの時ああしてればみたいな。うわーすごい。
eliminating Cyber. Ambi was at 2 kills at the start of the previous round. He's up to 5 at this point.
自分がその状況なら緊張しすぎてそのまま引く。
Actually able to contend with the guns on the side of FaZe Clan could in and of itself tighten this matchup. Sonics have had no shortage of strong adversaries on the road here, but none quite as strong as FaZe. consistently a
結
top
構ルミンね、カ
3
スタム
team
とか
in
さ、
the
なん
world
か
for
負
the
けた
last
試合とかあるじゃん。
year and a half.
思
Honestly,
い
I
出
think
す
you
も
can
ん。
make a
あ
pretty
の
credible
時、
argument.
ああしてれば、
Yeah,
めっ
legacy
ち
of
ゃある
winning
よ。
majors as well, of
カ
course.
スタム
Before
た
this
びに
core
多
even
分あるね。
existed,
ほん
this
と、負けた
organization's
試合
been
全
top
部勝っ
seeds
て、
forever.
もうなんか優勝しましたみたいな人
Baseball
じゃ
actually
ない
made
け
their
ど、
international
負け
debut
た
at the
時
Six
はマジ
Invitational
で、
here in
あ
Montreal
あ
when
の
they
時
picked up that fought energy.
そう動いてれば。
KDS answers back. It comes a little bit later.
この
Numbers
ピ
go
ック
back
して
to
れば
even.
とか。
The advantage that
なんか
Sonics had
思
lasted
う
them
時はいっ
about
ぱいある。
30 seconds on the clock. Again, that first blood conversion rate since round number 1, Jesse, has been perfect.
Yep.
If it holds, that means the rounds goes to Sonics. If it fails, it means we go to map 2. And then we can check those numbers over there as well.
It's not going to be easy, though. Still a 4-on-4 in the angles favoring FaZe Clan, but the man advantage
Yes,
is
Taco!
wider. Surf and Canadian, one apiece.
Canadian's got the shotgun in hand, by the way. He's going to want to slingshot his way up a hatch as he holds the case, but old friend, you are on the wrong part of the map. You got to get on top. Everybody knows how hard it is to patrol the stairs as an attacker. You are so vulnerable in that position, and it's very easy for defenders to hold that down.
There are hatches, though. He could jump up still. Don't forget about that. Right behind Vidaking, that one right there.
Vidaking falls back ever so slightly. He gets a nice shot on the Surf, completely blind as a bat, but it works. Canadian slingshots up. Amidst the cover of that flashbang diffuser going down. Vidaking trying for the nitro cell, but he's picked apart by Rexon. KDS trapped in the corner, fighting around the barricade. A flashbang will potentially blind him. It does, even if he manages to get away. And he'll lose all vision. It allows Sonics to reposition successfully with the case down, and 3 separate players on the Teal team will watch over top of it. The team captain of Sonics drops next. Case is within reach of KDS, but he's got to find the 2 picks. Making noise, missing an opportunity. Hounded by the bees. Rixer gets the exit kill. Conversion rate holds. Sonics get the first kill. They get diffuser down, and they get the round.
One at a time for Sonics. That brings it back to within 2. Obviously, a really good push coming out. The strategy coming forward with that Amaru to jump up the hatch, get that defuse, get on the ground. Sometimes you think of Amaru, it's an entry operator. It's going to go in and get the kills very quickly. Not always the case. We've learned from Consulate that could be a very good operator for support players. Jumping in, getting the defuse kit onto the ground. This will prompt a tactical timeout from FaZe, who have been very good at bouncing back from bad situations. You talk about their mental resilience. This will be where they need to lock in and make sure that they can win one of the next 2 rounds and send us to map 2.
I want to take a second here while these teams talk about it to just compliment Super's coat.
Oh, he's looking good this event.
He looks great. Can we cut to Super? No, hello? There you go. He looks like Commissioner Gordon. He's late for his shift at the precinct in Gotham City.
Yeah, he needs to win this game quick so he can get back and help him out.
The drip on that man, I gotta say, he's looking great.
Yeah, it's night and day difference versus stream. If you're watching any of his streams,
when you become a professional streamer, you become a gremlin.
True.
And then when you need to leave the house, you have to look presentable. Admittedly, Super has always looked good at events.
Yeah.
No surprise. He wants his team to play as good as he looks.
Yeah. And this will be his first event as a coach as well, so he wants to be having that. It's his first time standing behind a team at a live international event. He's been in the player booths many times in these situations, so it's not a new experience, but a new role here on the team, and he's had quite the impact coming onto Sonics this stage.
2, 3 major international events, if memory serves correctly, for Super as a player.
Yeah, something like that.
On that old rogue roster back in the day. What a legacy that organization left in Rainbow Six. Could make a very good argument that outside of some of the bigger Brazilian orgs, the very first large non-Brazilian organization to enter the Rainbow Six scene was Rogue all the way back in 2017. They picked up that vertical gaming roster that actually had King George on it. But he was anyway.
I assume so.
He doesn't do anything else. But no, I mean, that Rogue organization came through, picked up that team. They eventually went over to Europe. They merged with Koi very briefly, and then I think Koi ultimately ended up separating, going their own separate ways. But the esports landscape in terms of organizations has been in a state of constant upheaval, especially for the last year and what many have dubbed the esports winter. We are in winter doing esports in Montreal
やっぱ
right
ライオン
now.
いないよ今
It's fall.
今すごい
It's close to winter.
It is. It is
There's
chilly.
nobody's feeling the temperature in here, and they're like, yeah, this is fall weather.
It's Canadian fall weather, I'll play that. Look, we've got another blitz attempt coming out from the Sonics. This time there's a clash on the board. Viking was hiding in the prep phase, so this might not be known by SQ unless they've droned it since. Canadians getting ready to jump on in. Handy's got a C4 and of course playing that Warden. So there's plenty of opportunity to stop the blitz in its tracks. Meantime too, Viking holding over towards operations. They definitely know he's here. What can they do about him though?
Heck of a time to bring out that clash. An operator who, as we say, every time we see her, which is steadily getting more and more common.
Yeah.
She, like
she's a great
Monty,
shield counter.
Of course, and she, like Monty, gains more value when you have people around. A clash in a 2v4 is not as strong as a clash in a 4v4, for example. Might seem a bit reductive. Oh my! Viking taking a bit of damage as that's a nicely tossed nade. He's losing some protection in the wall as well as those Selmas go off. KDS striking first though. Again, first blood in all but the first round has determined the winner. Bad news for Sonics if that's the case. They've got quite the obstacle to overcome at this point. Damage has been done on the side of FaZe Clan though. Both Viking and KDS taking quite a beating. If Ambi loses this duel, it'll be bad, not good for Sonics whatsoever. He sees Tracer as the clash also running away. Canadian in hot pursuit, but there's two separate players lined up. And he'll jiggle around, attempting to get the Fenrir. An insurance policy is there. Souls drops to Sir. Candy and KDS with one. It's all up to Ambi. He was in action earlier.
グッドハーフということで、勝ちましたのはフェイズです。グッドハーフ。
They put their own map behind them in a hurry. 7-4 for the Brazilian team.
And they remain undefeated at this major through 5 maps now, 5-0 in Montreal. FaZe Clan feeling very, very good about that. They take their own map pick, as you said. That one was expected, but perhaps they now prove that Brazil, one of the best layer regions in the world, North America's finest, can't quite match up to what FaZe Clan have to offer. It was a brilliant game. Sonics, they tried to make that comeback happen, and they had some good rounds. They had some good ideas, but it wasn't quite enough.
Well,
相手も見ようと思ったけどクラッシュよなクラッシュバッチ進行できないかな階段を取りに行ってたらあれだったけど
Real disappointment for Sonics. There's no two ways about it. That was still in the game laxing, but this was FaZe dominated.
You know, I think it goes to say with what I was talking about going into this match is FaZe does a really good job at controlling the tempo and how the game is going to play out. I mean, we saw that through and through throughout this entire match. Sure, it was a good effort for Sonics to try to bring it back, but when you're going against a team like FaZe and they know exactly what they want to do and will correct any mistake, especially, I mean, even them in that last round, bringing that clash to thwart off an attack, to thwart off a blitz. I mean, it just goes to show how fast FaZe really can adapt and bring something different to stop a move.
Yeah, I mean, we said backstage we didn't really think that was the Sonics that we expected to see. We talked a lot about the strength of their verticality, the utility, and we saw that out the gate, round 1. And then FaZe just completely stopped that. They completely avoided dying to the utility and made sure that they were always clearing top down. And they completely shut down Sonics, leaving Sonics to have to go for a lot of these aggressive flanks using the Echo. And unfortunately, the site was getting pushed in so much that those flanks were always so late to get to the party.
You know, something that's interesting to me is I was talking about this. You know, I wanted to see FaZe actually ban out the Monty. Watching both regions, watching both Brazil, watching both NA. I genuinely think Troy is a far better Monty player than any of the players that could possibly play Monty on that side of FaZe. So the fact that Sonics were the ones to ban the Monty, truthfully, I think hindered them more than it helped them, and it rather helped FaZe just solidify this map even further.
Absolutely, they definitely showed respect to FaZe's Monty, which obviously FaZe is a good Monty team. But the ideology was to ban the Monty and bring that blitz. And where you lose the Monty's safety, you're able to do a little bit more pushing with the blitz. But more often than not, we found the extremity players getting picked off, and that blitz wasn't able to get enough information or actually push anybody out. FaZe was so solid, structured on the way that they were going to trade against the blitz that it did not scare them, and that's the whole point of the blitz, is to scare your opponents. It did not work in Sonic's favor, and I do believe if they were able to just swap that and not ban out the blitz or ban out the Monty, and they could use their strength, I do think it would have been a lot closer. So I hope going into map 2, we don't see them maybe show as much respect. We want Sonics to play Sonic's game, because if they don't, and FaZe runs the tempo, FaZe obviously can show just how dominant they'll be able to rack up a lead.
黒の強さ。
Speaking of map 2, speaking of bank, it's going to be coming up after this short break.
みんなもうバトルパスは終わったかね。もうそろそろやっていかないと大変だろうな。でも公式図のバトルパス結構いいやつ多い。かわいいとか綺麗。アトラシューターこれ待ってる間風景見してほしい。インビテーショナルだけなのかな。風景を見せてくれ。風景が見たいです。私は風景が見たい。今あっちは何時なんだ。モントリオール。モントリオールあった。やっぱさ、分数世界共通じゃね？モントリオール今1時53分。やっぱり分数って世界共通の分なんじゃない？違うのか？東京3時53分でしょ。ロンドン6時53分なの。で、モントリオールも1時53分なの。適当にやったらウィレムスタッド2時53分だから、やっぱ世界共通なんじゃん、分数って。やっぱり合ってた？時差って時間だけ？ 1 時間2時間しか時差ない。分数までは時差ないっぽくない？やっぱり合ってた。ルミンの理論が正しかったってわけ。お前なんか全然違う時間寄ってる人がいたからさ。眠くなってきたね。あ、岡山さんがブラックアイスチョコ食べてるよ。あ、これブラックアイスチョコなんだ。ブラックアイスチョコレート。いいなぁ、食べたい。うわー、生きてー。行きたい。海外って感じのやつ食べたいな。なんか食べてる食べ物が全部美味しそうにしか見えない。ミカちゃんのツイートも見に行こう。うわ、いいなー。すごいなー。行きたい。美味しいもの食べたい。モントリオールの美味しいものは何だろう。朝マックは次はアイステル。ブラックアイスチョコが食べたい。だってモントリオール美味しい食べ物。モントリオール美味しい食べ物。何が美味しいんだろう、カナダって。スモークミートサンド。あれこれ食べてなかった？誰かツイートしてたよね。岡山さんかな。ミカちゃんか岡山さん、このスモークサンド食べた気がする。名物なんだって。スモークミートと聞くと少しパサパサした肉をイメージしますが、油の乗った旨味たっぷりの肉。プーティン初めて聞いた。プーティン。何これ。フライドポテトにグレイビーソースと粉状のチーズをかけた。うわ、絶対うまい、こんなん。食べたーい。めっちゃ美味しそう。高カロリーだって。まあ高カロリーは美味しいってわけだから。ロブスターも有名なの？ ロブスタールミ食べたことないんだけど食べれるかな。エビは食べれないんだけどカニは食べれるのね。で伊勢エビは多分食べれないの、エビだから。ロブスターはエビですか？ロブスター食べれるかな。カニは食べれるんだけどな、なんかプリッとした感じが食べれないんだよな。あとドーナツだって。ベーグル人気店フェアモント VS サンビアター。なんかさ、本場のなんかベーグルなの、クリームチーズが挟んであるベーグル食べたいな。あ、これ何うまそう。ベジタブルヌードル。オマールエビがスーパーでも売ってる時代なので、それで試してみるもん。オマールエビ売ってるんだ。多分イオンとか大きいスーパーとかだったら多分売ってるんやろな。マジ岐阜ほんと魚介売ってないからね。ほんとみんなが思ってるほどに売ってないし、高い。魚介がもう肉より高いの、やっぱ魚介の方が。だって鮭1尾3個入って500円ぐらい。500いくらだったっけな。高くて買えないよ。肉ばっか食べてるわ。魚高いです。あ、そういえばバナナしまっちゃったな。バナナ下だ。でもね、最近ね ASMR の時でもよく見るんだけど、オイスター生牡蠣を食べてる ASMR とか、言えない。生牡蠣を食べてるのを見るのが好きなんだけど、自分では絶対食べれないんだよな。一回食べたことあんねん。生じゃないけど食べたことあんだけど、やっぱどうしても食べれなくて。でもなんか食べてるの見るとめっちゃ美味しそうに見えるんだよね。何早口言葉何言わす。生牡蠣言わすな。生牡蠣言えるけどね。私言えますけどね。生牡蠣ぐらい言えますけどいいんですか？対戦よろしくお願いします。うわ、これ食べたい。リブステーキ。生牡蠣生米生卵。いきます。生牡蠣生米生卵、生牡蠣生米生卵、生牡蠣生米生卵。はい、ちょっと惜しかったか。でも言えてるようなもんね。ドロップぜひゲットしてね。ミンシミンさんこんばんみらいしゃーい。ステーキなんかもうなんていうの、柔らかいステーキも美味しいんだけど、もう肉肉しい、噛めば噛むほどじわじわ味が出てくるステーキ食べたいな。なんでこんなにお腹いっぱいにならないんだ。ないこれね、プティンはでも作れそう。プーティン作れそうだよ。グレイビーソースって何入ってるんだ。プーティン作り方でクパッとプーティンあるかな。お、やみつきプーティン風フライドポテト。作れるじゃん。ルミ家にあるよ、ポテト。クリームチーズ、ケチャップ、中濃ソース、マヨネーズ。
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We are currently 1-0 here in the quarterfinals. FaZe are up and looking as hot as ever. One thing we talked about before the desk even started was the impact of shields for both of these teams. Now that we've seen that one, how do you feel it's panned out?
I mean, it didn't really look like FaZe needed any shields to start out with, and I do understand Sonic's respecting the shield play, but going into bank, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see SQ banning out the Monty. I really do think it benefits them. to have that Monty up. I'd love to see them at least give the opportunity to give FaZe to ban it so that we can see SQ play, because that is a huge pinhold on all of their strategy. And if they don't have that, if they don't have Canadian calling, I mean, we've seen how Sonics was without Canadian. So they need to have a call.
I completely agree. Them not having that Monty, I just completely eliminated Troy from a big factor that could have helped even with vertical pressure to allow a buck to feed information, whatever that looks like. But going into this map specifically, this is going to be SQ's pick. They should be comfortable here. They should know how they want their approach to be on this map. But the biggest thing to me, again, that we've talked about with FaZe is tempo and timing. We need SQ to play these Siege that we have seen them throughout this stage. So, I mean, throughout the playoffs, throughout everything so far, where we aren't seeing that now. I need them controlling the tempo. I need them controlling the pace and using their utility effectively, just like they did in those defensive rounds on layer that were winning them those rounds.
All right, well, it's time to get underway here with map number 2. We head to Bank with your favorite high school principal and his intern.
Yes, I have brought my son to work today.
I'm moving up in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
to a principal.
I'm a principal now.
Wow, we're doing well.
We're doing well for ourselves here. I suppose the casting career never works out. We have another job lined up for us.
That'll be great.
Thank you to Rob.
Yeah, I mean, we might run a school into a ground.
Rob looks like a gorilla that escaped its enclosure, so I mean, that's fine.
Dangerous to have one of those in a school.
Dangerous. If Rob listened to me speak, he'd be very upset right now. We asked ourselves during the playoffs, Jesse, would a North American team even make it to the main stage? Well, two of them ultimately did. If Bank doesn't go their way, we'll be saying goodbye to one of them very early in the day. Bank is ready to or die for Sonics. Let's get into it.
ルミンはね、これ食べろ。なかなかなくない？金ごま、ごぼうさ。
didn't want to see Sonics banning out that Monty again. Will they listen or not? FaZe with the first ban here, and Ying would be the expected operator for FaZe to be banning on Bank, their most commonly banned op. Across the map, but especially on Bank, they could also choose to take out the Monty. That's something that the analysts suggested, and they will heed that advice. Removed out of place. The Canadian cannot play this operator once again. SQ now, what do you take out? Could be Doke, could be Habana, could be Ash? Alright, that's a bit of a new one coming out. Gonna make Mira windows very strong now if Mira doesn't get banned. Sonic's likely banning a zombie here if they continue with their trends. Yes, they do. For FaZe Clan, we expect a Kaid to follow trends, but FaZe ban a lot of different operators, okay? Could be a Two-Brow, could be a Mira in response to that Ash ban as well. It will be the Kaid, sticking with tradition on the side of FaZe Clan, so no surprises coming out there. The Ash ban, the really exciting one. That's gonna be one that Sonics picked up over the last couple of days when they were aware that they'd be going up against FaZe Clan. The VOD review has almost certainly been done. They take that operator off the board, and immediately Vidaking reads into it, says, yeah, I'm gonna play the Mira.
The reason why Mira was banned in that very first matchup. The desk did not want the Monty ban, by the way. They wanted to see how DZ's ability to play on attack. And, what are they all looking at for a second there? They all looked in our direction. Well, the camera's direction. I suppose Canadian is going to be moored on Blitz Island, as there's no Monty on the board for him to play the more conventional and I guess you could argue stronger shield op.
I will say, this Ash ban, I'm looking into a little bit more, Parker. This must be something either from the regional leagues that they're playing out, or from scrims. FaZe have only played Ash once through the entire Montreal major. KDS ran it in a single round. They're usually a team who prefer running the Striker, for example. They prefer running the Twitch, the Finka. These are operators they like to run in their primary entry spot. Cyber likes to run a lot of IQ as well. So an interesting decision to ban Ash off the board, just given that FaZe Clan have rarely touched the operator through the entirety of this event. Now, I will say FaZe haven't played Bank at this event, so what I'm predicting is what happened is that Sonics have scrimmed FaZe on this map, maybe decided after scrimming that there was a really strong Ash play they want to take off the board. Maybe it's a strat-specific thing for Sonics, and they know they have a strategy coming up that's going to be really heavily countered by an Ash play, because it doesn't feel like it's comfort, right? This is not an operator that anybody on FaZe Clan relies on to get kills with, so it must be based around the gadget.
Most of the time we hear the R4C, it's in the hands of Ramsey.
Yeah, a lot of the time it is.
Ram does have some use cases on this map of Bank. When you look at the bottom floor bomb site, Ram is not usually that strong because it's the top floor where the most soft destruction, that horizontal level of soft destruction, will occur. You're going to take that stock trading room upstairs. If you're going to take CEO office upstairs, that's where those boogie drones are going to be able to chew through the floor, and they'll have direct impact on archives and tellers beneath it or over above open area. Ash's utility is great from afar. If Mira's on the board, Ash is a good counter for Mira from far enough away, as is Kali.
Yep.
Kali, obviously an operator we don't see all that frequently either, so if there's going to be a direct Mira counter, Ash is great for that. Mira was banned out in map number 1, but was available, will be available here as we get things set up for map number 2. We were off to the races and then something happened. I don't know what happened. Now we are in a technical pause.
Looks like they're getting it sorted out pretty quick here, so I wouldn't expect us to be paused too long. I can tell you that all 10 players are back in the lobby, so we should be going live pretty quickly through this one. Fist bumps rain out, and I think we are jumping right back into it. FaZe Clan Sonics for map number 2. Funny enough, Parker, the first time these two organizations ever played each other was 5 years ago in this very city, DreamHack Montreal, an event that you and I both were casting at.
I hosted that event.
You were hosting. You casted a few games.
I did. I was pulled in as the host, and it was Redeemer, you, and Flynn as the casters.
A casting lineup of all time if I've ever seen one. But the point I'm making is that Sonics actually won that BO3 that they played all the way back in Montreal 5 years ago. That knocked FaZe Clan out of the tournament and secured Sonics top 8 to play on the main stage in DreamHack. Since that BO3, however, FaZe have won 5 out of the 6 maps that these two teams have played. And of course, that core all the way back in DreamHack Montreal had very different players. Super was a player at that point in time. So with the more recent matchup, FaZe have been heavily favored against the Sonics, but there is precedent here in Montreal.
Now, there's one little piece of data that's very, very old that I need a second to look up because it is a bit of a stretch.
You're always coming in with the old facts, Parker.
Well,
old facts from the old man.
I am old.
Yeah.
You know, it is quite funny because I remember when Ambi first got talked about as a player, I think he was 12 years old. And I remember thinking to myself, like, is this game going to still be around? Are we going to have a new Rainbow Six? What about Rainbow 7? Is Ambi still going to even be interested? And now Ambi is a professional player. Yes, I have been around a very long time. 7 years ago, this month, that I casted my very first live event in Sao Paulo. And a little bit over 7 years since I made my Tier 1 debut myself. And yes, for many people, they've lived half their lives watching this game, growing up with this game. So, of course, I will have the old facts because I was around when I was younger. Nice swing by Ambi. The former baby, now adult, with the very first kill, taking out Cyber upstairs.
And he's still 18 years old, Parker. He's still actually the only 18-year-old that will take the stage this weekend. Playing, of course, for the Sonics. He'd like to take it more than once, but they need to win these next 2 maps if that is to happen. Handy's inside of elevators, being rushed by a blitz, but he makes the drop, of course. Will retreat back to the safety of his teammates. Holding the hatch, you know he can get a kill if the blitz does drop in. There will be that angle. This is disgusting. What is this? Finding just a pixel if the peek comes in from garage, but nobody's testing him yet.
I have seen this angle, I think, once or twice, but it is so foul. Nobody is happy when they die at any point in time. I'd be furious.
This one goes back, I'll tell you that. Hunting for it now. They got drone intel down there in garage as well. Of course, 70 seconds now to make this execute work. The hard breaching's been sloppy. That'll happen when the mirror window is there and it gets popped and becomes a little bit awkward with the impacts and the nitros, but I think it should be opened up now for a plant. Here's the smoke play as well from the glass as Rexon makes his way through garage, hunting for this opening pick in the basement. He sees ahead and he will get the shot. Beautifully done. Handy stood no chance in that engagement.
Still there, and another could be had for him as well. Soul's the very first kill for FaZe Clan Jesse. Rexon will push KDS off of this position. KDS re-aggressing, even with the bees, even with all the information, FaZe unfazed. Diffuser going down, and now the swing from the mirror. Ambi losing a lot of HP. It collects.
C4 落とし
King
が
dropping surf diffuser is down, and now the gas will linger with 20 seconds to go. Grixer was upstairs, expecting a successful plant, expecting to hold over those openings, over the hatches, and now he's next one up. Grixer getting diffuser down, and he slings. He's done for. Grixer gets off, taking matters into his own hands. KDS has made his way upstairs. No chance whatsoever for Grixer to find those final 2 kills based on the spread from FaZe. And the Brazilians go up 1-0.
Great sight play coming in from Vidaking. That Nitro Cell winning them the round, and you got to think Gambi would like to have shot that Nitro Cell. It's not the easiest thing in the world. The pros make it look easy sometimes to catch those Nitros midair, but it is far from a simple thing to get done. So just a couple of pixels making the difference. Felt like that glass play coming in through Garage was so effective. Rexen really did a lot of damage, but only was able to take 1 with it. He wasted a lot of time, grabbed a lot of attention, but in the end, Bank Basement is all about the plant, and FaZe Clan know that better than anybody.
I actually have my fun fact ready, by the way, Jesse.
Let's hear it, Parker. Usually I'm the fun fact guy, but I'm interested to hear what you got.
I'm going to take your role for just a second. In SI 2018, FaZe Clan, just as right now, were talked about as the team to beat. They went perfect in scrims. They demolished teams on the way to the main stage. They ultimately lost to a team called Evil Geniuses, who had a player on it named Troy Canadian. And it was on this map that FaZe Clan equalized the series. Now, they did go on to ultimately lose to EG in the quarters. But back then, first to 5, FaZe Clan defeated EG on Bank 5-1. It was the first time that EG, as a core, had lost Bank International. And it was against this team. Obviously, completely different organization. It's not EG, the only player that was on that is Canadian. The rest of that roster is retired at this point.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan as well had a completely different roster. So
it's
just one organization the same, but feels like no matter where he goes, Canadian brings that EG history with him. FaZe Clan, if they defeat Sonics again, would have the upper hand over Troy on this map. Except the key difference, is that it wouldn't be their only map. This would be the dagger through the hearts of Sonics, and it would push FaZe into the semifinals tomorrow.
Some revenge for Manchester, too. Only 6 months ago that FaZe Clan fell in the quarterfinals to a North American team. The underdogs in that event, too, ended up coming out on top. Sonics would be considered the underdogs in this series, coming in as the number 8 seed, despite having a lot of praise before the tournament started. Could be an OSA push coming in from Canadian, which can often be extremely risky. And look at the Utah on the side of FaZe. 2 Nitros, 4 impacts, a lot of it expended already. But they still have a lot of tools to try to work against this OSA push. The mirror windows being used by Vidaking. There are no counters being brought out other than the smokes from Sonics.
No warden, the only thing that might be able to see through that's the bulletproof camera. First kill is Ambi. Yet again, it's not just Sonics, but it's Ambi. Striking first. He's already off to a better start. He was 2-7 at one point on layer. Now 2-1, matching the kill total he had in round number 8 of map 1. Another kill will come in from Sonics. Vidaking and Andy are no more. Soul's firing back. The thing is that Soul's numbers have been quite bad, but that's because everybody else on FaZe are doing the job for them. They don't need Souls to be fragging out. They don't need KDS to be fragging out. And yet, here they both are. Surf on the board, not just in this round, but in this map. He gets dropped. Damage over time from the Goom.
自分で選択できるみたいな。
Canadian Rexen is the last
1
two
個
alive.
こ
Sonics
で、
failed to
もう1 個
convert the
こ
first
で、2
kill
つこ
in
の味
round
みた
number
いな
1. They have a second
感じ
opportunity
でやってきたらいい
to
よね。
right their wrongs. Canadian getting diffuser down. The talent shield has just been
大
set
変な
out.
の。
Rexen
梱
looking
包
deep
が大
into the
変
bomb
か。
site,
こ
expecting
の
to swing
人はこの
around.
味で。
Far too
あ
many
ー、
players
設
for him to
置
deal
逃
with.
げられちゃ
He
った。
instead gets out of there. Canadian dies, and now it's all up to Rexen
お
in the
さうら
post
だ。
play.
イングレないよ。
By that square door, swinging up. He knows what's
う
to the
わ
left, but Cyber cuts off his cross.
マジか。
KDS had hopped on the diffuser and he stuck the
なん
plants.
ていうお店屋さんだった
2-0. A triumphant start so far for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, just not the round that Sonics needed. An awkward start, to say the least. They start to get things going, but they lose a couple of picks. Amy did find the first one. But then the goo mine shenanigans going on with Surf. You know he's better than that. You know he's got to be pulling those goos out. Just didn't quite have the timing on it in that round. And then they do plants, but up against Cyber and KDS, 2 of the best players in the world. Always a tough round when those 2 are left alive. There's some promises with these push. You can see the ideas there from Sonics. You can see the execution of that idea is not bad, but it's these little moments, right? It's the small parts where the goo mines get sticking in their foot, or you're trying to cover under the cover behind a Talon shield. You know, it's just not always there for Sonics, and so it's those little things that they got to sharpen up. Even in round 1, it was shooting that Nitro Cell that really did turn the tides. So Sonics, they've got good game plans. They've got good fundamentals on these rounds. It's just the little things that keep catching them off guard.
何兄があるかな。これ種類ってないの？
I wanted to see if the crowd would take the cue for us being
ブルーベリー、パイナップル。あ、フルーツミックス美味しそうだよ。フルーツミックス。
I heard it. Let's go.
キウイフルーツ。
Okay.
ハニーレモンピール。あ、でもさっぱり系が多いんだな。
We're in North America. I assume the crowd will cheer for the North American team.
ストロベリーチョコレート。あ、これうまそう。
I mean, I think this crowd would also just cheer for Canadian no matter where he went. Canadian could go over and play for Furia. They'd probably still cheer for him.
Probably.
セサミ。黒ごまか。黒ごまだ。
It is cold in here. It
チ
is
ョコレ
very
ート
cold
チ
in
ップ
here.
アー
You
ル
are
クッ
watching
キ
this
ー
and
ク
you
ラ
are
ンチ。あ、こ
coming
れ
into
食べ
the
たい。
venue
いや、これ食べたい
tomorrow
わ。
or later today.
チョコチップクッ
Please
キー
bring
ク
a
ラン
jacket
チ。
or a
あ、
sweater of
こ
some
れ食
kind.
べ
This is
た
one
い
of the。coldest arenas that we've actually ever been in. I
甘い
mean,
ものが大好
it
き
is a
なクラン
hockey
チ。あ、
arena.
なん
This
か
is what
キャラク
happens
ターい
in
るわ。
hockey arenas. Montreal is also very
キャラ
cold
クターがいる。
climate.
マ
But
ー
there's
ク
actually an
ピアル
active
さん、
arena
ナイ
right
スオブ
next
ス
to
セ
ours,
ン
which
キ
I
ュー。
assume
あ
is
り
what
が
keeps the
と
temperature down. I was going to talk about Bank, by the
いや、
way.
いっぱい
It is
飛ん
one
で
of
る。
the least played
なんかいっ
maps
ぱい
at
飛ん
this
でる。
entire event. In fact, it is the third least played map.
めっちゃ飛んでる。めっちゃ飛んでる、なんか。顔が飛ん
Two
でる。
kills very quickly on Surf and Ambi on the wrong side of
誰かルミン
FaZe's
の可愛
aggression.
いやつも飛ばしてきて。
Selma's going off from Grixer, and Rexon now wants to find a
めっ
small
ちゃいろんなフ
area
レ
to
ーバーが
exploit
季
as
節
this
チョ
Nook.
コミントも美味しそうだな。
Right now,
なんか T シ
Inteller's
ャ
looking
ツ
all the
と
way
かもいっ
towards
ぱい売ってた。
archives. There'll be a collision course with Cyber, but he is not giving an inch. Nitro Cell on the wall to open things up, and there's Rexon. His patience rewarded.
Still a mountain to climb, though. 4v3, Sonics in the man disadvantage. They've got a good amount of control over here inside of lobby, but the defuse kit held by Canadians, kind of alone over towards square. He's just outside the printer window, actually, so can make a move, but if he dies and drops that kit on the ground, there's nobody to recover it. He's got a lot of time to play with. He's going to use this to reposition. Moves more towards that top floor. Can start to get some of these picks up above. There is still Vidaking, the IGL of FaZe Clan, who is roaming up top. Sonics are going to use every second of this clock to find information, to try to isolate a player and make this into a 3v3 before they go for their execute. And then when they finally push, it will be 2 Candelas to try to bring the house down.
This round has gone by in the blink of an eye.
サングラスかけた人。
FaZe Clan just need to sit and wait. They still hold that advantage, and now they're going to do some damage to Rexon, but he wins the engagement against Andy. Sonics now putting numbers into a 3v3. Souls will die too. Vidaking and KDS is last alive, and there they go again. 2 very quick kills as FaZe pounce on Sonics and the sidearm to add insult to injury. Canadian cannot humiliate his opponent. It's KDS inside the small office. Down he goes.
めっちゃ飛んでくる。
3-0.
めっちゃポワポワしてる。
Perfect rotation. And the number that I was going to talk about here.
あ、台湾。もうポワポワしか見てなくて全然見てなかった試合。
Fewer rounds than
試合全然見てなかった。
Skyscraper and Nighthaven. And Nighthaven and Bank are about the same.
確
So
かに。
basically,
手に持
they're
ってる武器
tied
も
in
強い
second
もん
place.
な。
Bank has very similar numbers to Layer. 55 rounds won by the defenders, 55%. 45% won by the attackers. So you're in the same predicament. Defenders should be playing well.
チャーム。
SQ on Layer didn't exactly have that
and
work out in their
UBI connector
Side
link.
swaps came in. FaZe Clan
And
played
please
very
wait
well as defenders on Layer.
24
FaZe
hour
Clan
or
starting on
48
Bank
hour.
are not committing the same mistakes that Sonics did.
ちょ
FaZe
っと時間かかる。
3-0 on the favorable side of this map. It's burned Sonic's timeout early. It was round 4 if memory serves correctly. At the tail end of round 4 rather, that Sonics used their timeout on map number 1. On their own map, they have to call their timeout earlier. That never bodes well for the team.
No.
めっちゃ気になるな。
Something is going on with this Sonics team. I want to give credit to FaZe for how they're playing because they are playing as good as we expect. FaZe Clan have consistently looked like a cut above every single team that they've played so far. They've not looked like gods. They've looked good, but still mortal. They still bleed. Sonics look shaken. They don't look confident. Their entries seem quite limp. I don't know what it is with this team that has taken the stage, but this does not look like the Sonics team that when they had their backs against the wall just a couple days ago, pulverized their opponents.
And Sonics had to know that FaZe would be coming out very strong on Bank. They chose this map with the full knowledge that FaZe Clan are 5-1 on Bank this season. Their last event, they did lose. That one loss was against BDS, and it was a 7-0 loss, so they've certainly gotten swept on this map before. They've had weak performances, but in general, FaZe Clan so solid here on Bank. Sonics, they played this map earlier in the tournament, losing to SSG, although it was an overtime 8-6 game. In that map, they played 7 attacks total, they won 3 of them. If they're going to match that total, they need to go flawless to the next 3, or have a performance in overtime that is pretty miraculous. But it's not going to be easy. FaZe Clan, solid through defense so far, yet to lose even one round. They will once again be holding onto this base before. When Sonics played this site against SSG earlier in the tournament, they won this site every time they attacked it.
The heck of a streak to put on the line, Jesse.
Rumi having from my god.
2 of the fragments on the side of Sonics are not good at the moment. Ambi right now sitting at 7-13, Surf at 8-12 on their rolls. You need to be better than that. Ambi, to his credit, has played better so far on Bank than through most of that layer map, but it's not just a one-man show. We talk about this in the play-ins, we talked about this in the playoffs. Now we talk about it in the, we got in, we got off. The main stage. Yeah. No clean way for me to say that. But if you have 1 or 2 players who fail to show up at this stage in an event, that is enough for you to lose just based on a player's ability, especially somebody like Surf, who has 4 maps before coming to the main stage was 47 and 11. Today, he's 8-12 through 2 maps, well, a map and a half. It's not going to get better. That's 8-13. He's blown sky high by KDS, who's yet to die.
There's an IQ on the board. These Valkyrie cameras are staying up for way too long. Grixer's not been able to spot them out. That could line up a great C4 or a great angle from FaZe Clan as they look to get aggressive and widen the man advantage. Now, we see Grixer, he's hunting for them, but there's still a really big one in open area that he didn't find.
Is already linked.
This could be a disaster.
Please wait 24 hours and or
when they have all the advantage, it becomes a very unfair fight for their opponents. Andy gave them some breathing room with the pick early on in the round, but Sonics have done very little beyond take the map control necessary while still not find all the utility that they need. Now you've got to wait out the potential explosives. The Goyle canister goes. Grixer absorbing a lot of damage, still alive. But he had attempted a plant, and he'll have to think otherwise of it. Now it's Ambi holding that diffuser, trying himself, and he dies to the gas of souls. KDS, look at how brazen he is, fighting through the hatch. Rexon now drops. But the time will run out. 2 more kills from KDS to pad his stats. He's still yet to die. FaZe Clan are getting us through this series in a hurry.
The Brazilians, they're not cooling down here in Montreal. This looks unstoppable at the moment.
For their credit, Brazilians don't seem to understand what cold is when they come to Montreal because I see them walking around in flip-flops and shorts. I understand that it is summer in Brazil right now, but the cold does not seem to get to them at all, and I admire that.
They always seem to show up in the most important events, and of course that's no different here at the Montreal Major. Sonics now down 0-4. I want to credit Grixer. I think he did find that Valcam, but I mean, it didn't make the difference, right? At the end of the round, despite good drones, despite a good entry, right? Everything seemed to go the way of Sonics. They got everything they wanted at the start of that round, but FaZe Clan just have this ability to reclaim a man advantage, to reclaim a situation that they have no business winning. And Sonics, we're seeing some of the problems that creeped up on layer. It's that clock. It's stalling out a little bit. They went for that push with very little time on the clock. Grixer had to go for a plant, took a bunch of damage, then they had to scramble who had the fuse kit, and then Canadians pushing down main on Ying, and he doesn't manage to find much. You also can't take away from the fact that KDS has been perfect on those anchor positions, as you mentioned. Yet to lose a gunfight, he's been on fire today. A big part of this team, he always is. The entry player for FaZe Clan has been so good in this tournament. They're second best after Cyber, but with the run that they've had, second best on FaZe Clan is still better than most teams first.
A number that has been talked about on the broadcast before, but really does need to be repeated, is since the Manchester Major, not a single player on FaZe Clan has a negative KD. Not one. I'll give you one guess as the lowest rated player on the side of FaZe Clan.
I would assume Souls.
You're incorrect. It's Cyber who just died.
Wow, really?
Cyber over the last 3 months, Jesse, is the lowest rated player on the team. He still has a plus 11 KD and a plus 6 on entry. That's the worst stat line for FaZe Clan.
That's incredible too, because Cyber's been their best player at this event in particular. He's been far and away the one who's been getting the most amount of kills, 46 and 28 coming into this. So that just shows how deep FaZe Clan are as a roster. Nobody on this team are slouches. 4 on 4 as the Flores goes down. That's going to be a big issue for Sonics. They lose a player. Disconnect happens in our 5th round, as if they didn't already have a big enough disadvantage in this game. The adversity just keeps getting greater. What do you do here?
I mean, you've got your 2 best weapons on the side of Sonics just really not coming through. And he's not even in the server anymore.
Is that enough?
Surf is 1 and 4. Have you imagine him just walking off the stage?
Doesn't seem like him.
I don't think that would happen.
No.
But it's a terrible time for Surf to be having his worst international series to his name. Now, again, when you were a younger player coming into an international event, you were playing up against the steepest of opponents, and my oh my, things are just going from bad to worse for Sonics. King dies. Big pick from Grixer. Surf still out on windows, waiting for the call in. Do they have information though as to that conference room? Do they have information into Janitor? They know if there are players in this position. One is retaken from lobby, and Surf is getting an awful beating up on that rappel, Jesse, but there's only 30 seconds left. 30 seconds. Sonics, who might have just got caught by KDS, who's about to go 12-0. Surf swings on in, Souls gets the kill, KDS secures it. A dozen kills for KDS. 0 deaths.
5-0.
And you know what the difference is? He's the one making the moves. It's always Sonic standing still, waiting for something to happen, waiting for a swing, waiting for a call to be made. And KDS says, I'll make the call, I'll make the play, I'll make the move. There's never any eyes on him. It always feels like FaZe Clan are controlling these engagements. They're the ones getting active. Even in that final 3v3, yes, KDS goes for a swing, but right before that, what happened? There's a guy in ATMs firing at the repelled players. I mean, this is really the difference in the matchup. FaZe Clan, through 5 rounds in a row, have been consistently controlling the pace of this game. Even when Sonics are droning and getting opening picks, like we saw in round number 4, even when Sonics have that man advantage, it's still FaZe Clan who are hunting for those picks back. They're doing the work to make sure that they can regain that man advantage, and consistently, it just seems like it's working. Sonics, no answers through the first 5 rounds of Bank. Attack Pause may be fortunate to get their heads back into the game in this one, Parker.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what's happening here. I mean, Super obviously is talking to both of the admins now. Ambi had disconnected at some point during that round. So I have to expect that is the culprit. FaZe Clan very close to 6 this first half.
I believe as well, I didn't catch it right at the end there, but I believe Handy has yet to get a single kill this map, and they're winning 5-0. The ability to be able to pull that up and have such an impact on your squad or not even be needed.
Handy is 0-4, Cyber is 2-4.
These are some of the greatest players alive, Parker.
KDS actually didn't get that kill, by the way. The down that was given, he's at 11-0, not 12-0. No, it did actually say that it was his kill, but again, the way that they track kills in-game now is different. If you get the down and then somebody secures your kill, typically goes to the person who got the down, not to the person securing.
Yeah, I mean 11 kills or 12. Who out there is going, oh, we only got 11? He's only 11 and 0.
Excuse me, casters, you're off by 1. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture here. It's not about that.
Yeah.
The point that is being made over and over again is what is going on with Sonics. I mean, I will say to their credit, all of these players are still in good spirits. Yeah, they're smiling. For a team that lost map number 1 and is now down 0-5 on your own map, to be able to still be in good spirits is quite impressive. Part of me thinks, well, they must know something that we don't. Maybe they were expecting an extremely defender-sided bank where every single map will be a dogfight for the attackers, and they are expecting a 5-1 half of their own when the side swap comes in.
準備をしてるっていうか、なんか買い物もあれ含めて旅行だと思う。
Exactly.
You at this point, you are going to need to have a perfect second half, or at least as close to it as humanly
でも
possible.
ルミンコートを着なくなったから当日もコート着ないスカジャンで行きたい。スカジャンが一番に。どれぐらい寒いかな。
This is one where we saw Vidiking have a huge impact sticking up there on the roam in round number 3. Late Sonics tried to clear that top floor. I believe it was Rexon that was starting to walk through the top floor and try to clear it out, but Vidiking avoided his pressure and then still had impact from up above. So watch out for Vidiking. If he keeps trying to roam up on the top floor, they certainly want to go aggressive. Cyber on the Boss G Vigil, you've got still Legion, Castle operators that can absolutely get active in the early round. For Sonics, it's old reliable. Ying's back. Blitz is back. This is what they rely on.
In order to try and be fair and balanced with these casts,
旅で目的地に行く。
want to
目的
hype
地
up
に
what the
行く
other
でどう
team
しよ
is
う。ああ、も
doing,
うそ
but
れ
there
は
so
そう
far hasn't
それ
been
は
a
そう
lot of good from
パーキン
Sonics.
グエリアで
Up to this point.
マジ
Yeah,
で
it's been tough.
いっぱい食べ
You
る。
know what the funny stat is, though,
道
Jesse?
中は楽しみたい。
Sonics have got the opening pick in
そ
4
っか
of
会
the
場で
5
発掘する
rounds.
から熱くなる
The
か。
only round where FaZe struck
コー
first
ト
was
は
Vidiking back in round
Oh
number
my god,
3.
jeez.
Beyond
まだ終わってない
Ambi
まだ終わ
has
ってないよ
every single opening pick for Sonics. He's getting in,
諦
he's
めないで
making space for his team, he's getting a potentially crucial pick, and then the rest of the team through the mid-round
そんな
are
にあったかい
fumbling
格
it.
好してて
And
もあ
that's
れだ
actually
よ
a great
な。
thing to highlight, just the difference for Sonics right
どんな
now
会
versus
場
their
な
play
の
in
かな
Swiss. They were the best team in all
全
of
く
Swiss,
外を返さない
converting
会場だっ
opening
たらいい
picks
よ
on the attack. 90%
なんかそこ
conversion
ま
on
で
the
行くの
attack
に
in Swiss.
通路が
Now
めっ
there's
ちゃ大き
zero.
かったりしたら
Zero
寒い
through 4 rounds that Ambi's gotten that opening pick. They're not doing anything with it.
What about this round? Canadians suffering quite a beating.
I
no
want
first
to
pick
be
for
nice
Sonics.
and say
Souls
Sonics
eliminating
to have a
Rexon.
chance,
And look
but
at Souls, he
from
wants more.
goes
Canadian tucked
Ruby.
away by the corner. Souls with that SMG
もう
11
一本
in
取れ
hand,
ば
fire
ね
rate
ま
will
だ
chew through anybody who dares
悪魔が
disrupt this
悪魔召喚
defense
の儀
through
があ
that
るんだけど
electrical
な
door.
6-0はちょっとき
Surf
つ い
and
もん
Canadian
な
are also very low on HP. Canadian
早
has
く
no
目的地
opportunity
行
to
くぞ
get back.
母と私めんどくさいからサービスエリアで一泊お
With
願
a
い
shield, and now he steps into Goo Mine, taking damage. That damage
す
over
ごいね
time.
サービスエリアで一泊
Terrible
って
circumstances for Sonics.
車車
They
中
now
泊っ
shifted
て
their
こと
focus upstairs. They wanted to rush, push into the bomb site, did not work.
それ
A
は
good pivot from Sonics, but will it work out?
それは
Yeah,
大
I mean, FaZe, they're
変
giving
かも
up
な
top floor. They know they don't need it. They've still got 2 players down in the basement. Vidiking on the server stairs
休
is a player
憩
that
と
could
かだ
do
ったらいいけど
a
その
ton
がっ
of
つ
damage.
り止ま
If
る
he
と
goes
か
for
は
a
大
flank,
変
this is
だ
where
な
they killed Rexon earlier on.
2時間ぐらい
One thing
休
is,
憩してとかだったら
Sonics
全
opt to
然
drop into the midst of the bomb site. Vidiking could be isolated. There goes the
運
remainder of
転
Surf
し
at
て
the
る人は
hands
多
of
分
Cyber,
早く
patrolling
目
inside
的
of
地に行っ
Archive.
てゆっくりしたい派なんだろうな
He's got that Boss G in hand. Long range damage. A single shot to Canadian.
ブ
Will
リッツ
drop
3
it.
しかないよまずいよこれ
Cyber
は
doesn't need to be particularly good. The rest of the team is doing the work. Now the assault over towards the smoke.
うわ
Cyber with 1 kill as well.
ーわ
And the captain
ー
of FaZe Clan catching Sonics
東
with
北
their
なんだ
attention in
ど
another
こどれぐ
direction.
らいかかるの車だと
Not just
ルミ
a
ンちなみに岐
flawless
阜か
round,
ら
a flawless half
東京まで、まあ、ぶっ続けて運転し続けたら
will
休憩なしで
have to
4
do
時間
the
で着くんだけど
same.
大
Well, this is
体
a
まあ
2-0 for the
休憩しながら行って
Brazilians.
6時間ぐらい
Vidiking played his first
More
ever
to go,
international
more to
match
go.
here in the city of
Oh,
Montreal. His
more
first
to
ever
go.
professional match, even at that. Picked up by FaZe Clan ahead of SI 2023.
どれぐらいかかるんだ
Came to Montreal and frankly, they didn't have the greatest of runs. That was a
いや
brand new
今
FaZe
の
Clan
業
roster.
界
They took a
が
lot of criticism on social media
やばい
even for picking up Vidiking
まずい
back in the
です
day. That was a controversial move. A lot of people
もう
said that it was a
笑えない
bad
よ
move. Not many are saying that these days, as Vidaking has done so much for this roster. Done pretty much everything for them except win a trophy. Now, just one round away from the semifinals where they could make another run at it and go through top 4, go through top 2. FaZe Clan, it's been a while since they've won a major. This core of 5 players have yet to do it. Vidaking's going to be a huge piece of that puzzle if they can put it together in Montreal.
Fresh has a bingo card that he uses for a wide variety of things that tend to happen at majors. Admittedly, I don't know every single square that's on it. But if there isn't a square that says player doesn't die in entire map, there should be, because KDS is about to tick that box.
Perfect game.
He did nothing in the previous round. He's 11-0. I mean, admittedly, nobody died from FaZe Clan in that previous round.
いろんなところがね。次どこだったっけな。
11-0? Handy, 0 kills. KDS, 0 deaths. The duality of this FaZe Clan roster. Work will be cut out for them, though, as they go to the harder side of this map. And it'll be a gamble for Handy on his very first kill. He'll enter into Garage. He got a good read. He finds one. Now out goes the grenade. Is that Canadian? He's prone on the ground. There's 2 players inside a Garage. How many could Handy possibly get? Toxic gas over on the corner. No way! Handy yet another. They're stacking up bomb inside a Garage. Oh my! Grixer eliminates Cyber. It's just him and Surf remaining. Sonic's in free fall. Handy finished off by Surf, pounced upon by Vidaking. Grixer now unable to get to the bomb site. The flames blocking his exit from the elevator. Free fall, a fitting term when you're inside of a lift. Diffuser goes down, and now Grixer has the unenviable task of getting out of there alive. Flashes galore. Can't as well. Vidaking dies. KDS's first death. Soul says not today. Too many players to contend with. Sonic's
ということで2マップ目取ったのはFaZeクランです。グッドゲーム GG。
FaZe Clan make quick work of the NA team, and it's FaZe up to the semifinals.
They have yet to lose a single map in Montreal. This team looking like the heavy favorites through the event, dominating their quarterfinals. A big play by Handy in that final round.
Vidaking didn't even have his socks on. What is going on in this game? Don't tell me the man had the dogs out while he was playing. That's crazy talk.
For the 7-0 as well. I mean, that's just how FaZe does it different.
I told you they don't feel the temperature.
強いね。
You gotta feel for the guys on Sonic's,
フラマン
obviously
ク
the
ラテ2枚
hometown
倒したね。
team.
フェニックス
They
ポイント
didn't
で
give
す。
you much to cheer for in this matchup, but can we get some noise for Sonics? Even the crowd was a bit reluctant.
Tough one, of course, coming out from SQ, but FaZe Clan, a great game today. No shame in losing to the best, and right now, FaZe Clan look like the best.
All right, how about this? What about some cheers for your winners, FaZe Clan? I was about to say. Wow. I mean, this FaZe team looks mighty good. Their main obstacle in most events has been Furia. They're not here. There is nothing stopping FaZe now from marching to the finals without their country mates here. The man of map 2, who looked almost invincible, KDS, is on the stage with Ian.
Thank you very much, Baka. Almost invincible, KDS. She had one death right at the very end there, but I'm sure you're not too worried about that.
We're very happy to win this match, and we hopefully it's easy for us. So this is the best feeling. Semi-finals against BDS or Team Secrets, we are going to win.
As this roster, you're yet to collectively raise a trophy. And we've seen you put in some fantastic, some stellar performances over time. But is there part of you that thinks you don't want to get into a similar situation that Team Liquid did over time, where they couldn't get the job done? You need to grasp and seize opportunities like this.
Yeah. We are working a lot to win this major, because the last tournaments we just die in semi-finals, on the comeback in the finals. So this is very frustrating for us, and we are working a lot to the job done.
How much do you want it? FaZe
so
they
much.
look
More than
super
morning, but
strong
I want
to
to.
this
Absolutely.
tournament ね。
Best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
ちょっと
Congratulations,
FaZe が
KDS.
優
What a
勝する
fantastic
未来が
performance
見
from
える
him.
よ。
Back to the desk to talk about everything we saw go down on the stage.
Well, what an interesting matchup. Unfortunately, Sonics are a no-show on Bank. There was nothing that they had that could even push FaZe around.
I mean, I just want to say, it worried me, especially going into this Bank. Again, watching both regions that I watched throughout this stage. When you look at Brazil as a whole, Bank is typically in their one or second highest rated play map throughout the league, whereas in NA, there's not a big serving sample of Bank being a very prominent map throughout the league, whereas, you know, an Oregon or a Club, or just maps like that you would typically see. So it did worry me here. And then seeing a 7-0, I mean, it kind of just plays into what I was talking about of not only FaZe controlling the tempo of this game through and through, KDS having a phenomenal game, but just goes to show how much experience this team has just playing Bank at the level of the way Brazil as a whole plays it.
Yeah, I think we understood looking at the maps that Bank was obviously more favored for FaZe. I think the lair was the risk for Sonics. Sonics haven't had too much to show on lair, I guess, inside this tournament. They've been playing it, brought it to this, and that was their best showing. Now it comes to Bank, and we said we wanted to leave that Monty up. FaZe took it right off the board, and I do think that Monty would have been a big thing for Sonics. Yeah, for Sonics' pushes. But I mean, FaZe just really came to play. They were just non-stop shutting SQ down. There was really nothing that they could do to, I guess, get an opening. And I mean, look at the stats there. 11-1 from KDS.
I mean, two players having 100% cost. That means they were doing everything down to a T in that game. And again, you see a 7-0. That was a team effort there. And you were asking, you know, do cold fingers, cold hands get to you? Well, clearly KDS wasn't cold in his hands. And Vidiking had his socks off. So you can tell that that guy wasn't even cold, to say the least. But a huge performance from FaZe to be able to put themselves in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think Sonics, if you look at the opening kills to opening deaths, they were doing a good job. It wasn't like they were just completely getting steamrolled over. Just when it came down to the last little bit, FaZe was just running away with it. And obviously, it's kind of funny to mention it, but at the start of the game, we were talking so much about Sonics and what they could bring and the potential that they've had and the growth that they've had, and they still earned those flowers. But the whole time that me and Lax were talking about it, the FaZe guys were on stage kind of like laughing to each other. So I don't know if they were just listening, like, thinking these guys have no idea what's coming. We're about to just destroy these guys when it comes to Bank. So I think, obviously, the map picks, you can't really blame SQ for going to those maps. They are good maps. I think it just came down to FaZe being the better team on the day.
Given what KDS said at the end of that interview there, that, you know, that they've fallen short so many times, but they are gunning for this major. Is this the most scary we've seen FaZe?
I don't want to say this is the most scary. They've always been this down. They've always shown this consistency. It's just when they get to the end right there is where they just can't get over that hurdle for whatever it is, where I just think it comes down to nerves. But I do think they have the best chance here to push it to a grand final and possibly claim this spot here and win it all.
Yeah, I do think they just have to be able to finish strong, and they are a monster getting to that final, so I have no doubt we might see them there. But once it gets to it, I mean, they just need to do what they've been doing this whole time. So if they don't get in their own heads, they'll be fine.
All right, let's have a quick look at the bracket before you two gentlemen decide to leave me, because now you're on break. But I want to get your thoughts where the bracket's at the moment, Lax. I mean, we've got 2 more games to go. Who are FaZe and Virtus Pro going to be matching up against?
You know, realistically, I mean, I want to say BDS, but Secret is a formidable opponent against them. I was even talking to the Secret guys. They are very confident going into this matchup, so I think that can be a toss-up either way. When you look at then across the board, the W7 Space Station game, again, these last 2 matches here to decide what the semis is going to be, these are hard to predict.
I think we've been seeing the favorites for the game be going through. I'd love to see if we can get maybe like a little bit of an underdog story, at least into the semis. But we talked about before today that there was no clear favorite to win this tournament. So far, after the games that I've seen, I do think FaZe absolutely claimed that title to be the first, because they had to drop the map in Phase 2. They 3-0'd. It was here and there, but now they decisively beat Sonics, which a lot of people just had a lot higher hopes for.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here on the desk. It's time for us to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, the Montreal Major continues.
Are you tired and want to sleep? No! まだベリファイよ。Next match last free. おすすめめっちゃ恋愛アニメおすすめ出てくるんだけど、やば、ホーラン高校ホスト部ある。うわ、熱っ。ハニー先輩が好きだったわ。ホスト部ある。高校にいたら女がいなかった話をなんて漫画で見るんだ。 本家シャンフロニット嘆きの亡霊。何それ。嘆きの亡霊。嘆きの亡霊は引退したいってやつ？この冒険系か。ハニー先輩好き。ハニー先輩が一番いいよな。うわ、7ある。私7見たことないんだよね。7面白いかな。なんか俺物語かなんかはね、子供たちがなんか実写のアニメ見て喜んでた。バイオレット・エヴァーガンデも絶対見た方がいいよって言われてるんだけど、すごい見れてない。あ、漫画で読んでたんだ。いいね。それで言ったらあれだよ、今年の冬花子くん2期ですよ。皆さん見るしかない。もう花子くんをピロピロしてするしかないんですね。ルミさん泣く？マジ？バイオレット・エヴァーガーデンいつも見たいなって思って、なんかそう見たいなっていう時にたまたまそれが出てこないよね。なんかアニメ見たいって時大体違うものが出てくるんですよ。でも結構ルミ涙もろくないんだけど、下着は泣いちゃうんだよね。ズビズビしながら泣く。なんかね、みんなと泣く場面のね、違うのよ。ジュンジュンが絶対泣く場面でルミは泣かなくて、そこ泣くのっていうところでルミ泣くね。推しが死んだりとか、推しが悲しい思いしてる時に泣くから、なんかないかな。佐々木と宮野あるじゃん。佐々木と宮野、この前も言ったっけこれ。アニメ化してんの？エロいイメージしかないんだけど。エッチなことしてる違うか？私の知ってるやつ？あと葵くんも見てる。あ、これか。シャングリラフロンティア。どういうクソゲーマーによる最高のゲーム冒険。冒険系が好きなんだね、リアさんは。主人公推しになれば解決。これ、ショタくれ。主人公がショタじゃないと、感情移入できないんだ。私は。小説なのもともと。サマータイ、夏目友人帳もまた新しいの出てるんだね。これ結構好きなんだよね。夏目友人帳。なんかちょっと切ない。泣くほどじゃないけど、なんかちょっと切ない感じがする。優しい気持ちになれる。夏目友人帳。でもちょっと長すぎてさ、どこまで見たかわかんなくなってるんだよね。お嬢と番犬くん、なんかいい。キュンキュンしたいな。最近ちょっとキュンキュン足りないな。キュンキュンしたいときにアニメ見たくなる。タイトルの付け方、1話第1話何々みたいな。どこだ？シャングリラ。あれ？どっか行っちゃった。さっきまであったのに。タイトル見ようと思ったのになくなっちゃった。なくなっちゃったよ。どっか行っちゃった。早くダンジョン飯の2期来ないかなって思ってんだよね。ダンジョン飯見たいわ。久しぶりにあんな見たもんな。何回も見返すやつがね、たまに来るんだよな。何回見ても面白いってやつがあんねん。同じ回を。それが今、ダンジョン飯と、ちょっと前はメイドインアビスと同じシーンばっか見てた。一回見たいな、なんか面白いシーンあると一生見てる。何回でも見れる。 子供たちがドラえもんを何回も見るようにあるんだろうな。子供は何回でも同じシーン見れるんだ。また見てるまだ見てる。この前これ見てたじゃん。自分も言えない人のこと。私も見てる。何回でも見ちゃう。そういうアニメ最近ないな。ダンジョン飯以来行ってないな。食わず嫌いじゃなくて、なんていうの、水に嫌いたまにある。水に嫌いってなっちゃう。で見たら面白いんだけどさ。アニメも好きだけどアマプラで見れる仮面ライダー、仮面ライダー一番ほんと全部ちゃんと見たのが、その記憶はもう今ないけど電王とで、まだ記憶は新しいので、フルーツの仮面ライダーマジで一番最初から最後まで多分全部見た。これぐらいからでも仮面ライダー、仮面ライダー結構話が重いよね。子供の話じゃないってぐらいなんか重いよね。でも今アマプラでも妹は好きだったんですね。ちなみにルミンはニュータロス好き。ついやめてたわ。トミンさんこんばんみ。いらっしゃい。
We've reached the halfway point here at the Montreal Major for the quarterfinals, and it's time to have a changing of the guard. We've thrown out the NA because, well, if you watched the last match, you'll know why. We've brought in two gentlemen from EU. How are we both? Jack, it's been, we've never worked on the same desk together.
No, we missed each other in Brazil, Rob, so this is the first time for us.
ニュータロスだろうかなと思ったら本当にすごい怖いシンペイちゃんに好みがバレているだと。
What the French have is a terrible taste in the NA teams. Alright, you had a great take, didn't you? How did that go for you?
You don't have to throw me under the bus here.
ちなみに妹はね、裏タロスが好き。
Right, I may or may not have tweeted that Sonics were looking amazing at the event, that they had the best attacking team, and all of this because they had a long film with Rexton. I thought they were amazing. Well, you know what? Maybe just
well, it's time for us to move on and away from the first half of the day. We've got a matchup that has a storied history here. BDS take on Secret
妹もね、裏ちゃんと金太
Yeah,
郎
we've seen this match
めっちゃ話し合うと思う。
time again, Rob. It's actually, I will say it, Leo. I think this is becoming the new El Clasico of EU. We previously would have said it's BDS and G2. But we're seeing BDS and Secret compete for some of the biggest games inside of 2024. Secret are starting to establish themselves as a top team in Europe. And in a way, especially because they beat them in the stage 2, they're becoming a big foe to BDS.
Yeah, it's got to be with G2's drop-off, obviously, but at the same time, it's also Secret just stepping up. If you look at the timeline of where they've been facing together at every matchup this season, it just keeps getting closer and closer. Obviously, there was an 8-7 stage 1, which was close, but it never managed to beat them. The first time Secret managed to do it was during this stage 2, and one of the first things they said to us was, we finally found a solution, we brought double shields to control them, and it worked out, Jack. And it's getting closer and closer, and all the way to stage 2, we almost, that European crown, it went to a single round missing.
I was about to say, look at the importance of these matchups. We obviously saw them in Manchester. We're seeing them today. So we're seeing them on major main stages. But we also saw, you know, Secret really turn the season around against BDS inside of the stage 2. So these matches that these teams are playing, they're facing each other a lot because the European course, they're getting on bigger and bigger stages every single time.
Well, it's time for us to start deep diving into this one. Team Secret. They've had a very good run. They've looked pretty decent. But again, where do they match up? How do they come into this event?
You know, I've had such high expectations for this lineup because I love it. I love the play style, I love the players, and I was expecting these guys to come in as the number 2 seed in Europe right now and demolish anyone on this major. And I've got to say, I was kind of disappointed because if you look at their run in phase 2, they go 8-7 versus Elevate against versus Cars, and they drop a map versus Falcons, and they just have this quick win 2-1 versus Liquid. They didn't really look dominant. I was expecting more from them. And I feel like if you look at the win conditions in Europe, what did we see from these guys? We saw incredible individual power. We saw incredible clutch potential. And we saw incredible initiator operator abuse, right? The Blitz, the Monty, the Dokaidi. All of this, Jack, has disappeared during the major.
Yeah, it absolutely has so far, and I think that's why we've seen Secret struggles. You know, if we look straight away at the initiator operator abuse, we've not seen it at all. I think Secret have taken a step back and have gone, we're known to be the shield team, we're known to be the cheesy team. Let's try and play more default. And I think they've taken that one step backwards, but it's maybe caused some rippling effects. I think had they have stuck with what they knew, they might have got to the same stage a little bit easier, but I think they're doing it so that they can raise their ceiling, can take 2 steps forward. But off the back of doing that, they don't have the clutch potential, they don't have the huge individuals, and if I want to bring up a head-to-head of the one player that really shows this, it would have to be Adrian, because he was literally a top player inside of Europe Alpha in terms of stage 2. And I hate to say it, because number 6 inside of Europe, number 6th rated player, he is now the number 99 as of this morning rated player in the competition. That's out of 100. That includes all teams at this competition. So on an individual level, this guy who we're gassing about on a regular in EUL, we love him, we think he's great, but he's having a terrible tournament.
I don't want to throw him under the bus. He was one of the best prospects. I love this guy. It's also his first, big international stage. I can get like the pressure of all of this. I know he can come back. He's not playing the easiest role either. It's actually crazy that he's switching. He used to be that close potential for these guys, and he's not anymore. If he has to step up, it's right now during the quarterfinals.
Well, they are going head-to-head with BDS, a roster that has had their number on multiple occasions, Jack. How do we expect this roster to adapt? Once we're on stage, do you think there's any change?
Well, I mean, we can see BDS having great results right throughout the stage. You know, obviously they were last in the last Manchester Major final. You know, they're a team that's used to winning things. They won EWC. But during EUL, during the stage, me and you, Leo, we said a lot that BDS are winning, yes, but they're not putting in complete performances. Leakyfac even said it at one point, we're only playing 50%. I'd actually argue we've seen some of the same throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, you could argue like they've dominated Europe. Have they looked dominant? I don't think so. No. I think Evan Leakyfac said in an interview during EUL when we interviewed him, he goes and says we're playing at 50% of our level. I think that level is quickly rising at this major. And one of the biggest reasons for this is I thought the ceiling that they had, they've got such strong individuals. They rely so much on individuals instead of playing as a team. And we've seen more and more cohesion track during this major.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. The cohesion, the teamwork was missing. Yeah, we were starting to see glimpses of it. Now I've got a clip, and what I want everyone to focus on is Leakyfac's player cam during this clip. So Leakyfac's going to die below instantly. Look how much he's gapping. That is a shot call straight away for his team. 7-7 match point, hit archives, because he was fighting somebody below, he died to somebody that dropped archives hatch, and Solotov has the cutoff from 19. Now, this clip will play out, and this is the round that will get them over the line in map 1 against Virtus Pro, which if they'd have lost that, it was a very tricky scenario going into the next map, because it was obviously going to be Chalet. Now, the instant shot calling is what's key to focus on here, because this is what we felt was missing from Europe. This is what we feel that Leakyfac has stepped up during the tournament as an IGL, and the instant shot call. He had a round like this on Border, which they ended up winning. He had a very similar round on Chalet, which they ended up winning in 2 overtime games, 2 very, very close games. So he's starting to be that difference maker that we know that he can be.
What is the restrictions here for BDS? What is the ceiling that they're trying to break through for this event? Do you think that there's an overarching theme?
I think the real story for them is like they're a super team, right? And they're trying to make a super team roar. And you know how that works usually? It just doesn't. If you look at G2, it just doesn't work. But then for BDS,
that's harsh. That's really harsh.
That's just a side bullet, a last bullet for G2. But if you look at these guys individually, they're so good. It could be easy to just rely on that.
Yeah.
And I feel like just like what Jack said, Leakyfac is the guy meshing everyone together. Everybody is able to shot call in that team. Let's be real. Even Shaiko, I know many people say he doesn't talk, he does talking game. Leakyfac is really the guy holding everyone with the glue, and he's been stepping up so far.
He's the difference maker, and if he's stepping up, that will increase BDS's performance. performance to the level that I think everybody wants them to be at.
Well, it is time for us to now break this down in more minutia. Let's go to the map vetoes and have a look at where we're heading for this best of 3. A critical point in any of these games.
Wow.
I mean, do you want to talk about the bans or you want to wait for the map?
Okay, I want to talk about the bans because I think it will say a lot about the pick.
Please.
The biggest thing I see here is that BDS left open their permaban in Lair, and Secret left open their permaban in Cafe.
Yep.
And if we move on to the picks,
Cafe.
Okay, so then we have BDS picking Cafe, the permaban of Secret.
Yep.
And then we move on to the next one.
Oh,
surprise, surprise! Secret is picking the permaban of BDS Lair.
So when have we seen Cafe out of Secret?
Never.
Never? Not in this roster. When have we seen Lair out of BDS, Leo?
Not this stage either.
So both teams are going for the jugular. They're going for the throat of their opponent. Their perceived weak spot, both teams have picked into their opponent's permabans. Now, if we move through in the map ban phase, what we're going to see is the last couple of bans, there is a glaringly obvious map staying there, and it is Skyscraper, which conventionally for these two teams is like the #1 preference over a long time. Both teams love it. So if we summarize this overall map ban, both teams are getting a map that their opponent is really, really uncomfortable on, and then they get to play their favorite map, if we get to a map 3, to decide it all.
And just a small thing on that decider.
Yep.
Remember when we said the last time they played each other, it was a BO3, it was for that European crown.
Yep.
Now they're playing for top 4 at this major. And they're doing it on Skyscraper again if they go to the decider. And last time it ended up in the 15th round, 8-7.
I have no doubt that it will probably get there. I want to ask you very quickly,
is it perceived just like it is an instant ban for them? Do you think that this potentially for both of these teams, Jack, do you think maybe they've been hiding it, waiting for that moment?
You have to be, right? If you get to main stage of a major, no matter what your map pool is, if you've been literally permabanning something right throughout the stage, and now you leave it open on the biggest game, especially for Team Secret, this is their biggest game by far.
Yep.
This is the team that knocked them out in Manchester. They've been leaving that. They've left that open in the map ban for a reason.
Well, this has potential to be the new El Clasico of EUL, but we're going to go to a short break on the other side. We get underway with map number 1.
カフェの2階ボムの時の補強って未だにどこ補強するか正解がわからない。カフェは赤階につながるところでしょ、2枚でしょ。で、冷凍はミラがいなかったらルミンは冷凍2枚閉めます。で、冷凍2枚閉めて1個開けてトイレ側、1個開けてその隣補強。待ってね、どっかにあった気がするよ。この前のあえてなんて言うんだったっけ、シージのマップ把握できるのかな。シージカフェ2階マップあ、なおいべやこまさんこんばんみ。もうおはみん朝早いではないんですよ。もう夜の女なんです夜からずっとやっているんですわ。これか2回でかっでかすぎない2回でかすぎ。なんかあったよね、マップの補強場所とか。この前やってた気がすんねん。コスモカップの時にどこ行っちゃった。サーバー入りすぎてさ、もうわけわからんくなるねん。とんでもないサーバー数入っちゃってるの。どこ行った？なくなった。あったあったあったあったの魔王のチャット、チーム魔王のチャット。これか。あったわよ。カフェ。ででん。 これがあるんですよね。ブラビーリワーク入るけど個人的にどう思うとかありますか？なんかちょっと縦っぽくなってたのがすごくあれだなと思いますね。縦嫌いな人としては縦嫌い勢としてはやはりこれじゃないな。ねえ、カフェの補強は今日壁どれや？今日壁どれですか？今日壁、あ、これだ。こうでしょ？はい、こうでしょ？こう、はい、こう、はい、ここで、こうでしょ？で、ここでしょ？でもう一個はこうで、こうかな。 1,2,3,4,5,6,7,8,9。まあ1枚はもうどこだろうな。1枚使うとしたら1回とかかな。言うちゃえばこんな感じかな。個人的サランラップネタ消えるのもそう、アイドルがいなくなっちゃうさっきちょうどアイドルやられた時にってなった。アイドルピックされた時にみんなアイドル来たってなったのにこんな感じです。私の補強はこちらとなっております。Good support Papa シャイコ。シャイコもパパなの？シャイコもパパなの？もしかして。嘘やん。
I think it's G2.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ian, for that incredible content. Wrong answers only if you couldn't figure that one out. But look, we do now hone in on this matchup in particular. Team BDS, Team Secret. This is a big one. This is an exciting one, Jack. One that, again, has so much to it and so much importance on it as well, right? This is the opportunity to progress into the semi-final, the last event of the year, mind you, before we make it to Boston in 2025. There's a fair way between now and then. How do you feel Secret's going to approach this? Do you think they'll play more default?
Well, this is the thing. We've seen them play default
BDS
throughout the tournament, but we've seen them play cheesy ops and cheesy straps right throughout the stage too. So the million-dollar question for BDS is, do they prepare for Secret at this tournament, or do they prepare for the Secret that they know and love? And as such, that could affect all of their counter analysis, all their preparation, some of their strategy, and Secret might, on a win, just choose to play a completely different style. Because I think, like I said, they've taken one step backwards. This is where they can show that they've taken two steps forward and change it between them.
And that's such a strong strategy, because the cheesy ops, that's something you can bring at any time in a match. But being good in your defaults, that takes a lot of time. If you look at their most played operator at this major, you have Nomad, you have Flores, utility-based operators that are made to be good when you're playing defaults. Yeah. So these guys can just swap. They can go double shield on the next round, they can go default. And they've been showing this level consistently from the stage to the major.
It also affects ban strategy. If we think back to stage 2, during the stage when Secret won against BDS, how did they do that? It was a double shield ban. But Secret aren't really utilising the shields at this event so far. So BDS thinking, well, do we leave the shields open? And if they do, that could be an absolute great mistake against Secret. The psychology of this game is really, really deep.
That's actually something that I'd like to get your opinion on. The current meta of the game. Which team does it favour? Which team is leaning into the shield meta better, I guess. That's a terrible way of putting it, but
well, obviously the kings of the shield meta would have been Secret.
Nice.
They were the guys that first brought the double shields to beat BDS, and they were amazing at it. Let's be real. They had the Monty, they had the Blitz, and we had, I don't know how many times we played that clip on border where they were just chasing Bride and Usus with the double shields, but it worked so well for them. At the same time, I want to say with BDS, they've got so much talent on the team, such great individual players, such a great IGL in Liquefact, then they are the most versatile team in the world right now with FaZe. So they could play that double shield really well, but but Secret is the real master.
I feel that regardless of the meta, obviously the meta plays a huge part, but I feel like the individual ceilings and the team collective ceiling on the side of BDS is so much higher than I think most teams in the world right now.
Yep.
So I think if BDS plays to their full
出
potential
張して
today,
もあ
it's
る
going to
べ
be
きない
very,
自分
very
が
hard
ト
to
イの
stop.
ピアノ
That's
側の
always
壁
the
は両方
defining
閉
factor,
め
isn't
ちゃ
it?
う
Teams can be great in phase 1 and phase 2, they can be great in their regular stage, but when they get to this stage, when they get to offline, once you've got the crowd in front of you that have been
閉めなく
incredible,
ても
by
味
the
方
way,
が入ってく
that's
れ
when
たり
they're
と
really
か
tested. That's when
相
they
手だけで
get
あそこは
pushed to their
怖い
limits.
からっていう
Adrian
イメージが
unfortunately
あるの
hasn't
で
had
閉
the
めるより
greatest
は
start to the
閉
Montreal
め
major.
てるよ
It
りは
could
空いてた
turn
方がい
around,
い
but
か
Leo,
なと思う
you
けど
found yourself in a very
空い
similar
てると
position
さやっ
5
ぱあ
years
この
ago.
車
Yeah, I
線
was
見
in
な
the
き
shoes
ゃ
5
みた
years
い
ago,
な
indeed. I was in
の
Montreal
を
5 years ago, playing my
警
first
戒するじゃ
SI
んあ
as
ここい
a
る
as
か
a
もし
player.
れ
I
な
was
いな
18 years old and we got first rounded. What a surprise. A shocker with my career.
You
I
also got stuck
think
in an
this
art gallery,
will
right?
be
Yeah,
much
I got
better
stuck.
than the last
I got
one.
stuck in the studio there, and I had to drive in a blizzard with a Uber. That was crazy. But anyway, we were there. That was amazing. But I lost my skills. I was not good on stage. I was just not good. I was not performing individually. And I feel like Adrian is in the same shoes right now. But now he went and managed to go into quarterfinals. He's on stage. He's playing in front of a crowd. There's nothing to lose here. And VDS is the expected victor. So you can just release off the pressure. All of the pressure, play for fun. You were the guy that brought so many clutches to Secret this
た
stage.
時は
You
防
can
弾
do it
カメラ
again,
とか
for
マエ
sure.
ストロカメラ
I
置い
can
てたけ
speak a
ど次
little
からどっ
bit
ち
to
か
Adrian's attitude, Adrian's personality, because I know
開
him
けたら
like,
いい
very, very
まあ
well.
それか
And I think
もう
he's
味
got
方
the
に
fortune
任せ
to
ちゃ
be
うか
able
ら
to
ね
not
味
even
方が
care
守
what
る
has happened so far in
守
the
ってくれ
tournament.
る味
He will
方
now
だと
just
さやっ
look
ぱ
at
自
this
分
and
の
go,
守り方
right,
があ
we're
るか
here.
ら
This is like the first game. It doesn't matter
基
how
本
badly I've done,
的
how
に絶
as
対
a
2
team
枚ここ
we've
は
got
いいだ
here,
ろうってところ
and
を
I
見て
will
締
go
める
out
か
and
な
I will put on my best performance today. I really do back that, knowing his
自
personality,
分が守
that
って
he
ると
won't
ころを
let
基本
those
補
factors
強した
affect
方
him.
が
He
自
won't
分
let
の
the
守
fact
りや
that
す
we've
い守りに
highlighted him
なる
going
と思
from,
うんだよ
you
ね
know, top of the, you know, the player standings to the
だ
bottom.
から自
It
分
won't
が
even
守
be a
らない
factor
と
in his
ころ
mind.
でまあ
Well,
補
Team
強してなか
Secret,
った
they
ら
may be
誰も
the
守らな
lesser
くて誰も
preferred
補強して
team
なかっ
in
たら
this
全然
matchup, but
守
I'm
ってもい
telling
い
you
と
right now,
守
you
って
do not write them
締
off.
め
It's
てもい
time
い
for
と
us to
思う
get
けど
underway with the EU
難
Classico
しいよ
in
ね
Montreal.
Facing Secret, it's always a close match, hard match, like fun match to play.
We're gonna focus mainly on
BDS のユニ
ourselves
フォーム
and
変わ
how
っちゃ
we
った
are
よなそうい
gonna
えば
play
ピン
against
ク色
them.
だったもんな
You want me to give our strategy? No.
They're always too good. Somehow they always find a way to bring back games or like come back.
We have to be
すごい
ready
後ろにトロ
to
フィ
win
ーあ
our
るん
game
だ
fight if you want to win the game.
監
BDS's
視されて
weakness
る気が
might
す
be
る
focusing on one player and trying to get them angry. So hopefully we can abuse that. Watch out, BDS. You can't ban Blitz and Monty.
Secrets, be ready to fight. You used to lose
ブリ
against
ッ
us.
ツアンド
and,
モンティを
let's do
曲
it
げる
again.
ことはできないブリッツとモンタを使う
Welcome
ってこ
back
と
to the
は
Blast R6 Montreal Majors.
結
Everybody having a
局
good
最強って
time.
こと
Two quarterfinals down, 2 to go. We need to fill out these semi-final spots. It's time to bring 2 more teams onto the main stage. They are the best team in the world on paper. It's time to prove it. It's BDS!
完成あんまないな I wonder what it smells like in there 匂いスメル Very good smell モンタとブリッツふふブリッツとモンタの香りいやグッドスメルじゃないな それはグッドスメルではないかもしれ
They
ない
believe they should have got it done in
Not good
Manchester,
smell
but they are determined to never fumble the bag ever again. Their
今回
opponents
のニュー
came
スなんかプシュ
one
ーみ
round
たいなのない
away
ね
from being crowned the best
なんか
team
前結
in
局
EU.
なん
This is
か
now their
スモーク
chance
みたいな
to
中から
flip the
わーって
script.
選手出て
It's
きたけ
Team
ど
Secret!
プシューってやつないねおい左の一番左の人誰めっちゃ体格いい
tenacious, driven, and the man at the very end
ツイッターにあった
there,
公式の
Virtue.
BB の映像見てる
The
と
first
左
time
腕
we've
に
seen 手
手
him
構え
on
な
a
が
main
ら
stage, not wearing
ね
a G2 jersey in a
どん
long
な
time,
になって
and
し
he
まうんや
knows very well
どんなにな
how
ってし
to
まうん
win
や
big in Montreal. If we can get Savage and Lickifak up here on stage. We'll have a quick, brief conversation before you get into this crucial semi-final, quarter-final, sorry. Look, I know that you guys know each other very well. I could ask you plenty of questions, or I could just let you talk to each other before we get into it. What would you like to say to him, Lickifak?
Welcome to Rooming Channel. Today is Rainbow Six Major.
I thought we were going to get something a little bit spicier than that, so now I'm going to ask you a question, Lickifak.
Thank you.
Manchester did not end the way you wanted it to.
My name is
How much does that play on your mind, and how much does it drive you to never let that happen again?
I'm a Japanese
seeing Beast leave the trophy,
YouTuber.
we all look at each other and we're like, you see guys, we never going to
lose this again.
So today we are going to win the match tomorrow again.
Mia,
And on Sunday,
Leida さん頑張ってらっしゃい。レイさん頑張りありがとう。レイドありがとう。
I would be lying if I said no.
いつかルミもお
But yeah,
礼
obviously
に
there's always
参りますわ。
eager to actually be the best team. But
はい、こちらがデレスさんのね、チャンネルとなっております。
Absolutely. Okay,
皆さん
shake
ぜ
hands
ひ
and
遊
get
びに
into
行ってみてく
position.
ださい。Please
It's hard to believe
follow.
that one of these two great teams is
And
going to
I'm
end up just
Sway
like
San.
Jake Paul will tonight.
Yes.
Knocked out.
You
Let's
Sway
get
San.
over to Detonate.
Oh, thank you
Thank
for
you very much,
following.
Ian. It's real big
ありがと
questions. Who's getting
う。
slapped him and who's the one doing the slapping? These two teams, as we've already said, face off against each other so many times in history, but only one can go on to face FaZe in tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah, and we know it's going to be a close one.
Ah,
Historically, BDS are
縦構
well
え
on
てるか。
top of this matchup. Well on top. 14 wins to 3 between these two orgs. But when you look at the recent matchups,
あの
we've
マウ
got
スは
that
何
win
めっ
of
ちゃ綺
Secret
麗
in
な
the
カ
best
ラー
of
して
one
る
in a UL, let's not forget. We've also got
めちゃめちゃ
the
可愛いん
last
だけ
round
ど
of overtime on Skyscraper Des.
We did.
In map 3 for the playoffs. Both teams already qualified to Montreal at that point, but still, it was a hell of a game. And it could well end up in the same place. Will it end in the same way?
What I love is that Secret haven't beaten BDS in a best of 3 or a best of 5 in 5 years. In fact, to put that on Twitter, and Leon came out saying, yeah, the good old days. Because back then he was on Team Secret. They were the good times. But obviously the big difference, you heard Ian reference it on stage, Virtue's on side. They've got a world champion
大会の
in
ミ
the
ラーやっ
back
てまし
pocket
た。
now.
あ
And he's having a good
ありがとう。ミラー頑張ってたんだ。お疲れ様です。
One of the lowest
大
rated
会
players
があっ
here
た
at
の
the
世
tournament.
界
I
大
really
会
want to see him
デニ
step
ス
up.
さんの
And
ミ
to tell
ラ
you
ー
the,
も
to tell you the
世界
truth
大会やっ
is,
て
if
た
the live stages where you finally
今
find
そ
your
ういう
form,
時期なのか
what a
な
place to find it.
We've said it time and time again. Every
ありが
team
とうご
going
ざ
through
い
a
ます
tournament, every team that wins a
ミラー配
tournament
信だと
almost
ね
will have a bad day
時間
here
が
and
大
there.
変
They'll
だよ
have a
ね
game that was tough to get through. Those are not the ones you
ブ
remember,
ラック
and it's
ビ
the
ア
same
の
for the
調
players.
整はどう
If
で
you
すか
can find
や
your
つはきっ
form
と強く
over
な
the
りま
next
すね
3 days, you ain't gonna
もう
care a little bit
強く
about
なって
what's
しまう
gone
かもし
over
れ
the
ない
rest of the tournament because you're gonna be walking away with that
見た
trophy
感
at
じ
the end of it. But
見た
this is
感
gonna
じ
be
めっ
a
ちゃ
really
強
big
そうだよ
game for both of these two. When you're coming into a
楽しみ
matchup like this and you're
楽
going
し
against a
み
team
だ
that
け
you
ど
know knows you inside out.
強
They
す
know
ぎたらどう
everything
し
you're
よう
gonna
って
do. They've been able to bring, you know, we
怖い
saw them bring the
Very
shields
scary
in the best of
怖
one
い
and
よ
just really surprise BDS and things
I'm
like that do
waiting
stick in your mind.
Stop
Let's talk
burning
about the
the
map
chat
choice that we've got here as well in Cafe and Lair. The two maps that either side haven't
TV
played, or
chat
at least one of the teams haven't played either of the maps. It's been their permaban. They're the only maps they haven't played all year long. They played every other map at least once. So there's definitely going to be some prizes cooking here, I think. And I'm really excited to see, one, how BDS deliver on Cafe, but equally, how we see Secret when we get towards Lair, because BDS do not like that map. As said, it's their go-to permaban, which means there will be some surprises cooking. Both teams, no doubt, had a little bit of expectation as to what maps would land on here. In fact, I think it was Savage this morning who was over in Demo and Ollie's chat on the Toxic podcast morning, and he was saying that in response to fans a little bit, I'd say this is about as spicy as you can get.
Yeah, definitely. It was an unexpected set of bans, that much is for sure. I think we've got to look at BDS and their performance along the way as well, Des. You know, they've been pretty good, but I said it a couple of days ago, I'll say it again. I don't feel like we've seen BDS at more than maybe 70% so far this event. No. They've got the job done, and that's brilliant. You've ticked the boxes, but if they want to go on and win this thing, not just here today, but over the next couple of days, we have to see BDS at more than 70%. We looked across the player stats coming in. Everybody's ratings are about 105 to 110. They need those standout performances now. They need that leak of back users, Solitop frontline just going crazy, Shaiko doing Shaiko things. They need to be having those really big rounds and games. They need to find that extra 20, 30% that they've got in the tank.
I always find that you look at competitions, really to make it to the live stage, you need to have all the players delivering, right? You look at teams that don't have that 1 or 2 players who fell off, they're the ones who will fall away because you can't rely on those 2 or 3 players to get it over the line. But I remember saying actually during phase 2, when it comes to games like this, who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the tip of the spear? And that's what you're looking for now from
新しいスキルは分からないですけど、ウサみたいなのやばいね。どうなるんだろうね。あさってにね、朝4時に解禁。朝4時です。まず、グローリウスキンシャイ。
Just a moment, sorting out a quick lobby issue, which I now believe is rectified. So just a reminder, Cafe will be our first one, Lair will be our second map, and if it's required, Tim, Sky's Paper, that rematch will be the third and final one.
Already we all want it, Des. We all
want
I'll take it around Skyscraper, I'll go for it, give it to me.
I wish you would use that voice more.
Has he ticked up any more of those today? I'm pretty sure there's a couple of things today that I looked at and thought that's a bingo card.
じゃあルミンと一緒だ。ルミンも CG コスプレ VTuber だから。武道館ボイスになったり、食べ過ぎボイスになったり。実はこれがルミンの本当の声だったんだよね。実は。
Nice for us to get there. And speaking of standout players, we were speaking about how rounded they are. The bans is what's going to make this exciting for me because Shaiko, as we all know, the go-to Deimos goat around the world. There's a few other players coming for that title. Myra, I think of as well. On Team Liquid, but Shaiko is just that guy. In the last best of 3 they played, Deimos was banned away every single map against them by Secret. And on the other side of things, Savage, Blitz player. BDS banned away Blitz every single map. And the thing is, I think Secret are probably expecting that. So they've probably been cooking a little bit more Monty. They weren't the kind of go-to and default to Monty when it really required it. I think here they'll say, right, if we know you're banning Blitz away, we're bringing along that Monty instead.
Not just a big day for the teams today, Des. A big day for us today as well. It may surprise a few people to know that this is the first time that you and I have ever cast inside of the venue in Montreal.
That's true, it is true. We did do it back technically. Did we do it back in 2020?
ルミンからもらったステッカー、コントローラーで使ってるのやったーコントローラーまたいっぱいあげたらいっぱいあげればよかったな
And then you had to make the stupid decision to get sick.
And then I was sick.
それでは行きたいと思います。皆様、BDS vs シークレットの試合です。Good luck, have fun!
4 and 5 people are backing them to win this one. No big surprise at all. But as said, Cafe's going to be their first map. We very rarely get to see either team on any of these 2 maps. So let's see how things throw down, Tim. Who comes out on top? BDS or Secret in map 1 of this best of 3.
I think we're all hoping for a really close matchup between these 2. And we're going to get it underway right now, Des. Oh, it's exciting. I just love watching those stages light up. Players, we've got 10 players up there ready to give it their all over the next 2 hours, 3 hours. Who knows how long this one will run? But we're going to kick things off with our operator bans. BDS will start us off with their attacker ban. Will they take away one of those shields that they were punished so badly with when they met back in EUL Stage 2?
It's got to be the Blitz getting taken away here. We know that Secret will play it if you leave it open for them. That or they come in with a game plan. Sure enough, sticking to the same ban as we saw in their best of 3 just over a month ago. In fact, I think it was about 5 weeks ago they played that best of 3. Let's take it away, no big surprise here. I'd expect to see a Deimos ban coming in against Shaiko. Sure enough, the defensive side is where things have got a little more flexible between the 2 sides. We've seen them banning things away against each of the things like the Legion coming in against Shaiko, but you've also seen Secret leading to various different bans here throughout this competition. So I don't think there's so much a bread and butter must ban here for either side, but things like Grim, like Mirror to get taken away from Secret, Castle, definitely a spicy one. Given you have no idea what BDS is here as well, I like to see this.
Final ban will come on through then. BDS will round things out for us, but like you said, as teams definitely going to have to be finding a different way of doing things. Valkyrie will be that final ban. Interesting one from BDS. It is an operator that Shaiko will use from time to time. Cafe can be a great map for Valkyrie. Plenty of little hiding spots for those black eye cameras, but obviously BDS just looking at it and thinking that they would rather not have to deal with it than to be able to use it themselves. So getting straight into things, the immediate standout pick for me there when I'm looking at these first two lineups is Leakyfac on the Capcan.
And speaking of Leakyfac,
分かっててもさ、あるって思ってんだけどさ、壊せないんだよな。
best player in the world. Not strictly that he's going out there and setting up lights in terms of KD and entry and all the stats that set the hallmark of a good player. But the fact that he's still performing as a top 10 player around the world whilst IGL in this team, Fresh was pointing it out in the clip that we had on the desk about just how vocal he is. As soon as he falls down, 2 or 3 seconds later, he's got all the information out to get his team over the line, and it's a great energy source for them as well. Definitely propelling himself towards GOAT status, and I'm sure he'll get even closer after this series if BDS can get the job done. Obviously, danger in picking Cafe is BDS get to start on the choosing side of their, well, the side of their choice. Naturally on Cafe, you're going to find yourself starting on the defense here, Tim. The Secret have got a rough 6 rounds to fight through first.
Yeah, we've seen some really big defensive halves on Cafe throughout the tournament. I'm thinking SSG's 5-1 against VP, and then they returned it 6-0. VP have looked pretty clinical on the defensive view. How about this? Jim going straight into the top. And that is an explosive start from Secret. Solotov there for the trade, but they have lost Shaiko, and more importantly, Des, they've lost the Azami.
I wanted to correct you there and say they found one. They found the GOAT team. They found Shaiko. What player to get rid of? Because the crucial thing as well is that's open up Pixel, which is normally quite a hard angle to break. Battle really being Solotov, he was undroned inside a piano, no doubt.
しかもアザミが落ちてるからね、ちょっと痛いよ。今治は一番腫れて2枚か。
Not the end of the world for either team.
Just going to be holding the angles here. Virtue looking to maybe pressure into Piano a little bit. That's going to be the focus now, I would expect, for Secret. With the Azami gone, that's the position you usually use in that defender to hold on to. Is Piano, is Pixel, make it difficult for the attackers to get in there. As it is, they can now start moving in, trying to take a bit of ground. They've still got, of course, Solotov to deal with inside a backroom, but I don't think he's going to get too aggressive on this. And opening up white window, Adrian here, that's going to make it difficult because it stops Solotov being able to play out into Pixel.
One thing I've watched quite intently throughout this competition so far has been the drone count as it whittles down throughout the round. We're less than halfway in, yet all the information game has gone from Secret. They're barely inside the map, and you've got one player inside a cigar. Of course, there's the line, as you can see, stepping on forward here for Savage, but this does mean that when it comes around to their push-in, they're very much going in blind, and that opens things up for BDS to surprise them with C4s from strange angles being held. So Secret here might be walking into a few losing gunfights.
Very possibly. We see the Bees coming in, just trying to make it difficult for Leakyfac to keep his position there, but there's absolutely no difficulty for Leakyfac as he manages to take Adrian down outside of the white window. Groovy finds Buride, and Usus is there for the trade. BDS are doing so well on the trade game so far, Des. Every time Secret seem to find a little way in, a little bit of space, BDS are there to slap them back down and find an answer.
That's the main battle, I think, is at this point they're playing so tightly together, and you can afford to play this way on BDS. I always like it to kind of line that is drawn diagonally through the middle of the map from bottom left to top right. That's the line that BDS has set up, and all the players within a second or two of each other, they can guarantee trades when Secret try and take round. And now down to the last 30 seconds with very little information, they're going to have to do it with guns up.
That could be really well timed from Savage though, manages to find users, and that's going to create a little bit of extra space for Secret here. They do have Diffuser in hand, so it's going to be a big choice here. Do we go for the plant, or do we go for the kills? Are we confident in the cover? Right now, Savage is effectively 1v2 because Virtue, he's trying to tickle that diffuser and put it down, but absolutely not. BDS stand firm, BDS take round 1.
Right idea, I feel, coming out of Secret, making sure that the cover going down as the plant was going down right in towards Trash. It was a good sprint across coming out from Virtue, but BDS, rather than trying to take 2 separate 1v1 swings, they stack up in storage as a 2, which basically guarantees you a trade if it comes down. So it's really smart responsive play coming out from them. They'll replay here into that initial entry on towards Shaiko, who I'm pretty sure knew this was coming, but still got stunned out by June, which left us in a 4v4 for the remaining 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Honestly, if they win that second fight on the Amaru, if Solotov doesn't manage to get that trade, that round looks very, very different for Secret. And it's exactly what I picked up on for BDS. The trade game was fantastic throughout that round. It was really, really good. And if they can continue doing that through the defense, they're going to have a lot of joy here on Cafe. So we move on then. And this time it's going to be just down one for us. They're going to head into reading room.
Yeah, similar sort of vibe to what you saw in the previous round. This means
すごい
that you'll
ね。
have
しかも
a
初
bit
っ
of
端だよ。
presence
フ
from
ァ
BDS
ース
up
ト
on
ラウン
top
ド
4,
だ
2 or
よ。
3 players normally holding up
フ
here.
ァーストラウンドで
It's
アーマル
time
入った
for
のびっ
Secret to
くり
have
したよ。
to move through that top floor once again. I don't think we're going to see an Amaru come flying in. That kind of card has been played. At this point, BDS will be expecting the hijinks. So we go over towards that Monty. They said it themselves in the pre-game trash talk. You can't ban both shields, BDS. So what are you going to do when a Monty comes running at your face? And although I'm pretty sure Savage would much rather be on the blitz, he's still going to take the impressiveness that these operators, the shields, do offer.
It's got to be something that BDS have thought about. It's got to be something that they've prepared for. Secret have already hit them once with it, and you know the saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Will it be shame on BDS if they haven't prepared themselves for these shields being brought against them? Not seeing anything in the way of traps to deal with them, so we don't have anything like the Legion on side, the Frost on side, just to make it difficult for that Monty to progress. They might be quite reliant on something like the Solotov on the Azami, for example, to maybe just create a situation where that Monty is trapped a little bit or is struggling to push forward. But right now, he's going to be tasked with holding onto Piano.
Again, trying to lean heavily into the drone denial, right? It's the Mute this time rather than Mozzie. No big surprise, Mute is the most played defensive operator from so many teams here at the Major, because it does restrict the ability for attackers to get information, but this is where the Monty helps overcome that. You haven't got to worry about drawing things with a massive shield in front of your face. The problem is you've got to be careful about these flanks, and that's exactly what Solotov finds. The real difficulty being here, Tim, you've now lost the tip of the speed. You've lost the Monty that was brought along to help you gain ground, and now you're looking towards someone like June to work a little bit of magic on the Nook.
Great stuff from BDS. I asked if they had a plan to deal with the shield, and they definitely did. Just lining up multiple angles, so there was absolutely no safe space. And I've got to ask, Team Secret, did you really have enough support for your Monty there? He was being pressured from two sides, and there wasn't really anybody who could help him out of that situation.
June's expecting a flank to come from red stairs, which is would be unusual, really, for BDS. They're not the kind of team to make these wild, sweeping flanking plays. You might expect it a little bit later in the round, but for the most part, if Shaiko on the Soul is looking to deny things away, in fact, it's coming down towards red corridor. So that's the main thing they've got to respect here. But June might be looking for ghosts, I'm afraid.
Solotov does manage to find Grubit along the way as well. That's the Lion gone, so no further E1D scans. And we see now Secret have got themselves a little bit of top floor control, but I don't think any more than BDS are basically happy to give them. Just about to walk on into sight. Virtue gets slammed by Shaiko from behind the bomb chassis. Adrian will find the trade through the softball. Downs a second, and it's effectively now a 2 versus 3 deaths.
They finally got into a scrap here, and Zoom, he's been sat inside a wheel hallway the entire round, Tim. 2 minutes 30, and finally gets into a gunfight, and sadly loses it out. Adrian, as I mentioned, our lowest rated player remaining in the tournament. He found 2 for himself. But BDS is going to say that's all you shall receive. Another round over to the French side.
Looking pretty comfortable. It's not unexpected. If you're a Team Secret fan, don't sit there panicking just yet. The Secret players won't be. As you say, Des, it's cafe defense. Even BDS going 5-1 here, you're looking at it and thinking Secret can definitely get themselves back into that when they switch onto the other side themselves. BDS for round 3, continuing their defensive cycle, will go down to the bottom floor. The interesting question I've got in my mind at the minute is when BDS, or if BDS win Kitchen here, do they go to mining, do they go to the 4th site, or do they take us back up to the top floor and start that cycle over again? That's something for us to keep an eye on in the next round, dependent on how this one goes. Secret at the minute, it's kind of tough for them. It's one of those where I don't feel like they've been doing too much wrong. I feel like the planners, they've had the right idea. The planner's been there. Like last time, we're going to try and take Piano with Monty. It's just the execution that's letting them down a little bit at the minute. A little bit of luck. Amaru into white corridor, gets 1, finds a second. Different round, but it didn't happen that way. It's the Secret. Just need that bit of extra luck.
It's the one thing that always stresses, teams can have plans and put them together and execute them, and they still lose the round, and it's what the hell were they doing? Why are they trolling? Why are they throwing rounds away? But at least so far, the ideas from Secret have been good. It's just the response from BDS has been better. And sure, Savage going down inside of Cigar, not ideal. That's 2 rounds in a row, really, where they haven't had drones inside a Piano, and they paid the price to someone sat around the grandfather clock, getting a freebie onto a player, either as a trade or as the first kill. That's what I think Secret have got to shape up on when they're trying to push in towards that top floor. Down in the basement though, we'll see how things shape up. And just worth noting, Tim, Cafe is a man who's seen the most rounds played this battle across the tournament. It is our most defender leaning. So all you're saying there, a 4-2 half is very expected for defenders when you look at how things have shaped up across the tournament so far. This really needs to be that offside though, that Secret are getting over the line if we're going to see them get that 4-2 half they're looking for.
A 4-2 half is, yeah, a very good outcome for Secret. Like I said, even a 5-1 won't really worry them too much. Don't get me wrong, they don't want to be going as far as 6-0, but as long as they can pick up this third choice side once out of the twice that we would expect to see it played, they won't be overly worried, I don't think, coming into that second half. He has been a standout player so far for Team Secret, and he's going to be looking to get himself going. He's only found 1 kill in the first 2 rounds, and Secret have, I won't say been reliant on him over the last couple of days, but the more that he can contribute, the better, because he really has been leading the way so far in Montreal.
Looking towards that time, we're halfway in the round and they've been doing a lot of the vertical work, which is always the benchmark for me on this site. If by 1 minute and 30 remaining, you're starting to get things opened up vertically, you're in a good spot, and they've missed double. That's just going to be a second electric core, I have a feeling, or it's dug a little bit further down the shelf. They will actually keep it electrified off. In fact, they must have just missed it at the back wall. That is such a shame.
Yeah, it's just been outside of the radius of the impact EMPs, but the problem is they don't have any other impact EMPs. They've now got to rely on getting a Twitch drone in there, and look at what's likely to happen to the Twitch drone. How? They haven't spotted it out! Adrian's got away with it! He goes in, takes out the electrical, you're a couple of seconds too late, League.
Man's playing Siege on pacifist mode, no one's shooting at that, you must have heard it go on through, but although it's extended about 15 seconds of time that it's taken to get this hatch opened up, it is still open, Tim. So Secret for them, the execute is still on, just with less time to get it done.
Yeah, using those verticals now, Virtue on the book, just opening things up. Next plan, really, next step of the plan is to drop that shield on into Freezer, but before they can do that, they've gone for it. I was going to say, before they can really do that, they need to worry about Bride in VIP, but they've skirted past him, they've just gone too quick, and Bride's impact is going to be limited at that point. Linkafak is down. However, Bride manages to find one onto Adrian, 4 versus 4, but the plant is going down.
No C4 to toss it towards here. What a great kill to come out of nowhere. And BDS got the shutdowns it needs. Secret again. Right idea, but not when they've got so big.
やばい、BDS 強いよ。
I really
これは BDS とフェーズが決勝戦かな。
And just sprinted past the area that Bride was going to be watching, but the problem was they didn't have anybody to lock him down from downstairs, so he was able to come and start challenging. He was able to make a nuisance of himself, and they can't allow Bride across there. If the whole plan is to just shut him out in the cold, you got to keep him out in the cold, Des. You can't let him get into the fight like that. We can see Twister, he's going to pull the cord on that tack time out and try and see if he can have some sort of impact on the trajectory of this one at the minute, because as much as we say Cafe is defender-sided, it's more the manner of the rounds that BDS have been winning. They've been so confident so far.
You have a tack time after a couple of rounds, it's normally because there's a car crash with communication, but here it's come after round 3. But what you'd like to refer to as the first quarter of the game, because it played through 3 sites now. You'll see those same 3 sites played in rotation. You've had a chance to see each one as a coach here, and you can step in and be right, here's where we're losing time, here's where we're making errors, here's where things can get better. The mind games that then come into it is on BDS's side. They're really unlikely to play exactly the same strat with exactly the same lineup again. So it's more the general things that you need to help the team figure out in between rounds when they go into games. The IGLs can step up and be like, right boys, here's the things that have got to change based on the information that we can see at the start of this round. BDS is dominant, not impossible to beat, but it's still extremely dominant.
As you would expect with the scoreline, of course, but still an important point. BDS have got double the number of kills that Secret have got at the minute, 14-7, and they just have been more deadly in those key situations like we saw there. The push comes on in, the plant's going down. Yeah, Secret are playing the objective, they're getting the plant down, but what are BDS doing? Kill, and they're just getting the numbers in their favour. The trade game has been fantastic from BDS. Rarely at the minute will you see a Secret kill that BDS don't quickly have an answer for, and that is something that Secret have got to figure out, because it is grinding them down at the minute.
It is. Well, hopefully there's something cooking here as well. Savage, fingers crossed he ain't falling down too early in this round. It's what stung them last time round as they stepped in towards Cigar. What I do like about attacking this top floor, and Tim, please don't go off about top floor. I know you're not the biggest fan. what's nice about top 4 is you haven't got to worry about a full map clear. Going in towards the basement, for example, you do have to do a full map clear, or attacking in towards the second sites, you've got to clear top 4 and then worry about sites itself. Whereas here, you get Cigar, you get Piano, you get a backstab coming up towards right, for example, someone on the cocktail window, and you actually have quite a lot of threat that you can employ. Secret were in good positions last time. It just came down to losing that 2 versus 2. BDS played out excellently.
Shaco, of course, this time is going to remain past the first 20 seconds of the round because Secret know they're not going to get away again with sending an Amaru in through the window. It means BDS, they won the round last time. This time they've got an Azami on top of everything else to be able to play around. Also, Solotov has dropped away. Keep an eye on him. He's in train at the minute. He's got Nitro in hand. As I'm talking about that Nitro, it's actually Lika Faku who manages to find an explosive kill, taking down the Hibana at Virtue. But he has the shield. Answer after answer. Secret completely unaware of Shaco holding himself inside a washroom, and he gets the freest kill of the day onto the Monte.
It's again that game of restricting away information. Away from Secret, they run low on drones and they don't come in with full information. I think outside of round 3, all 3 of the rounds that we've seen, they've managed to get this punish where there's a lack of information on Secret there. Getting sideswipe from inside of Piano. They aren't aware about someone coming in for a trade on the Amaru back in round 1. The sideswipe on towards Savage when he pushed inside a Cigar, and now a player inside a bathroom that they just were not aware of. They're being bitten, Tim, by information denial. This map can be quite bottlenecky, and they're really feeling the pain of it.
I said coming into this game so far, BDS have only felt like they've maybe been at sort of 70% here in the tournament. They've had some decent performances, they've got games won, but it feels like they've got so much more to offer. We've seen it from these players time after time. We saw it back in Manchester when they got themselves through to the final. Honestly, Des, it feels like they've started delivering a little bit of that extra today. Like I said, they're winning gunfights, they've got answers, they've got the strategical advantage. Everything is falling in their favour at the minute, and as much as we talk about Cafe being defender-sided and BDS, it's not the end of the world for Secret. If they get a bunch of rounds here, it's starting to become a problem now.
I thought about it earlier actually in the Virtus Pro Series where it's like 1 or 2 rounds on the attack of this map is plenty. It gives you so much room on the other. In fact, think about the other day when SSG were at 5-1 against Virtus Pro on this map and we thought, wow, they're absolutely flying, and then Virtus Pro come out and win 6 defenses back-to-back to get the map win regardless. It is that kind of map where it can happen, and that's why for Secret, I won't be too beat up about yourself being down 4-0. You could see Savage in the cams a minute ago barking commands across the team. They get 1 round, 2 if they're lucky. That's not a bad spot to be in. That will be enough to go and have a good solid start to that defensive half. I like here how they're saying, okay, you know what, we're getting suppressed a lot in terms of information. What are they doing? Lion, Dokubi coming out. Dokubi being an operator, you'll see a lot from BDS too. They love leaning on this operator to get the job done. I actually like the Secret have doubled down on it and said, let's bring along both and really try and make this push work.
There is no better time for Secret to get one on the board than it's too easy for him. He just peeks out a wide door and takes down Groovy just like that. That's the puck gun as well. That's all that verticality. Breed it. He's going to take the head off for Doom, and Secret, they're in all sorts of trouble.
The information net again fails in the most critical part. They had a drone, didn't have one here. That's the second kill they've got for free, and there's no response from Secret. Making it 5 versus 1. Secret are absolutely crumbling here.
It just feels like they're making mistake after mistake. Des, the wheels are coming off because of the pressure that BDS have put on over the first few rounds. I've got to ask the question, you're on rappel, why are you strafing across the way? Just, you go up 2 feet, you're safe. You can get yourself across if you're wanting to switch sides. No real advantage to be found for Secret, and Savage, he's going to head up to Skylight. Maybe see if anybody will...
Official timeout for them.
Exactly. You know, maybe somebody gives him the good grace of sticking their face into a little peak that he can find, and it gets something going for the team. But realistically, this is not good for Secret right now.
Yeah, if you're tuning in here and you haven't seen this kind of thing before, it's a stage where we've got about 1.5 minutes still to play. That is the length of 2 tactical timeouts that you have. Obviously, the coach can't get involved. Shaiko. For them, it's a chance to have a conversation here about how the hell they get anything over the line going into round 6. Because this one, it's cooked, it's done. It's not worth thinking about this round too much more. What can they correct? Where do they keep getting sideswiped? And for me, Tim, it is consistently in that information gain like I keep on talking about. The drone's being blocked away by things like the Mute and the Mozzie and the Solus. The BDS, they've played it absolutely perfectly, but so far, Secret's choice to allow their permaban to go through and to play BDS here, backfiring pretty spectacularly on their attacking half.
Savage just going to be closing out the round from that hatch, I would imagine. Sometimes in those situations, you know, you maybe 1v3 or something, you'll use a bit of that time. See if somebody has a look at you. You know, see if somebody gets a little bit overzealous. You take them down. You've all, you know, all of a sudden you find yourself in a winnable situation. That wasn't the case here for Savage. You knew that nothing was going to be making that one winnable. 1v5 closed out. BDS managed to get themselves round 5, and they are absolutely storming away. Like I say, the bigger problem looking at Secret at the minute is the mistakes are starting to creep in, and I think they're really feeling the pressure of what BDS are doing right now. This isn't just about, you know, look, these rounds have been close and a couple could have gone a different way. That's not the case here. BDS are in a different league at the minute.
They are a tough team to beat. But I spoke about this the other day when teams let the results of halves like these really get into their minds, and it starts to cripple the second half of the same map, or potentially even the whole series. And it's one thing I really want to Secret show that discipline to have here, is to acknowledge that sometimes things will start to fall down, but you can get it back on track still. Don't forget, I said it the other day, rounds in Siege, they don't roll into one another. Outside of the score on your screen, there's no cash, there's no items, there's no power-ups you can get from winning rounds. Everything resets as soon as that clock starts again at the 3-minute 45 mark. So, let's see if they can get anything going in the second half. And now we'll have to try and close things out here. And you know what, Tim? Throw the kitchen sink at them. Let's do something a little bit crazy in this round. I'd love to see a fuse coming along. Run 2 shields, try and overpower BDS. Give it a go.
If they're going to throw the kitchen sink, it's handy that they're attacking kitchen does.
How about that?
There should be a couple of them knocking down there for them to pick up, but we are going to have the fuse shield. We've got the Monty shield. Secret are rolling it back to that win that they had in stage 2. It could be too little too late, but like you say, Des, you've got to roll the dice at this point. You've got to throw something at it. You're 5-0 down. It's looking, to be honest, like it's going to be 6-0. You've just got to give it a risk, give it a go. We're going to see immediate pressure going in by that ram. It's going to just try and cover off a lot of the noise of this push coming through. Savage dips away, can't get into his ADS quick enough. And he's Solotov, he finds a headshot. Bride with another. Groovy manages to stop the bleeding though, and Secret are back in this test.
Groovy and G with the 2 players that we were speaking about before this series that I really want to see step up and shine. They're the 2 most successful entry players for this team. Even whilst it's not entries, it was kills they were starting to find. I just wish they'd slow down once they got cover control. That was a great spot to have so early in the round, but they carried on trying to capitalize on a bit of chaos, and BDS recomposed themselves and got the trade. And like that, all of the good work they've done in the first 60 seconds is gone.
Virtue's pushing right on into sight here, but you just don't feel that maybe Groovy's got the cover that he needs to be able to prevent the pressure coming in. He manages to drop his shield and find a man. All of a sudden, it's 1v1, 1v2. Bride, he's got it cut out here.
Problem is, it's Bride, man. When you want someone left in the clutch, he's one of the guys that you want. He's sat at 7-2. A quiet tournament at points, no doubt. But when you need him most, he tends to shine and stand up to the occasion. Problem is, he's got a Monty to deal with, Tim. This is one of the most horrible situations to be in. That Monty gets up in your face, there is very little you can do whilst all the information bleeds against you. Even worse when this diffuser goes down. Stepping his way forward towards Prep, right? Can't win the 1v1. Groovy gets the kill, and like that, Secret have got the 1 round they arguably needed to give a little bit of breathing room on the defensive side of Cafe.
Groovy continuing to keep himself on top in terms of performance in this Team Secret team so far here in Montreal, and he stepped up then, really did. I was questioning the position. He was top red, he can kind of cut off across kitchen, and it maybe allows Virtue to think about a planting behind the bomb chassis, and I think that's what BDS were worried about. So they got aggressive, they pushed, and they gave the opportunities over to Secret, who were more than happy to take them. But we move into the second half now. Things switch around. BDS have to go on to the attack. If you're only going to win 1 round, there is no better round to win than round 6. It gets you that momentum going into the second half at least. We can see the great work that they did to get into that 2v1. Secret, they're on the ropes again there, but that just shows that maybe it could be a turning point for their mental.
Like I said, Tim, 1 round can be enough. Let's hope that it is for Secret and then give us a bit of a show here in this second half. When I look at
だから
BDS,
知
they
ら
don't
ない
strike
で
me as a
もう
team
現
that's
地
going to
戻
play
って
this
きて
fast, frantic style that can
違うとこ
overwhelm
から
the team.
入れて
You're
あ
not going to see
こ
them
こ
running
開
around
け
with
ん
two
だってな
shields
るよ
here,
り
thinking somebody
は
batting down on
ちゃん
towards
と理
Secret
解
and
した上で
playing
開
a
けたい
high
と
risk
思うん
game.
です
They're
ね
more likely to play a slower, more structured and
And
controlled game.
yes,
That's why
they
Psycho, one of his
did.
most
They
played
are
attackers,
getting
given the Deimos is taken away from him, is things like the Nomad. They want to make sure they've got those flanks locked down. They want to play things slow and composed. With the Ram on side here,
こ
top
こから
floor
攻
is
撃
once
だよ
again
ア
going
タ
to be
ッ
the
カーが
main
始まるんです
focus.
から
Get that vertical
BDS
opened up, look for a plant with the vertical cover
で
in
も
place,
まあカ
but
フ
it
ェ
does
は
mean they've got a little
攻
bit of work
撃
to do.
か
more than prepared for that. As the
見ましたか
Nitro
皆さん
comes out of the
C4 撃
hatch
ちようとし
and
ま
he
したよ
takes it out like
彼
clear
は
pigeon shooting as it pops up into the air. Interestingly, BDS have had 5 out of 6
普通に
entries
撃ち
so
落と
far.
しましたよ
Playing on that defense, they're not usually heavy on their own. They're not usually the ones getting out into the map, and they haven't really done that necessarily this time, but they have been able to command those opening gunfights. If Secret could improve this now that they're on their own defense, now that they can control where those fights come a little bit more, it'd be great for them to get that man advantage coming into these rounds.
Oh, Adrian getting pressured here on 3 sides. We never saw too much of this coming out of the other side, actually, when they were on the attack. It's been isolated and punished, and this is what BDS is so good at. 2 or 3 players isolating one man and punishing you for being out of position. Great start to the round, and another entry in their back pocket.
Yeah, really good from BDS. Like you said, there was absolutely nowhere for Adrian to turn. He was trying to use those Kiba barricades, but they were effectively nullified by the fact that there was a BDS gun looking at him from absolutely everywhere. BDS aren't inside of the map really yet. That's the next big step for them. They need to start getting in and taking some control. They're really pressuring from the rappels. They're making it difficult for Secret to move around, but if they never get themselves on inside of the map, they're never going to get to sight, and it's going to be a tough one for them. So BDS, 1 minute 10, it's time to start moving.
Yeah, at this point you might start seeing the collapse come in really. They've got to start this move, as you say. They've got that piano control. They've got Leaky Fat wondering his way here out towards the east, ready to help put some pressure in. Great spot to put down the Grim Beast as well as it should. In fact, yeah, it does. Just tag up Ruby here, forces him further back. So as I said, it's giving them that pressure, starting to get control, top floor control. Only about 50 seconds left to play with though, and they've really got to start thinking about more of this vertical control if they're going to pull this execute off.
Yeah, they've got Virtue on the warden down in train. The hatch has been opened up above him now, so we'll see whether BDS are able to start pressuring him. Yes, they are. Users manages to find the kill, and that could be the one that opens it up for BDS now. The rest of Secret have been pushed away from that mine in sight, and there might be an opportunity for BDS to think about the site. Users gets himself 4v2, and it's falling apart for Secret on the defense.
They just keep on coming in for these gunfights, and BDS are ready for every single one. It's not like the reverse, where they're attacking with no information. BDS just look ready of absolutely everything that comes up against them. Savage is going to clutch out against 3. Leaky Fat having one hell of a map, but it's Shiko to collect the close. That's really all they need, that one attack, a second one, and this is done and cooked.
Yeah, exactly that. I love what BDS did there. They took no more than they needed to. I voiced the concern, 1 minute 10 left to go. They're not inside of the map yet. They weren't worried about it because they knew they didn't need to get very far inside. All they wanted was piano. They'd got the kill onto Adrian there, and it gave them control of the area. Once they got on in there, Virtue's playing down inside a train. They pressure him from above, open the hatch, open the floorboards, find the shots onto him. As soon as they've got that, everybody else from Secret has been forced away from mining, and they're able to think about getting in to get a plant. And really, all they had was piano and mining. That's all they needed, and it's all they took. It was real efficiency of effort from BDS.
BDS in many ways remind me of how VP tend to attack maps like this as well. It's just, from start to finish, they are so composed and in control of the round, and it's really frustrating. If you let BDS get with all 5 players to a point of execution, to getting the plant down, 99% of the time that diffuser is going down, there is nothing you can do about it. So you need to be trying to get up in their face early in the round. But every time Secret try and do it, as you saw just there, 3 separate players looking out for these gunfights vertically, they get punished. And sure, users to sit 2 wicked shots to secure them. But what else can you do? You sit back and you lose, you go aggressive and you lose. Damned if you do, damned if you don't in Secret's place here, and they really are getting rocked on Cafe.
Breeder 7 and 3, Leaker back 8 and 2, 15 and 5 between the two of them. them. They are absolutely running rampant at the minute, but you don't then have to look very far to find other big numbers. You've got Solotov on 6, Users on 6. Everybody from BDS is chipping in at the minute, and this is what I spoke about coming in. You've given us 70% BDS, now you've got to give us a little bit more, and they are just playing absolutely ruthlessly against Team Secret at the minute. There is no mercy in Montreal from BDS.
It's the small things making the difference. So we spoke a lot about the intel game that's been really punishing Secret, whereas for BDS, they're in full control on the attacking side, it feels like. When it comes down to the gunfights, they're hitting their shots more often than not. And on the other, you're speaking about the kills that we saw building up for BDS on Secret. 4 players aren't even yet above 2 kills after 7 rounds. It has been such a slow and painful start. It's only Groovy that's really been winning nice ones. And it needs to be a scientist to tell you that, Tim. It's hard to get done. Jump out comes on through. June's got 2 there. How often do you see a jump out like that, Tim? He's really giving himself and the team a good way into this round. They've got a 4 versus 3.
It's honestly the sort of play that Secret at this point just have to roll the dice with. They have to take a chance. They have to try and get something going, and that has done it for them. 4 versus 3. The most important thing nowadays, of course, obviously with the scoreline 6-1, is that they go on and win this round. They've done the hard work. They've got themselves the advantage. Deal with the Monty now. Make things difficult for BDS and close the round out. BDS are a structured team. We know this about them. If you can create a little bit of chaos, Secret, you might just find some joy, and that's what this round should teach you.
They're looking a little bit stuck here and unsure on how to proceed. You know, you've got a smoke inside of VIP, who of course you can see is blocking things out to stop the entrance in towards Freezer. They're trying to find a way through. You've got one player looking for the backstab out towards the other side. Of course, it's none other than Shaiko, but he's really got to win that bakery fight to start putting pressure on site itself.
A big part of the problem is that BDS have lost the Grim, so how do they challenge into VIP? They can't really restrict that player anymore. If they could have sent the Grim Bees in there, then maybe they're able to swing him. They're able to clear that position, but right now, Virtue is pretty safe and locked in inside of VIP. He can start using those toxic babes to prevent a push into Freezer. Leakerback has managed to get himself in there. Breeder's in from the opposite side. So right now, BDS building a little bit of a pinch, and they might just be able to start finding some kills there.
When they've done that, they've found 2 here. Shaiko's down to 1 HP, which is so unfortunate. Pokeball out. Savage takes him onto the bounce. 2 kills fly through from Virtue. Secret, they do hold on, but my God, for a second there, it really looked like BDS might get that one over the line.
Secret were a little bit lucky. Like I said, Leakerback just did exactly what Secret did to get inside of Freezer. He just took the sprint across, and Virtue wasn't ready for it, couldn't make the challenge. So then you've got Leakerback working from Freezer, you've got Breeder on the Monty working in from Prep, and all of a sudden Secret were struggling. They were floundering inside the side, and BDS took advantage of it. But what I like from Secret, they dug deep, they managed to steady the ship, and they got themselves back into the fight, got the kills they needed, they secured their second round. Lots more work to be done though, Des.
You talk about bouncing out of bed in the morning, but you are basically bouncing on this board. I feel like I'm on a trampoline. Someone's got the bounce back on the side of Secret, still 4 more rounds to find. If they want to keep this one going, and fair to say, with one going the way of BDS and that last one being dangerously close, it is still a long way to the top. Speaking of top, finding ourselves moving upwards here in towards Fireplace and Reading. Same story we spoke about so many times, Tim. Top 4 control is a big one, and likely look for a plan just inside of Reading door to the north, up towards Snowside and towards Brown Stairs. But that means getting cocktail control. It means getting control of Piano. And we've seen where Secret have tried to hold off there already with the Azami before. BDS crushed it excellently. It's more about the pace and the slowdown here that you'll see Secret looking for. Hopefully this time round, not be giving away 2 or 3 players trying to challenge those reverse vertical angles.
There is absolutely a world where Secret can get themselves back into this realistically. Groovy and Virtue now starting to find their pace a little bit. Doom getting involved. They just need that next round or 2. If this gets to kind of 6-4, you start looking at it and saying that it becomes a lot more doable. But right now, it's a case of focusing on 1 round at a time. Shaiko on the Nomad, of course, with the Deimos being banned out. That's usually his next go-to operator. It's going to allow air jabs to be deployed, and they'll be able to lock down that flank. They won't need to worry about any pressure coming up the red stairs. They can take top floor, not worry about white stairs, and then start working the verticals. But before they can do any of that, they're going to have to find Groovy.
I really want to be careful. They've got 2 players dancing on the Piano windows, and for Secret, it's so tempting then to get aggressive around Piano and be trying to deny things away, but It only takes one forgotten angle, one window that you're not watching at the wrong time, and you lose a freebie. You have Leakyback also dancing around the east side. I'll look to jump out here as well to give them a little bit of information on what's going on, but do they dare jump out here? Do they really want to step up to Leakyback? Yes, they do. I thought he hit him then, but no, it was the Claymore. Adrian falling down. You might get the intel of the player, but clearly missed the Claymore.
For a second, I really thought Leakyback had hit the shot there. So I thought that is absolutely that point to switch it off. But Leakyback, he knows that there's one on the white window. Just going to take that Akiba barricade out immediately. Goes another, and this time they will manage to find him. Savage takes down Leakyback. Again, BDS alert. They've got the answers. They take him down on his way back in. It's just trade for trade at the minute, Des, and BDS come out on top once again.
I'd love to have the number on how many trades they're finding this game, because every single time a BDS player goes down, it feels there is a secret secret player goes down, there is a BDS body nearby to get the trade back on the other side. It has been wonderful to watch. BDS with the 3 versus 2, a minute still to play. It feels to him like Cafe really should be ending 7-2.
Yeah, BDS, they still don't have confident control over top floor. They've got Doom floating about on white stairs at the minute, so there's always the chance that he pushes up and gets aggressive. Now that they've forced him back, BDS are going to have a lot more freedom up there on the top floor, but I'm looking at their self-destruction options, and they're limited. They're a lot more limited now that Virtue finds users. That's the shotgun that they had taken off the board. 25 seconds left to go. This could be tough for BDS to get a plant.
I mean, they got rid of the drone that was sat on white, so Doom is still being a nuisance, finally finished off. Virtue's got to basically find a 3K here to keep Secret in on Cafe. Rounding in towards Reading Door. I don't think they know Tim. They've got the long angle. Secret! Again! BDS are there with the trade. They take Cafe.
ということで勝利したのは BDS です。
Just in a little bit more than 70% out of BDS does. Like I said, I wanted to see that line of users sort of leaking back, really stretching their legs and putting some numbers up. They have done exactly that, and Breeday's got in on the party as well. Fantastic performance from BDS in the first map, and that has surely got to put a little bit of fear into Team Secret.
Well, we were hoping for a skyscraper map 3 all the way to round 15, but this one, at least based on how that has gone, Team could be far shorter. Let's go to the desk and see what they make of that game.
Well, what I think of that game is it was quick. It wasn't as quick as the Sonics game, but that was an utter performance here. Very scary for the future prospect of this best of 3, Jack.
Yeah, it's exactly what we said might happen in this back ban phase, where BDS were picking into the perma ban of Team Secret. Now, interestingly, Leo, Secret started on attack.
Yeah, and that's for me is a huge surprise. Huge surprise. Why? Look at the result of this. They only got 1 attack in 6 rounds. And the reason for this is big desyncs. You see one getting aggressive, you see the rest of the team playing passive. All the time they've been trying to play that default playstyle that we know and still bring the Monty. And still they're getting picked 1 by 1 and 0 trading. Look at this. There was a drone there. He still gets the pick. That's consistent for me.
It started off with that very first round where Jumas are married into the white window, and I thought, hey, we've got a game here. We've got a game. Secret are back. They're going to play a little bit cheesy. They're going to play together. They're going to really be very disruptive to BDS's setup. And it wasn't like that. It felt like each round on their attacks, there was a couple of players getting aggressive, a couple of players playing a little bit passive, maybe a little bit nervous, and a big desync. Now, when a team chooses to start attack on a defender-sided map, the reason being is they know that they're going to weather a little bit of a storm. If Secret would got out of that with a 2-4, a 3-3 maybe, it's very much recoverable. But a 1-5 on a map that traditionally they don't play, that we've never seen them play on, with this roster, was a huge risk, and they suffered for it.
Leo, we got the answer to the question I posed at the very start, which is this a perceived insta-ban, or is this an actual insta-ban? I think we figured out pretty quickly for Secret.
Yeah, that was very obvious that they were very far in terms of quality from BDS, and I think I'm really afraid about the next map because it's kind of the same story. When I look at BDS right now, I see a unit. I see them playing together. We said that was the win condition for them, starting to play together, not rely on individuals. You look at that round 3 basement on kitchen when they rework at the same time and they retake entirety. They kill everyone on the bomb side. That's the composure and team play we expect from them, and that's what they've showed today.
Well, BDS are only 1 map away from securing their semi-final. Better there after this.
で終わっちゃう。グランドファイナルなんか多分一瞬で終わっちゃう。
We're Shockley.
これの翻訳チョコレートでした。チョコレートはどこ？チョコレート待ってください。めっちゃチョコレート探してる人なんだけど、英語の翻訳を勝手にしてくれるんだけど、めっちゃチョコレート探してたわ。チョコレート本当はなんて言ってるのこれ。ショッキンってチョコレートじゃ多分ないので。ファイヤーは分かった。ファイヤーI'm carrying chocolate あ、チョコレートなんだやっぱり。合ってるんだよ。チョコレート探してるんだやっぱり。チョコレートディスコ。さあアジトあるのか。アジトやれるのか。 BDS のアジトって今までやったことあったかな。どうなんでしょう。1試合かなんか見た気がするんだけどな。あ、ちょっとお外が明るくなってきました。朝ですわ。朝の訪れ、モーニングの訪れ。ちょっとトイレ行ってくるわ。おトイレ。What time is it over there? Now it's 6 o'clock a.m. AM 6 o'clock. モーニングです。Good morning. ね、思ったの。ミラー配信してるときさ、何か作れないかな。モルカー作れそうじゃない？Good morning. モーニングルミ。で、My cat. My cat. My cat はあ、逃げないの。あー、やめて。ウニ。My cat name ウニ。おはようございます。ルーさん、ほんとにルミンの手だったこれ。マウスやれる。にょにょにょにょ。ミャオミャオミャオミャオウニ。ミャオ。朝になると甘えんぼちゃんになっちゃうんですね、ウニは。甘えんぼちゃん。ウニ。Hey ウニ。ミャオ。にゃん。 ここが気持ちいいんだろう。こっち猫。うわ、ちょっとリップ塗ったばっかだからちょっとやめてくれる？尻尾を唇につけるのがやめてくれる？ここが気持ちいいんだろ。ほらよ、これが気持ちいいんだろ。どうだい？ケツドラム、猫ドラム、ケツドラム、これがいいんだろ。How often do you have to shower ウニ？ずっとしないな最近。臭くなったらするけど。4 months? Maybe 4 months. 猫はね、いい匂いだからね、あんまりシャワーしない。3 months or 4 months。海綺麗だもん。お外行かないしね。You cat must be black. Uni is black and white. Yes, yes. Maybe. わかんない。みんなの猫はどれぐらいで洗ってるんだろう。だいたい3、4ヶ月。かわいいよ。Very smell. ルミコルウニ No. 海私はヒューマンです。I am human. One can stay clean then compared to dogs. Yes, 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 yes. Cat is very good smell. Dog is ちょっと臭い。くちゃい。I have a dog. Maron. My dog is Maron. My dog is name. My dog name is Maron. Maron is ちょっとちくちゃい。ルミちゃん don't take shower for 3 3、4ヶ月シャワーダメなの？ Yes, マロン。ポメラニアン。ポメラニアン、ポリメラニアン。ポメラニアン。はい。さあ、ちょっと尻尾がやばい。尻尾がやばい。はい。次は BTS シークレット。どっちが勝つでしょうか？ミャオミャオ。甘えんぼちゃんなの。甘えんぼちゃんなんだよね。甘えんぼちゃんなんだよね。My dog licks herself like a cat is old. マジ？毛づくろいするの？すごー。You should get a ウニエモtoo. ウニエモート欲しいね。確かに。BDS ベリー。勝つでしょう。さっきの見せられたらね。強いですね。ゴロゴロ音は入ってるのかな。ぐるぐるってずっと言ってんだけど。
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. Everybody having a good time out here?
おお、いいね。
Yeah, I thought so. I said, is everybody having a good time out here? Of course you are. It's a major, baby. And the best thing about it is you meet fans from all over the place. I'm getting pulled when I come out here. It's like, hey, who do you think's going to win? And Jerome, who's actually from Montreal, pulled me just up there to have a bit of a conversation. And you are having the time of your life. Just tell us your story about how you made it to your first ever major.
So I think I've been watching the game since around 2017, 2018 during the Penta like G2 dominance era. And you know, life's been going pretty bad a bit, and then now I finally got my life together, got a job and everything, and finally decided to come to the major. And it's a great event, really competitive. Seeing a lot of 7-5s, 8-6s, a lot of close games since Swiss. And it's been a really fun time, fun environment. Got to meet a ton of pros. It's great. I love the major.
So Jerome, you hit your first paycheck, and the first thing you did was buy tickets to the major.
Of course, of course.
Come on, guys, give it up for Jerome. I love it. So I've got to ask you, who do you think's going to win this thing, and who do you want to win the thing? It can be two different things, right?
Of course. I think FaZe is going to win, but the team I really want to win is probably Secret, just because Jake's there. I love Virtue since he's been on G2. Big fan, Virtue, if you can hear me.
Jerome
but,
is cool.
He's locked in. I know he's locked in. He's always locked in. He's always serious. But
he's Jerome?
I think FaZe Clan's going to win.
His name is Jerome?
Good stuff. The real winner here is Jerome. One more time for this wonderful human being to the right of me. Thank you very much. Go enjoy the rest of the major. You absolutely deserve it. Back to you guys on the desk.
Well, shout out Jerome and shout out Ian Chambers from the radio. Let's get on the way with our second map here. This one is scary. There's a scary prospect that's kind of hidden underneath this. Because, Leo, what we just saw on Cafe could very easily follow suit onto Lair here.
It's the first time we'll see BDS play Lair, so that's a big question mark. But what I want to point out is just how good this team has been playing collectively. One great example, look at Savage here with the multi going to plant here on Kitchen Bomb site. And I want you to pay attention to the water. Look at Yuzus now and Ella on the right side. They will retake all 4 players at the same time. Triple kill in the amount of what? 2-3 seconds? And that's it. They got the round. That's 3-2-1, set play, instant composure, and instant team play from BDS.
Our biggest criticism for EUL is BDS rely on their individual talent. We've challenged them to step it up during this tournament. Have that team play, have them shot calling, have those moments where you look unstoppable. That was another one of them. And if you're going to say, why are BDS going to win this event? It is clips like that will do it. And I think the map that we're going into as well in terms of Lair, we saw BDS pick into Secret's perceived permaban, and it turned out to be a permaban. I don't think for BDS, Lair is a permaban. I think they've been saving it. So this pick from Team Secret feels quite risky right at this moment in time.
What's your thoughts on Lair?
I 100% agree with Jack. Let's be real. You know, we agree very often, but let's be real.
We like to disagree as well.
Yeah, we like to disagree. One point was, why did BDS waited so long to bring Lair? They were together. They were one of the only European teams that do not make any roster changes after EWC. They had plenty of time to bring it. They took the proper time to play, scrim it, bring it at the top level, keep it safe all the way for the major quarterfinals. Let me tell you, I'm 100% convinced they have the top layer.
When we spoke to them in EUL, we asked, it was Eagle Mees and I think it was Brude in a duo interview when they was out there at Bootcamp. And we said, guys, are you going to bring Lair out? Do you play Lair? And Eagle Mees went, oh, we might bring it out at some point. He's like, actually, no, it's our permaban. And he was trying to give the teams the eyes, you know. So we feel that BDS will play Lair. Obviously, they did have the tournament in the summer that they ended up playing that maybe hindered a little bit of development on that. So they've waited to see who's the best team on Lair. They've allowed everyone else to look at it. And then they've built up their own Lair, unbeknown to us, because we've not seen them on Lair. It's the first time they'll play it. And then they bring it out, like you say, when it matters. They don't want to have to gamble on a round 15 skyscraper to get them through this fixture. They want to get it done in 2.
Absolutely. Well, every great quarterfinal needs great casters. Unfortunately, we don't have the funding for that, so we've got Designates.
I was so tempted to
Why am I taking shots?
I get it for me. I was already standing in the middle fingers up saying, screw you, Rob, but hey, here we go. Onwards in March, map 2, Lair awaits. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the host of Lair. Deimos coming through once again. I expect to get banned away against Shaiko. But you on the social side are still leaning more towards BDS. So 3% increase towards their side. Totally understandable, Tim, given how things have played out so far.
Yeah, I think given what we've seen, you know, out of that first map, you're going to be looking at it thinking this is potentially a problem. So the only question now is, can Secret fight their way back into this one, Des? It's BDS versus Team Secret. It's map 2, and we could well have another semi-final at the end of this one.
グッドラックハンマー早かったな。すごー。めっちゃ上から見れるじゃん。上から見てる方が
one of those maps that we've seen a lot across regions around the world, but I think once you get to LAN, it starts to hit a little bit different. And knowing this one is one of those permaban maps that we've not really had a chance to see coming out from BDS, hopefully Secret can capitalize on the chaos.
Let's get into those operator bans then. BDS will be banning first of all, just like they did last time. Blitz, surely, followed by Deimos. Surely, we would expect to be the 2. I mean, I don't know, maybe Secret bring us something a little bit different. Given the way that it went the first map, I really wouldn't want to go up against Shaikos and Deimos, if I'm honest.
No. equally terrifying as we've seen him play many, many times, and as said, you will not be seeing the host of this map. He's one of those players, unfortunately, just draw away this very specific ban. Legion normally follows him on the defensive side. Secret did ban that away against him in the last best of 3 that they played against BDS, at least in a couple of the maps. Here, it's going to be the smoke being taken away. Quite a spicy ban to come out.
Not one that we see too often, absolutely. Smoke, of course, you know, used primarily for area denial and time denial at the end of a round especially, trying to prevent that diffuser going down. Mirror will be the next and last ban that we will have come through as well. BDS not wanting to play into that. It's going to open up that top floor on attack a little bit potentially. We see the mirror played out towards Ops, for example, to stop the push coming in through there. We see it played sort of R6 room to stop the push from that side on that top floor side. So it might just make attacking things there a little bit easier, but BDS of course starting on the defense, they're going to have a plan to work around not having that utility themselves.
Do you find the smoke ban really interesting? It's, you know, you think about BDS, you think about Brede as soon as you hear smoke, and it's not really been an operator that picked up much. I think Brede's played it just 3 times across the entire major so far, and it's not like BDS have been drawing smoke bans to kind of pad that stat out. It's just not really been an operator they've had to lean on, so a couple of question marks on my side as to why that's their go-to, but when they've had the information blackout and they've had rounds slowed down for them back on Cafe, I think it's more a way to make sure things can keep on moving, because like on Cafe, there are a few bottlenecks, a few single doorways that you have to go pushing through on this map. Smoke, of course, really good at denying away 1 or 2 of those at the same time. But BDS, they start on the defense, we start on the top floor, and Secret, I hope to God they've got a better attacking half than what they had back on Cafe.
They've got, there's a clash. BDS have brought along the ultimate counter shield operator by bringing one of their own. Of course, up against the Monty, Clash will generally win out over any sort of protracted battle between the two, because the electricity from the shield will do damage through Monty's shield. So something that Secret need to be aware of and need to deal with, just looking at what utility they've really got to deal with that clash. And it's a little bit limited, Des. They don't have something like the Zephyr on side or the that can initiate that shield break onto the clash. And it could be a tough one. The Grim, but they're not really going to do it, because the clash will just happily stand there behind the shield. It doesn't matter that you know where she is.
Well, started out with good progress on this top floor as well. Got ourselves the mask wall opened up that normally is a big sticking point for teams. You'll see it electrified away, tuber out away, but it has been opened up, if not slightly resealed here by the Azami. Thank you very much, observers, for the fly-through. The other side of it is a little bit harder to open up because you need to get meds control. That means getting the ops control, and starting to put pressure onto Shaiko and Solotov, who are currently dancing around that part of the map. So you've taken the easy part, and now it's about the hard part. Where does the next push start coming from? It looks to be highway, actually, up towards the north. More things being opened up. Secret so far for me, doing good work. They've got open what they need, and now it's about not losing players to silly things.
Yeah, the next step is going to be dealing with that clash, and I like this attempt of getting underneath with the book, but you're going to have to get closer to the feet of that shield operator if you want any opportunity to take them down or to force Brede back. But by at least opening up the floor, it might just prevent him being that operator that wants to push forward onto there. But as soon as he does once and realizes there's nobody underneath to shoot him,
Savage is already on the R6 room door and starting to press his way forward. Now you've got to face off against this clash, but they've got to be respectful of display side, and Users has gone down to the window. That was what they needed to let this plan go through. Now 2 players are storming through for a little bit of a retake, but on site itself, it's all gone up Secret. Plant is down, Leaky Fat one more back over, but Secret have got the numbers, Tim.
Yeah, really good attack from Secret. They've just gone in, taken what they've needed, got their shield into a space to plant. And right now, Leaky Fat, he's on a huge back foot here. We talk about him being potentially one of the best players in the world at the minute, but it was going to take something special to clutch that one out. Secret have come back into map 2 looking like a different team there, Des.
I think they've just played it. Hello, friends. Really good push coming in because they got control of highway, made sure they had someone covering off the display window, and then just simply a Monty gets the shield up, walks across and goes down and plant. And everything is covered off by the rest of his team. They can't come flanking in from the display door because there's someone sat on the window. They've got players actually sat up towards highway, making sure no one can push close to the Monty and swing him. Really simple, really to the point, but it gets the job done. And you've always got the fear, of course, of the backstab coming in through the mass wall that got opened up very early on. So not the best start for BDS there. Secret knew exactly what their game plan was, and BDS, I think, just got pulled from pillar to post by their opponents. Now we go down to the base, mind you. This does now mean a full map clear needs to come out from Secret. And that was what they struggled with a little bit back on Cafe. There was so much intel denial That's what I'm looking for.
Well, the bigger question really is, do BDS play that full map defense? We haven't seen them play there before, and it's not something that we would normally expect too much of them. They'd, you know, maybe send one person out there on the roam. They don't usually commit to it too heavily. So it might be that Team Secret have got a lot of time to attack here if they recognise that and potentially get themselves in quickly. At the minute, I think there's only one, like I say, from BDS that have got themselves out there. It's Users on the mute at the minute. He is going to be joined by Leakerback, so that's two of them out there on the first floor. They haven't gone as far as top floor, and as I say that, Users drops himself back down. So Team Secret have got space, they've got time.
Well, think about Cafe, right? They didn't really have players up on the top floor when defending that. They had them on that second floor and then fell back down to the first. And it's a similar sort of story here, especially when you're leaning in behind something like the Pulse plus a couple of C4s to play behind. You've got to play denial more into the mid-round than it is to get aggressive in the early, especially when you've got a Monty bearing down on you as well. But let's think about the times when Savage fell down early back on Cafe. He needs to be staying alive through this game, and that's why I think with the Dokkaebi on side, they'll have a much easier time of things.
I like what Leakerback's doing. He's off screen at the minute, but he's just playing for the walk-in from Ops. That's what he's expecting. He's expecting this top floor push to come across, Secret clear top down. He's got Nitro in hand, he's got Cardiac Sensor, and he can potentially stop them if they do it. But right now, Secret, they're not leading in towards that, Des. And right now, they're just working their way around BDS quite nicely.
And that's it. You haven't got to go super crazy on this as well and try and force these early engagements. Just forcing BDS back can be enough. You've got a Monty, you'll have the vertical control. When the diffuser goes down on this site, by the way, and you've got vertical control, it is almost impossible to lose. That's the sort of position they're looking for. And I think the Monty once again will enable that step into more precarious situations to deal with the slightly dodgier sight lines that BDS will be holding. And Leakerback has found Ruby, and immediately you see Leakerback back away. He's not pressing forward, trying to collect more. He's happy. They've got the Dokkaebi, one of the go-to operators they really needed in this execute.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem for Team Secret there has come because maybe they've assumed that BDS would turtle up on site, and they haven't managed to pick up on deal with Leakerback. Monty will continue this push forward. Nitro goes out. He's not going to do the job completely, but Shaiko is there to complete it. Finding a headshot onto the Monty. Savage is gone. 5 versus 3. It's looking better for BDS, but Secret come back fighting with Adrian.
They really can't be letting him get away with that drop behind them. Shaiko's got such a powerful position now that the entire west and southwest side is off limits to them. They've got to make it all work on this single push through, and Solotov and Brede, nasty shots that they hit, both headshots, single shots to the skull. And like that, well, June, you might be having a good tournament, buddy, but I don't know about 1v4 good.
The real question is, if you're Secret in that situation, how do you do anything about that? Adrian's watching the angle. Shaiko's going to pick up that final kill, but Adrian, before he's there watching the angle. And Solotov just swings across and headshots him. There's nothing that you can do about that if you're going to be beaten so quickly by these BDS players. So not a bad start for BDS. Secret with a great top floor attack. BDS come back with a great bottom floor defense. I love the way that they used Leakerback to prevent that top floor walking, but then he was able to keep himself around range and just make it difficult for Secret to get confidently into that mid floor. Got a great opener, and BDS just built from there.
For me, it was Shaiko again, just getting that drop in behind them. Like, you should never be able to get in that position where you have no idea that he's there. Like, sure, you're not looking in towards things like Nomad or Gridlock to keep those flanks safe, but you've got to know that your Monty is sort of the linchpin of your defense, your attack, sorry. You've got to be protecting him, whether it's flank drones, having someone sat on them. They've been hit a couple of times by this. Think about the free kill they got onto Groovy from bottom white back on Cafe despite a drone watching. It's not the Secret haven't got drones in the right place at the right times. It's more that no one's watching them, or they're simply not communicating quickly enough, and BDS are punishing them hard for that. Now we go up to that second floor, so not as much map to cover, but you've still got to fight your way through this top floor, get the verticals opened up, and then start thinking about your execute.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work for Secret to do. They didn't really play too much of the map last time. The limit to the verticality that they opened up was inside of reception. You feel like they're going to need a little bit more, although of course this time there is a little external wall that leads into sight. There is pressure that can be applied, and straight away, no surprises, Secret are already there. They're going to be looking for the breach. It's just a great way, even if you're not actively going to play on there, just to create that phantom pressure that we talk about, to make BDS worried about standing in that side of sight, to force them back away and to start to create a little bit of space. But top floor clearance also important for Secret. They recognize that. They get the wall open outside of Mask, and they can then start walking on in and forcing BDS away from the top floor.
Yeah, that Mask wall being opened up gives you so much threat itself across the center rooms on this top floor, which make it very difficult for BDS to be able to play in there, especially when a Monty can just walk up on you like this, as you'll see him often come to do. Spots out the goo mine, that's taken down, so not impede him as he gets on the march through. And just to be doubly sure, opening up this as well gives you a nice angle down towards Mez itself and through in towards those sites to support a Mask entry. My main concern though is Secret are taking quite a bit of time here just to get some control on this top floor. BDS, well, not exactly being moved, you've still got Leakafak and Yusu's dancing around up here.
This is
Monka. Settled at the minute, BDS, but Secret, it's all about now softening up the site, clearing out utility, recognising where everybody is, and formulating a game plan as to how you get on in and where that diffuser is going to be going down. Until they can do that, though, they've got to get this top floor confidently under their control. We've still got the Monty moving around, not going to be caught by the Nitro, and it does help Secret out a little bit. It gives some verticals down into sight.
A nice attempt there to catch the Monty, but he double backed on himself, so gets away with that, taking a single scratch from the C4. Time again being my main fear. They've got no way also opening up the hatch. They can't drop this late. They can purely use this top floor, really, for the verticals, and that's all they've got to play behind. Otherwise, it's going to be a push, as you might expect, more down towards green stairs and starting a march on forwards. I think Ruby's the one really I'm looking towards here in that position to make something happen, but the diffuser is in the back pocket. And Savage, he, again, is the linchpin of this attack. They need to get something happening.
Is going to have the nanobots called on in from the finger just to give a little bit of a boost to the HP.
アニメーションなのか、アニメーションじゃないね。
going for any of these challenges, but like you said, there's 30 seconds left to go. It's now or never, really. This has got to be the push coming forward, as it is. Savage is going to try to walk on it, get back from behind, manages to find the shield, and you know that it's falling apart for Secret, but it's still have to kill to keep themselves in it. It's 1v1. It's Groovy versus User. 30 seconds left to go. Groovy does have diffuser in hand, so he can play around here with Users trying to throw him into the fight on his terms. He's going to stick it. Users is there. But Groovy, his gun's up, Des. He can take this time. Win it with the pistol. That is the sort of performance that Secret need from each and every one of their players here if they want to continue fighting against BDS.
Extremely well played 1v1. A lot of confidence from Groovy as well. We know that the saying stands as pros don't fake. They won't come off the diffuser. I've seen so many do it so far throughout the competition. But he holds on, and winning out the 1v1 was mega. But for me, I'll come back to the same problem that I touched on Cafe. Savage. They aren't aware of Leakafak. He gets a freebie on towards the Monty. You can't be letting that happen when you're coming in towards these pushes. Fortunate to walk away with 2 versus 4, 2-1 on the attack so far, but for me, small mistakes that still need to be course corrected.
They've got away with it.
That shouldn't be happening.
Realistically, they've got away with one. You know, that's how we've got to look at it. Moving 1v1, don't get me wrong, not taking anything away from him. He's done a great job, gets the diffuser down, finds the final kill, but they can't be letting it get to that 1v1 when they've got a Monty that's able to push on in. They can't be losing the shields that easily. BDS, so far, have stood up very well to the shield pushers. They've effectively got 3 more rounds to do that, and it could be the last 3 rounds of this match that they have to deal with the shields, because if they get the win here on Lair, of course, there will be no more rounds for Team Secret to bring them, but we will see how we go. We're going to go ahead up to the top floor once again. It's going to be BDS. Really nice attack from Secret last time around. They got themselves the mask wall open, they got themselves the R6 room side, they got into sight, got the diffuser down, and they just created a beautiful line of sight across the site that they couldn't allow BDS across. And they just completely shut them down when they tried. Diffuser went down. Secret may well look to just do more of the same.
Get the Amaro on side. And I'm the kind of person, so I'm a simple man. See Amaro getting picked up, I get a little bit excited because it normally means something crazy is about to happen. Saw what happened last time around here? A bit of a story, trying to open it exactly as the wall coming in, Candela's are out, so it's a big combo, and June, sure enough, has stepped in and brought down the Demon King, Shaiko himself.
That's a great start, this army gone, but the bandit trick could be important. Pre-day managed to take down one exothermic. The second has now detonated. Mask wall is open, but it puts a little bit more pressure on Virtue here on the ace. He's now essential if they want to push that opposite side, because he's the only hard breach option realistically left. They've got the gadgets on the Ying, but it's not going to give you a method of getting into sight, really. It's much more of a line of sight. You can go through there, but you get stuck in the animation, so they will want those Selmas breaching that wall.
What I do like from Secret here, you think back on Cafe a couple of times, they'd find the entry and keep on trying to move forward with that information and pay the price for it. Here they've got rid of Shaiko, they've got Ops, really little key play, by the way, coming out with the Amara and the Ying in tandem, and immediately they've kind of paused. Right, back on drones, where are these last few players? They're not giving away lives needless in. That is a really good evolution for Zeke. Although at that point, Savage almost lost his life on the push on through. They know exactly where he is. 3 kills, and Secret are bowling over BDS.
Beautiful attack from Secret there. Got Virtue into the position they needed him. Opened up that wall, and it was go time. The Candelas go in. Savage has a little bit of good fortune there. Almost gets caught out by Bride, but ultimately, Secret, a good 3-2-1. In they go. Kill after kill. They were all on point. All on the same page. Beautiful stuff. So much so that it forces the tactical timeout out of BDS, and we might, just might, have a little bit more of a game on our hands.
I think we will. That first map, as we know, was an absolute slaughter, but this one is feeling very much the reverse. Secret looking very put together, not without a couple of mistakes along the way, but I think when they say go, whether it's small micro play or the ending round execute, they are moving as one team. And I think for BDS, you can kind of see why there's a permaban. They look a little bit lost as to what's going on. They don't know what to expect coming out of the other side, and they're paying the price. Being down 3-1 on the defensive side of Lair is a bit of a stinger. It's our 4th highest defensive win rate over stage 2 in the major so far. So I think they're expecting themselves to really have 2 or 3 rounds in the bank at this point. Instead, it's the reverse scoreline, and BDS have got to find an answer. Otherwise, they're in for a very rough rest of this map.
What a great response from Team Secret. Let's not take that away from them either. 7-2 on Cafe, and it wasn't even really very competitive. BDS were, well on top. And
I know that guy. Hey, Alex.
And then we come in here, and all of a sudden, Secret have dug deep. Whatever has been said in that break between Mapsters, whatever has been said by Twister between Cafe and coming in here to Lair, it's really doing the job. We questioned BDS, of course, not a map we've seen them play. It's kind of felt that maybe they'd been covering it up, maybe they'd been hiding it, wanting to bring it out. And we've got to see them on the attack yet, but right now, Secret's certainly showing that they have a better command of Lair.
You hear so many pro teams talking about the size of the map pool, saying, oh, 9 is a lot of maps to be able to prep and be good at. We'd rather it come down to 7. We're like, nope, let's find a map or 2 that you struggle at, because it shows that even gods can bleed. Again, BDS, as Ian said during their intro today, best team in the world on paper. Come to a map like Lair and you show them up a little bit and show that maybe they aren't quite infallible and there's something you can prove against them. Secret are doing just that. Immediately, the thing that I clocked though with BDS has changed after that tack timeout. The Tubarão and the Kai pairing coming together here. They want to shut Secret out here, keep them slowed down, keep them guessing and run that clock closer towards 0. For me, it's keeping an eye on Savage. He's been picked off so many times on this Monty in the mid-round. They really want to make sure, as we saw back in their first top 4 attack, that he can be so effective for them in the execute. So let's keep him alive into the late round and not see him falling down to the French side.
Secret this time looking to get themselves into warehouse pretty quickly. They've got that external wall breached, and that's the position of Savage on the Monty, looking to get aggressive. Just looking across the side of BDS as well, all down in the basement level. There are no roamers out in the map this time that Team Secret need to worry about. So again, Team Secret, they need to recognize that quickly, go in and start those verticals. They are going to have a little bit more freedom this time than they maybe did last time. Leak of fact, he was able to hit them on that mid floor. He was able to do some damage, but that's not likely to be the case this time around. They're reliant on a couple of nitros here, BDS, to be able to have any impact in the first half of this round.
Looking at things so far, it's also the build-up in confidence, I think, from Secret. They're finding 3 of our 4 entries so far. We've had a couple of 3Ks coming up from Virtue and June. Ruby one is 1 versus 1. It's fair to say they're online. They're hitting their shots. They're winning out these clutch situations that simply was not a thing back on Cafe. We expected it coming into the series when we saw the ban phase as well, knowing that we were going to either team's permaban. It was always going to be spicy. Solotov picked off by Groovy to start things off here. And immediately Shaiko's forced back, at least this round, Tim. They've got an idea on where Shaiko is. I was going to say, at least they know so he can't stab him in the back. And he does a 1 versus 1 against the Monty. What on earth is that?
doesn't always matter if you know where Shaco is. It's whether you can do anything about it that is usually the question. And the answer there was no, they could not. 3 versus 4. And Team Secret, what was starting out to be a really great round, have allowed themselves again to be punished from that backstab. Doom does eventually now get a trade onto Shaco. Could the damage be done? Virtue, he picks up Leakerback, 2 versus 2. And again, Team Secret have been able to fight their way back into this one.
Not buckets of time to play with, and as I mentioned, you've got the Monty on side, you've got Gumines to run through a C4, slim back pocket. I feel like BDS have got all the right tools here to get this one done. But you never know when it comes down to these 1v1 gunfights, right? So the idea of June, off towards his right-hand side is one player. Not that right-hand side, mate. The next one across. Plan is going down. He's going to win it, but no. Users collected out. One more back on side. Can Virtue, with all his experience, win this 1 versus 1? Why did the side of Users give it over? A C4 over the top. And Users wins out the 1v1. BDS on the board again.
Super cool from Users there, not going to be panicked by the fact that the plant was going down. Doesn't have to take the challenge directly, just sends over the explosives to do the job. And BDS keep themselves fighting in this one. Secret, it was a great start to the round from them. Groovy opened things up with a beautiful kill from the window, and it just started creating a lot of space, especially the second. The big thing for Secret here is they have to stop those backstabs coming in. They've lost the Monty to being shot in the back twice in a row. It cannot continue.
The thing is, Shoko's in front of his face then. That's why I was being like, at least now they know where Shoko is. He can't possibly shoot him in the back. And what does he do? He shoots him in his face. And I'm just like, how on earth has a Monty gone down to a player directly in front of him there? I mean, it is Shoko, but even he shouldn't be able to make that happen. And it's another lost opportunity, I feel. And I get Secret really want to make the Monty work. I'd really like him to step away from it here because they've only really seen success with it up on that top floor.
Yeah, as you say, really doubling down on it. It's going to be 6 rounds in a row. Savage will bring along the Monty. Let's see whether Secret can get that final little bit of value that they need out of him or not. They're going to be wanting to take this 4-2. If they can do, looking at the defensive half, again, we don't really know what to expect too much out of BDS once they get themselves onto the attack. So it's certainly going to be a fascinating round 7 and 8. See whether they can be as effective as Team Secret have been at times here or not. But if Secret can get themselves the advantage, I'm sure they'll be pretty confident they can take 4-2 up at the half.
Let's see if we can get to that 4-2 if BDS. To be fair, if they call it back to a 3-3, it will feel like that tack timeout was worth its weight in gold. 2 rounds in a row, they would have bounced back at this point. Lick back in this round, rocking that castle that was banned away from them back on Cafe. Always love seeing Castle being brought along on the defensive side. I think it can really transform how so many sides have played, at least until those castle barricades are taken out by these Flores Roteros, as you can see, raining on through. Opens up on maps like Border, really interesting angles for defenders to be able to use. Safe havens of passage to get back towards site as the round plays out, for example. Here, though, I think more intended to impede the side of Secret, but so far their answer to it has been pretty good.
Again, Secret just continuing to sweep through the map, try and get themselves that control that they want. Top floor is slowly turning over to them, and they can start their vertical work before too long at all. That's going to be the next step for them. And you can hear the boogie drones are going off. That work does begin, and they can start putting that little bit of pressure from ops down on into sight.
It's that classic battle of how much ground are you willing to give up as BDS versus how much do you want to contest. You've given it the top floor, but you're now trying to play verticals. Okay, now the Boogie's going to deny that away from you. And just like that, Leak Effect steps forward, looking for a fight upstairs and almost loses his life for it. Again, how much ground do you want to give up here? Yeah, keep that HP or your lives on side versus how much do you want to contest? Still 75 seconds to play here, and every single player still alive, Tim.
Adrian's just moving down the stairway at the minute. Secret, I'm just watching Solotov out of the corner of my eye on our top there because he's just holding himself off to one side of the map here near green stairs. And I just get a big feeling that Solotov is going to play a bit of a spoiler here again. Secret, if they're unaware, they're going to get hit with a backstab. They're going to get hit on the flank. And it is something that they definitely need to be improving. For the time being, Savage has been able to make a little bit of progress. Just trying to get a bit more aggressive now. 38 seconds left to go. Going in towards side. Ruby takes down Users. Solotov needs to start making a move. He will head over. How much will have an impact will he have though? That's the question.
Well, straight into this back corner here with the plant now going down. He's got that cross this time with the Monty and the smokes coming out and no one to stop them. Leaking back those coming on the cross. But Adrian He'd been sat on rocket stairs for basically the entire round. Protects Atlanta, and that is another well-executed round coming out from Secret. That one, Tim, reminded me a lot of round one where everything was so well put together, and BDS were basically sat on their hands waiting to see what happened and did not have a response.
Yeah, that was really good. It was clinical from Secret, to be honest. They were confident that they'd just lock down. What they're doing is they're locking down the lines of sight that they need to be able to create safe spaces. Yeah, then get your diffuser in, put it down on the ground, and nobody can interfere with it. They can't get across that cover. Solotov, like I say, BDS, they tried to keep him just out by green stairs, keep him off the radar to be able to have that late flank. But really all it did was leave BDS a man short through the round because he had no impact. As he tried to come back, his rotate had been cut off, and that was that. So Secret 4-2 off, they get themselves onto defense. Round 7 is going to be super telling here, Des, because are BDS going to come in and just be absolute demons on the attack of Leia, or are Secret going to be able to just get this locked down?
All caught by Observer, I'll give it to them. Savage here is hiding. He might think why is he lying down behind a desk. It's hopeful that the drones coming in from the attackers wouldn't spot him out. They don't really want to help deal with the electrification. He can be a real bugger to try and deal with. But I think they've realised that it's a thing now on side. Nothing really in the line you look at and say, that's there to deal with it. Unless it's Marco EMPs, in which they're you've got that in the back pocket. Bring it on the Monty. Let's see how he fares on the shields compared to how we saw Savage weaponising it back in that first half.
In reality, though, Impact EMPs versus a Bandit is a tough matchup. The Bandit should really be coming away, keeping hold of that wall. I would be looking more towards Leakerback if they wanted to get mass wall in underneath. Explosive damage from the Zephyr. Clear out that vertical angle, clear out the floorboards beneath Savage's feet. Nice. And make it difficult for him to stay there.
That was a real small detail, but as impacting away, the Rotero does keep a barrier up. The battle really being Shaiko's still got 3 more that he can play behind, but it's going to waste more time. It's still waiting for him to make use of all of those Roteros before they start trying to make any push forward in towards the map itself. If that fails, the Zofia impacts on side to help clear those out. They have still got options here. Plus, of course, you can shoot those out, but there is always a massive risk associated with shooting them out. You know what the player off towards his right here. I don't know if they're aware at this point.
Adrian's just going to be holding his line on this window, and I think he might just get himself a freebie here if they try to move around from back. He's managed to pick 2 up elsewhere. Adrian will be challenged now. Doesn't find his man, but it's not going to matter as Savage takes down Solotov, and this is looking round by round more and more a Team Secret map. They look solid on the defensive layer. There's nothing that BDS have been able to do realistically, Des. They haven't impacted side at all.
The thing is, they've tried to force 3 or 4 players up a single set of stairs, and when there's a clash on the other side holding you at bay, it's always going to sting. They've just basically danced around the shield and picked up 2 or 3 kills, Doom being the main assailant in that situation. For BDS, it's starting to look a bit ropey, Tim. They've got a 2 versus 5, and after this round, well, that'll be the scoreline at the top of your screen. 5-2 to Secret, and it feels like map 3 then begins to become a conversation.
Well, anybody who's familiar with EUL, of course, will remember that matchup between these two. It went to round 15 of Skyscraper in the playoff final of Stage 2. And it was a hell of a game. And I think when we saw Skyscraper picked up as the decider map, any neutral anywhere would have been looking at this, hoping that they would get the chance to see it. They can't deal with the catch, and they are punished as Leakerback taken down by Adrian. Very little now that users can do. He's just waiting for that challenge to come around the corner. 30 seconds left, manages to find one. Again, Secret have been timing things beautifully as a team. We've seen those 3-1 executes on attack, and now it's swinging together on defense. If he challenges you inside of the room, I'm going to swing the corridor. Ready on mezzanine to challenge him. It was a no-win situation. BDS down 2-5.
I just thought that they had the Zofia to try and help deal with the clash. The clash was what terrorized them all round long. 4 of their kills came from basically walking enemy players and then having 1 or 2 behind them just swinging out at the right time. Really good stuff. And as mentioned, it was a bit of a battle to try and get anything done. Great play from Doom up towards Highway. And this is that boxing in around that topmost stairs that I was on about that then made things really start to sing for the team. That's a beautiful one-tap from Adrian as well, but really frustrating for the side of BDS. We're going to have to change things up yet again here and find a new solution. I think it's fair to say, though, Tim, we're seeing why Cafe and Lair with the perma-bans for both of these teams.
Yes. I think that is
They're struggling is the best way of putting it.
You know, you look at it and having never seen BDS play where you think, you know, maybe they've they've been holding on to it. Maybe they just wanted the opportunity to surprise somebody with the map when it mattered most, but it doesn't look the case, and it's unusual for BDS because their map pool is, you know, so deep, generally speaking. There's not really anywhere that you want to take this team, but looking at it now, I'm sure there's teams out there looking, thinking, well, you know, maybe we take them to Lair. Let's not forget, FaZe are waiting for the winner of this game. If BDS go through, FaZe are a good Lair team.
Imagine if Secret goes for enough to face off against FaZe as well. No one had that one on their bingo card, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, FaZe and BDS are probably the two teams that I've heard mentioned the most about, teams that people expect to go. He's dead, mate, don't worry. Teams that they expect to go on and win the whole thing. FaZe and BDS, the two names that consistently, I've asked coaches of every single team, they were the two teams that were basically in every single answer. So that in itself could feel like a final before a final if it gets to that point, Tim.
Looking to breach directly into side. Solotov
and
Groovy do manage to pick each other up in a direct trade there, leaving BDS still with the advantage after Leakerpack was able to pick up that opener. Still working on the external side of things a lot here are BDS. They've been able to burn away that reinforcement with the Mavericks, so that will give them at least a little bit of access directly into site. But interestingly, BDS not really playing towards the top floor too much at the minute, so that's something that Secret could potentially take advantage of.
The numbers advantage could hopefully be enough when you've got so much time to play with, though, right? 100 seconds to get the round closed out in a number dominant situation. Certainly no complaints on my side. And you've got things like the EMPs to negate Adrian's goggles at this point, which should help deal with things like flashes that come coming in from Brede and from Shaiko, or even the smoke from the Capitão. I think as long as BDS are respectful of the Warden, this should be theirs for the taking.
Adrian and Virtue recognise right now that they are not being pressured whatsoever, and they're being allowed to play up here on the top floor. The question is, can BDS find a spot inside a site to plant should they need to do so, or are they going to have to dip away? They need to be careful that they don't need to go to that top floor. They've got to have a plan, because if they do, they're going to run out of time. But as it is, Brede has gone in under the cover of smoke. Leakerpack is going to be taken down. There's no opportunity for Brede to start that plant yet, but with the kill onto Savage, surely the chance will be there. He will start to put it down, but they might just root. Top floor control as Adrian finds a third, and it's just death from above right now.
I think he's got the C4 on the hatch as well in case he needs to drop through it later on, but uses he's probably wondering, where is safe? Where is this silent assassin from the top floor? Far too easy. I was going to say not a bad spot to be in, planted on green door, but it turns out it's all the way through the middle floor. Great angle that he just found exposed ahead. By the tiniest of angles, and it's a 4K for Adrian, a 1v2 to close things out. 1v3, sorry, what more can you ask for? We said that he came into this series as the lowest rated player, still remaining at the competition. He's putting on a show here on Lair.
Yeah, he's not going to care right now. Twister keeping the energy and the vibes up in the team there. Just that transfer of energy with the fist bumps after the round win, and it's all smiles on Team Secret. One way that you often beat BDS is to put them under pressure. We see them as a team sometimes struggle to come back in these situations and to fight their way back into it, especially on a map that they don't really look comfortable on. It was a huge mistake not taking top floor there. They've learned a valuable lesson, because Adrian, even in a 1v3, has been able to win that out because of that vertical superiority that he had. It was easy for him to prevent the plant, and then it was panic stations for BDS. What do we do now? They knew that he was up above. They had chosen not to deal with that area of the map throughout the round, and as I suggested it might, it came back to bite them.
Just for a bit of context as well, Adrian was 2-9 back on Cafe. Not the kind of showing you expect, but one that we're used to throughout this competition. Here, 13-4, and he pulls off that massive 4K to close things out too. 6-2, and it feels like we've got these mirrored results coming out. 7-2 on each of those maps, which means Skyscraper will have to wait to see who moves through into tomorrow's semi-final. Do you dare to dream of another round 15 Skyscraper end?
I think we all dare to dream of a round 15 end. Leakerpack, he ends Zoom in this one, picking up the opener and giving BDS another advantage. It didn't matter in the last round. Secret were able to fight their way back into it despite losing Doom, but it is something Doom needs to be careful of. He's been that opening death in the last couple of rounds. It's 6-2, but Secret don't want to start throwing too many of these rounds away. They want to get this done quickly and move on. Keep the pressure on BDS going into Skyscraper. Don't let them build back into this game.
I like the respect from Shaiko here, because Virtue's used that chance of him stepping in and shooting out the gadgets above the doorway as his invitation to step a little bit bit further forward. He really wants to take this close-range engagement with that Titan killer of a shotgun, ready to go for a battle, but Shaiko is giving him absolutely nothing. Elsewhere, the rest of his team are getting focused off towards the east side of the map. Really a classic thing where Shaiko is the solo backstabber by himself while the rest are getting started. And at this point, they're starting to move forward, but I'd love to see them wait until the second phone call is up from the Dokkaebi.
And I think they probably will do. I think, like you say, just using that utility to just try and cover the approach, force everybody off cams, make it difficult for Secret to have any idea what's coming their way. As it is back on the drones, continue softening inside. They managed to take one of the Goyo canisters, but not two. But all that's going to do, Des, right now, it kind of plays into BDS's favor. Solotov is able to find Groovy, and while that fire burns down, that Dokkaebi call is coming online.
That's it. When that call comes on through, you can keep an eye on that icon on the Dokkaebi card. As long as Usus is alive long enough to make use of it, that'll come out, and that'll be when the team starts their march on forward. They've got a 5 versus 3. In fact, here it comes now, Tim.
This is almost certainly the goal point as Shaiko manages to find one, make it two. Adrian cuts down users elsewhere, but has now got a huge job. It was 1v3 last round, it's 1v5 effectively this one. He's brought it back to a 1v4, but surely he cannot make it happen, and he won't, as Solotov shuts him down and closes out a round for BDS.
I think the reason why so many players praise Shaiko as the best player in the world, it really tells the story in that round. When he's being pressured on by 2 players, when he's got all this gadgetry stats on the doorway, he's still showing so much respect to his opponent. So that he's dragging in all this attention, all this time from the enemy team, which enables the rest of his team to get moving on forward, knowing 1 or 2 players are so easily distracted. And even when he's worked through all that, he still finds 2 kills for himself. He's not just a gunplay god, it's the brains and the sense that he's got about the game as well. Keeps his team in it at least a bit longer, but there's still 3 rounds in a row that BDS need to find on the attack of Lair if they're going to send this to overtime.
That's the problem. That's the problem that BDS face right now, is that Secret can effectively just rotate through any side. They can just try and get it done somewhere. They can go to top floor. If that doesn't work, they can go to mid floor. They can go back to basement. Everything is pretty much open to them over the next few rounds to be able to try and get this one done. But with the way they've been playing, I'm not sure that they're going to need that many realistically, because Secret are certainly looking the better of the 2 here on Lair. So they will take us up to the top floor for the, what could be final round. It's going to be round 10. Looking at the side of BDS, they've got the Maverick again. I think a smart play there. They don't really need to worry potentially about any tricking. There's no denial being brought along by the defenders this time, and the Maverick will make short work of any breaching they want to do.
The clash again is going to be the main frustration for me, and no doubt for BDS. Really got punished by up on the top floor last time around. It was just a bit of a nuisance to try and push around it. June really was the one doing so much work, but immediately looking at where they're all set up, there's 3 of them all gathered towards this top side of the top floor. Now pulling their way back at least slightly, but it's about wasting time on the side of BDS. Do you expect to give away this mask wall? More likely than not, teams do get it open one way or another, especially with the Maverick on side. Their solution, as you can see, with it ready in hand, is a C4 from Savage. If he gets a freebie here, this is going to sting.
Yeah, it really will. You can see that the Selma's going off. He's going to actually dip himself back away a little bit. There we go. We see the drone following in as well, straight away, just to try and see exactly what's going on the opposite side of there. Just try and get a pinpoint on all these defenders, but Secret, I think they're looking pretty comfortable at the minute.
They are, and Adrian's in his classic rat spot as well, looking by the play window, just daring someone to come anywhere near it. The preventer of the backstab, because you've got this sort of triangle that gets set up then, the ops wall being one spot, the display window being another, and then 3 players that are free to protect up towards highway. Mask then becomes kind of a threat you've got to be mindful of, but this is where things like Virtue being on that clash bring so much into the team, because you can slow things down, you can react to the moves that are coming out of BDS. I do feel like Secret are quite well composed here. BDS just over half a round still to play with.
Yeah, the whole line's really drawn between the 2. It's all ops and mask for BDS. There's nobody anywhere else in the map. They are all trying to push in from that side. Just kind of holding the line behind the clash, just waiting for the intel, waiting for the information. As it is, BDS may well just try and get a plant in behind that small wall that you've got on your right-hand side as you come through mezzanine. And they've got the breach, they've got the position. All they need to do is keep Secret away from the desk and to keep them away from mezzanine, and they might just be able to get this done.
Leaky Fat's got the right idea, but the clash is coming down to give support here as well. Oh, he's going to give him away, and this could be a free and easy swing. Sure enough, the swing is there, and they find this man. A great bit of team play coming out from Secret, and a drop over the top of that as well. Another kill comes in. BDS at least on top 10 for now.
Yes, definite opportunity here to find a bit of space and put this diffuser down. That's exactly what Solotov's going to do. He's moved his way in through the breach they created from mezzanine users. Manages to find Savage. BDS on the cover, on the kills, as Shaiko finds Groovy. 4 versus 1, diffuser down. Virtue, he's got it all to do. He's taking damage. Gets the 3-1, and Shaiko closes it out. Top floor attack from BDS. They've really woken up on there.
For me, a great example of why taking no more than you need is completely fine.
あと3本取ってくれるわ。タイムアウト後だけど大丈夫？タイムアウトだよ。BDS 大丈夫か？
And again, come back to what Fresh did on the desk where Liquefact starts barking orders. Another case of that just there. Immediately telling the team to go for their execute. They've got site control, and there was nothing that Secret could do. So a risk to try and force onto Liquefact. They pay the price for it. Still going to hold on for 2 more rounds though here, BDS, for us to get to overtime. This tag timeout from Secret may well just prove to be the secret source that they need to hold on.
I think it is the time that you start worrying a little bit if you're Team Secret though. You know, you were 6-2 up, you had 4 opportunities, you now got 2 left. It's not the end of the world, but BDS are coming back at you. And that's the bigger point. That jump over the top rope effectively, down into reception, just really split things open. It broke the defense of Team Secret. Had they been able to return those players up to the top floor, then maybe they hold on, maybe they prevent that plant going down. But this here, just straight over, getting involved. It was exactly what BDS needed. It was the catalyst for the round, and Solotov took his chance as soon as it was there. 2 kills have gone down, the clash isn't coming back. We're straight in for the plant, and BDS right on top of it. And Team Secret, they are, as I suggested they might, going to move on to another site.
It's great discipline to know, and the clash was not going to be back in position, so they take the site. Really clever stuff. Now attack timeout's coming on through. This is where you hope to see some of these mistakes getting cleaned up a little bit. From Secret, again, it was more of a gamble than strictly a mistake, one that ultimately did not pay off for them. We'll start things off again on that 2nd floor. Means that top floor, the 3rd floor, will be where they start themselves off. It's going to be about the vertical play again. You already saw Secret win here earlier on. Can BDS get things over the line? That's also worth remembering. You're trying to build this win streak on the attacking side. It gives full agency to the defenders to choose where to play their defensive rounds. Secret can just keep on rotating through. It's not going to bother them too much, I think. They lose this round, though. It's panic stations.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think at that point it starts creeping into your mind that, you know, maybe BDS are a little better on layer than you would experience so far. For the time being, it's going to be up to the rooftop for users, opening a couple of barricades on his way, and just softening things up for a potential top floor entry from BDS.
フィンクください。Please me フィンカ。
So dangerous.
Don't really get it often. I mean, you get it more often now than you used to, but changes that came in not too long ago, definitely bringing back into the limelight somewhat. But for most picks operators, very niche situations, phenomenal. And just like that, Fenrir is gone. They've now got the risk of what's going on naturally as a player, not too far across from us, lurking around somewhere, giving us a headache. And that's without the rest of BDS starting to work their way in up on the top floor.
That's really unfortunate for Groovy. He was actually previously on mezzanine, just watching down towards reception where Liquefact was going to move through, but Liquefact spots the verticals that have been opened up and thinks, you know what, I've got a feeling I'm just going to sit and watch these for a second. And then Groovy goes for a look and gets taken down. So unfortunate start for Team Secret, but Liquefact and BDS definitely get themselves off on the right foot. As it is, Savage is now going to be tasked with holding on to that top floor. A little bit of support from Adrian as well, as we can see the bullets just being sprayed through the wall by the warden there. But just hitting the shield of Breeder, he's going to eat them up all day.
And that's really all he's here to do, is to communicate across where these shots are coming from, what the sight lines are showing, and hopefully get kills back the other way. But no, Susie's falling down here. A great headshot from Savage. Finding out to his man. And now we see the shields really coming into the road. I think Breede's realised, actually, I'm getting quite attacked here as I'm trying to go in for the execute, and ain't going to be able to get away with it. Adrian is down on the deck, so for now at least it's kind of a 3 versus 4 breaking out. Virtue getting one back, Liquefact falling down. Things are balancing out, and by the looks of it, Tim, Secret are going to hold on.
It almost looks certain at this point that Team Secret are going to find their way into Skyscraper and into a third map decider. If anybody can do it, Des, we know that Shaiko's capable of it. 1v3, he just needs to find that first kill, that one that gets him rolling. He drops down, looking to move through the mid-floor into sight. Doesn't know, I don't think, that they're off to his left at the minute. Reedy. Adrian is going to be confirmed, but Shaiko gets spotted out on the cam, moves through. Surely the challenge will come soon. It does. They can't find him. He gets one. Surely they don't. 1v3. 1v1. 10 seconds left to go.
Can they find him by this point? Surely assume you just hide yourself away. You haven't got to expose anything. Shaiko in for the drop. Going to try and get the diffuser down here. We've already seen a razor-tight 1v1 breakout before. Plans for
Discipline
was there for Secret.
うわーということでセカンドマップはシークレットの勝利です。グッドハーフ。うわ、よく持ち直したね、シークレットはね。ただしたね、最高ならあった未来があったよ。あるオルキャンデルポーまた食べてね。いやー、強かったな。
That is one way of putting it. An unbelievable bounce back from Secret here now. It ties us up 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think we were expecting that. We were setting it up saying that BDS, it was going to be the map that they've hit on stage. I think, they put in an okay performance, but I think the big narrative around that map, Rob, is we've got our Secret back. We've seen Secret try and play the false the whole tournament so far, and they've tried to maybe slow it down, play a little bit more properly.
Can I bet my cat
they went back to what we know and love. It was shields, it was faster, it was plant focus, and the most important thing that they got right on that map that they didn't on Cafe, it was together as one unit.
It's one of the most important factors of any map. Unfortunately, we're alone right now, but we've got a big man with a big screen.
Thank you very much, Robert. Indeed, I wanted to show you guys one of the best examples of attacks on lair from Team Secret. Now, we're on the top floor bomb side, and usually you want to attack it in multiple ways. You want to take that solo onto TVs, you want to breach the breach wall, and you want to breach the Rainbow Six room. Either of the three options are fine. It's the first time I see a team working all three angles, and you'll see even a fourth one. First of all, you need to remove that solo player onto TVs. You see Savage with the Ying, he sends the Candelas at the same time. You see Jum rappelling with Amaru and getting that pick. First win condition, gone. Now they go and open the breach onto breach, that's the second one. And you see Virtu at the back at 123, breaching Rainbow Six room and Savage ready, sending Candelas for the execute. Now at this point, we are having Jum here into Catwall. Breach wall is open. They've now breached the wall and are sending Candelas onto our 6th room. And Adrian, fourth player, is now ready to pinch them. That's a four-way pinch from Team Secret, ready to go in. It's just an amazing play, and let's take a look at how it pays off. That's how you get solo top 10, Yuzus, Bride, in the span of 5 seconds, the entirety of the bomb site has fell to this attack. Leak effect is stuck into a crossfire, flawless round from Team Secret. Honestly, guys, it's one of the best attacks I've seen on lair so far. If you want to see more from this game, Skyscraper is coming after a short break.
Skyscraper, yeah. Third map. 銀行に引っ張られすぎて1マップ今忘れてる。カフェあ、銀行だった？カフェ？お腹すいた。朝ごはん食べたい。マックのハッシュドポテトだけ食べたい。マフィンはちょっともういい。ハッシュドポテト食べたいね。モーニングブレックファースト食べたい。プリーズミーン。フェイズ VS ソニックワンマンプ。あ、アジトか。そっかそっか。記憶なくしてるわ。 Sound like hard bite. Very hard snack. 硬い。足のもちょっと食べたい。フィレオフィッシュ美味しいと思うけど、でもふわふわなんだよね。柔らかいのフィレオフィッシュ。マミンちゃん go make breakfast. You got 5 minutes. 無理だよ。5 minutes じゃ作れないよ。朝マック5分じゃ買えません。でこれません。しかもおとといの夜ルミは夜マック食べました。チーズ照り焼きバーガーってやつがね、戻ってきてたので、ずっと食べたかったんだけど、なんかね、一番最初チーズ照り焼きバーガーを食べた時はめっちゃうまくて、これもうずっと食べたいっていうぐらい食べたのに、もうなんかね、この前食べたらそんな美味しくなかった。何が変わってしまったんだろう。私の口なのか。ダブチーセット、ポテトに飲み物が適当に。飲み物いつもルミはオレンジジュースだな。You can't morning breakfast just take 5 minutes 大丈夫、子供たちがやってくれる。チーズなのか照り焼きなのか、じゃあチーズ照り焼きバーガーってやつがあるんだよ。新しいやつ。なんかなんだろう、何かのイベントが終わってそれがなくなると多分出てくるやつ。辛口ジンジャーコーラ。そんなのあるの？マックだよね。こんなのあるんだ今。マックの話したらまた朝マック食べたくなっちゃったよ。今あれだ、車ついてくる。ハッピーセット。パン、照り焼きチーズ、照り焼きチーズ。そう、なんかチーズがいっぱい入ってるの。ソーセージマフィン食べたい。チキンザガーリックペッパーってやつあるね。新しい。これか。コーク辛口ジンジャー。飲んだことない。ジンジャーがね、あんまりルミ得意じゃないんだよね。もう試し、もうみんな行っちゃったから、海外行っちゃったからないよ。海外のやつを美味しそうってなるかもだけど。夜もない？普通にマックを行ったことないってこと？昼マックがあるってこと？いや、夜マックじゃなくても昼マックでもあるんだよ。これチーズはどれだったっけな。今ない。チーズ照り焼きマックバーガーセット。そうだね。昼マックでも夜マックと昼マックほぼ一緒だよ。なんか倍セットみたいなやつがないだけでしょ、多分。で、朝マックは朝マック限定のやつがあるけど、ディスコの雑談のところにやめろ、載せるんじゃない。Eat fruits, hot cake, instant miso soup and roll。 いいな、食べたい。それ全部ちょうだい。それちょうだい。食べたいよ。でもルミはちょっと今アサイ食べたい。アサイってやつをずっと食べてみたいって思うんだけど、絶対想像と味が違うっていうのを見て絶望している。コールフードデリバリー。ルミンのところはね、来てくれないんだよ。寿司オンリー。デリバリー。メニュー寿司オンリー。ピザも来ない。マシュマロトースト最高かよ。いや、できるぞルミン。マシュマロを持っている。私はマシュマロを持っているぞ。寿司エクスペンシブ。でもね、ジャパニーズ寿司回転寿司、ジャパニーズ回転寿司はでも100円。ジャパニーズ円100円。回転寿司はめっちゃね、安いよ。Can Minちゃん cook? Yes, I cook. 主婦ですからね。主婦なんで めっちゃ日常の朝ごはん一番うまそうだから、それが日常の朝ごはん一番うまいんだぞ。飯写真は送れるけどディスコって動画は送るの難しい。あー確かにね、動画はね送れるとは思うけど、まあ、写真の方が。回転寿司100円デリシャス Yes very delicious。 あ、ベビーオンハーミー美味しいよね。私は100円寿司じゃないとね、お寿司屋さんほぼ食べるものないからね回転寿司の方がありがたいんだな。お高いお寿司屋さん食べるものないんだわ。今115円なの
？Exactly what we wanted. We have now gone to a third map. It's taken us so long. We sat here before we went to this map and we pointed out one player specifically that had been lackluster. And Jack, Adrian has well and truly stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, he started today as the 99th rated player, but he got a huge 1v3 inside of that last map. And I did say, I know his personality well. I know that he has the ability to be able to get the big clutches to have
じゃあスシローさ、スンスンとコラボしてるじゃん。
What we talked about
人欲しいんだよな、
back
ス
in
ン
this
スンの
pre-desk,
キーを
we
振るんだ。
said secret the three successful things that they'd done through the stage. They used initiator operators, they had big clutch potential, and they had huge individual performances. We saw Secret return back to that style that we've seen throughout the EU League inside of this map. And it's no surprise, therefore, that Adrian has had much more success inside of this map specifically. Gets the 4K, gets the 1v3. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
All three win conditions were ticked, and most importantly, Adrian from a 0-4 in opening engagements to a 9 on the first map comes back and drops 14 kills. That's the resilience I was looking for. It's crazy to think this guy is a rookie and he does that kind of thing. It just tells you how much potential he has.
Yeah, he has now reached a different level, which they're going to have to bring. Secret now, this is a huge opportunity for them to not only beat BDS, this was the entire storyline coming into this best of three. You know, they're slowly on the rise, they're getting closer, they're inching toward it. We go back to a map, Leo, that we have seen these two teams play already this year.
Last time they played on this map, it went all the way to 15 rounds. It was an absolute barn burner for the EU crown. This time there is a semi-final spot on the line for a major. This is huge for them. And imagine the pressure on BDS. I think that's a big talking point for me. Because nobody expects Secret to outplace BDS here at this major. Everybody says BDS is the best chance Europe has at this major. If they get already eliminated in quarterfinal, this is huge, Jack.
Yeah, it's a huge map, and I think if you look stylistically at how these two teams play, Skyscraper can be quite, I would say, quite cheesy if you want to hit the sights directly on this map, whereas BDS might play a little bit more conventionally, but they'll feel much more familiar in terms of Skyscraper, in terms of playing together, than they did on last. So I would expect an increased performance from BDS, but also Secret to be at their very best as well.
Well, let's get underway. This quarterfinal has reached the distance. We're going to a third map. It's Skyscraper. BDS and Secret take on each other, and it's Dez and Ace to run you through.
Thank you
very much, Rob. Indeed it is. And the real fun stat about this one, when they played Skyscraper last, yes, it was 8-7. But all 3 rounds were won by defenders. BDS started on defense. Today, Secret start on defense. If we get to OT, that's the big if. It's not a guarantee we get there. First, we've got to see both teams battle to that point. With us standing out with BDS starting on the defensive side, it's going to be a rough first few rounds from Secret, I expect.
BDS vs Secret です。Good luck, have fun!
But fifth may not be enough. We have got a huge
third
map coming up here between BDS and Team Secret.
昔蕎麦屋で働いてた母にははま寿司の天ぷらお寿司屋さんの天ぷらもうまいから食べてなんかちゃんとお蕎麦屋さんお蕎麦屋さんで寿司じゃないもう疲れてるいいな天ぷら食べたいな美味しい天ぷら食べたい
On Secret, they can see what they've been planning to bring along to the major. And of course, Secret have been saving things that are completely unknown to BDS. They've really gone deep in the strategy. If not, I expect BDS has said we'll have a really successful first half. Banzai imagine the same wins coming out from BDS and Deimos coming out from Secrets.
We'll see whether we get any variation. We've had a little bit more variation of the defenders.
取り手が天ぷら家で作れないんだよね。難しい。
How far we've come as an esports scene, because back in the day it was always one of 3 bands that you'd see, Mirror, Maestro, Echo, that was all you'd really see, maybe a Valkyrie every now and then. Whereas obviously in this series it's very much fixed to the attackers.
天ぷらはいいでもそれなのに、いやさ、天ぷらさ作るのってさ、油をたくさん入れなきゃいけないんですよ。ルミンはもう極力最低限の油しか使わないわけ。だからとんかつ作るのも唐揚げ作るのも本当1センチいかないかぐらいしか油入れてないから、ちょっと半分ぐらい使えればいいかなぐらい。あれだと天ぷら作れないんだよ。
Secret have changed things
も
up
っ
at
たい
least
な
on
い
the
症
defensive
候
side.
群
That
に
Super
して
taking the place of Legion. That
油ダメ
we
ね
all know Sharko is one of his his
油
go-to
私
main
次の日
defender
の
is
油食べれ
Legion.
ないんだよ
So we'll
ね
draw the
なん
occasional
か
ban away.
取
Here
っと
though
く
he
じゃん
may
み
be
ん
a
な
little bit more
私は
unleashed
ダ
with
メ
it.
なの
And
あ
for
れ
now
一
it's
回
usually
油揚げたやつ
here
酸
in
化しちゃうから
round
さ
one. Gonna start things up in
めっちゃ体
Karaoke
に
and
悪いん
T.
だよ
Secret has
でル
said,
ミン
I've
は
got to
な
pull
んか
out
ち
some
っ
special
ちゃい
appeal on
頃
the attack
に
here.
アトピ
We were talking a
ー
bit
良か
during
っ
the
たんだ
break.
けど
Savage of Light seems to
も
have
う
went
そう
for
いうのが
shields a
本
little
当に
bit,
ダ
go
メっ
more
て言われ
guns up.
てそ
But
れ
as
か
soon as
ら
first round, he sat here
ずっと
hovering on none other
そういうの
than
気
the
をつけ
Monty.
てジンマシン出ちゃうんだよね次の日
They
の油
have to get more value out of that shield and out of Savage. So
本当
far,
はポテ
8
トチップ
kills
スとか
across
も
both
開けっ
maps
ぱなしで
and a
次の日
little
食べる
bit
のマジで
quiet.
いや
They need to
絶
be,
対やめ
it
ろっ
could
て
be a difference maker for Team Secret if they can get him into the game more.
もっ
It's
た
not
い
to
ないじゃんだっ
say
てあの油
necessarily take him
大
off
量
the
に
Monty,
使った
but if
油
you're
を
gonna
さ
keep
その
bringing it, you've
その場
got to
で
get more joy with it. With
その1回きりで
was
終わ
so
るって
easily
思
dealt
う
with
と
by
私は
BDS
もうダ
quite
メ
a
だ
few
わ
times, and it wasn't
も
really
ったいない
creating the space
も
that
っ
they
たい
wanted,
ない
I
ってな
don't
る
think, in those instances where they were using it.
し
So
かもそん
we'll
なに
see
量食べ
where
る
the
わけでも
Monty's
ないし
going to come. Anytime that I see a Monty in an attacking lineup on Skyscraper for Karaoke T, I think we're going to have some attention towards the top of Black Stairs. Try and get in there with the shield, bully your way through,
母の
and
味で
create
う
a
ち
bit
に
of
は天
space.
ぷ
For
らは
the
ない
rest
と
of the lineup, the door could be
あお母さん
particularly
の天
the
ぷら食べ
Nomad.
てはな
Maybe
いというこ
suggest
と
a bit of an offense-sided push across. Try and get into Geisha. Try and work over from the opposite side.
More about just how quickly Secret can move, though. They did find themselves running out of time. More down to a lack of drones and the information being snatched away from them by BDS. Skyscraper not the most popular map for many reasons, not just in rank, but of course in pro play as well. It's one of our least played maps, but it's definitely down there in terms of pick rate. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's very bottlenecky. I spoke about this with Cafe as well. Lots of single doorways to force your way through. A jammer or a Mozzie Pest down on those, and you're going to struggle to get yourself marching on forwards, especially when so many of those doorways find themselves not sat on soft ground. It makes it very hard to go and clear things out from below. Now at least those Secret 60 seconds in. A lot of their focus is around Geisha and really around the actual site itself. In fact, BDS have completely abandoned their extended holdout towards the other side of the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills. 2 to his name, Virtue to a 3rd. The Secret are on top.
That's huge, taking down Breeder. It opens up those black stairs, and immediately Savage has got on there and started pushing up and manages to get the kill from behind onto Solotov, can take the ground. Adrian gets the kill, and Team Secret, they come out quickly on Skyscraper and have just smashed BDS in round 1.
It was Doom getting those first entry the 2 extra kills that he found at the very start, which really blew things open because BDS, like, you basically lose an arc team at that point. I spoke about how well set up they were on Lair on a few of their rounds there. It didn't matter.
And what Secret did fantastically off the back of that was understand that that is now go time. Doom gets breeded, Savage is straight up those black stairs, manages to get Solotov in the back because he's having to challenge onto balcony. Secret just completely overwhelmed BDS and just washed over the top of him inside of 20 seconds.
Which is exactly what we heard Leo talking about during the break as well. When he got on the telestrator, he was saying, look, this 3 or 4 point push that these guys are bringing out, it's so hard to deal with. I don't really know how Jim has got in a spot where he's on Sushi Bar getting 2 kills inside the barbecue kitchen, but that's exactly what he found. Now we go out towards the east side of the map, so he actually is relocating from being out around Karaoke and T, and instead moving out towards display and offense.
It's really interesting for me to see how BDS do over the next couple of rounds, because I said it in the last map on Lair, and I'll say it again. sometimes I feel BDS don't always respond fantastically well to being put under pressure like this. Getting behind on score, it can get a little bit quiet in the team. They need somebody, they need a leaker fight, barking at them, bringing them back up, getting that energy into the team. Timing of a tactical timeout could be really important for BDS here if things start getting away from them.
I spoke about that at the start of the series, but they remind me of VP a lot in that there's a very composed style of gameplay that they like to bring out. Overwhelm teams would smother them out. Don't give them a chance of anything too crazy. And that's how they really overpowered Secret back on map 1. If you can't contain explosive teams, and I think that's why naturally we saw such a playstyle difference between VP and Falcons earlier. One really aggressive, one really composed and calm with how they like to play things. BDS have got to respect that. I think if you let Secret get to a point where all 5 players are in the right positions, they will overwhelm them and they'll struggle to be able to keep them at bay.
Good early play from Team Secret, going to get that VIP wall open up. That'll force BDS out of one position at least. BDS were holding over to Geisha. That has now been brought back in. They kind of limited to Shrine and Drum now. They really I think about a little direct push towards site. Try and get that office breach open. Force your way in with the Monte. See if they can force BDS out of sight completely. We're going to have Virtue now later into the round just looking to get inside of Geisha and take advantage of that space that's been offered up by BDS. Shaiko still in and around the area on the Valkyrie, could have an impact here. Team Secret needs to be aware of his positioning.
Such a different style of play compared to the previous round. Yes, the leash is tucked into his left. And do they know? I'm not 100% sure they do. Shaiko tries to get away and in fact does do it, but it's uses to punish damage yet again. The shield is being picked off too early in the round, Tim.
Yeah, it's just not really working for Team Secret at the minute. The rounds they're winning are on the back of kills that come after that point. Shaiko manages to hit a nice nitro onto Virtue. 4 versus 3. Adrian picks up Breedy though, and Team Secret now are the ones that seem to have answers. But there's one question that they cannot find an answer to, Des. And in this round, it's the question of Shaiko. What do you do about a Valkyrie that's just roaming around at will, picking up kill after kill?
He served as perfect bait, really, right? Like he ran in front of the Monty and forced him to drop his shield, and that's when Yuzu's got the kill back onto him. Has secured a second inside of Terrace to guarantee it's a safe place to be able to rotate back towards site. Has done so much with just 2 kills in the round, but it does take a team to get anything really moving here. And to be fair, Yuzu's right place, right time has taken all the bite out of this attack. And Secret, 20 seconds are on the clock here. I don't think they get this one over the line, Tim.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed for BDS to get themselves the first round on the board as well. I said they don't always respond fantastically well to finding themselves behind on score. That's not going to be the case now. They're going to level things up almost certainly. Are they at 1-1? Solitov manages to find Gruber, and that cements it as he picks up the second. And that's BDS leveling things up, and you feel like that's the sort of thing they need as a team, Des. Get that round on the board, know that they're in this game, know that Secret aren't running away with it. And now, we really do have 2 teams battling for that semi-final spot.
Very rare that you get to see a player on your screen running out of ammo as well, having to switch to pistol. Otherwise, he gets the kills the player coming in towards display. And I actually think Secret then can recover that in the 2 versus 1. So unfortunate, but again, I think BDS have played it so well. Shaiko especially, wasting so much time out on the roam, and this kill here, giving his team safe access back towards site. That's the sort of thing that you're looking for. Good round, as you say, a 1-for-1. Really gives you an idea about what you can expect for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we picked up on that shield problem once again for Team Secret. It is coming along. Savage will be playing the Monty again. Keep a close eye on that. Keep watching that, because it could be a defining factor of this Secret attack, whether they can start finding any more value. Because whilst he keeps getting shot in the side, shot in the back, taken out, it means Secret are effectively playing 4v5 sometimes, because they're just not getting that output that they need from the Monty.
They get the Monty into a spot to be able to stand at sight and then cross with smokes, or even just to shield up and get into a great spot that's really difficult for BDS to deny the plank going down. They look phenomenal, but the problem is, I'd argue in 75% of cases, the Monty simply has not got there. And so again, I come back to the same ask that you and I during the break. Are we going to see Savage getting off the Monty? I don't think we will. But at some point, I want to try something a little bit different here to try and catch BDS off guard, because all they're expecting now is to see Monty every single round. So it means things like the C4s and the impacts and the lesions are always going to get brought along, and because the smoke isn't banned away on this map, of course, we'll be able to recognise that to try and slow the shield down.
June back onto the drums. Just
中
wants to
に
know
さ、も
exactly
ちも
what's
ちし
going
た
on
さ、や
on
つ
this
に
bottom
さ、
floor. They are
お芋の
attacking
もちもちのやつ
over
にさ、
onto the
チーズ入って
far
るやつ。
side of things. It's going to be kitchen. They're looking to get themselves on into, but they're going to need to still pay attention to black stairs. We've got 3D on the smoke in that position once again. They were able to deal with it really well last time with that early aggression from June, but
チーズナゲットチキンいいな。
I think it was nuts that we saw her nuts play on black stairs, right? Where he had capital firebolts down on top of him, the player inside of sights itself actually supporting him through the vertical, and they collected like 3 kills from the attackers trying to push
で
around
も
black.
すごいよね。焼きそばパンってそう
So
思う
3D
と
being
さ、
sat here, he is
添
kind
加
of
物じ
objective
ゃない
number 1. You need to
炭
force
水
it
化
away
物
if you're going to
か
make this
か
push
ける
work.
炭水化物やね。
Team Secret just seem to be on a little bit of a pause at the minute, waiting for the first piece to fall. Doom is going to be working across that top floor. Leakerback gets into position, does get seen. They can't allow him to win this fight. Nade goes in. He manages to avoid it. Leakerback, Team Secret cannot allow him to come away with this kill.
Yeah, still Shaiko's found one. The C4 on towards Adrian.
何が
Thatcher going down rather than the
許せない
Monty.
派、許せない派
Another
ですね。
down coming on through, and like you're Satan, you can't be letting this
輸
happen.
入やん。
This one coming back the other way. Up on the deck at this point, but it's a numbers advantage for BDS, a 4 versus 3. Shield still on side for Secret.
とかハヤシライスはいい。
But now you've got to worry constantly about the
どう
threat
し
of
て
this
もクリ
sidestep
ーム
with
シチュ
Leakerback.
ー
Yeah, they
に
just weren't able there,
ホワイ
Secret
ト
to
シチ
find
ュ
that
ーにご
aggression
飯はちょ
to
っと許
move on
せ
in.
ない。
And I think it was
大
because
体
BDS
ス
had
ー
that
プとして
backup.
ル
They
ミ
had
は
that
扱
further
ってま
line
す。
behind them that was able to hold.
あ、フランスパン
And
か、
Leakerback
まあ、
then
オ
able
ム
to
ライ
make
スと
life
か
difficult and
洋
get
風
that
エビ
job
フライ
done.
と
3
か、
versus
ス
4.
ープとして
Secret
別に
need
飲む
to
な
be
ら全
finding
然
the
あり
next kill, that much is
だ
for
け
sure.
ど、ご
They're
飯か
looking
ける
to
のはちょっ
get
と
a
無理だ
breach
な。
on to allow the view from that bathroom wall straight through into sight. Maybe open things up a little bit. Groovy, he's going to open things up by taking down Shaiko. 3 versus 3.
お好み焼きにご飯を食べない。お好み焼きがむしろお昼ご飯のメインみたいな。あと焼きそば。焼きそばうまいな。焼きそばにおかず、ご飯のおかずとして焼きそばがあるって。こっち来て初めてそれが出て。
That sort of idea, but I think it's BDS. As soon as they
順次の
realised
マ
Drew
マ
was above
が
opening up floor
ご
balls, it
飯
was like,
と
those expensive
焼き
floor
お
balls,
か
bro.
ず
Here's a
として
C4 to
焼
the
きそば
face.
とあといっぱいある
Mid
よ。
taking down removes all
焼き
that
そば
shot
だ
on
け
the
じゃな
side
いけど
itself, and
焼
they're
きそば
then
が出て
free
き
to
て、
engage
これ
the
おかず
Monty
なんと。
as Savage goes pushing on through. So dare I say,
戦
actually, an
争
example
が
of
さ
a
れ
time when
ている。
Secret are very
いや
out of
多
sync.
分ね
Savage
関
pushing in,
西と
they're
関
basically 1
東じゃ
versus 3
ね
because
全
the
然
second man
違
was
う
off to
と
his
思う。
left.
シチューは
Nowhere
別
near
と
the
し
side.
て
A little bit of
焼きそば
mistiming
と
and
かお
maybe
好み焼きを
miscommunication
ご
there
飯
coming
なん
out
か
from
おかず
Secret.
として
After
食べ
3
れるのは
rounds,
ね
BDS are up 2 and 1.
関西
You ain't
圏の
beating
方
yourself
だ
up
と
too much,
思
I
う
don't
けど
think, in
な。
Secret shoes right now.
No, not at
BTS,
all.
let's
They've done what
go.
they need to do. Like I say, if they can get a 4-2 half for the defenders is pretty much
うどんに
standard.
ご
It's
飯
what
は
we
無
would
理じゃ
expect.
な
If
い。
Secret can come away at that
パンメ
going
ロ
on to the
ン
defense,
セ
they'll
ンス
be confident that they can at least
もう
take it
しな
into
くなってる
overtime.
のパン
Honestly,
メロン
guys,
センス。
since the second that we
う
saw
どんに
that
ご
Skyscraper
飯
was on
は
the
絶
board, it
対
felt
食べ
like
れ
it
な
was
い。
written in the stars that this one would go
え、
to
きつ
overtime
ね
on
えぞと
Skyscraper.
ご
We're a
飯。
long way from
わ
getting
か
there
んない。
yet.
ちょっとそれ
You
は
can just feel
それ
it,
は
bro.
わからん
We've watched a
な。
lot of Siege. We've seen this happen
食べ
a
れる
lot of
自信な
times
い
over
わ。
and over. And this one, it just
絶
feels
対食べ
like
れ
it's
ない
headed
わ。
in only one direction.
焼きそばとかだったらまだ濃い味がついてるけど、うどんってだってそんな味濃くないじゃん。
As I remarked earlier, Secret have played this map a couple of times at the major. BDS
あ、
have
お
got
でんに
tape
ご飯は
they
い
can
け
go
ま
back
す
and
ね。
look at. Whereas for
おでんだって
BDS,
別
they
に
haven't
炭
played.
水
The
化
last
物
time
で
they
はな
played
く
it
ない
was against Secret about 5 or 6
おでん
weeks
にご
ago
飯はい
when
け
they
るんで
won
すよ。
8-7 like we keep on
うちも
referencing.
ね、
So I just
なんか
worry
ね、
that
子
when we
供
get
たちも
deeper
順
into
次
this
思うん
game,
だけど、
BDS
たまに
will
お
have
で
that
ん
information
じゃなくて、
advantage and Secret will struggle to keep up.
まあ
But
コンビニ
my
で、
God, do I hope I'm proving
も
wrong.
っぱらコンビニでおでんを食べるしかないんですよね。
Savage on the shield once again. Let's keep a close
し
eye
み
on that
しみの
Monty
大
through
根
this round
と
and
ルミ
see
ナ
how much of an
の
impact
大
it can have.
根に
For the time being, the
ウインナー巻き、あと餅巾着、この3点でお腹がいっぱいになりますね。この3個食べればいい。ゼニアギ、お酒飲まないからな。寿司にうどんあるじゃないですか。それ、でも寿司にうどんもルビー食べれない派だな。それも食べない派だわ。
Cheeky little run out from the 最
近のお寿司屋さんははま寿司もそうだけど、うどんとかラーメンとかあってその食べれんやろって思う。だってお寿司屋さんでもルミン5皿ぐらいしか食べへんで、子供たちより食べないからね、お寿司屋さんのお寿司で1皿5皿頼んでるけど1皿2皿は1貫しかないお寿司とか食べてる。14貫しか食べない。省エネです。お寿司に関してはマジ省エネ。ほんと食べれないんだって。茶碗蒸しとかポテトとか食べてる。寿司としてはマジでほんと食べない。どうなんだって。そうだからさ、なんか昔ね、ルミンのママとルミンでね、2人でお昼ご飯にお寿司を回転寿司を食べに行ってね。で、もうどう頑張っても食べれなくて1000円いかなかったのよ。1000円いかなかったんですね。やばい、ちょっとさすがに1000円以内は会計が恥ずかしいってなって。無理やり食べて、あと1貫頑張って食べよう。寿司食べよう、サイドメニュー。いやー、食べれないんだよ。寿司が嫌いだから。わー、すごい、シークレット。一体です。
And that is absolutely perfectly timed for them. Savage more effective on that shield this time. Didn't overextend where leak effect would have been a serious problem for him. Instead, forced leak effect to have to drop away. The pressure was mounting, gets himself into sight. Really nice from Secret to build in behind that.
Looking back at the last time these two teams played, it was 3-3 halves, right? And guess where Secret won their first two attacks? It was on karaoke and teams, so all things are following. In fact, it was in round 5, but we headed to our next site, Exhibition and Office, and Secret came out on top once again before BDS closed out the half with a defensive round. But it could have been catastrophic going down 4-2 on the defense of this map. But they managed to balance things out at 3 apiece, so don't get too nervous when you see Secret taking this next round, at least without history repeating itself with how things have built up so far.
眠いの、眠い。喋り方ちょっと変わった？眠そうになってる。きっぱらで回転寿司って20皿いかなかったの悲しい。20皿なんか食べれない。15万か絶対無理だわ。
Last time around, what did we see from Secret on the attack? There was a lot of attention out towards the Geisha side. Karaoke team tried to take that and move across. There was never any real pressure, I don't think, that came into BDS on site. They were fairly comfortable through a lot of it. And Secret are going to have to find a way to change that. Interestingly, Des, this time, Savage comes off the Monty.
Thank God. It's taken about... How
many rounds now to attack? We saw across the last map as well. It's been a while, Tim.
No, I'm glad that he's stepping away from it and getting instead onto the book here. It does give him a lot more utility to play behind. Yes, less of a pointy threat to go stabbing forward with, but I like that they're changing things up after realizing they couldn't get the job done when they attacked into here previously. No chances being blocked away by the looks of it. This now should be the wall getting opened up. In fact, to say that it is re-electrified, Tim. That's a bit of a stinger, because that now means VIP stays closed. Normally one of the walls that you need open before all else on the attack of this side.
I was just going to say, potentially Savage underneath could have dealt with that on the book, but despite moving off the shield, having a gun in hand, he is unable to secure himself a kill still as Leaker back roaming underneath picks up the book, and that is a big first kill for BDS. But as they have continuously throughout the last couple of maps, Team Secret find an answer, find a trade, take down Leaker back. That's the mute gun, and that gives them now a 4v4.
That might have been the most horrific wallbang, by the way, that we just got there, and that's horrid.
I think there was a potential that they were looking for Leaker back to try and play underneath potentially with a nitro, look for a little bit of vertical denial, but Secret have now removed that.
He came in spraying into Geisha thing and then found him on the drum door, which is a bit like, what? So even he's sat there screaming as to how the hell has that happened, but spraying a soft wall sometimes can give you absolute magic. Down towards these last 60 seconds though, and Secret, they've got a bit of a wiggle on at this point, Tim. They've got drum control at the very least, and they've forced BDS back in towards site itself. Vert uses, on the mirror, the one hanging out towards Dragon, who can do a little bit of work, but other than that, it's about holding slowing down as the assault starts to build up.
Still 3 nitros on the board for BDS to be able to try and repel this push as it starts to mount in through terrace. It's going to be holding that position for the time being. I think Secret just looking to relocate the capital out of Doom. As you can see, everybody's just kind of on a pause at the minute, just waiting for this utility to get into place to try and move this player behind the minibar.
You've got Solitaire on the board in this department as well, so smoke ain't going to help you too much. The fire at least moving a couple of players away. Sequel missing, and now Ruby's been found out. However, Virtue stepped in, secured the trade. Terrace is theirs now that it's gone. Doom in through this window. It's going to go big here as well. Buckling on forward, and Adrian's collected his mana. 2 versus 1. 10 seconds still to play. Don't know if Houston clutch this one out. 2 more still pushing on through. They're going for the kill team, and they're going to find it as well.
取ってるよ。シークレットが取ってるよ。
The score just keeps bouncing back and forward. Secret find themselves in the lead once again. 3-2 now, and BDS it is on the back foot, just trying to cling on to the coattails of Secret in that last round. But they just couldn't manage it. I like the pressure from Team Secret just coming from so many different angles there. We had a player on the breach, we had the terrace push. It just seemed to be getting in from everywhere. And no matter where BDS found a kill, there was always somebody else to shoot them in the back. Leak effect we see there, he was just bouncing up and down those drum stairs and just got picked up through the barricade at the top. It was a tough one.
I keep on saying that history doesn't have a way of repeating itself. We're at the same scoreline that we were last time these 2 teams played the map. We're going back to the exact same site in round 6, and this is where BDS found success. Things ended up being a 3-3 split. Do we deviate or do we stay the same? Looks like we're going to have the Monty being brought along once again from Savage, which I don't hate. Last time attacking in towards this site, it wasn't the most successful for them. If you recall, he had to push him blind. It was just 2 versus 3 and really a little bit ahead of the rest of his team. They paid the price for it in the end, but we've also got the Ying and the Amaro on side. And Tim, think about what I said about Amaro earlier. It can lead to some spicy moments, even if not strictly for the execute itself, more for surprising BDS out on the roam.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just about moving into places quickly. I always like when Amaru's used later in the round rather than at the beginning. Just wait until all that noise and chaos is raining from your attack, and then an Amaru just springs in somewhere unexpected. For the time being, BDS still setting up on that top floor. Not too unusual, but they're going to be looking to, of course, hold on to Geisha, hold on above Kitchen and Barbecue. The shield is back in action as Savage didn't have too much impact on the box, so they've decided they will get the Monte back on course. And Team Secret, pretty much as expected, straight away, Geisha wall opened up, tried to mount the pressure on towards there, try and secure that hatch for their own use.
Looking towards Savage, he's always the one to watch out for because he's on the Monty and he's got the diffuser. He's all the way out towards display window, sat droning for his team right now. Literally the other side of the map and on the wrong floor. So there's still a lot of coverage for him to work his way through here. And with a couple of players, I believe it's Jesus and Solitaire holding up on the second floor, he can still be under a little bit of threat. But what are we cooking here, Jim? He's feeling about flying in towards side, maybe causing a little bit of bother. That might be the game plan.
There is a bit of space there for him. If he goes into bottom black stairs, I don't think there's anybody really in a position. I was going to say Breede's actually just moved in there now. And so he's going to have to be the one to deal with the Amaru here again. The shield is just sold for free. Shaiko takes down Adrian. Doom does manage to get Breede as he goes in on the Amaru straight up those stairs, and they're looking to sweep across this top floor now. But BDS know it's coming. Their guns up. They're ready and waiting.
They were so relying on that flash being enough. They paid the price. Here comes the run out as well. Oh, Leak Effect almost finding his man. Just narrowly missing by a matter of pixels. They've got the 4 versus 3. There's still Candela's online, but Solitaire, that may well seal the deal unless we see a massive clutch out of Doom and Virtue.
Yeah, I would expect so. Moves on in, manages to get one. 2v2 as Virtue gets one elsewhere. Just when it looked like it might be going BDS's way. All of a sudden, with 40 seconds, they're holding on, but what a great grip they've got as Users manages to take down one. Almost is there for the trade. And that is going to be the round for BDS, and just like it was back in the playoffs, the first half finishes 3-3.
It really is building towards that same story. Great ending close for BDS, mind you, though. Again, playing for those trades, playing around each other. Right idea from the Virtue and Doom, just couldn't quite get it over the finish line. And in games like this, you'll see it across the rest of the weekend going into our final quarterfinal, the next 2 semis, and of course the grand final. It really does come down to very small differences that see which way rounds go. Is someone trading me out? Did they get seen on a drone? Has the Monty been caught out yet again? Yes, the answer, by the way. Savage, I think, unfortunately, relying a bit too much on the utility there to make sure he could walk in for free, and they paid the price for it. Now we get to switch over, and BDS get to show off their attacking chops here on Skyscraper. Secret moving over to the defense.
You feel like this first 2 rounds, round 7, round 8, are going to be critical to Team Secret here. They need to hold on to at least one of them. It's the big test. Can you hold on to Karaoke Tea? Can you hold on to Office Exhibition? If they can grab both of them, you start looking at it thinking, this is winnable in regulation for them. This could be a 4-2 half and a 7-5 win overall. So BDS, they need to ensure that they don't let things get away from them. Interesting use of the utility there from Secret. They've actually played a mirror window out towards Office and Exhibition, so it would suggest that there's going to be a reasonable attempt at an extended hold from them. Savage is still over that side. I think Ruby's on his way back to join him. But BDS could well see this use of utility over there and think, maybe we go direct to site and avoid it. But right now they are stacking up on that side and continuing with the push.
I think it's often because you also only really see one effective mirror window coming in towards the defense over towards Karaoke and T-side, and that normally is on towards gold to give you the information of what's going on highway, up towards shrine, down towards drum, later into the bounce. The second one kind of becomes a floating mirror window that you can deploy however you want. And in this case, it's out towards that extended side. It is to try and slow things down that little bit more. The C4 finding out uses to kick things off, Virtue. Striking true, and certainly no complaints on that side. At this point, Secret is still spread around the map, and they've really got the run of the place. It's BDS who need to get some control here. Come in like a stern teacher and say, time to sit down, kids, come on.
Come on.
Leakyfax is going to make his way back up house stairs. Don't think there's anyone there to challenge him at the minute. Breede manages to pick up Doom, level things out 4 versus 4 now. That just steadies the ship a little bit for BDS and just prevents them getting too far behind here in terms of man count. 1 minute 30 left in the round, and BDS have got a little bit of freedom now. They've got a little bit of space to start working across this top floor. Leakyfax has almost pushed up into drum now. They could do with a little bit of pressure on Geisha potentially, just to try and give them that space to continue moving forward.
I'm keeping an eye on that second phone call in the back pocket of Leakyfax here as well. We keep on speaking about how effective Dokkaebi is, and sure enough, here it comes. That should be the go sign for them to start moving on forward. No mute on side to suppress these as well. They'll ring out for the full duration unless cancelled and put away. BDS love Dokkaebi. 3 different players have her in the top 3 operators because it helps them take so much ground so quickly. But here in the final 60, they've now got no information left. It's about pushing in and winning those fights. A second C4 kill in the round connects.
This is it. It's kind of time to brute force this push for BDS. Just go in and try to take and win gunfights. But Savage, he manages to find Shaiko, and this is getting difficult. The last 2 left alive. Leakyfax and Breede, they're stuck inside a drum. They're going to be able to open up the side wall into T, but the long angles are being held from Geisha. They may well find themselves being punished as they get cut down. It's Adrian stepping onto T-door. 1v3. Breede manages to get one. 19 seconds and 2 kills to find. He keeps searching, seeking. He knows that they're inside a sight, but there's very little that Breede can do about this.
He needs to win the 1v1 to kill, but won't even get that. See Savage being tucked in, you know that he's there, that's all well and good, but if you don't know where the second player is, they're going to swing as soon as you get anywhere nearby. Great round from Secret. As mentioned, 2 C4 kills, no real response from the side of BDS. They traded out the second one, but this extension around the entire map just gave BDS far too many hurdles to have to jump over. What a great first defensive round from Secret.
Yeah, it really was. BDS, they, yes, managed to clear that extension, but just it wasn't enough. They got themselves stuck across that middle line of Shrine and Drum. They didn't ever really put enough pressure onto Geisha, and it just caused them a headache. They couldn't get
Please don't open SMD on
into sight. So, I said round 7 and 8 were going to be particularly important. Round 7 goes the way of Secret. If round 8 does as well, you start wondering how long it's going to be until that BDS tactical timeout will come in.
Well, it was actually it started out a similar way last time round where Secret took round 7. So 4-3, again, a scoreline that we have seen. If you really try to follow the script here, BDS actually go on to win the next 2 rounds, and then you can start having a conversation about how close the game really is going to be. But again, really impressive that first offensive round from Secret. I think that just shows that they've come in ready for this too. BDS weren't quite saying, look, it's too lost, but definitely didn't have the teeth that I've seen them have in previous attacks.
Close it, open it later, Luchan.
Into the action phase we go. Round A, office and exhibition. Team Secret defending over on the opposite side to the last round, pretty much as we would expect. BDS need to be finding something here. Just the third choice sites is not going to be enough for them. 3 attacks is essential. If they want to continue not just in the game, but in the Montreal major overall. Let's remember, the winner of this map continues on through to the semi-final. The loser will be going home. Their race will be run. Adrian, he's going to be positioned out on house stairs. He's got those bandit batteries in hand, looking to keep that VIP wall closed, but there's a fear of Leakback is going to make that very difficult. Nigh on impossible for him to do.
They'll try and trick this one out. You can find yourself getting killed from below if you're not too careful, and that's why Adrian's got to be conscious of. Sure enough, the MP comes on through, and no trick, no way. I mean, he's trying to reverse, get the kill actually back onto the side, but I think at this point you realise that wall is cut. It's most definitely open. We've seen teams do this before. The bandit, rather than run and trick the wall, actually goes to the gunfight instead, and we've seen a couple picked up. And it's a great way to remove a player for free and say, yeah, you want a wall? We've got rid of your Zofia. It's a brilliant start to a round, but in this case, enough caution being shown by Leakback to not give his life away for free.
They're covering off the basics. They've got that VIP wall open. They've now got access into sight through the office breach as well. Shaiko's poised, ready to maybe have a little bit of a push on into Dragon here. I'm not sure. I think he is aware, given that the flash went in of the player in that position. Users does manage to pick up Virtue, so 5 versus 4, advantage BDS. Oh, just missed their man there. Leakback has an opportunity as they just strafe across that terrace door, but he can't quite find it.
And now June's dug in, that's the frustration. In fact, he's crossed back over again. It's worth stressing. Leakback thinks he's inside of sight. It could be a freebie here if June plays his cards right.
BDS are just waiting for that moment where potentially they pull that 3-2-1, and in they go to try and get some kills and get the diffuser down. June once again transfers his way back in. The mirror window ahead of him has been dealt with. Nitro goes out. Not going to be able to catch anybody for the time being, likely to be taken out. I think before they continue their push on in, mirror window is dropped, and surely this is the moment for BDS. Solotov picks up Adrian. It's go time. Solotov with another, Brede with a third, and BDS, they arrive on the attack, and this one continues as close as it has so far. Brede is going to get the plant down, and BDS almost certain to close this out. In flawless fashion.
4対 4? 4対 4?
Textbook BDS attack. So well done. I mean, Solotov being the backstab factor and getting 2 is certainly one way to open things up. But even Groovy was stuck out towards Karaoke. He couldn't pull back in because we have players watching inside the terrace and one watching on Shrine window. The other 2 players just come forcing their way through in towards sight behind the cover of smoke. The flank goes down and there is nothing that you can do about it. So stifling, and this is why when I think about teams like BDS and Virtus Pro to come back to them again, the most success you can find against them is tripping them up early in the round before they have a chance to get all 5 players lined up for an execute. Because when they are in that position, they are so difficult to stop, as Secret have just witnessed.
Yeah, Solotov in through Swords window there was absolutely phenomenal. It just cut that Team Secret defense in half. I say almost perfect attack from BDS. Getting that flawless round really sends a message to Team Secret, because like I said, the third choice sites are not enough for BDS. They need to be finding at least one of those top floor sites that they can win on, and they've now sent the message that they have done. This is going to be a round where Secret decide to go for that third choice. It's going to be Kitchen Barbecue that they look to hold on to. BDS, if they can get this win, you start looking towards the potential of overtime, because it's going to make it very difficult for Secret to find them 4.
It is, and I think now we bring down the shields, and the Doku still on side once again with the Grim. Also stacking up a lot of tools on side here once again for BDS to make and execute work. So I come back to what I said at the end of that last round.
自分焦げてるんじゃないかってくらい熱くて。でもルミも今日ちょっとさ、もう昼寝というか夜8時で配信前に起きたんだけど、汗だくすぎてさ、その前に嫌な夢見てたのね。 で汗だくで起きてこれ熱あるんかなってぐらいマジ暑かってさびっくりした。全然元気やったんだけどさ汗ダクダクだったもん。
Looks like it's going to be a pretty brute force attempt to take Geisha here. Just send Breeder in on the shield. Interesting to see if they can maybe get that bit of extra value. But Doom takes him straight down. Huge start for Secret as it brings out the window for BDS. They managed to find a couple themselves. Doom onto Solotov and an absolute flurry of kills early in the round. Caesars with Secret in the driving seat. 3 versus 2.
多い方だとは思うけど毎日は見てないかな。でも1週間に何回見るかな。4回とか5回ぐらいは見るよ。毎日じゃなくて毎日か5回ぐらい結構な確率で見る方が多いかもしれないけど毎日見る。夜見て昼寝で見る。すごい。寝れてないっていうね夢見てる時ってだからルミンはねあんまりね深い眠りじゃない。何中が落ちてるのか。I'll wake up sleep you are lot sometimes even in the winter いやわかるわかる。そう冬なのに寒いのに汗だくで起きたりとかする。そう最近夢見るようになった。夢見てるとしてもね疲れが取れてないと思う。あーって感じだね。みんなどんな夢見る？結構ルミ同じ夢見ることが多いんだよね。あとはジュンジュンが浮気する夢とかだいたいその汗かいて起きるときはジュンジュンが浮気してる夢、自分が浮気してる夢、あとはなんか昔の同級生と今こうプロの人とかがこう今ストリーマーさんとかの織り交ざってるような夢も見るんだよ。どっかみんなでどっか遊ぶ。ジュンジュンは My husband name is ジュンジュン。
Where they were able to secure that first round. BDS's attack was not fantastic on there. It has to be said. I'd be interested to see last time BDS tried to go in to office an exhibition, sweep their way across and work that way. They didn't get Geisha. They didn't pressure Black Stairs. They didn't have anybody karaoke window. They didn't have anybody over on that side to apply pressure. And Secret were able to stand up to the attack really well. So the question for me is this time, BDS, do you learn from that? Do you come away and do you make sure that you're pressuring directly onto side?
That's the Adrian's response. We've all been there. Playing around, watching games, so you just go, how? How has he done that? He's got away with it. Gave him BDS the round.
なんかハードすぎる帰り道だったりスーパーにお買い物行ったりそういう夢なの。遊園地行ったりとかも。Yes, Ginger VTuber as well. Yes.
How 1-for-1 is. I couldn't tell you how many kills each player had. This one but also match up as well.
ってなってる。
Let's see who's going to be getting the kills in round 10 then. 5-4 BDS. Can they book the trend of copying what happened last time these two teams met on Skyscraper? If BDS can get this round and send themselves onto map point, onto series point, then it will be the first difference that we have had. Leaker back straight away, taking out Swords Window. Leads me to believe that there is going to be pressure from that office exhibition side, but I asked, would they challenge more directly onto site? Would they try to give Secret multiple angles of pressure to have to worry about? The fact that Breeder is over near Black Stairs on the Monte suggests that yes, BDS will look to pressure more directly onto site.
でも本当に行った場所じゃないんだよね、その遊園地は。リアルに行った記憶はない遊園地なの。なんかでもそういう夢って結構ちっちゃいからちっちゃい頃からずっと同じ夢見るやつあるんだな。ホラーの夢が少なくなった代わりに日常なのになんか変って夢が増えてあーこれは夢なのか。あと実行する夢とかも結構見るかもな。
couldn't quite clear him off.
もう
He got a
夢
freebie
で
onto the
本当
shield
に
player
や
of
めて
Savage.
夢であれ
Now
み
it's
たいな
Adrian
感
who
じで起
sat
き
in
て
those
あ夢だ
exact
った
shoes,
みたいな。
trying to play a similar role, but of
Do you
course he
go
had not
on
on
the
the smoke.
roller coaster in the
A little
amusement
bit
park?
tentative from BDS
Yes,
here, not wanting
I
to over-aggress or
went
move in too
to-
quickly.
I went
Haven't got to rush it.
to
No, they don't have to rush it, but Secret
I
happy
mean,
enough for
Disneyland.
the time being as well to just hold their
Disneyland
angles and let this
MC.
time tick by. Breeder is positioned with the Monty.
The
on
one
that side,
in
they are
the
ready
green.
to go in, but the first
Ah,
challenge
my
comes.
dream,
A solid
so,
top
my
onto
dreamはね、
Groovy.
行ったこともない。
Manages
見
to
た
pick
こと
up
も
the
ない。
opener.
テーマパー
5
ク。
versus 4, and it starts to clear out Geisha.
海の
Leaker
中
back
の
onto Doom and
お話
BDS.
がある。
They're starting to find their feet on Skyscraper. They're starting to move
う
with a
わ
little bit more purpose. As Shaiko takes down Adrian.
発生しちゃった
Savage, and
BDS。
it's falling
強っ。
apart for Secret in round
打
10.
ち合い
And
が。
the user is going down. And there is very little that Virtue can do.
うわお、強いわ
Secures a
ね
kill in the close. This does break the script in, but in reverse. I mentioned that it was Secret that went on to win last time they played, but it wasn't a flawless round. They were very narrowly away BDS there from securing one of themselves. They're writing their own fairy tale. They're up 6 and 4. Secret a little forlorn. The tag timeout not doing anything for them. Have got to hold on for 2 rounds to send us to overtime. Exhibition and office going to be where they take us for round 11. This shot, by the way, was nice. So lovely. Ruby had been sat on terrace the whole time, just waiting for them to come pushing on through. And for a second, I thought Leakerback had gone in blind, but no.
と
Solitov
押
just
され出した
watching, knowing that
ね
Ruby was nearby. And they get the free punish. Even the attempted flank coming down from Shrine side got punished by BDS. They were just aware of absolutely everything happening in that round. Great stuff. And I do worry now that Secret, backs against the wall, may not be able to get this
Last
done.
one, match points. One more.
Ah, yes, it's Tom and Co. Our resident chanters at any major.
延長まで行くのか
Wouldn't expect
ここで取り切る
Now
の
we'll be
か
disappointed with any
2
less.
ポイント取らないといけないからね
We love it. No shield in this round from BDS, mind you, Tim. Have opted not to bring it. Still got that Dokubi again. I'll speak about this until the cows come home. They love this operator. It's why I was kind of surprised, actually, back on our first map, we didn't see it brought along. Instead, it was Lion that was getting brought along for a few of those rounds. They just gain so much ground when they have the Dokubi on side and really know how to punish teams with that operator. Even post-nerf, it doesn't matter. They tended to use them later into the round anyway to gain ground when they needed them to unlock it, stop themselves from getting a little bit stuck. So with that, alongside Choker locking down ground that they take, Solitov has been having a great time on the Ash, continues on that operator as well. Got all the tools to get the job done.
Already got the intel on the
2
claw.
月
Second one
カッ
will
プ
be deployed, but it's already
あ
dealt with.
開いちゃっ
Well
た
played from
あ
BDS there
タイミング
to
が
get that wall open. They might find themselves, no, I was going to say, it might just be in time for the second Selma detonation to be denied at least, but it wasn't. So BDS have the full walk-through hole into VIP and will now start just peppering shots in through office wall.
おざ
The real
じ
electrification as well is worth noting. In that case, there's someone
まだ
bolting
終わって
through
ない
it and they get electrified zaps. The noise they make is what you get for the information. So it's not like he's going, oh, I really wish I could keep it electrified. It's there as an option.
ナイスピン
He's
ポイント
actually
だった
taken
よ
both claws
ね
off that wall now and said, forget about it. And he's going to redeploy them, one on towards the main breach itself, but also to protect the player that will no doubt later be in behind Minibar. But now most of Secret are actually scattered to the high winds. They're all around the map and trying to give nothing to BDS. If BDS read into this and realise 4 players are off site, they could smash site.
Yeah, the Dokkaebi call has come in, so I wondered if that was going to be the case at that point, whether it was just a little bit of an opportunity for BDS to start pushing forward and taking some ground, but they haven't really followed in behind it.
There's 1 player on site. If they get the read on a drone here and know what's going on, they could smash it and have to force Secret into a retake. But truthfully, I don't know they'll be able to get away with. They've still got the 1 phone call in the back pocket of the Dokkaebi as well. If they do try and come for a retake. I don't know if BDS have really read into it yet or fancy taking that gamble. You've got players now in closer proximities. They've come down from Shrine towards Dragon. You've got June now playing inside of Terrace. They are starting to bring that support back towards site, which is good.
Yeah, you kind of feel that the opportunity has passed them by. BDS look to move up house there, do get 1, but Virtue and June, they manage to offset the damage. 4 versus 3. Users with a late trip. BDS might just be taking this away 2v2. Secret, they keep on fighting. They keep on finding a way to keep themselves in this test. Oh,
one more
1v1 now.
It's all about this close here. They have to win this one out. Leakerback praises the GOAT, one of the greatest in the world at the moment. not just as an IGL, but a gunner. Against Zoom, has had a wonderful tournament. The spray narrowly misses, but the time is working against Leak. In fact, there's 10 seconds on the clock. Relocates himself. Zoom dancing around here and giving him absolutely nothing. The clock's going to work against him. He's got no idea where he is. Off towards his right-hand side. He find it. Zoom with the bayonet secures the 1v1. And Secret.
うわードッキドキやな。
So close for BDS. Just one kill.
これはドキドキだわ。これは心臓痛くなるぞ。こんなん絶対やりたくない。こんなワンブイは絶対だ。いい勝負すぎる。やばいわ。
to put the diffuser down on the ground, to go and collect it, to do anything other than to try and chase that last man down. And he just couldn't get it done. He couldn't find the shots when it came down to it. BDS then still have one more chance. It's 6-5. Secret need to find another round to keep themselves in this.
いい 1v1 だね。
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Just honestly, just give me all the time. Just give me all the time. Between these two, it's going to be absolutely unreal. The tension, the passion that will get poured into the server for those final three will be spectacular. But in order to provide us with it, does Secret need one more? They need to put something up in Kitchen and Barbecue.
負けてもプルプルで何もできない。
Take a deep breath because these next 4 rounds, if they get served to us,
フロストマット。
could be pretty
Our drop
exhausting.
reward collected. Nice. Good
Last
job.
round they played out really aggressive on the extension Secret, and BDS didn't really play into it. They did try and put a lot of focus on the site itself. Didn't hit it at the time when Virtue was the only player around.
あ、ウ
As you saw as he
ー
came
さ
down
ん
to that
の
closing
マニ
1v1, Terrace wasn't a part of the map they managed to get control on. Groovy is so often the player that is out deep on the roam, and he's almost really be the first getting into these initial engagements. In fact, I think pretty sure between him and Zoom, 26 and 8 they've been on the entry across this competition so far. They're the ones that Secret won in the early engagement.
Shaco's just done an unreal job with that clutch drone. Gets it in there, takes out a bulletproof cam in sight, a default cam, and a Banshee as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Turning intel over to the BDS side. If Secret don't realize that's happened, or until they realize it, BDS have got eyes in sight and can start feeding that information back in. They are likely to need top floor. Solotop takes down Doom, the hero of the last round. That is a hammer blow to the hopes of Secret. And there's another one, quite literally, as Breeder takes down Savage. 5 versus 3. Can Secret hold on against the odds again?
That was such a gamble from Savage. I'm not sure what you make this play. Knowing that it's a multi working his way in. He's the second player. The anticipation is there. Look down below. There's another kill coming up. And Virtue and Groovy, what a tournament they've had. But this needs to be the round they go the biggest we've seen yet.
取るのか
just looking
やる
to
の
make
か
that peek around. He knows that somebody's going to play
BDS が
behind the Monty, and that's who he is looking for. But right now, Virtue and Groovy, they hold the horse of the whole of Team Secret on their shoulders. Gives away his position as he sprays at the Monty, considers dropping, but won't go for it. He knows that there's one underneath. He knows it would be death. I think Secret right now, Des, they're just hoping that the vertical will be enough. Groovy gets one onto users.
He's such a nightmare to deal with Groovy with the plants going down. They haven't got enough cover up
こ
on
れ
this
取
top
ったら
floor
ま
to be
ず
able
い
to
だ
stop
よ
it. This gets completed, and I'm pretty sure this one's done.
Ooh.
A great second kill. BDS a single kill away, and Groovy, he's got 3 players to find in about 25 seconds, Tim.
なんか設置
No
の音
one's
がすごい
managed to
小
pull off
さい
this
んだ
kind
な
of play before, I'm pretty sure. Down he drops on towards main stairs. The Monty staring him down.
わ
He's found all they need. They FaZe in the
ーということで BDS の勝利です Nice.
To get that 7-5 win locked in. They were clinical, they were lethal when it came down to it, when it mattered. And BDS, as you see, continue here in Montreal.
Take a second for Secret as well. That was one hell of a series we've had. A dominant map aside and a very, very close final one. Didn't take OT. The 7-5, certainly nothing to scoff at. A great game between both, and one I will happily watch many times over in the future.
Yeah, it was another classic to add to the list. We came in saying, is this the new EU classic? BDS versus Secret, and it was an argument definitely for that fact because they both had their moments, they both had huge plays, and they both played a part in what has been a fantastic game here. And honestly, I think will probably be one of the best knockout games that we see for a good while.
Oh, I agree. The fact that it's gone to round 12 in the final and third match tells you the story. Of course,
よくシークレットも頑張ったよね、あそこまで
No
ね。
complaints about things being a little bit closer. That in itself tomorrow.
Make
the
us
BDS
come
versus
say.
Spain.
Oh, what a game.
Oh, it starts to feel like a grand final in itself. However, over on the stage is Leaky back with Ian. Let's go over to the boys now.
Desiree, thank you very much. Yes, I am indeed joined by Licky Fat. I
Let's
can
well
sense
take
and
care,
almost
Luchan.
feel
Thank
the
you for
relief
stream.
coming
Thank
out of you right
you.
now.
ということで、
Yeah,
ティ
what
タ
an
ニウム
amazing
さんに
game.
レイドしようかな。
Can't
テ
brief.
ィタニウ
We
ム
did
さ
like
ん。
slow start. Oni Cafe was really good. After we
English
feel like on
Prima,
Lair it was
Titanium
easy game.
San.
We got Karma, I guess,
Oops,
losing
on the-
Lair, and after starting Sky really slow and winning 4 attack on Sky. Oh my god.
I mean, it was a phenomenal series to watch, but
Tian-
to be in it, it
Tian-
was deadly. And at times,
Tian-
I bet you thought that it could be over.
Yeah, but like, oh my god, I need to calm down a bit. No, Secret play really well. We expect them to play like this, and they did a really good performance. I feel like just on gunfight today we were
い
better.
ないんだけど。
I think a lot of fans are still expecting to see the best BDS. We haven't seen the best BDS at this major yet. What will bring that version of you to the forefront?
I think
多分レイド行き
more
づらい
we're
のか
going to
な。
play, more we're going to win, and more we're going to be
そう、レイド
confident.
できない。
Also, people expect BDS to win trio, like 3-0 on best of 3. No, that's not possible, guys. The team against us want to beat us the most. Every team, if they have a team on mind, it's us. So, of course, all the matches are there.
Just finally, FaZe Clan in the semi-finals.
はい、
It's
ということで、皆
almost a
様ま
grand
た
final
明日も
for
や
the
りますので、
spectators.
皆様
It's
明
going
日
to be tough.
ぜひ
Yeah,
遊び
FaZe is a
に
really
来て
good
くださ
team,
れば
always
嬉
doing
しい
good
と思
performance
い
on
ま
the
す。
major.
また
So
明
we
日お
can
会いしま
expect
し
to
ょ
have a really hard
う。
match.
みんなおや
Right,
す
see you
み。
tomorrow.
グッナイ。
Congratulations.
お
Thank you
疲れ
very much.
レインボ
Before
ー
we
バイ
talk
バ
through
イ
everything that just went down
Good night, good
and look ahead to our
night.
final quarterfinal.